In the hospital, in the emergency surgery department, doctors fought for the life of a patient who barely made it to the hospital. Doctors had to make decisions very quickly because the patient had lost too much blood. At some point during the operation, things got even worse, and the patient's pulse dropped even lower, and the readings were already at a critical level. After some time of searching, they finally realized that due to the removal of the metal object, an infection had set in, which was worsening the patient's condition. The patient's condition was getting worse and worse with each passing second. The surgeons understood that if they did nothing, the patient would die, so they decided to perform cardiopulmonary resuscitation. But unfortunately, this did not help at all, and the patient's heart stopped completely. The mother of this patient literally begged the doctors to save his son, who had suffered a lot throughout his life, and she was not yet ready to say goodbye to him. She didn't even suspect that her son was no longer breathing and would never speak to her again because his heart no longer beats. The cause of death of this patient was that he had too much damage followed by infection, as well as brain death due to excessive bleeding. The woman, sitting in the corridor, prayed to all the gods that the doctors would save her son. The surgeon was supposed to come out to her to tell her the sad news, but suddenly he was stopped at the last moment by other surgeons, who said that the operation was not yet finished. They immediately all took their places, and the first thing the head of the operating room ordered them to do was to prepare a protocol and check all the patient's vital signs. To begin with, they decided to transfuse some blood, and then they began to remove the metal object, and at the same time, other doctors diagnosed tetanus in this patient. The doctor was sure that it was not all over yet and they could save him, so they needed to get to work immediately. One of the assistants did not quite understand why they were operating on a patient who had already died. Another specialist realized that apparently the guy was not yet familiar with the doctor who was performing the operation, because taking this into account alone, one can say with confidence that the situation here is completely different. According to the man, this doctor is one of the most important authorities in surgery. He would be the surgeon who can save any patient, even one who has already died. This surgeon's name was Shin Yu-sun, and until he had his last word, the patient would not be released from the operating table. Shin left the hospital with a can of cold coffee and the thought that he wanted to go on vacation today, but he ended up spending the entire day in the operating room again. He was a little unhappy with the fact that his life had become so stressful that sometimes he didn't even have time to sit down and rest a little. People throughout his career came up with a nickname for him. He began to be called the Hands of God due to the fact that he was able to bring back to life even those who had already died. He did not mind, since the joy of saving patients on the verge of life and certain death was his main motivation. However, after some time, when other patients found out about this, they immediately flocked to him for treatment, and for the same reason they began to foist off on him shady clients who communicated with him as with a medical device that could be used at any moment. So after some time of such a life, he realized that in fact this nickname was hindering him because of his excessive professionalism. Even some colleagues began to be afraid of him and therefore gradually left. In fact, he turned into an outcast. He was exhausted, and at some points he couldn't even remember when he had time for himself. There was only one plus in all this. He could earn huge amounts of money. Although there was a minus here too, he didn't have time to spend it. Considering all these facts, after each of his working days, Shin was once again convinced that his life had finally gone downhill. He decided that today he needed to cheer himself up with a can of beer, but suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when a truck flew out in front of his face. In that lightning-fast moment, Shin understood what people meant when they said their whole lives flashed before their eyes. But what was most offensive to the guy was that all his memories were connected only with the operating room. The next thing Shin saw after the accident was two strangers who were happy that he had finally woken up. But what was even stranger about this situation was that they called him Little Ray. The woman was squeezing the baby and saying that he was so cute and pretty, and Shin was just trying to figure out what the hell was going on. After all, he was absolutely sure that when he was walking home from work, he was hit by a truck and died. But if this was really so, then the guy simply did not understand why he was still alive, and most importantly, who are these people? These people were squeezing him and literally choking him, and the guy just couldn't understand what was happening. He was worried that his body had become so small, when suddenly at one point the thought came into his head about what had happened. He guessed that the guy was simply being transferred to the son of these people who didn't look very good to him. The woman distracted his thoughts when she tied his arms again to look at his scratches, which she thought were caused by his father's overly prickly stubble. Ray's father immediately began to panic and say that they needed to immediately bring a priest to cure the boy. But the woman immediately calmed him down and said that, in fact, it was just a scratch. Therefore, she was confident that she could fix them herself, which confused the guy a little. He was worried that the woman apparently didn't understand medicine very well, because he understood that if she simply smeared his scratches with ointment, he would most likely be left with scars. But what was his surprise when she used something like magic, and thus healed his small wound. She didn't just heal her. With this trick, the wound literally healed instantly. The woman immediately told her husband that, as she had said, she could handle everything herself, and her magic was still at a good level. Shin, hearing the word magic from the man, realized that apparently he was still being transferred to another world. Shin hadn't slept for so long in a long time. It was so unusual for him, because at work in the hospital there is not much time for sleep. 3 whole months have already passed since the day he was reborn, and during this time he managed to understand some things. First of all, this world is completely different, and it looks more like a typical fantasy world, where there are monsters and someone who is very similar to ordinary people. He also noticed that people often suffer from raids, so in order to become stronger, they dedicate their lives to the chosen path. But what interested him most was that the people of this world had decided not on science, but on magic. Every time Sign treats him, he clearly understands that even in the most difficult situations, they rely not on medicine, but on magic. And now he finally understands with absolute certainty that everything around him is not some kind of dream, but reality. But for some reason, he was able to retain the memories and knowledge from his past life. In any case, he enjoyed every day being here, because he never thought that he would be able to relax like this. And now that he thinks about it, he realizes that he basically never had the opportunity to enjoy life because of his constant work. He even began to think that if it weren't for that accident, he would most likely have died from exhaustion. But now that he has transferred, he can finally do nothing and just enjoy his life. While sleeping, at one point he felt like a thin thread was passing through his body, and he himself felt incredibly rested, and this is such a wonderful feeling for a guy. He began to guess that this was most likely the same mana that his new parents had talked about. But he immediately noticed that it was not so easy to control, because as soon as he tried to press on it, it immediately spread out. So he decided to focus on the places where the mana flow starts and ends. Shin assumed that mana works like blood. Shin tried to compare the flow of mana with the blood flow in the body of the organism. He gradually began to feel how it fills the body, and endless energy appears in his body. Thus, he eventually managed to create what he so desired. He couldn't even imagine that he would ever be able to do this, because he directed the freely flowing mana, after which he used a fire spell. And now that he finally managed to do it, Shin finally realized that it was definitely worth the 3 years of work spent. Although he still has a lot to learn, because at the very least he doesn't know how mana flows, and he clearly needs to remember the direction of its flows. From the descriptions in the books, he could not find out how to control it, although he had already read quite a lot of different literature. In the next book, it was written that one must accumulate mana in the body and use it as needed, but since the magician must replenish it from the environment, he did not understand why they should not accumulate it at all. He also knew that when they accumulate mana inside themselves, they limit some manipulations, and therefore, no matter how you look at it, you can definitely say that it sounds rather ineffective. So the thought crept into his mind that perhaps they could allow the mana to flow naturally, without trying to hold it back. It seemed to him that it would be much easier to draw mana from the environment and immediately use it. In this case, the need for mana circles would also disappear by itself. Shin understood that most likely this method would be very dangerous. But still, considering what it could give him, the guy decided that he should definitely try. His new parents were very happy when they saw that little Ren was already drawn to all books from an early age. His mother could barely restrain herself from crying, because she was sure that he would become a wonderful magician at this rate, but his father believed that with his physique, he could easily become a wonderful swordsman. Sign believed that if this happened, their cutie Ray would turn into the same blockhead as his father. The guy didn't understand why they were hiding from him at all when they were making so much noise anyway. Suddenly, Sign told her husband that although she really liked the fact that their son was so passionate about books, On the other hand, it seemed to her that this passion was too developed in him. She thought that usually children his age would go out and play with friends, so she was a little worried that Ray only showed interest in books. But her husband assured her that she really shouldn't worry so much, because few parents are able to sit their Rebecca down with books. And besides, if she wants to raise him to be a good magician, then this is necessary at the moment. Shin was reading the book carefully at that moment, and at some point, he realized that this was not enough for him, and so he decided that he needed to lay out the ideal direction for the flow of mana himself, and he wanted to do it as accurately as possible. The next day, Ray's mother came into his room again happily and asked if her beloved son Ray was there. The guy was a little scared by her sudden appearance, but still answered that he was here, and the woman's face immediately changed because she saw that the guy was reading books again. Although she was glad that he read books, she still wished that he would also go for walks with friends and communicate with his peers. Looking at him, she assumed that perhaps he wanted this from him because she herself did not receive it as a child. She decided to take matters into her own hands and invited Ray to play with her today. Ray's first thought was that she might want to take him with her to teach him magic, so he happily agreed to this offer and was already eager to start quickly. The woman could not even imagine that this would cause him such great joy. She realized that she should have offered it to him much earlier. A few minutes later, they were already standing at the door, and Ray did not quite understand where the books were, and the woman answered him with a smile that he would not need the books today because they were going for a walk outside. Ray realized that she wanted to teach him nothing, so he told her that he needed to continue studying and that he didn't really want to go for a walk outside. The guy was mentally thinking that he simply had the right to waste time on games when he needed to train. This made the woman hug the baby again and tell him that he is such a great boy and she can't stop being proud of him. But she still added to him that today, it really was better for him to take a break. And besides, she thought it was time for him to see how beautiful it was outside. If you think about it, Ray has never gone outside since his reincarnation. He doesn't even know what this world looks like. So he decided that one day would be enough to look around a little, and thinking about this, he still agreed to go outside and play a little. When he left the house, he saw a simply stunning view that took his breath away. For 3 years of reading books at home, the guy didn't even have the thought of leaving the house and looking at all this beauty. He realized that it was in vain. He locked himself in a cage, although he could fly like a free bird and look at such beauty. The boy's mother noticed that he was thinking and guessed what about, although she still decided to ask him why he stopped. She immediately suggested that he take a look around a bit, and the guy happily ran along the bright green grass along this beautiful view. He was clearly overwhelmed with emotions of joy and being saturated with nature, because in his entire past life, he had never even left his city, and in fact now, for the first time in his 2 lives, he could just take a walk like this. Before his rebirth, he had no opportunity to take care of himself. He lived under constant pressure, and it could rather be called not life, but existence. And now he finally felt so free. So he is very glad that he was able to be born in this world. Shin actually often reminisced about his past life, in which he was always with patients, in which he constantly performed operations and helped everyone who needed it. He also often recalled how he had to fall to the floor in the middle of the corridor to get at least a little rest from the constant pressure. Moreover, these thoughts came to him in his sleep, and this frightened him very much. So he woke up in a not very good mood. His mother immediately realized that it was just a dream that little Ren had, and he himself did not understand why he remembered all this. This is exactly how he was reborn in this world, and he is now definitely sure that he will no longer live like in his past life. After some time, they returned home, and you could see from their faces how happy they were. But now that he had finally taken a walk, Ren decided to ask his mother to teach him magic. She almost passed out when he told her about it. She was so happy to hear it. And of course she was ready to teach him, because she was actually just waiting for him to ask her about it. Ren could not get used to such an emotional reaction. In any case, he was very glad that now his life was exactly like this. The woman believed that since Ray himself asked her, she would teach him magic right now, so she showed him how to summon fire. Ray was clearly pleasantly surprised by what he saw. He really liked his mother's magic. This is really a completely different level for him now. The woman didn't really expect such a reaction from her son. She thought that he might be scared, but apparently he had been waiting for this for a very long time. Moreover, there was a feeling that he was not even interested in watching this, so she showed him once again that it was fire, but the reaction was not the most chic. Therefore, the woman decided that since this was not enough for him, she needed to use something else to surprise him. And at that moment, the guy was thinking about the fact that he had already actually used such magic. But first she asked him to sit down so they could continue. After which she began to talk about the fact that there is a certain ability for the battle of which they must use mana. Ray already knew all this very well, so he decided to ask his mother a question first, in which he wanted to know if it was possible to transform mana in another way. She thought about it, and Ray decided to add that perhaps she could show him how to do it using fire as an example. The woman explained to him that in the case of fire, they first collect mana and then burn it or use friction. Ray, listening to all this, at one point noticed that it wouldn't be easier to use one mana transformation instead of using 3, because it seemed to him that the mana would dissipate faster. But for the woman, this was actually quite a difficult question, and she didn't quite know how to answer it. Although she did add that if 3 events are grouped together, then they stabilize each other and everything works out. But she immediately said that purely theoretically, Ray's option is also not bad and can be used. The guy thought that perhaps this meant that in the completed state, more attributes could simply be added. And then when he tried to do this, what was his surprise when he created a huge beam of light? Ray was so happy that he finally managed to do it. He finally achieved the very result that he had been waiting for so long. His father immediately burst into the room, wanting to know what had happened, but the woman could not give him an answer to this question, because in fact, she herself did not fully understand what it was. After all, she didn't even have time to notice the moment when the guy used magic. It happened too quickly. Although she always thought that when a person uses magic, there is always a flow of mana that can be noticed, but in the case of her son, she did not notice it. Ray, in turn, thought that it was actually much easier to understand if you imagined it as an atom, and when combining it as a compound, you no longer needed to introduce mana. At this moment, his mother began to worry again, because she did not understand what was going on in her son's head, and how did he know all this? He realized that he had apparently concentrated too hard and turned back to his mother to find out what she wanted from him. She was just glad that he knew how to use magic. Moreover, it seemed to her that he was a genius. At this point, their first training session came to an end, and Ray's mother put him to bed. But as often happens, the boy couldn't fall asleep, and so tried to hear what his parents were talking about. Their conversation turned to the fact that they must do everything possible to ensure that the academy does not find out about their son. Ray was surprised that they were talking about him, but what's more interesting is that they were talking about the academy, which, if you believe their words, will definitely find out about Ray's abilities, since he believed that their son was a genius who is born every 100 or even 1,000 years. The guy didn't even imagine what kind of place this academy was, but he clearly understood that he could be dragged there, and apparently his parents didn't like this idea too much. And the easiest way to avoid getting there is to become much stronger. From the very beginning, he wanted to learn magic for fun, but he changed his mind and now wants to learn magic in order to become an order of magnitude stronger and in order to gain absolute power. Several years after that day, Ray once again woke up in his room, and the first thing he thought was that he was a hermit who spent most of his time in his room. He could not say for sure whether it was morning or evening. By this time, the boy was already 15 years old, and it seemed to him that it was time to step out of his comfort zone. Ray's experiments and research into increasing his magic level and his ingenious understanding of mana became the basis for his extremely rapid development. Due to the massive mana absorption, his hair turned light, and that was just the beginning. Before leaving, he decided to take a small sign and write on it that he could cure anyone, although he was not sure that he was talking about medical knowledge now. Also, before going out, he once again decided to use magic and practice a little to be sure that everything was really good. And he did it just great. So he decided that he needed to finish it and finally leave. After a short time of walking, he finally found what seemed to him a suitable place to stop. This activity embarrassed him a little, but he still began to shout that he could cure everyone who felt ill. He also added that they could bring him any patient, but they immediately told him to play the saint somewhere else, because it seemed to them that he was simply mocking sick people. The guy clearly didn't expect such an attitude towards himself, because he was actually speaking seriously. Although, on the other hand, he immediately realized that in fact he should have expected such things, and now he just needed to calm down and accept this fact. But by the evening, no one had approached him. People avoided him because they thought that he really was a deceiver. Ray began to understand that at the moment there was apparently nothing for him to do here, and it would be best to return home. But suddenly a man approached him who was not completely sure that Ray was really capable of healing people. It was a young girl who just wanted to know if he was really able to cure any patient. Ray was so glad that his first patient finally came to him, but he still had to tell the girl that first he needed to study the girl's problem, and only then he would be able to say whether he was able to cure her, which clearly angered the girl. After all, she expected a confident answer from him that he really was not able to cure, but he still needed to check something. After which, in her emotions, she still managed to say that a fool like him definitely couldn't heal people, so she wasn't surprised at all. Ray certainly didn't expect this. Looking at this girl, you definitely wouldn't think that she was capable of saying such things. But the guy didn't remain silent and answered her. Calling her Shorty, he told her that even though he looks like a schoolboy who is not capable of anything, but he can confidently say that there is no person he could not help, and she, according to him, makes the mistake of many when she judges his talents by his appearance. The girl, looking at him, really thought that he was too young, but for some reason she was also confident in him. After such thoughts, she agreed with him and asked for forgiveness. Then she decided to introduce herself. She was the only daughter of Viscount Gade, Hein von Ehrlich. She also immediately decided to ask him not to call her Shorty. After such an unexpected introduction, Ray immediately introduced himself and said that he did not mean that when he called her Shorty. In any case, the girl wanted to get down to business quickly, and as it turned out, the patient she was talking about was her father, Viscount Gade. According to the girl, his chest recently turned red and small lumps appeared. Moreover, all of this swelled up like balls. Based on the description, Ray assumed that it could be a malignant tumor, but of course he didn't risk telling the girl about it yet. The guy first decided to ask her to examine her father, and the only thing he could say was that this was an emergency, and every second counted. They immediately went to the castle to the man, and the only thing Ray can think about is that it is not too late. The butler immediately ran out to meet the young lady and tell her the news. The girl immediately realized that the news would be related to her father, so she wanted to immediately find out what was wrong with him. But she never expected to hear that his condition suddenly worsened, and unfortunately, he died. She didn't want to believe it, so she immediately jumped up and ran to his room to see for herself. When she ran into the room, she discovered her father lying unconscious and her mother nearby, who could not calm down. Ray immediately came after her, who understood the state the girl was in, but still asked her permission to examine the man. Ray put his hand to the man's body and weakly, but he felt life in his body. That's why he immediately shouted that the man could actually survive, and it was too early to talk about saying goodbye to him. Gain wanted to believe him, so through tears she began to ask the guy to do everything just to save her father. Ray turned to her with a smile and assured her that there was really no need to worry, and that he would do his best. Behind his back, other close people of Viscount Gade were discussing Ray, and they sincerely did not understand how the girl could bring someone unfamiliar into the house. But suddenly they had to shut up when this guy said that he could save the Viscount's life, although they thought that he was a simple swindler who came here to steal all the jewelry. In any case, no one was going to interfere with him, because they were all going to grab onto the last hope, which was this young guy. It seemed to them that this young guy was capable of performing a miracle. Ray himself at that moment carefully examined the wound, and at first he could not even imagine that it was so filled with pus. So first he decided that he needed to concentrate his mana and form a magical scalpel from it. But as soon as everyone else saw this, they immediately started yelling at him, because they sincerely did not understand what he was doing at all. Ray asked them to calm down, because he was just trying to cure him, but they didn't care about his words, because they thought that he couldn't treat the Viscount like that. The guy didn't argue with them, and immediately said that if they didn't trust him, then he could just leave everything and go away. Mother Gain intervened in their conversation and asked the security captain to just listen to this guy and give him a chance to help. Ray agreed with her completely, so he asked Mr. Captain to leave the door because he was interfering with his work. After which the guy continued to examine this tumor, and the first thing he noticed was that when he pierced this tumor, it was not blood that flowed from it, but pus. And then it dawned on him that it was not a tumor, but rather skin that had begun to die off due to the poison. Well, now that he understood what had really happened to Mr. Viscount, Ray was finally ready to begin helping the man stay alive a little longer. To begin with, Ray decided to get rid of the parts affected by pus, and fortunately, he was good at doing this. He then proceeded to the next stage of the operation, which involved making an incision on the side of the chest. And as soon as he got access to the lungs, he saw what he expected. His lungs, unfortunately, had already begun to decompose, and this meant that the disease was most likely very advanced. But on the other hand, the guy thought that this man was, in some sense, even lucky. The whole point was that the part with necrosis was not that big, and if he cut it out, the man would be able to recover quite easily. And after he finally managed to do it, the guy decided to stitch up the cut with mana. The butler, looking at what this boy whom Miss Gain brought was doing, could not say a word. His actions were wonderful. He could only think that this guy had a charisma that was rarely seen among his peers, and his movements were those of a true master. Ray, meanwhile, was gradually getting closer to finishing the operation, and so began to put in stitches. The butler was becoming more and more shocked, because the guy looked like a puppeteer who pulls the strings of his patient. That's why he decided to say out loud that this boy could still perform a miracle for them. Ray at this point had almost finished everything he wanted, and all he had left to do was restore blood circulation, and then all that was left was to hope for the man himself. In his past life, Ray would have used a defibrillator, but since he now wants a completely different life, he had to get out of the situation in a completely different way, and mana came to his aid, with the help of which he still managed to start this man's heart, and a smile appeared on the guy's face, and this could only mean that he still managed to save this man. He immediately informed everyone that the operation had been successful and the Viscount would live, which no one who was there expected to hear, so they stood in a stupor for some time. Ray didn't understand why they were looking at him and the man like that, but then he seemed to understand what was going on. They were most likely surprised by the fact that the man started bleeding from the mouth after the guy was able to restore the bleeding, but in fact this is normal, because he restored blood circulation in what was essentially a non-living body. But instead of gratitude, he again heard accusations from the captain of security, who again began to shout at the guy that he was an ordinary swindler and nothing more. Ray accepted these insults with a smile and offered to explain everything to them first, but they did not want to listen to all his excuses. But the guy still decided to tell them that the Viscount was still alive and everything was fine. They did not understand how he dared to continue saying such things. They sincerely did not understand where the Viscount was alive, because they saw in front of them only a bloody body. Ray was no longer so cheerful, but still tried to prove to them that in fact the Viscount was still alive, but they once again asked him to shut his mouth, because they believed that he had cut open the nobleman and was trying to prove to them that he was alive. Gain suddenly joined this dialogue and started talking about how she believed the guy, that he could really help her father. Ray didn't understand what was wrong with them, because he really was still alive. The girl was not going to listen to him and asked the guy to just look at the man. She thought that he had died, and all this because she brought the guy to her home. It seemed to her that if it weren't for him, then perhaps the Viscount would have been able to live a little longer. Ray really didn't understand why they were acting like this. Was it all because they had never seen an operation, so he tried again to convince them that he was really alive? But suddenly his words were interrupted by a sword, which quite suddenly appeared in front of his face, after which he heard the captain shouting in his direction and saying that the guy had managed to harm not only the Viscount, but also apparently wanted to deceive the young Miss Gain. This caused Ray disappointment, because he spent so much effort to save the Viscount, and they did not even thank him in response. Moreover, they pointed a sword at him. But Ray immediately decided to assure them that they were very mistaken when they decided to contact him, because he is not a fraudster and is ready to stand up for his words. Although Ray understood that if he remembered the norms of this world, then their reaction was actually normal. But even after that, he tried to explain to them that the treatment was successful and the Viscount would live, and all they need to do is wait and then they will see significant improvements. But for now, he decided to leave here. And before that, he immediately decided to warn them that it would be better for them not to stand in his way. Otherwise, they would greatly regret it. The captain did not listen to Ray and immediately called the guy arrogant, after which he tried to attack him. But Ray, with the help of just one magical technique, took control of the man's body. No one in the hall could believe that such a young guy could use the mana capture technique. But the captain was not going to stop there, so he immediately ordered his wards to seize the guy and punish him. Besides, he was sure that Ray couldn't block several people at the same time, so they had to act immediately. But how wrong he was. And a few seconds later, he realized this when Ray tied up all the other knights of the captain according to the same principle. Double-level magic at that age simply amazed everyone who was in the room at that moment. After which Ray let them go and said that this was the last warning and they better not touch him and let him go peacefully. The guy left the palace and realized that, in fact, it makes no difference how big the difference is in medicine, because these people go too far if they don't see immediate results. Moreover, they still treat him like a small child and nothing more, although sometimes they perceive him as a fraud, which sounds no less offensive. Nevertheless, Ray was glad that he managed to save his first patient in this world. But the worst news is that his medical skills were not enough here. And as soon as he entered the house, his thoughts were interrupted by his mother, who from the doorway wanted to ask the guy when she asked him to come home. Ray had completely forgotten about it, because he had to come home at 7 o'clock. And now he was punished for it, and he would sit at home under house arrest for 2 whole days. And this upset him even more, because wherever he was treated like a child. At this time, in the Viscount's castle, Father Gain finally came to his senses, as Ray said. Nobody expected this, and surprise was a normal reaction for his daughter and wife. The captain of the guard could not believe that the Viscount was really alive. It seemed to him that it was simply impossible. Gain immediately lowered her eyes, because she realized that apparently they still had not managed to recognize their main savior. The girl's mother immediately ordered the captain and his men to find the boy. She believed that they needed to thank him, because if they did not do this, then in the future they would lose the honor of the family. She also wanted them to ask the boy for forgiveness, because he tried for them, and they did this to him. The butler suddenly noticed that this whole story was quite interesting, because he didn't fully understand how such a small boy could cope with something like that. Therefore, after thinking a little, he suggested that perhaps this boy was a saint after all, which few people could believe. Each of them immediately thought that even if that was the case, they had never heard of a holy man using magic. But when they looked at the Viscount's peaceful face, it was clear that he had definitely given up the ghost. And therefore, taking into account all this, he wanted to find out from them if it was he who was a saint. Then who else was capable of helping such a patient? Holy people in this world were called those who were chosen by the gods themselves, and they possess enormous divine power. Also, according to legends, they are able to hear the voice of God, the so-called favorites of God, therefore they are God's confidants. But the girl's mother had never heard of a saint appearing in their city, so they began to assume that no one had heard of this guy yet, because even a first-class priest couldn't cure the Viscount's illness, so they were almost certain that he was a saint. The butler began to understand what the security commander had done. Now he was really guilty before this guy. Gainey's mother added that in reality they were all to blame, because they were all standing next to him and just watching it. So all they had to do was meet Ray and ask him for forgiveness. When suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by the Viscount, who had just regained his consciousness and immediately wanted to know what they were talking about. They were silent from shock, so he had to ask again, only in a more rude manner, and Gain said that in short, a saint came to them who was able to heal him. The man immediately realized that they had driven him away, so he immediately wanted to ask them why they were standing there and discussing their outrageous rudeness. His screams made him feel a little worse, so he calmed down a little and ordered them to connect everyone in this mansion, use all means. But he wanted them to find him. The next day, Ray had a new task. He had to restore a tree branch, and the first thing his mother did was wish him good luck. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't do it. His magic wasn't yet strong enough to do such things. All these failures led him to simply burn this branch with fire. Of course, he wasn't going to give up on this, so he took another branch and tried to restore it again. But to his great regret, failure awaited him here too, and he was unable to fix it. It made him angry that he couldn't do it, so his mother asked him not to be angry, because everything would definitely work out, and she would be happy to help him with it. After which she started telling him about how healing was a spell that mana used to increase the vitality of his target. All these things were quite difficult to understand. She decided to show how it works using this twig as an example. She asked him to imagine that he was using mana and literally creating a layer of force around this twig. Although he understood that this time she helped him a little, so he was not as happy as he would have liked. But the woman asked him not to be upset, and once again added that everything was not as difficult as it seemed to him. and therefore she was sure that he would succeed. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by some noise coming from the forest, and it was a deer that ran out quite unexpectedly and stopped right in front of them. They immediately noticed that this deer had injured its leg, and that was most likely why it was so scared. The woman was happy about this because she thought it was a great chance to try to heal with magic not only a tree branch, but a real deer. She thought it was just a great practical exercise, and the deer needed help anyway, and Ray actually agreed with her completely, because he thought the results would be much better than just training on a branch. But first he needed to somehow get closer to the deer, and looking at the expression on his mother's face, he realized that she was apparently enjoying this process. In any case, Ray will have to do it, and as soon as he tried to approach the deer, it immediately began to run away from him. Sensa immediately shouted to her son and said that he should catch up with this deer, which Ray clearly did not expect to hear. At one point he even thought about why he should do this at all. Although on the other side of the coin, he understood that he needed to save as many lives as possible, and this deer was one of them. But what is most important is that people in this world are in great need of knowledge of modern medicine. It's just very difficult to prove anything to them, because all this only adds to their uncertainty in their actions. Ray decided to do something a little different with this deer and tied him up with chains to stop him from running away. This deer seemed to Ray to be running too fast, despite his injured leg. Although this animal was very scared, Ray tried to calm him down and say that they would now try to patch him up. At one point, the guy wanted to do everything possible to heal this deer and help him. Apparently, this desire gave him additional strength, because a huge dome of mana was noticed around him. This sight amazed his mother, who could not even guess how this could happen. Meanwhile, Ray was not going to stop, and therefore, having gathered strength into his own hands, he was going to cure this deer and give him a chance at a normal life. But the effect was too unexpected and unfortunately sad, because the deer eventually died. Ray couldn't even imagine how the deer could die so suddenly, because they did everything to heal this animal. The guy was obviously upset, because he essentially became a doctor who couldn't save a patient. But right after that, he thought about what his mother told him, that he needed to use mana to increase his vitality. He wondered why he didn't understand how to heal living creatures, but he could use other magic. It seemed to him that the answer to this question was actually simple, because his mana path was a little different from other healers, and if he used his skills on people and tried to cure them, then most likely he would simply destroy them. So he decided that he would stay away from healing magic for now, because he couldn't just risk other people's lives like that. After such a not entirely successful training, Sensa and Ray returned home, where a small surprise was waiting for the guy in the form of a small steak, which could only appear on the table on some special holiday. But apparently they prepared this dinner party too early, because after they returned, the woman hinted to her husband that their son was not quite capable of healing, but she still considered him an incredibly sweet and capable boy. After which they began to sing some strange song, and Ray decided that he would never learn healing magic again. Meanwhile, in the Holy Empire of Gaia, the Pope of the Holy Empire thought that his mistress was calling him. He stood in front of a huge statue of a woman who ordered him to find her and to do it as soon as possible. She told him about the gray-haired constellation that came into their world. The army set out on the road the very next day, and each of them could not believe that another saint had appeared. They also discussed among themselves that the new saint was very young. But on the other hand, they understood that age did not matter at all, because he was chosen by the goddess anyway. In any case, they were happy that they would have another saint, and as far as they knew, this was the first time in history. 10 hours before the departure of the Holy Empire contingent, the Pope of the Holy Empire listened to the new assignment of his lord, who told him that he must find the gray-haired saint in the country known as Cilia. After thinking for a bit, he finally made up his mind and said that in this country there were actually a lot of gray-haired people, and therefore he would like to ask her for a few more hints that could make his search easier. In response to this, she told him that the new saint was not old, and therefore she wanted them to find him and bring him to the Holy Empire. The Pope of the Holy Empire realized that he would have to use the information he had, after which the man immediately called his son, who was just nearby. He ordered him to prepare a delegation with which they would go to Cilia. Ray was sitting in his room reading another book, when suddenly he was distracted by a question in which they wanted to know if he wanted to study the technique of the swords of courage. This question was asked by his father, who was sure that the more ways he knew to protect himself, the better. And if you think about it, he completely agreed with his father. Because in fact, compared to his past life, where he could get everything he wanted, in this world he has to fight for every apple. So he agreed with his father without any problems and said that he wouldn't mind learning to fight with a sword. They didn't wait long, and so they started right away. Father immediately noticed that Ray handled the sword quite well for the first time, which was quite surprising and unexpected for him. Ray was glad to hear this, although in fact this was far from the first time for him, because in his past life he had already engaged in such fights. And so at some point, he realized that since they were just exchanging blows at such a speed, then perhaps he could do something much more. But to do this, he needed to stop their fight. He needed to concentrate the mana inside himself. In this way, he believed that he could attack much stronger. But his father thought that the guy was already giving up. Ray immediately answered him that he definitely did not plan to give up. At the moment, he was just changing his strategy to become much stronger, and the man believed him without any doubts, because he saw how the guy used the aura of the sword. Even though his son started attacking him, the man was still very happy that his son could already use the sword aura at such a young age. But he still needed to come to his senses, because if things continued like this, he could clearly lose this fight. So he needed to show his son that things would not be so easy for him. Therefore, Ray essentially left him no choice, and the man also used his aura, which was clearly much stronger in appearance. And apparently she is, because just one swing of the sword while using aura knocked Ray off his feet, and he fell to the floor. The man immediately regretted his decision because he was afraid that he could hurt the guy, so their fight ended there. The local market was literally littered with people from the Intelligence Guild, so it didn't take long for people to realize that they were looking for someone. But even with such a number of people, they still couldn't find the one they really needed to find. And the main problem was that the only information they had was the guy's hair color and age, which clearly made their task more difficult. Moreover, they were irritated by the fact that they were being asked questions every day, which put incredible pressure on them and did not allow them to work normally. Their dialogue was interrupted by one of the guild employees, who first asked his colleagues if they had been able to find anything. But in response, he received only disappointment, because according to them, they are looking for a needle in a haystack and it would be much easier to find it. All they know from the description is that he is a 15-year-old gray-haired boy, and they clearly did not understand how they could find him knowing only this information. This clearly irritated the man, because listening to everything they said, he could only think that they were talking complete nonsense. That's why, at one point, he couldn't stand it anymore and started yelling at them because they hadn't found anything and still continued to do nothing. He only had to remember how loudly the Viscount had shouted that if anyone found out about how they had treated the saint, then a war would start, because the Holy Empire clearly would not tolerate such things. But he understood that he would clearly not be able to achieve anything by shouting. So he politely asked the guys to concentrate and be a little more attentive, because in fact they were ready to pay them any amount, if only they would find him. Suddenly he was interrupted by some guy who, upon hearing that he was offering any amount of money, realized that it was profitable for him to do this. So he said that he was ready to find anyone if they paid him well for it. Meanwhile, Ray's father once again asked his son for forgiveness. He believed that he had overdone it in the fight with his son, but Ray answered him with a smile that in fact everything was fine. At that very moment his mother ran out, who immediately realized that something was wrong with the guy, and she was right, because she saw that he had injured his hand. She diagnosed that the guy had a broken bone and immediately guessed that her man was to blame for this. Ray tried to prove to her that in fact everything was fine and asked his mother to simply cure it with magic. She started to reach for his hand to heal it, but the guy interrupted her and immediately said that he would like to try to do it himself. Ray concentrated on his aura and immediately cast a healing spell which created a huge dome above them. After a few seconds, he noticed that the wound had disappeared on its own, and the place where the wound was now looked just fine. The boy's parents were slightly surprised by this effect, because the woman had definitely told him last time that, unfortunately, nothing had worked out for Ray. The woman herself did not fully understand what was happening, because last time he had killed the deer with just one blow instead of healing it. Ray, listening to what his parents were talking about, realized that he would probably have to explain everything to them again. And he decided to start by telling his parents that he was not like all the other people, which caused clear signs of misunderstanding on their faces. But then their expressions immediately changed because they realized that at that moment they had to support him since the guy was saying that. So his mother decided to tell Ray that even if he brought home an orc's wife, they would still support him, because all they wanted was for him to be happy, which was too strange a statement for the guy. After all, what he actually wanted to tell them about was his mana vessels. Instead of using a circle to store mana inside his body, he uses an endless stream of pure mana naturally formed through the vessels. The woman realized that since mana was much stronger than purified mana, it was now obvious why Ray's magic was so strong. So when he casts a heal on someone who can't handle the flow of pure mana, he becomes a piece of not very good meat. After such a confession, the boy's parents immediately decided to tell him that they did not really want him to use their family's secret techniques. They thought that it could end badly. And if you think about it, the guy actually understood that his parents were right, because he can't use magic to save ordinary people, so he really should think about it if he was going to treat them in the future. But what he did know for sure was that he clearly needed to gain some surgical experience, and he decided to get drunk immediately. So he told his parents that he needed to take a walk and think about their conversation, but they still couldn't just let him go. So the woman once again asked him not to hang out with any strangers. She didn't take into account the fact that the boy was clearly not a child anymore. The two travelers were quite surprised to find that the village of Barlow was larger than they had thought. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by some man who decided to clarify something with the travelers and asked them to stop for a while. At that very moment, he approached them in order to show them a photograph of the boy he was looking for, and he wanted to know if they had seen him. According to the man's description, the guy had blonde hair and incredibly blue eyes, and therefore he considered him handsome. The travelers first decided to notice the fact that the man was actually a terrible drawer, which immediately angered the hunter because he simply asked them if they had seen him. They immediately asked him to calm down. They were just joking. Besides, they had not seen him. Ray happened to be passing by at that moment and noticed in his mind that it had become much livelier here than before. But he still didn't fully understand why so many people suddenly appeared here. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he heard the name Viscount. At this point, the man was already telling the travelers that he had been promised a lot of money if he found this guy, which is why he was looking for him so hard. And while he was telling about all this, his gaze suddenly fell on a guy who was walking not far from them. Ray, at this moment, continued to walk and think that perhaps the Viscount was looking for him, and he thought until his thoughts were interrupted by the cry of the hunter, who asked the guy to wait. Ray stopped without any problems, and a man immediately approached him and began to look him over from head to toe. After looking at this guy closer, he realized that white hair and blue eyes were exactly what he was looking for, so he immediately asked his assistant to inform the guild that they had found this guy. After which he turned to Ray again to tell him that there was no point in being afraid, because he was not some strange stranger. According to him, he was a member of the Information Guild. Although Ray wasn't particularly scared, and because of this he quickly agreed to go with them, which slightly surprised the hunter. He decided to ask the guy if his parents hadn't taught him not to go with strangers. Ray responded by immediately telling him that it sounded even stranger coming from a stranger. Besides, Ray understood perfectly well why the Viscount was looking for him, and he himself wanted to check how his first patient was feeling. After some time, they set off on a journey along which the hunter suddenly wanted to ask Ray one question, in which he was interested to know what he meant when he spoke about some patient. Was there really someone sick in Vikonstvo? Ray wasn't sure if he needed to talk about this, although on the other hand, he was actually very interested in finding out how things were going with the Viscount now and what they thought about the guy now. Instead of answering the hunter's questions, Ray simply smiled strangely, and the man at one point finally began to think, or had Ray always been this crazy? In any case, there was no time for talking, because they have already arrived at their destination. And almost all the servants met the guy, who were glad to see before them again that same holy man who saved their master Viscount. At first it surprised him. Then it made him laugh a little that they all thought he was a saint. At the table, Ray immediately tried to explain to them once again the fact that he was not actually the saint they were looking for. The Viscount did not understand how the guy could talk about himself like that, because he saved his life, and even more, he essentially saved his life. Besides, he believed that a person who blessed someone like the Viscount simply could not help but be a saint. Ray simply didn't know how to explain to him that this was actually just treatment, and not some kind of blessing. The Viscount's wife also believed that Ray simply could not deny that he had brought her husband back to life, and thus saved their family. And also to thank Mr. Ray came out Gaina, who was a little embarrassed because of what she said to Ray last time, but still she overcame herself and told him that she was very grateful to him for saving her father. Ray decided not to waste the moment, and therefore wanted to know if it was she who was wondering why she had called him here in the first place. As soon as the Viscount heard about this, he immediately began to yell at his daughter and tell her that in fact they raised her completely differently. After which he added that he had actually always taught her that she should be able to apologize for her mistakes, so he ordered her to immediately apologize to the master. But Ray immediately assured him that there was really no need for this, because he was just joking. After which the guy again thought about what was wrong with these people, because he had already told them that he was not really a saint. Suddenly he decided to ask the maid where the man who brought him here was, and according to the girl, the man was in a hurry, so he left in a hurry. 516. The same guy who brought Ray quickly left the castle and thought only about the fact that this boy really was a saint. He didn't even want to believe it. But on the other hand, he was filled with joy because he understood that this was actually incredibly valuable information that he had managed to find out. That's why he was in such a hurry, because he wanted to report this to the guild as soon as possible, which would obviously be happy to hear it. At that moment, Ray could only think and hope that nothing serious would happen. The Viscount interrupted his thoughts when he began to say that they had worked incredibly hard to make sure he liked the treats, and that was why he was so glad that Ray was satisfied in the end. The guy responded to this with a smile and told him that he didn't think he would ever be able to try anything as delicious again. The Viscount also did not forget to say how much he appreciated such a high assessment, but he still wanted to point out that Ray should not worry, because in the Holy Empire, he would eat like this every day, which Ray clearly did not want to hear. So he decided to ask the Viscount what he was talking about, and the man was quite surprised that the guy didn't know yet. The Viscount, with joy in his eyes, told Ray that they reported that the delegation from the Holy Empire was already here and ready to escort Ray back to the academy. After these words, Ray immediately stood up from his seat and literally began to scream in shock that someone was going to take him away somewhere. But the man assured the guy that before that, there were many rumors that the Pope of the Empire had received a revelation. But Ray didn't care about his dad and what revelations he received there. He only wanted to know why they needed him. The Holy Empire is a kingdom blessed by God, and in times of need he sends revelations to the saints. Ray was surprised that God even speaks directly to people, but the Viscount immediately corrected him and said that this was roughly speaking. In fact, he simply puts a mark and comes to someone in dreams. The man told the boy that he had heard stories that a ray of light followed someone who was a saint everywhere. Ray thought that the man was talking nonsense, because first of all he wanted to know what would happen to him, and the Viscount's answer was quite simple. According to him, the boy would simply go to the Holy Empire. And with this, he would like to congratulate Mr. Ray because he was incredibly lucky. But from Ray's face, one could not tell that he was so happy. After the guy came home, Ray's parents began to worry, because he came home and locked himself in his room and did not come out for a long time. But after thinking about it, they decided that he just needed to rest a little. Ray was lying on his bed at that moment, and could only think about how he had literally been set up with all these empires and revelations. He just wanted to live his second life in this world in peace, but now everyone will bother him again. In the Scylla fortress, meanwhile, two girls were discussing who had stopped at the sacred place of the Gaia Empire, and according to rumors, it was a girl, for the first time in history. One of them also heard that this saint received her blessing in her youth. One of the servants asked to enter Her Majesty's room in order to tell her that the celebration would soon begin, and this clearly did not please the girl because these celebrations are every day, and she is already tired of it all. The guy who came to her decided to ignore her words and very politely asked her to get ready because they needed to leave soon. The girl answered him that she already understood everything, and now she would like to know? Or did the guy manage to get information about the saint as she asked? This girl's name was Saint Iriel, who was from the sacred empire of Gaia, and according to her assistant on this matter, he brought her good news. The guy whispered a few words into the girl's ear, after which she immediately blossomed and began to smile, and thoughts appeared in her head that the guy had finally appeared, because he was the only one who could understand her at all. Ray, meanwhile, strained his brain to the maximum. He tried to come up with at least something, because he understood perfectly well that if the Holy Empire found him, then everything would be over. In his head there were thoughts that the second life, which was supposed to be calm, would become more difficult than the previous one, because in the case of the Empire, he would have to pray and worship a god he didn't even know, and for the rest of his life. Therefore, all these thoughts made him literally scream that it was simply impossible. But with all these problems, he completely forgot that there were parents standing behind him who did not understand what was going on and why their son was screaming so loudly. He turned to them and thought that maybe he should tell them everything, after which they could run away together. But on the other hand, he understood perfectly well that they really had nowhere to run. Because it was obvious that no matter how much he ran, the Holy Empire would look for him until the end, and his thoughts were interrupted by his mother, who noticed that the guy was behaving rather strangely and that he had been in this state since the previous day. So they would really like to know from him what happened. In response, Ray remained silent with a sad face because he did not know what to answer his parents. After which, at one point, he simply jumped up and started running away, shouting along the way that he would be back soon. They both understood that something was happening to their son, but it was very difficult to understand what it was. The guy who delivered Ray to the Viscounts, meanwhile, got to one of the guild members in order to tell him about Ray. According to him, the Holy Empire has been looking for this guy for a long time because they consider him a saint. He also did not forget to assure his interlocutor that he could actually trust him calmly, because he was the first person he told about this. The man he was talking to immediately stated that he had already sold this information to the Holy Empire, and all they had left to find out was where this saint was currently living, after which he suggested that the guy was being searched for on the outskirts of the city, and since the saint is from a lower class, then perhaps he is in this area, and this information gives them some advantage, because everyone will blindly search for the guy in the village, but they will start searching from really important places, and thus save their time. The hunter responded to all this by saying only that he would return as soon as the Holy Empire paid, but for now he had some things to do. But suddenly he stopped and thought about something, and a very interesting thought suddenly popped into his head. And as soon as his interlocutor asked what the guy was thinking about, he pointed his finger towards the forest in order to find out if they were even exploring it. At first, the man did not understand what the question was about, and decided that he had misheard. So he asked again if he had heard correctly. The hunter confirmed that he had asked specifically about the forest, after which he added that it seemed to him that this was simply an excellent place to hide the saint. But the man clearly didn't think so, because he only remembered who lived in that forest, after which he immediately decided that if there was a saint there, he would have died immediately, because those individuals who are there have always disliked outsiders, and this also applied to the saints. But the hunter asked not to forget that this forest is not so simple, and there is still an area in which there are no monsters that they both thought about. Ray, meanwhile, went out for a walk and tried to think of something, but nothing sensible came to his mind, and he didn't even imagine how he could avoid the hunt of the Holy Empire. Based on all his thoughts, he realized that in reality there was only one option left, and that was to run away. But the saddest thing is that if this is really the only option, then he will essentially have to be on the run for the rest of his life, and he clearly doesn't want that. He sat down on the first stone he noticed in the forest and decided that it would be a good idea to clear his head first, and only then solve all his problems. Suddenly, at one point, he had to jump up from the stone because he quite unexpectedly heard strange sounds on the other side of the forest. He immediately realized that someone was clearly approaching very quickly, and the first thing he thought about was the people of their Holy Empire. But the feeling of someone's presence evaporated too quickly, and Ray became even more wary because he couldn't even guess who was currently hunting him. This silence was interrupted by a strange voice that he heard from the depths of the forest. It was only one word. They called him a man and asked Ray to come closer to him. Ray couldn't believe that this sound was coming from a tree, but while he was trying to figure out what was going on, the tree kept talking, and this time it wanted to know what this little man was doing here. The guy suggested that perhaps it was the spirit of the forest who was trying to scare him, but he still tried to answer with a smile and therefore said that he was just resting here, which seemed to immediately provoke this tree because it immediately asked Ray to leave, because according to him, this is their territory. Ray agreed with him and said that he would definitely fulfill his request, but first he would really like to ask this forest spirit for 1 minute He promised that he would sit for a little while and then leave. But these words made the tree even more angry, and it once again ordered the guy to get ready and leave immediately. Ray was no longer afraid of absolutely anything. He was just tired of the fact that first the Holy Empire was pursuing him, then they started driving him out of the forest. He just didn't understand why they couldn't leave him alone. Therefore, he decided that he was not going to leave just like that. He decided to give an ultimatum to this tree, and therefore said that he would definitely leave if first this spirit showed him its face. Or he will simply remain sitting here because he absolutely does not care what happens to him next. The spirit of the forest did not follow the guy's lead and simply shouted at Ray again and told the guy that he had to leave right now. These words flew past Ray's ears because he became absolutely indifferent to everything the tree said, and he would be here until this forest spirit showed him his face. After which a spirit began to emerge from behind the tree, who suddenly spoke in a female voice, and she immediately told Ray that she had tried to warn him several times, but he himself refused to fulfill her request. In response to this, Ray once again stated that she had no right to drive him out of this forest without showing her face. These were the last words of the guy before that very spirit attacked him and tried to destroy him. Ray was able to react quickly and use his defensive magic to block the blow. The guy actually even suspected that this woman could attack him so suddenly. It was really very unexpected for him. And the only thing that saved him was that the guy activated his mana in advance. Otherwise, everything would have ended rather sadly. But his thoughts and pleasure were interrupted by the same female individual who attacked the guy. It was not just a woman, it was an elf. After her attack, she immediately realized that this was clearly not just a person in front of her because he was able to block her attack, and he did it incredibly easily, which she clearly did not expect. Ray started to smile because she was absolutely right. He was far from an ordinary person. And as soon as he confirmed this information, she jumped up and started screaming that then he had even less right to stay here. This attack was again incredibly unexpected for the guy, and he barely managed to use mana. But did he manage to block this attack? Their skirmish resulted in a loud explosion that was most likely heard throughout the entire area. But even after such an attack, Ray was completely fine, which clearly shocked the elf. She did not understand at all how this was possible, because she used a lot of her power to finish off the guy, and he seemed to not feel anything. Suddenly, she stood in front of him and said that she had changed her mind about him. With these words, she wanted to say that now he could stay in the forest. She would not touch him. Ray realized that his joke had already crossed all boundaries, and he told the girl that in fact it was not difficult for him, and he could leave. He just decided to joke with her a little. But apparently nothing will happen just like that, because the girl started talking about how they respect strong people, and this is the rule of the forest elves Grandel, and since he showed her his strength, she is ready to invite him to their village. Ray couldn't believe his ears. Was there really a real elven village in this forest? After which he thought that even though she attacked first, he still didn't think she was a bad elf, but he still doubted that he should really go with her. But after a little thought, he still agreed and said that he would go with her. But before that, he asked her to promise him that she would not attack him anymore. While they were walking to her village, the guy remembered that he had forgotten to even ask the girl's name. She immediately answered him that her name was Fia, and she was from the Grandel Forest tribe. Ray responded by noting that she had a rather beautiful and unusual name, something he had never heard before. But for some reason, these words caused an aggressive impulse in her. She almost pierced the guy with her gaze. After which she turned around and said that in fact it was an ugly name. Ray didn't know what to do in such cases, so he decided to just smile. In any case, he did not forget to introduce himself and say that his name was Ray. And while he was talking about this, the girl informed him that they had actually already arrived at their destination. And as soon as Ray raised his head to look at this village, his first impressions were simply amazing. And it was not in vain, because seeing such beauty in the middle of the forest would be quite unexpected for any person. Ray had actually been in this forest many times, but he had never gone so deep, so he never even thought that something like this could happen inside the forest. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted when he noticed that he was suddenly receiving too much attention from the locals, who realized that he was actually human. They weren't shy about asking questions in his presence about why Fia had brought the man here in the first place. Ray expected this kind of behavior from them, but he didn't think it would be so strong. Fia first met with Scylla, who wanted to know what this man was doing here, and Fia, without thinking twice, said that this guy seemed pretty good to her, so she decided to bring him here. Ray, meanwhile, was able to find a common language with the locals in a matter of seconds, who were also quite interested in taking a closer look at the boy. Silly, looking at him, told Fia that judging by his appearance, this guy wouldn't even be able to protect himself, let alone someone else. Fia responded by telling her that she actually thought the same thing until she tried to drive him away, but in the end she failed because he turned out to be much stronger than she thought. Seely, hearing that Fia's attacks didn't work, realized that this guy really wasn't as weak as he might have seemed at first glance, and Fia added that she tried to find out from him whether he was from a strong race, but now she doesn't think that's the case at all. In any case, Fia was now more interested in the affairs of Lady Ira. Silly replied that Mrs. Ira had not yet woken up, so it was quite difficult to say how she was doing. After which the girl remembered that the elder was looking for Fia, but could not find her, so he asked her to tell him to come to him when she returned. Fia decided that she would go to him right now, so she shouted to Ray and asked him to go with her. On the way, the guy noticed that he always thought that elves were wary of strangers, but with him, it seemed to him that they behaved completely differently. Fia turned to him and confirmed his guess, after which she asked him a rhetorical question, in which she wanted to know who brought him here, if not the elf. In any case, they had already approached the elder's house, and there was no time to chat. So Fia knocked on the door and told the elder that it was she with a new guest. A gorgeous woman came out of the door and immediately invited Fia to come into her house. But as soon as the elder saw Ray, her smile suddenly disappeared. After which, the first thing she wanted to know was whether this was a human child, to which Fia answered her that she brought him here because it seemed to her that he would be a good helper. But she was immediately interrupted by Ray, who immediately said that they had not talked to her about him acting as an assistant or anything like that. On this phrase, they entered the house, and the first thing after they sat down, Fia told the guy that if he became one of them, he would receive many advantages. Firstly, at any time he would be considered a friend of the elf. But Ray didn't even listen to her and told her again that he didn't need it, and he definitely wasn't going to change his mind. The elder interrupted their argument and turned to Fia to tell her something serious, because she was not looking for her just like that, and before telling her about it, she asked her to keep it a secret from the other elves. Fia immediately understood that everything was serious, so she said that she would do whatever the elder told her, after which the elder asked the human child to come out for a while so that they could talk a little. Ray wasn't entirely happy that they kicked him out whenever they wanted and called him back whenever they wanted. In any case, he understood that his life was quite unusual now. His life was full of ups and downs. The holy girl was very upset that her people were so lazy that they could not find just one boy. In response, they told her that they were actually trying very hard and doing everything to find him. She immediately interrupted them and said that she did not need their efforts. She needed results first and foremost. And since there were none, she could only draw one conclusion: that they were useless. They understood perfectly well where this was all heading, so they began to ask her to wait a little longer, and they would definitely find him. The girl looked at them and still agreed to their request, saying that she would give them one last chance, but she immediately made it clear to them that her patience was not limitless, just like God's. Fia couldn't believe what the elder told her, because according to the elder, Mrs. Ira was dying because of mana. But the elder immediately added that her breathing had evened out, and they didn't fully understand whether this was a sign that she had been cured or that she was on the verge of life and death. In any case, Fia was very scared to think that Lady Ira could die, because this would be a very big blow to their race. Ray calmly waited for Fia, and as soon as she came out, he immediately noticed that her mood had dropped very sharply, and apparently she clearly did not like what the elder had told her. The guy, looking at the elf's gaze, realized that apparently someone in this house was very seriously ill, which is why she was so upset, and this information was confirmed by Fia herself. Suddenly she realized that the guy was just eavesdropping, and this made her a little angry, so Ray had to immediately tell her that he didn't mean to eavesdrop, it just happened that way. But she quickly calmed down when she noticed that the guy was worried about them, although this was quite strange for her because he was a man, and they were elves. Ray agreed with her completely. They really were very different. But he still assured her that this did not mean that he was not worried about another creature. In the end, he himself decides who he should worry about, even if that creature was different from his species. After this conversation, They went together with Ray to the tent to drink some tea, and the girl could not take her eyes off the guy. And at one point, from such observation, her ears began to move, and she herself blushed very deeply, because of which at one point she had to immediately come to her senses, although she herself did not understand what was going on. But Ray did not dwell on this, because he just wanted to ask her one question, in which he would like to know if that elf era really dies. After all, if this is really so, then Ray suggested trying to heal her. Fia clearly didn't expect such a proposal from him, so with a surprised face she asked him again what he meant. Ray explained to her that it was actually simple. He always wanted to help sick people, regardless of what species they belonged to. Fia understood this perfectly well, but she didn't understand why the guy even decided that she could handle it. Ray responded by telling her that he couldn't actually guarantee that he could heal her, but he thought that this was a great opportunity for them to help this elf. Fia didn't like that he was so confident in himself, so she asked him to stop talking all this nonsense. Instead of answering her, the guy decided to show her what he was capable of, and for this he needed to use magic. Fia was very scared, and also immediately took out the sword with which she was already going to defend herself. But as it turned out later, there was nothing dangerous for her, because Ray created a blade from mana with which he pierced his leg. Even though it was incredibly painful, he was not against enduring this pain in order to prove to the elf that he was truly capable of healing their relative. Fia immediately started yelling at him because she didn't understand what was going on and why he was doing all this. But when he finished, she saw a very deep wound on his leg and could not even imagine what they would do with it and how to heal it. Ray's thoughts on the matter were clearly different from her fears, because he immediately used his healing ability and began to gradually heal his wound. A dome of mana immediately began to fly around them, which emanated from Ray, and not only was it amazing, it was also incredibly beautiful for Fia. While she was enjoying the mana eruption, Ray continued to heal his wound, which began to shrink a little with each passing second. Other elves also noticed that mana suddenly began to come out of the house, and they became very interested in finding out what was going on there. After a few minutes of this session, Ray finally finished and, as he expected, his wound literally immediately disappeared. For him, this result was expected, but Fia looked at all this with her mouth open for some time, because she could not understand what had just happened and how Ray managed to do this. But the guy interrupted her stupor with the words that if there was someone who could help that elf, then most likely it was him. After this show, Fia and Ray went to the elder, who immediately told them that unfortunately she could not allow them to do this. What Fia didn't understand, but the elder explained to her that everything was actually simple. It seemed to her that this would be considered a manifestation of great disrespect to Lady Era. Miss Ira is the object of universal adoration. So even if it is for a good purpose, it is not allowed to use untested methods on her. Fia thought that this was complete nonsense because they really had a chance to save her. But the elder did not want to hear anything because she had already made her decision and it was not up for discussion. After which they wanted to say something else, but the woman asked them to leave immediately, which clearly upset Fia and Ray. He was the most shocked of all. How can they love this elf so much and at the same time hate her so much? And what is the point in adoring her if she will still die in the end? After they left the elder, Fia immediately said that she was really sorry that nothing worked out for them. She also added that she was very sad because she thought that they finally had a chance, but apparently this is far from true. Ray listened to her and at one point decided to support her a little, so he began to ask her not to be upset because he believed that the situation could very well resolve itself. After which he would like to ask Fia if he can come here sometimes. Without thinking twice, she immediately told him that he could safely stay in the village, since it seemed he had already managed to gain the favor of other elves. Ray was very happy to hear this, but unfortunately it was time for him to go, which upset Faye a little. In this case, the girl simply could not detain him, and before leaving, Ray added to her that he would return tomorrow and she could not be upset about this. Her expression immediately changed and she told him that no one here was upset, and she also advised him to get lost quickly before she changed her mind. Ray realized that it was better not to joke with her, so he really started to leave, and in fact the elf mentally really wanted him to return sooner. But when Fia left, Ray decided to return to finish that unfinished business he had been talking about. He stood on a tree and looked at the place where that elf Agris was, and thought that he simply could not abandon the patient without trying all possible options. So he entered the elf's room without any doubts, and was quite surprised that it was much more spacious there than in other houses. Until the end, he thought that there would be an ordinary house inside, but this was far from the case. Moreover, when he began to walk along it further, his surprise grew more and more, because Ira's restroom was so beautiful. The elf herself was lying in the center of this room and was apparently sleeping, but even in this position, Ray noticed that she was very beautiful. At first, Ray didn't know how to approach her and examine her, because it seemed that in fact everything was fine with her and she was just sleeping. He immediately realized that he had simply fallen under the influence of her beauty, so he immediately began to hit himself on the head and ask him to come to his senses, because if he lost his composure, then it would be bad. First of all, he measured the pulse and breathing, which were normal. After the basic indicators, he decided to move on. Since he didn't have any tools with him to examine her body from the inside, he decided to use mana. After a few seconds, he discovered that in fact the girl's body was also fine, and so he began to think that the words about her being on the verge of life and death were just a joke or something like that. But he began to get irritated by the fact that he could not do anything for Ira and all this, because he still did not learn anything about the diseases of this world. Suddenly, his self-criticism was interrupted when he smelled a rather strange smell, which clearly came from the girl. He lifted her up, and as soon as he saw her back, he was immediately horrified, because he noticed bed sores there, which meant that the girl's soft tissues had died as a result of her constantly being in the same position. And the guy began to get even more angry because during all this time, not a single elf thought to check the body, and now again he noticed that all this was because of their vaunted adoration. But Ray couldn't really do anything in this situation. In his past life, he would have washed it all away and removed the dead tissue, but in this world, it wouldn't be so easy to do that. He raised his head and noticed a small lake nearby that could help him. The first thing he did was to make a small bowl out of leaves to collect water. And after the water was already in this container, Ray decided to use healing, because he understood that using healing magic directly is dangerous, so he will do it through water. It was the first time he did this. But in any case, he simply didn't have time to think of anything else, and he needed to start acting immediately. At that moment, the thought flashed through his head many times that Mr. Ira was the object of universal adoration. He also paused for a few seconds because he remembered the elder's words, who said that even if he had good intentions, she still would not want them to experiment, because she simply could not allow the mistress to die. Ray understood all the consequences, and what could happen to him for touching a holy being, but he simply could not leave a sick patient to die. He was driven by the thought that the elves, who had done nothing and abandoned her in such a state, had no right to object to him. After such thoughts, he immediately got to work and very carefully began to treat Mrs. Ira. This process took him quite a long time, because when he finally finished, he noticed that sunset had already arrived. But he was glad that he did at least something, and it was the best he could do for her. Of course, he wasn't particularly happy with the lady's condition, so he decided to leave her to rest for now and visit her tomorrow. In the Gaia Empire, the mistress's servants came running to her to tell her that they would soon receive news from the search party. According to them, they were searching throughout the kingdom, so it seemed to them that finding the boy was only a matter of time. In response, she chuckled and asked them if they even realized how many times she had already heard these words. She looked at them again and repeated that she hoped that they were already aware that she did not intend to tolerate this, and, listening to them, she got the impression that they were simply testing her. The poor servant did not want her mistress to think that way, so she immediately began to ask her for forgiveness. But she interrupted their whining and said that they could forget about this task, because she no longer intended to believe their words. The lady decided that the time had come for her to take matters into her own hands. Ray came to the elves the next day, but first he secretly went to see Lady Era to examine her. And the woman's condition pleased the guy, because her bed sores gradually began to heal, and according to the guy's calculations, all the wounds should heal by the end of next week. As time went on, Ray continued to sneak into Ira's house every day to secretly take care of her. First he washed her body with purified water, then he kneaded her stiff muscles. In his free time, he studied the books he found in the elven library. Every time he turned to her, he, unfortunately, did not receive an answer from the lady. But despite this, Ray continued to tell her about everything he saw around him, about what he saw on the road or what happened to Fia, even about the most insignificant little things that came to his mind. At this pace of life, a whole month flew by, during which Ray came to Mrs. Ira every day and helped her. And one day, Ray came to Ira in a great mood, because he wanted to tell her that Fia had a day off today, and they would go have a cup of tea together. But suddenly he stopped in his stories, because he noticed that the smell that he thought he had managed to remove was again flying around Mrs. Ira. He immediately ran up to her to examine her, and the first thing he noticed was that her breathing had become very heavy. And this was the first reason to act as quickly as possible. As much as Ray wanted to, he didn't even know how to help poor Mrs. Arnie, because he didn't think that everything could turn out exactly like this. Out of habit, he began to look around for a respirator that he would have put on a patient in a past life, but now he is in another world, and therefore, unfortunately, he does not have such an option. And the realization that the only thing he could do now was nothing simply killed the guy from the inside. After a few minutes, he started yelling at the girl and asking her to finally wake up, but she didn't react to this in any way. Ray tried to figure out what the problem was, but he didn't see any external damage, and there was no lethal poisoning as it seemed to him, which meant that her vital organs were functioning absolutely normally, and all this only complicated the situation, because he simply didn't understand what to do next. Although the guy was sure to the end that there must be a way to heal her, all that remained was to figure out how to do it. Suddenly, the thought came to his mind that he could actually use his healing skill, but one question remained. Would Ira be able to withstand the effects of his mana? There were too many questions in his head right now. On the one hand, he studied medicine so hard to save people, and now at this critical moment, he can't think of absolutely anything. And then it dawned on him that in such situations, the doctor must do everything that depends on him. So he began to accumulate mana in his hands, not being afraid that Ira might not be able to withstand it. Such treatment obviously could not remain unnoticed, and as soon as Ray applied it, a bright light immediately lit up from Ira's house. And most of the elves paid attention to this. They immediately understood that it was mana, because exactly the same thing happened last time. Ray asked Ira to just hold on and not give up, because he believes in her and wants her to be healthy. But for this she must endure a little, so he quickly used his healing ability. And as soon as Ray did this, Ira's body began to rise above the ground into the sky. It was like a small fluff. Her body was swirling with mana and very strong energy, which, if she could withstand, she would most likely be healthy. Fia was also among those elves who tried to understand what was happening with Iri's house. Suddenly it dawned on her that this was not the first time she had seen this light, but she still could not believe that it could really be Ray. So she immediately jumped up and ran to the house to test her theory. She ran and thought that most likely Ray had not given up the idea of curing Era, but then Fia simply did not understand when he managed to do this. But what angered her most was that even Ray was trying his best while her fellow elves were doing nothing. In any case, she burst into Lady Era's room without a doubt, and saw a not entirely pleasant picture in which Ray was using mana, and thereby trying to heal the lady. It was clear from the guy's expression that it was incredibly difficult for him to control it, but he still continued to try his best. Ray noticed that Eri was holding on with her last strength, but she was still holding on, so he continued to use his skill on her and understood that a little more, and he would be able to heal her. Fia didn't interfere with this process and just stood and watched as Ray used his magic and at the same time mentally prayed that everything would be fine. Her thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Eri herself, who, having received such a large charge of mana, was unable to contain it, and therefore released a large amount of energy, which threw Fia and Ray several meters away. Ray, lying on the floor, thought only about how everything would be okay with Eri, and how he would still be able to cure her. And apparently the guy still managed to achieve such a result, because after such a session, Eri finally opened her eyes. Ray was very happy about this, but suddenly his joy was interrupted by incredible pain inside him. The guy lost consciousness and found himself in a world unknown to him. It seemed to him that this dimension was very similar to water, warm water in which he felt incredibly comfortable. In this state, he wanted to rest a little more and just lie down and wait until his body was filled with energy. Suddenly, he began to hear the voice of Ira, who was talking to the elder, to whom Ira was repeating that this man would be under her protection, which was strange to hear for the elder, because she believed that this man was trying to do something unacceptable with her body. All these words made Ira even more angry, and she declared that she was not going to listen to such things anymore. After all, while they abandoned her for 20 years, This man decided to do everything possible, and in the end was still able to save her, and it was he who did it, and not those who literally idolized her. It was the man who sincerely pitied her. Ray understood what she was talking about, but on the other hand, he didn't pay attention to it at all, because at the moment, he was just enjoying her voice, because it was so beautiful. This state did not last long, because at one moment Ray woke up and screamed her name. He looked around and realized that it was just a dream, but so realistic. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when Ari addressed him because it seemed to her that he was calling her. He was very happy to see her completely okay. It even seemed to him that this was still a dream that could not end. She interrupted his surprise when she hugged him to thank him for saving her. And she was also eager to tell her that she had drawn the picture he found in the book out of boredom, and so it was no surprise to her that it was so funny. Ray felt so awkward that Ari had heard him the whole time and understood everything he said to her. She looked at him with a smile and happily confirmed this information. But the only thing she doesn't understand is why he's crying now, because she thought it was good. After all, she was infinitely grateful to him for taking care of her all this time, and if it weren't for him, she clearly wouldn't be sitting here now. After these words, she noted with a smile a rather interesting thing, which was that she still did not know his name. The guy was pleasantly surprised by her words, so he also told her with a smile that his name was Ray. Ari noted that his name was actually very nice and beautiful. It was evening that same day, and Ray stood by the window and watched the other elves walking around. This picture made him suggest to Ira to go for a walk as well, since she had already woken up, because he believed that the elves took great care of her. In response to this proposal, the girl noted that for the last 20 years they had occasionally visited her, but no one had really cared about her. And so she made it clear that her anger about this would definitely not go away in just one day. Ray understood her perfectly, so he decided to ask another question, in which he would like to know when she came to consciousness. Ari didn't quite understand what the guy meant, so she asked him to clarify what exactly he meant. The guy clarified that he was interested to know after what time she regained consciousness. But her answer surprised the guy a lot, because according to Ari, she was always conscious and never lost it. He was literally shocked, because if you believe her words, then she literally says that she was conscious from the moment she was struck by the disease. In other words, we can say that she lay without any opportunity to move and just waited. After realizing what the girl had to go through, Ray immediately wanted to support her, so he came closer and told her that she was a great girl for being able to survive this. These words made her cry because she never thought she would be able to return to normal life, but Ray came to her aid. But what is most offensive is that she has despised people all her life. As far back as she can remember, all the problems for the elves were caused by people who did not feel any regret. Until one day, Ray came to her, examined her, and said that everything was fine with her body, and moreover, she was not that old. This man said that he would cure her, and he also touched her so treacherously, so she was simply furious about it. But over time, she finally realized that in fact, he was a completely different person. Ray, in her opinion, did not want anything in return. Moreover, he gave her all his love and made so many efforts just to cure her, and this had never happened to her before. She remembered every monologue he had with her, even the most useless ones, when the guy talked about going to drink tea with Fia, which tasted absolutely tasteless to him. During each of his monologues, the girl listened to him attentively and wanted to answer so much, but unfortunately, she could not do it. So she answered him mentally and tried to predict what he would tell her next. And now she can talk to him, and it was just like a fairy tale for her. So she was incredibly grateful to him for everything he did for her, and for the fact that he never gave up under any circumstances. At this time, the Viscount stood in front of the Holy Lady, and with his head down said that he really did not know where the saint was now. She believed him after all, after which she apologized to him for such a late visit and said that they would leave. However, she immediately decided to tell him that if they had lied to her, then she asked them to keep in mind that the temple would make every effort to interrogate him. After which she picked up the map and began to think that if they searched the entire kingdom and could not find a single trace of this guy, then where could he be hiding? After thinking for a bit and looking at the map, she realized that the only place where the saint could hide without worrying about being found was the forest, into which she immediately moved with her army. Ray sat and tried to guess what kind of punishment he deserved from the villagers and what they would actually do to him. But Eri wanted to answer this question, and she immediately said that there would be no punishment because he is not their enemy, but their savior. And no one has the right to punish the savior. At least the girl herself was convinced of this. She also told the guy that if someone suddenly appeared who showed disrespect to Rei, then she would immediately appear nearby and explain everything clearly to this creature. Rei didn't doubt a single word this woman said, because he himself noticed that even though Ira had woken up, the other elves weren't in a hurry to come here. And the fact that they still haven't shown up can only mean one thing. They are afraid of the flow of mana that they saw when Rei was healing Era. The guy was almost sure that he could scare them away from him too. His thoughts were interrupted at one point by Ira, who noticed that the guy, while pouring his mana into her body, was holding her hand the whole time. And according to her, at first she was very scared, because she didn't know that there could be someone nearby who possessed mana that could affect her body. But when she felt his mana, she almost immediately realized that there were still good people left in the world. So she told him all this so that he would not get hung up on it and would just always be near her. Rei was very pleased to hear that she thought exactly that way, so he finally decided to ask her how old Ira was. The girl's face immediately changed and made him understand that this was actually a secret. But Rei apparently didn't understand that this topic needed to be put on hold immediately, so he continued talking about how it seemed to him that since she was an elf, she was about 200 years old. She remained silent, so it seemed to him that this figure was much higher, and therefore he assumed that the girl was about 500 years old. It was simply impossible to stop him, and he continued to guess different numbers, and at one point Ira could not resist and said that she was not as old as he thought. But she still didn't tell him how old she was. She decided to change the subject and take him a little aside, saying that she had never experienced such a feeling, and if she was not mistaken, then people call it happiness. Rei laughed with her and then called her weird for feeling happy when she was teased. But she was sure that this was definitely happiness, because according to her, this feeling was not familiar to her only because she had never been particularly interested in anything. Rei interrupted her at one point to find out how she thought now. Could she become happy? Ira, without much thought, told him that she would only be happy if Rei was with her. At that moment, the guy remembered that when he was treating Ira, he almost constantly felt that she was somehow inferior. This made him think that maybe he was the best doctor in his past life, but in this one he is just a helpless person who constantly hopes for a miracle. In any case, as an experienced doctor in a past life, he understood perfectly well that the most important thing in medicine is experience, and he must gain it in this world. And since the Holy Empire is now the most advanced in terms of medicine and its envoys are looking for him, then the guy really has only one choice. This is to become a saint and gain all the knowledge and experience of the Holy Empire to become the best healer in this world. In this case, he only regretted that he couldn't spend more time with Ira, but in this case, he simply couldn't do anything about it. How suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he heard some strange noise outside, and he and Iron turned around to see what was going on. They went out onto the balcony to see what was happening, and saw a huge number of elves. Rei suggested that Ira go down and try to help the others. They all told the elder that she deliberately hid the fact that Ira almost died. The elder, in response, once again asked them for forgiveness, and she assured them that she was truly very sorry, and she did not hide the fact that all this was only her fault. Rei noticed that they were no longer mincing their words, but he still felt that it was not worth interfering for now. At this point, Ira began to say that while she was bedridden, none of them even thought to visit her, and now they decided to stage such a riot. To her, their behavior was incredibly disgusting, and Rei noticed from her expression that she was clearly up to something. But before he could say a word to her, she immediately jumped from the balcony where they were standing together and flew down to talk to the elves. The first thing she did after she landed was order them to stop immediately and stop blaming the elder for anything. As soon as the other elves saw her, they immediately began to bow before her, thus showing respect, which Ira was clearly not too happy to see. So she told them that she simply couldn't listen to it anymore, and the first thing she wanted to know from each of them, or if any of them had bothered to come to her in order to find out how she was doing. This question made each of them shut up, because they understood that none of those present did so. Looking at their facial expressions, she asked them to look at themselves. According to her, not one of them even lifted a finger, and considering this, she did not understand why they suddenly attacked the elder. One of the elves in the front row tried to say something, But Ira didn't hear and asked him to repeat it since he had something to say. He plucked up his courage and said that if the elder had told them about everything, they would have definitely come to her. But he was sure that it was Ira who asked the elder to hide all this. The elder immediately entered into a dialogue because she believed that this elf was talking complete nonsense. Ray immediately realized that this guy had actually said all this in vain. And he was absolutely right, because as soon as he said this, Ira's face immediately changed, and it became clear that he had allowed himself to say too much. Mana immediately began to gather around her, and this was clearly not good for the local residents. Each of the elves present in this place began to receive a mana blow from Era, after which she told them that they were all just ungrateful little creatures who had clearly crossed the line. But still she decided to leave them alone. But before that she told them that if they all think that it is her fault, then she will simply leave the forest, as they want. These words made each of them kneel down again and began to beg her to stay with them. Ray, at that moment, was thinking that if he was not mistaken, then the departure of the leader from the elven settlement meant that they were becoming absolutely defenseless. So he was very interested to know if Ira was really going to do this. She went into her home and was very angry because she did not understand what kind of relationship they had with her. How could they not respect the high elf as an authority? Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by Ray, who came to her to find out if she was really going to leave. She didn't even think twice before saying that she actually liked this option much more, because otherwise she would constantly see their constant whining. In addition, she did not forget to tell Ray that she had not been particularly noticed before, and after her illness, she was completely forgotten. In this case, Ray had another question. He became interested in knowing where she would go if she left the village. In response to this, the girl told him that there was actually one place where she would like to go. But before she could tell about this place, tears suddenly began to roll down her face, because she had only been looking after these elves for 20 years, but it had already exhausted her so much. Ray decided to use these words for his new joke, in which he again suggested that Ira was about 1,000 years old, to which she again reacted rather strangely. But their dialogue was interrupted again when they heard the cries of the locals, who were begging Ira to appear before them again so that they could ask her forgiveness. Ray guessed that she had probably made the decision in a fit of anger. But she told him that elves by nature do not know how to lie, and she really thought about leaving, which upset Ray. So he tried to explain to her that just because they hurt her a lot, it doesn't mean they don't need her. Ira herself agreed with this. She understood that she was really needed by these people, and these words made Ray even happier. But before going out to the elves again, she would like to know something else from him, and this question was whether he would like to stay here with her. Ray clearly wasn't expecting to hear this question, so he couldn't answer it right away. Ari decided to continue, and said that in that case, she thought they would have a lot more fun. But still, the guy came to his senses, and sadly told her that in fact, no matter how much he wanted to, but unfortunately, he couldn't do it, and Ari immediately wanted to know the reason. Ray decided not to hide it from her and told her that he needed to go to the Holy Empire. Ari clearly didn't expect such an answer, but that wasn't all. Ray told her that the Holy Empire was actually looking for him. According to him, the Holy Empire considers him a saint or something, and they claim that he was tasked to fulfill his prophecy. Irie didn't know that he had a prophecy from God himself that he was a saint, but she immediately noticed an interesting fact that he uses magic, not divine powers. Ray didn't exactly know the answers to her questions. The only thing they explained to him was that he supposedly wasn't baptized or something like that. Ira couldn't believe that Ray was a saint without divine power, although she knew perfectly well that there was a huge difference between a saint and an ordinary person. Now she would like to know if he used magic when he treated her. And according to Ray, he used healing. He himself is not entirely sure what it really is. Besides, he initially did not intend to use it. But the situation turned out to be urgent, so he simply had no other choice. At that moment, Ira was thinking that for some reason the disease only affected her ability to use mana, but did not touch her consciousness, like a curse. And Ray claims that he used healing to treat her, which is only the first circle of basic magic. And if you believe the guy's words, then all this already demonstrates how amazing his magic is. In addition to everything, he also says that he is a saint without divine powers. So, looking at him, she couldn't help but think that he would most likely become one of the most incredible saints in history. In any case, now she wanted to tell him that she felt incredibly sorry for herself because she couldn't decide whether to stay or leave the village. In any case, she would hardly have received an answer to this question, so she told Ray that it was time for them to go. And as soon as she left her house, all the elves bowed before her again. And in response to all this, did she want to know, or was this all they could say in their defense? They immediately began to talk about how they had been incredibly rude, and were now asking her forgiveness for taking her protection for granted. But now, according to them, they deeply regret their behavior, and all they can do is ask her forgiveness again, and also remain merciful to their people. In this case, Ira decided to give up her intentions to leave the village. She also said that she understood why they were angry at the elder, but Ira also wanted to point out the fact that she did not wish them any harm, because she was simply afraid that people might find out about it, and then they would all be in danger. However, she still believed that this in no way negated their guilt. And since both sides are to blame, she believes that it is worth calmly discussing everything and sorting out the situation. And if there is no elder, then there will be no one left who could look after the village. All the elves completely agreed with her and said that they understood her. After this, Ira informed them that since she was no longer angry with them, she would very much like to throw a feast in honor of their savior, and pointed to Ray, who was clearly not prepared for such a turn of events. The warriors of the Holy Army, meanwhile, had already gone too deep into the forest, where not entirely pleasant news awaited them, because they met a huge forest monster, which began to destroy the warriors one after another. But their mistress still had no intention of stopping. Moreover, she ordered them not to stop, and to continue moving only forward, because they needed to make a way in any case. Although she still didn't mind helping with her strength so that they could get through this area before the end of the day. After some time, Lady Iriel was approached by her servant, who wanted to inform the woman that they would not be able to reach the elven village until the end of the day. She took this information quite calmly, because in fact she herself understood that their reconnaissance detachment was not that big, but she still wanted to know why they were moving for so long. According to her assistant, there are many monsters in this area that they have had some trouble with. However, they believe that their progress is quite fast. But she, in turn, believed that she alone would have gotten there much faster than them. With these words, she clearly offended her people, but they asked her for forgiveness for doing their job so poorly. In any case, she thought that all this talk was useless, so she ordered them to get ready, because they were moving out right now. At that moment, Ray couldn't take his eyes off what the elves had prepared for him. It looked simply wonderful. At the moment when he was trying to look around, Fia came up to him, who immediately told the guy that she was very glad to see him and offered to go to this holiday together, especially since she was sure that everyone around was already waiting. Ray still didn't dare go there because he actually thought that everything would be a little more modest, but they were clearly going wild. Fia thought that the size of their celebration was completely normal, because one shouldn't forget that Ray was, after all, the savior of their village. But then she remembered that she had a couple of unfinished business, so unfortunately she wouldn't be able to come, but she was sure that the guy himself would be able to have a great time. Ray was a little upset that Fia was leaving, so he immediately wanted to know where she was going. In response to this, the elf told him that on such festive days the village clearly relaxes its vigilance, so she wished him to enjoy this holiday to the fullest, and it was time for her to leave. But the guy decided that he couldn't just let her go, so he shouted at her and suggested that they go somewhere together that evening and eat something tasty. The elf's reaction was very strange. She immediately ran up to the guy and started shaking him because she didn't believe that he was telling her seriously. The whole point was that she was being invited somewhere for the first time, and therefore she didn't fully know how best to react to it. Ray understood this reaction perfectly well, because he only needed to remember that she had lived in the depths of the forest all this time and hardly understood what a date was. After such a scene, she also unexpectedly left him and started running away, saying that he had better keep his promise and that she would definitely come. Then Ray went to the celebration that was in his honor, and as soon as he arrived there, he was immediately surrounded by elves who wanted him to sit with them. He did not refuse and sat down with them at the table, where he received special attention. They treated him to various delicacies and wanted him to like everything. Although Ray was incredibly grateful to them for such kindness, it still tired him out too much. So he decided to go to his old friend Ira, who first of all wanted to know what the hero of this evening was doing here. Ray honestly admitted to her that he was a little tired and he simply couldn't find another place to rest, so he came to her. She didn't mind if he stayed here and rested a little, because the guy had always been pleasant company for her. But when he came closer to her, he suddenly felt some very strange smell that was coming from her. After sniffing a little longer, he realized that most likely it was the scent of dayhair flowers. Ira confirmed this information and said that this is her own way of celebrating this special day. Ray, while taking a sip of tea, suddenly decided to ask her why she didn't go down to her elves. In response to this, she said that she clearly did not expect that he would raise such a serious topic over tea. Ray immediately added that it was so difficult for her to talk about it that she could simply not answer him. But she believed that she could actually not hide such information from him, but she just didn't know where to start her story. Therefore, she began by saying that high elves are born already having a certain position and are by nature considered more majestic creatures compared to ordinary elves. Therefore, regardless of their age, high elves become objects of adoration for other elves. However, one elf had a conflict with a young high elf, and so she decided to leave the village. And having told all this, Ira assumed that Ray already knew what happened next after this situation. Ray mentally understood what was going on, and to prevent something like this from happening, she locked herself here. Ira wanted to continue telling her story when suddenly she was interrupted by some noise. She stood up from her chair and said that something had happened on the outskirts of the village, and apparently something serious. After listening for a while, she definitely decided that they had uninvited guests. At first, Ray didn't understand what was going on, until an idea came to him that horrified the guy. Fia stood at the edge of the village and didn't fully understand what people were doing here. And not just people, but a whole army of soldiers who clearly did not come here by chance. Ariel interrupted his thoughts, saying that they did not come here to fight according to her, they were only here to see the saint. Fia immediately answered her that there was no saint here, so she immediately asked them to return to where they came from. Instead of listening to Fia, Ariel began to approach her closer and closer, repeating that she would really like to talk to her and just ask if she had seen a white-haired boy nearby. It was clear from her gaze who she was thinking about, and Ariel saw it. And so she smiled, saying that now everything was clear to her, and apparently the elf who stood in front of her really saw him. Fia, at that very moment, began to say that in fact she does not know who this saint is, but then Ariel wanted to know, or does she know where this white-haired boy is now? The elf didn't know what to answer in such a case, so she remained silent. But Ariel continued to speak and remind her that they did not come here to fight, but only to accompany the saint to the empire. She was also ready to promise that they would leave as soon as they finished all their business, and if she helped them, they would thank her very generously. But as soon as she finished speaking, it became clear from the elf's look that she was clearly hostile, and Ariel didn't particularly like the fact that bloodshed was inevitable. So she decided to offer her one last time to give them that man, and then everything would end peacefully and no one would suffer. Fia responded by saying that this white-haired guy had saved them all, and that all of her fellow tribesmen would be only too happy to join her in his defense. Ariel calmly answered her that if the elf stood in their way now, then a holy war could easily start, and that is why she wanted to know? Or did she really want this? Now it finally dawned on Fia that these people were from the Holy Empire, and that changed things completely. But she definitely wasn't going to retreat. So she took out her sword and thus once again showed them that she would stand her ground to the end. Ariel asked her to think again because a lot depended on her answer. Fia was confident in what she was doing, and she also believed that this was exactly why they came here. Without thinking twice, Ariel sent her warriors forward to clear the way for her. Fia was fully prepared for battle, so she used all her skills to defeat these soldiers. Her speed was incredibly fast for this bunch of soldiers, so she was able to slit their throats without much trouble. In this way, she destroyed one soldier after another, slowly getting closer to the main enemy, which was clearly Ariel. At that moment, the lady carefully observed the energy of this elf, and at first she thought that Fia was indeed a strong opponent. But she couldn't even imagine it to such an extent, because this elf possessed a beginner level of aura blade, which was quite unusual and rare in their time. Although no matter how hard she tried, and no matter how many enemies Fia destroyed, her charges prayed with all their might. And this divine power gave them special protection from enemies. It literally healed those who died in battle and gave them a second chance so that they could correct their mistakes. But Fia is not a simple elf either. She quickly figured out what was going on, so she began to attack those who were helping to restore the soldiers. Therefore, the Holy Army decided that the best solution in this case would be to close ranks, because the enemy turned out to be too fast for them. But before they could do this, Fia appeared out of nowhere again and launched attack after attack. She tried to do it even faster, but as soon as she destroyed one, the second immediately used his healing technique and revived his dead comrade. At some point, she realized that there were actually too many of them, and thanks to the healing magic, they simply did not die. And if everything continued like this, then she suspected that they would easily break through, and then it would not be easy for her to contain them. And thinking about this, she came to the conclusion that she really only had one option left, and that was to destroy their mistress, who at that moment was calmly watching everything that was happening. But apparently her attack was too predictable, and Lady Iriel blocked her blow too easily. After which Iriel added with a smile that this is precisely where their difference in strength lies. And then she dealt a pretty strong blow to Fai, after which she flew back several meters. But Fia was not going to give up, even after such a strong blow, and so she began to get up. But this only angered Iriel even more. Fia made it clear to them that they would not just pass through, at least not while she was alive. Iriel praised her for such persistence. This is very good. But she still gave her some advice, saying that there really was no point in being so stubborn, because they just needed to hand over the saint, and then none of them would get hurt. Fia decided to repeat once again for those who are particularly slow-witted that they will never get it. Ray and Eri, meanwhile, were rushing to help Fia. They ran with all their might, but even so, they were not sure that they would be able to make it in time. Irie at one point stated that they still had a little time left because she felt their energy more and more clearly. Ray understood from Eri's words that there were a lot of people there, but he could not fully believe that they brought an entire army with them. But when they finally arrived at the place, they found Fia standing in the center, surrounded by soldiers of the Holy Empire. The elf was covered in blood, so at first glance it seemed that she was not feeling her best. Ray immediately started running through these soldiers towards her and shouting to her along the way. The army of warriors immediately noticed the gray hair, and this made them understand that this was the same holy boy they had come here for, after which they all knelt before him and began to say that they had come here only for his sake. Next, Iriel Belize approached him, introduced herself, and immediately wanted to ask forgiveness for her appearance, because during their fight, her clothes had gotten slightly dirty. Ray looked at them silently, and his face showed what he thought of them. But he also couldn't help but notice that Ira was starting to get closer to the saint, and he tried with all his might to stop her. But it wasn't that easy to do. Ira intervened in this dialogue and decided to warn them that if they did not want to die, then they better not stand in her way. Fia was conscious when they approached her, but her condition was not the best. She repeated to herself that she needed to stop them, otherwise there would be trouble. She repeated this until one moment she lost consciousness and began to fall. Ray immediately noticed that she was covered in blood, and besides, her shoulder was dislocated. Considering all these wounds, he couldn't even imagine how she had managed to stay alone all this time. The first thing he decided to do was to set her bone, warning her that it would be very painful, but that this was the only method now. While he was doing this, Iriel approached him again, offering to go with Ray to the fortress. According to her, people were waiting for his return. Ray continued to ignore her and helped Fia stabilize. But even in this case, Iriel did not stop and continued to talk to him. She began to tell him that since he was chosen by God himself to perform the act, it was high time for him to begin his duties. The guy, hearing this, was immediately very surprised and asked her again what she had just told him. She was glad that he finally started listening to her, so she confirmed what she had just said and added that this was the only meaning of his election by God himself. According to her, the whole point is in his intention to choose people who perform real miracles. But these words made Ray even more angry, because he believed that their actions could not be justified by some higher purpose. Iriel did not understand why they were having such a show. Besides, according to her, she asked politely from the very beginning, but the elf began to be stubborn. But even in this case, they tried to resolve everything peacefully. They even warned in advance that they would use force, but she still refused. In addition, the saint noticed one very important detail, which was that Fia did not die. Ray could not believe that they really thought that invading their territory and using force to take him away was completely justified. Iriel looked at him with a calm gaze, and at one point said that in fact it was simply necessary, so they did it. Ray was surprised that they decided that they would come like this and he would just agree and go with them. In response to this, Ariel told him that she would really not like to use force against a person like him. At this point, Ira intervened in this conversation to say that she couldn't even believe that she had not only invaded someone else's territory, but that she was also threatening their savior. So now Ira would really like to check what this impudent woman is really capable of? Ariel immediately warned her that it would be quite difficult to counter with a force that would even slightly resemble the power of the Holy Empire. Then Ira suggested that she see for herself whether she was bluffing or perhaps telling the truth. These words immediately made the saint's subordinates very angry, so they immediately attacked her. But what was their surprise when their swords during this attack literally began to crumble into small pieces, after which Ira once again asked her to take a risk and do something and not just stand there. The warriors of the Holy Empire immediately began to beg for forgiveness, because her energy was simply terrifyingly strong, so much so that they simply could not withstand her onslaught. Ira, looking at them, suddenly said that it was quite funny for her to watch their strength, because if this was their much-vaunted strength, then she was not at all sure that with its help, they would be able to achieve anything. Ariel didn't know what to answer to this, so she said that these gentlemen simply lacked faith in the Lord, which is why they surrendered so quickly. Ira found it funny to listen to Ariel, because she thinks that her abilities were given to her by God. She believed that in this way, they simply limit themselves to what they call God. These words immediately angered Ariel, so she went on the attack with words about how Era talks too much and it's time to teach her some manners. But her attack ended before it even began, because Era only needed one spell to bind Ariel in a magical vice. After such a reception, Ira would like to ask her opponent what it feels like to have the power of the Holy Empire stopped by an ordinary elf. Ariel didn't understand why she couldn't just break free from this hold, but even in this situation, she continued to prove that this wasn't all the power of the Holy Empire, after which she immediately promised that he would do everything to take the saint with him, even if he had to cut him into pieces. But suddenly fear filled her body, and the next thing she heard was Ira's voice, who ordered her to shut her filthy mouth and never say anything like that again. She went on to add that while she still saw him as just a piece of meat, she couldn't even begin to imagine how important he was to her and all the other elves. But the most important thing she must understand is that if Ira wanted to, she could easily wipe their entire race from the earth. A little more and Era would have simply destroyed Ariel and her entire army, but fortunately for them, at that moment Ray intervened, who stopped her and told her that in fact he himself was going to go to the Holy Empire. Ariel was very happy to hear such things and already began to smile that everything would go much easier than she thought. But Ray said that everything would not be as simple as she might have thought, because he had several conditions that she had to fulfill before that. The first condition, Ray declared that he would not be a saint just for God's sake. According to him, he was going to become a saint because he himself wanted to. And if he wanted, he could also stop being one. Ariel didn't want to believe that the guy was really telling her such things, because it was simply impossible to stop being a saint. But Ray continued to ignore Ariel's words and continued to list all of his conditions, the second of which was that if something like this happened again, he didn't know yet what he would do about it. She didn't understand what it meant and wanted to clarify why he didn't know. Ray explained that in fact in this case everything is simple. He does not know, because at that moment he will decide. Perhaps he will leave the Holy Empire and become a saint in an enemy country or something else. He has not decided yet. But in any case, they should understand that such an option is quite likely. At that moment, Ariel was thinking that in this case, he would essentially be a saint who betrayed God. Although on the other hand, she still believed that in this case everything would be fine. Because if he betrayed God, then he would lose all his powers. In any case, she wanted to know the full list of his conditions before they set off and asked if there was anything else and received a confident answer. Condition number 3 was that she would have to give him access to all the libraries of the Holy Empire. This condition even pleased Ariel, because completing this task would actually be incredibly easy for her. Ray cut her joy short when he continued to name his conditions, and next was condition number 4, the gist of which was that he would like to receive compensation for his work. He meant clothes, food, housing, all those basic things that everyone needs. At first, Ariel didn't believe that the guy was seriously thinking about such things. Ray responded by assuring her that he was, in fact, always serious when it came to money. After these words, Ariel's ward suddenly shouted and suggested that she give up all this. because they believed that the position of a saint was not a reason to accept such outrageous conditions. They were sure that God had made a mistake this time when choosing a saint, because none of his people would want to be paid. Just one look from Ariel was enough to shut their mouths and make them beg her for forgiveness. In any case, Ariel answered Ray that of all the conditions mentioned above, with the exception of the first, they could accept absolutely everything. Ray shrugged his hands and smiled when he heard these words, because the point was that the first condition was actually the most important, after which he added that he was not finished yet, and in fact he had one more condition, in which Ariel would have to ask Fia for forgiveness. And according to the guy, she must do this sincerely, otherwise he will consider that Ariel did not fulfill this condition. After he listed all the conditions, Ray asked Ira to let her go so that she could think about his words. Now the most difficult condition for Ariel was an apology. She simply could not do it. At least it was very difficult for her. Therefore, she asked that her position as a saint fulfilling the will of God be taken into account. Ray was willing to take her position and all that into account, but first he would like her to take the elves' position into account. Ariel had to say that she really had no other choice and was obliged to accompany him, and he, in turn, rejected all their requests. After these words, Ray wanted to clarify once again whether he understood correctly that she simply could not apologize. Ariel confirmed this information without any doubt and said that this is exactly how it is. According to her, she can apologize if it is only her personal apology, but the responsibility they bear is very heavy, and every word she says can bring God's wrath. Ray didn't argue with her or ask for anything. He decided to just send her to God so that she could ask him to find them some other saint. Ariel clearly didn't expect such an answer, and it was evident from her expression. Ray, meanwhile, asked Ira to leave, especially since they needed to take care of Fia, with which she completely agreed. But apparently Ariel clearly did not agree with this, and immediately asked them to stop. She started telling Ray that she could arrange everything else for him and all the conditions would be met, so she would like him to take another look at the offer. Ray immediately turned to her and made it clear that he needed her to simply apologize for her actions and nothing more. Ariel didn't want to do it so much that at some point she just started crying. So Ray decided that they were leaving right now, and he would not go to any holy empire. On the way back to the elf village, Era decided to ask the guy if he was really doing the right thing, because in fact, it was not too late to go back, and he only needed to say that he would go with them, and they would happily accept him back. Ray immediately assured her that he really didn't regret it at all, because he believed that if they couldn't apologize after what they did, then he probably shouldn't follow them. Ira, listening to him, decided to ask Ray why she was going so far for the sake of a foreign race. But Ray told her that the answer to that question was actually quite simple, because he was doing what he wanted to do. And this made Ira ask him another question, in which she became interested in finding out what the guy really wants. To which Ray also responded quite simply, he just wanted a happy life, and given this, it seemed to Ira that this was actually another reason to become a saint. Ray answered her that it would be nice, in fact. But on the other hand, he believed that getting irritated over trifles and helping the sick or wounded was also, as it seemed to him, a good and happy life. Besides, he was sure that he was not at all afraid of being happy in a small place. All Ira Ray could say after that was that the guy was pretty unusual. At that moment, Ariel just stood there and tried to understand what she had done wrong in this life, and why everything turned out exactly this way. At that moment, her subordinates approached her again, and with complete confidence began to tell her that they believed that some kind of mistake had occurred, because they were almost certain that a person like Ray simply could not be a saint. But she believed that this was definitely not a mistake, after which she began to take off her armor, which her charges clearly did not understand. She didn't explain anything to them. All she told them was to immediately return back to the Empire because she was going to go to the elven village alone. 2 guards stood on the elven border and said that at the moment they were very worried about Fia, because when she was brought to the village, it was clear that she was quite seriously injured. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted when they saw in the distance a woman who was confidently walking towards them. They immediately realized that it was a person, so they ordered her to stop immediately and under no circumstances to come closer. It was Ariel who first raised her hands and said that she was definitely not here to fight them. According to her, she came to visit the saint who lives in their village. Both elves looked at each other because they did not understand who they were really talking about and who this saint was. In any case, Even if she was telling the truth, they immediately told her that they could not let a person into their village, so she had better leave, because if she continued to approach, they would regard it as an attack. In that case, she would very much like to ask one of them to tell the saint that she will wait for him here. One of the elves immediately refused her and said that they could not simply fulfill her request, so he asked her to return to where she came from. But Iriel was quite persistent today, and therefore asked their permission to stay at least here and just wait until the saint visited her. She was also ready to give her word that she would not harm them in any way. After thinking for a bit, the elves still allowed her to do this, but immediately warned her that one sudden movement and they would immediately take retaliatory measures. Iriel immediately told them that she was incredibly grateful to them, and also immediately stated that she would under no circumstances approach them, so there was no need to worry. After that, she moved back a little, and the elves began to talk among themselves about the fact that perhaps the saint the woman was talking about was Rei. In any case, they decided that they had better tell Rei about it, because this woman clearly was not going to back down and even sat down to pray nearby. Meanwhile, Rei and Ira successfully delivered Fia to the village and could even begin treatment. After some time, Rei finally managed to heal his serious wounds, and now he can breathe a sigh of relief. Suddenly, he was interrupted by a knock on the door, behind which stood one of the elven guards, who came to the guy to tell him that someone was looking for him right at the outskirts of the village. Rei immediately realized that it was Iriel and her army, who apparently were not going to give up and would attack the village. At least that was the guy's first thought. He immediately ran out into the street to go to the border, and along the way began to ask the elf how many of them were there. More than 10. The elf said with surprise that in fact there was only one warrior there, which amazed the guy. But on the other hand, this interested him even more, so he immediately went to the border, where he was greeted with joy. Rei immediately wanted to find out from them who was looking for him, and asked to show him that person. One of the elves led Rei to Iriel, who was praying at that moment. Rei confidently walked towards her to find out what she was doing here. He came closer and addressed her, saying that he came here because she was looking for her, but in response, he received silence. She simply continued to ignore him. The elf who brought him here told him that it was useless to talk to her, because she had been like this since sunset, and it seemed like about 3 hours had passed since then. Rei decided that it would be better for him to wait a little, because he felt that she would not wake up anytime soon. Iriel woke up after a whole day, and the guy waited for her all this time, which clearly angered him, but finally she woke up. She was shocked that she saw a saint in front of her, but he asked her to calm down and get down to business right away. Namely, he would like to find out from her what she was doing here. Iriel lowered her eyes and said that she came here to talk to him about something. But without letting her finish, Rei immediately wanted to know if she was here to apologize. Iriel answered him that she still couldn't just apologize. But on the other hand, she thought that at least with her actions, she could show respect for this place. Rei realized that she wanted to say that since she couldn't apologize, they should enjoy her presence. Iriel immediately screamed that she didn't really mean it. Then Rei wanted to know what the hell she was talking about. She calmed down a bit and began to say that due to the circumstances, she couldn't apologize directly in words, but she thought it would be right if she repented for everything she had done and worked until all the elves were satisfied. Rei assumed that if she left her post, the Holy Empire would definitely be looking for her. And if something like that happened, they would have to fight again, and he was interested to know if she even thought about it. Iriel, of course, agreed with this. She would also like to say that this was what her prayers were about, and since she was directly communicating with the Almighty, searching for her with the help of her troops, the Holy Empire would not dare to undertake such a thing. Rei still didn't really believe her, and so asked her to provide some more arguments. In response to this request, Iriel told him that she could not simply force him to believe it, but she could say that if something she said turned out to be a lie, then that elf would still find out about it, and since she was much stronger than Iriel, then this could serve as a guarantee of her words. Until the last moment, Rei did not understand whether he should trust her at all, or whether she had once again come up with some kind of trap. He decided to allow her to do as she intended, but immediately warned that if something happened, she could not even count on his support, and if she was suddenly asked to leave the village, he would not be able to help her in any way. Iriel was incredibly happy to hear this, and agreed to all his conditions. But before he left, she would like to ask him for something else, and Rei was clearly tired of all these requests, So he asked her with a displeased face what she wanted. As it turned out, this time everything was quite simple. She just wanted to ask him where she could freshen up. The next day, two elves stood at the edge of the village and discussed Iriel, who was again stuck here for the whole day and sat in this position all this time. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by Ray, who, in their opinion, had packed his things to return home. But before he left, they decided to ask him if he was sure that this human woman would be okay if he left her like this. After these words, Ray looked at her again and thought about what kind of person her god must be for her to do such a thing for him. After some time, the guy finally returned home, where his parents were probably already waiting for him. At least that's what it seemed to Ray himself. But as it turned out, he came home a little at the wrong time, and his parents were clearly not prepared for this. Ray decided to tell them right away to continue doing what they were doing and not pay attention to him. They tried to tell him something, but the guy didn't listen to them and just went to his room, where he wanted to lie down on his bed and rest a little, because during all this time he was incredibly tired of everything. At that moment, he remembered Ares' words, who told Ray that it would actually be very useful for him to visit the Holy Empire, which Ray didn't quite understand because it seemed to him that she had been against it before. She started telling him that she, of course, didn't know, but for some reason he definitely wanted to go there, and now she was glad that he was prioritizing the elves and helping them. But on the other hand, she thought it was equally important that he could take advantage of the chance when it came his way. He believed that Ares was actually right, because he had sworn to go to the Holy Empire to study medicine there, in order to make sure that there would be no illness left that he could not cure. So after thinking for a bit, Ray finally decided that he simply couldn't miss this chance, and he definitely needed to take advantage of it. That same evening, Ray came to his parents and confessed that he was a saint, which literally put them into a state of shock, and they didn't understand what he meant when he said that he had to go to the Holy Empire. They hoped to hear that he was joking, and that it was not really true. But looking at his face, they realized that it would be better to ask him when he was going to come back. Ray told them that he was actually planning to leave tomorrow, but unfortunately, he couldn't predict what might happen in the next couple of years, and so he didn't know when he would be able to return. But he firmly stated that he would definitely return home someday. His mother immediately began to cry, and his father told his son that he had heard that after entering the Holy Orders, he would have to spend the rest of his adult life in the Holy Empire. Ray did not comment on this and simply repeated to them once again that he would definitely return. These words made the woman cry even more. The boy's father tried to calm her down, but unfortunately he was unable to do so. In particular, because he himself was barely holding back tears, and through them he told Ray that he would do everything so that he and his mother would be safe and sound until he returned, and therefore he could only ask Ray to do everything so that he also remained completely fine. Ray also shed a small tear and said that he would do everything to take care of himself. Meanwhile, Iriel, sitting in the forest, felt a strong pain in her stomach, but she did not show it. She only remembered Ray's words, who told her that everything in this field was edible, so she could indulge in anything. After which he simply left and did not even leave her any food, saying only that she would have to deal with this problem on her own if she wanted to survive. Iriel spent a long time trying to figure out how she was supposed to eat this, but after several days of fasting, she finally decided to try the herb. And this, as it turned out, was a big mistake for her, because this herb turned out to be incredibly bitter and pungent for her, which she clearly did not expect. But the worst thing was that there was no water near her with which she could wash down this grass. The elves who were watching her also felt a little sick from what they saw, because they understood that this grass cannot be eaten raw. Meanwhile, Iriel was screaming and running in circles to find water. At one point, she noticed a small lake that was not far from her, and without thinking twice, she jumped up and ran towards this lake. She literally dove into it head first and tried to drink as much water as she could at once. In her head at that moment, there were only thoughts about how she didn't know how she could live any longer. If she knew that Ray was such a vile person, how could he even be a saint? She drank some water and finally crawled out onto the shore to recover a little from what she had been through. Iriel lay on the floor and thought only that maybe she should just give up and go back. But these thoughts quickly disappeared when she convinced herself that this was actually also a test, and she had to endure it. Suddenly her thoughts were interrupted by Ray's voice, who asked her to get up. The guy came to her to tell her that they were going to the Holy Empire, as she wanted. At first, she simply couldn't believe her ears and eyes, so she had to ask the guy again what he had just said. Ray was getting nervous when he had to tell her everything twice, but he still told her again that she had to get up so they could go to the Holy Empire, and she couldn't believe that meant he forgave her. The guy immediately assured her that this was not really the case, and that he was far from forgiving her. He just decided to go to the Holy Empire, so he asked her to prepare for departure, and he would go to the village in the meantime to say goodbye to everyone. And as soon as he entered the village territory, he was met by one of the elves, from whom the guy found out how Fia was doing. He heard the answer and was very happy, because he was informed that he had literally just been informed that Fia had woken up, so he had better hurry to her. Ray burst into the house where Fia was lying, screaming, and called her in a joyful voice. They didn't lie to him. She really came to her senses and was surprised that Ray was even here. The first thing he wanted to know was if she was in any pain and how she was feeling in general. Fia told him that everything was fine, and at that moment Ira entered the room, who first of all said that she was very glad to hear that she had recovered much faster than they expected. Ray, in response, decided to ask Era if she came here only because she was very worried about Fia. But she answered him that at the moment she was simply fulfilling her duties as a high elf, and therefore cared about the other elves. Fia, hearing this, immediately began to get out of bed in order to ask for forgiveness, but Ira stopped her in time and asked the girl not to even move, because she understood perfectly well that Fia had clearly not fully recovered yet. She also turned her attention to the briefcase that was on Ray's back, and this gave her the opportunity to understand that it seemed that Ray had already made a final decision. The guy turned to her with a smile and said that it was true. He was going to the Holy Empire, since such a chance might not come again, so he decided to follow her advice and do everything he could. She accepted his decision with a smile and told him in response that he had indeed made the right choice, even though it meant that he would soon be leaving them. But this information already really cheered up Fia, who almost flew out of her bed when she heard about it, after which she immediately remembered that Ira was also in the room, and therefore she had to apologize for raising her voice in front of her. But the older elf assured her that there was no need to apologize for something like that. At that moment, Ray decided to say that if she was interested in something, she could ask him about everything, adding the word child at the end. They immediately realized that he was simply mimicking Ira in this way, and Ray had to apologize for his unsuccessful joke. After which Fia wanted to immediately find out where Ray was heading, because she always thought that he was going to stay here, but apparently this is not the case. But before he could answer, she asked him not to say that he was really going to follow those people into the Holy Empire. Ray told her that it wasn't that he was going to follow them. He had plans to go there before they met, but on the other hand, there was no point in hiding it anymore. So he admitted that he really was going to go to the Holy Empire. Next, she wanted to know how long this trip would last, and Ray immediately said that, unfortunately, he didn't know the answer to this question, and all he could tell her was that it would most likely drag on for a couple of years for sure. Fia's reaction was a little strange. She started to smile and wished Ray good luck on his travels. And then he remembered that elves have a completely different perception of time, and these couple of years for them are like a few days for him. So Fia was not particularly upset about this. Ira interrupted their conversation to tell Ray that before he left, she would like to talk to him for a little while. So he said goodbye to Fia once again, and promised that they would see her again very soon. It turned out that Ira called Ray to her in order to give the guy a gift, and she immediately asked him not to refuse and just accept it. It was clear from Ray's face that he had no intention of giving it up, and was already eager to see what Ira had prepared for him. She asked him to give her his hand, on which she placed a seal, which, according to her, personified her. According to the elf, she will serve as proof that Ira will always be with the guy and will always be ready to support him. Ray expected to see anything but this, so the first thing he wanted to know from her was what this was all about. Ira smiled and repeated once again that this seal was her. The only thing Ray could think about at that moment was that this was one of those contract seals that force people to serve the elves for life. But Ira immediately calmed him down and said that he was clearly thinking about the wrong thing. According to her, it was just her seal, so he shouldn't worry about it too much. It was a kind of mark that she left on him. It was made of her magic, and she practically gave herself to him as a gift. Either way, she would like him to understand that this only means that she will always be by his side, so she hopes that this seal will serve as protection for him during his adventures. Ray was glad to hear this, and immediately thanked her for it. and he also added that he would very much like to meet again as soon as possible. After the guy said goodbye to everyone, they set off on the road with Iriel, who smiled very strangely throughout the entire journey, which irritated the guy a little. That's why he wanted to ask her why she was suddenly so happy. Was it really because he went with her after all? In response to this, she sang her usual song, in which she talked about how she could not be happy when she could return to God again, and Rei immediately decided that life in the wild had not had the best effect on her. In any case, she also wanted them to calm down a bit so that they could come to the Holy Empire as soon as possible. Rei agreed with her, but he just couldn't take his eyes off the view that opened up in this forest. Iriel, looking at the guy, thought that he regretted something, so she decided to ask him about it. Rei told her that it seemed like no, since on the one hand he was going to come back here anyway. In addition, he wanted to note once again that all the conditions he voiced remain in force, and he has nothing to worry about. Iriel immediately decided to point out that they might have to discuss the first condition they had talked about again, but with the rest, she assured him that there would be no problems. This angered Rei, and he clearly wanted to strangle her at one point, but he simply could not do it. So I decided to just ask her to leave here already, with which she completely agreed. They began their journey, and Rei already at that moment realized the fact that most likely this would be a very long journey for him. As they walked, Rei suddenly remembered that Iriel had mentioned that they had to visit one place before the Holy Empire. According to her, at first they will go not exactly to the Holy Empire, but to the Royal Path. Rei didn't quite understand what that meant, so she explained to him that the expedition team members were waiting for them in the city of Cilia, which was located right on the Royal Road, and they would first go to Cilia to meet them, and then they would go to the Holy Empire. The guy, listening to her attentively, asked himself two questions. Firstly, he was interested in why she was so suspiciously excited, and secondly, he wanted to know if he would be able to go the whole way in one day if he used mana to move. In any case, before this marathon, he decided that he should warm up a little since he was going to run all day. Iriel didn't quite understand what he was doing, but after some time she realized that apparently the guy had decided to run the whole way. Rei didn't understand why she was so surprised by this, because it seemed to him that it would be much faster. She tried to explain to him that she herself would hardly be able to do something like that, even with her holy powers. And she also noted that he had not yet awakened his holy powers, and with only his mana reserves, she assured him that he would not last. Rei, with a serious face, was thinking at that moment that he would definitely be able to cover such a distance with his mana reserves, and would be able to reach his destination much faster than on horses. But then he realized that it would actually be completely impolite to refuse her offer, since she even managed to buy a horse to make the journey more comfortable, so he agreed with her that spending so much effort was simply pointless. Iriel pointed out that she had actually only bought one horse, in case they needed money, but Rei didn't mind at all, since he didn't even really know how to ride, so it wasn't a problem for him at all. Then they had no other options but to finally go to Cilia. After some time, they stopped to rest a little, and Rei decided to cook something for them. But most of all, Iriel was surprised that the guy could use his magic by saying just one word, although Rei himself believed that there was actually nothing special about it. After this phrase, he showed Iriel that in addition to summoning fire, he was also able to create water, which boiled quite quickly, and Rei was going to dip ingredients into it to cook them something to eat, among which was that very herb that Iriel didn't like too much, so she started yelling at the guy and asking him not to add it there. The guy didn't quite understand what was going on. She had already eaten it and probably liked it, but Iriel didn't taste anything other than the spiciness and sourness. From her words, he understood that the girl apparently ate these leaves raw, so he told her that only the roots of these plants are edible. According to the guy, only the roots can be eaten, although the leaves contain more nutrients. But since the leaves taste too bitter and pungent, most people just throw them away. Listening to all this, Iriel only wanted to know why he didn't warn her about this then. Rei thought that she would come to this herself, but apparently he was wrong, and as an apology, he decided to prepare a normal portion of food from this grass for her, assuring her that this time she should like the taste. Iriel liked the look and smell of this dish, although something in her head stopped her from starting to eat this dish. But apparently she simply had no other choice. So with a bit of fear, she tried the soup that Rei had prepared quickly, and how pleased she was to realize that this was simply an incredibly delicious treat, which she had not eaten for a very long time. Ariel immediately began to devour this bowl of soup as if she had not eaten for a whole week, and Ray even thought that perhaps the people in the Holy Empire were being starved since she was eating so quickly. The guy advised her not to eat so quickly, because otherwise she would just get a stomach ache and then she would suffer. The next day, closer to lunch, they arrived in Cilia, and the first thing Ariel wanted the guy to turn his attention to was the huge building, which was that very castle of Cilia. As they moved through the city, Ray noticed that the market in this place was simply huge, although perhaps this was to be expected from the royal path. Ariel understood his surprise, because for him, everything around was completely different from the cities he was used to. With such conversations, they quickly reached Celia's castle, and because Ray would be visiting it for the first time, he was a little afraid inside, and all he could do was hope that everything would go smoothly. His thoughts were interrupted by one of the guards of this castle, who saluted Lady Ariel and then politely wanted to ask her who this person was who was sitting behind her. Ariel didn't try to hide it or make anything up. She simply said that there was another saint sitting behind her. After this, Ray was forced to introduce himself and state his name, as well as his new status as a saint. They were led inside the castle without any problems, where everything was even more beautiful than on the outside. At every step, they were met by servants who greeted the Holy Lady and said that they were very glad to see her here again. At this moment, Ariel was telling Ray that she had completed the task entrusted to her by the Kingdom of Cilia, and that tomorrow they would be leaving for the Holy Empire, and therefore she would like them to convey the news of their return to the officials of the Empire. The subordinate had no right to argue with her, and immediately said that he would immediately report this to the Holy Empire and prepare everything for her departure. After this dialogue, Ariel stated that Ray was now free and could rest a little, and she would be happy to show him the chambers. And as soon as they came to Ray's chambers, the guy immediately noticed a chic touch, because everything in this room was at the highest level. He liked the atmosphere right away. It was better for him than many five-star hotels he had seen in his past life, although he had never been to any of them because he was too busy. But who would have thought that he would still have the opportunity to visit such a place at one point? Ariel wanted to know if he liked everything, although from his facial expression everything was already perfectly clear, and Ray could only notice at that moment that apparently all this cost Ariel a pretty penny. She did not answer this question, but simply said that it was better for the guy to rest, so she would leave him, and Ray immediately wanted to know when they were leaving for the Holy Empire. Ariel didn't give him any specific answer, other than to say that they would see him tomorrow morning. Ray just stood there for a while and tried to understand what had just happened and why it seemed to him that this girl was clearly up to something. In any case, he decided to follow her advice and immediately lay down on the bed with the thought that tomorrow he would finally go to the Holy Empire. Ray really wanted to know what this empire really was. The next morning, someone very persistently wanted to enter his room. It was Ariel who came to take him away, and Ray was not in the best mood, because he had not managed to get enough sleep, because he was tormented by thoughts about the Holy Empire all night. But apparently they are not going to leave yet, and are heading towards the Holy Empire because Ariel came here to tell him that they must first meet with His Majesty. At first, Ray took it for granted, although then it dawned on him who they would be dating now, and this slightly put him into a state of misunderstanding. So he asked the girl again who they would be dating. Ariel seemed to be expecting this question from him, and happily answered that they should meet with the King of Cilia, although Ray clearly did not understand this. So he told her that if that was her plan, he immediately told her that she actually could have warned him in advance. But the girl interrupted him and said that there was really no need to be so nervous about it, because they would just greet him and then immediately set off. But as it turned out later, Ray was not talking about this at all. He believed that if they knew that they had to meet with the king, then she could at least teach him a little about the customs and rules of behavior with him. Ariel immediately responded to him by saying that she thought that if she told him about it, he would lose all sleep, so she decided not to do it. Ray, looking at her, could only think that when she pretended to be a cutie like that, he only became more suspicious. But the main problem was that the guy began to realize how much this girl was boring him. A few minutes later, they were all ready in the king's hall, and he immediately greeted the newly elected saint. Ray was silent at this time because he tried to carefully observe the king who surprised him with his appearance. This man's name was Diogard, and he was the king of Cilia. The first to enter the dialogue was Ariel, who thanked the king for allowing them to rest a little before meeting him. Ray forgot to bow to him, and when he realized this, he understood why Ariel didn't tell him anything, apparently in order to embarrass him like this. Diagard immediately asked them to put aside all these trifles and raise their heads before him, after which he began to talk about the fact that news had reached him that they were returning to the Holy Empire today, and this information was confirmed by Ariel. And she also immediately told him that they could return there only thanks to his mercy, and therefore she would very much like to thank him on behalf of the Holy Empire. It was even a little funny for the king to hear this, because he believed that he had no merit in this, and that it was the Holy Empire that protected them throughout the journey. Ariel decided to say that it was because he allowed them to be in Celia that they could return safely, so they were in his debt. Diagard smiled and said that since she insisted so much, he would take her at her word and would certainly take advantage of it someday. After which he again turned his attention to Ray, who was quietly watching their dialogue, and the guy had to introduce himself and say his name. At that moment, the king was thinking that no matter how much he tried, he could not feel his mana, and if you look at his body, it becomes clear that he has experience as a swordsman. Although the appearance of a new saint worried him looking at Ray, he got the impression that his worries were in vain, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Therefore, he said that he would never have thought that one day he would be able to meet a saint and a saintess at the same time. And considering this, he can confidently say that this is a great honor for him. They thanked the king for such pleasant words, and Ray, looking at Ariel, thought about why even now they continue to be here, and isn't it time for them to leave? And as soon as Ariel wanted to say that it was time for them to leave, Diagard interrupted her and suddenly reminded the girl that she had promised him that she would not remain in debt. Ariel didn't quite expect to hear this, but with apprehension, she nevertheless confirmed this information and decided to ask him, or was there something he would like to ask her? The king immediately began to tell her that his cousin, the daughter of Duke Silos, was very ill. According to him, many clergy had visited her, but not only were they unable to cure her, but they had not even determined what exactly she was ill with. And so he would like to know, or maybe he hopes that they will pay a visit to this child, and Ray immediately thought that they should not do this under any circumstances, so he hoped that Ariel would still refuse him this request. Besides, he didn't forget that they had a long road ahead of them, so with his whole appearance he showed Ariel that she needed to refuse and do it quickly. But the girl apparently did not look at Ray, so she agreed to help King Diagrad, and also added that she could not refuse him his personal request. The king was incredibly happy to hear this, because according to him, he was already worried, but now it seemed to him that if the saints visited her cousin, he would be sure that they would definitely take care of her. The girl answered him with a smile, although at that moment she was thinking that she had something completely different in mind. After this situation, Ray simply couldn't help but notice that this journey to the Holy Empire had already dragged on for too long. Ariel told him that it was all because he was now a member of the Holy Empire, and he would be able to follow her and understand how to use his divine powers. In the end, she believed that he was acting for the good of the world. But Ray clearly thought differently. It seemed to him that the trip to the lands of the Archduke and then to the Holy Empire would take them much more time. The only thing that attracted the guy to this case was that the king mentioned that someone was sick, and so Ray thought that if they could help, then they needed to hurry. In his head, he again reminded himself that the true duty of a doctor is to help the sick. As soon as Ariel told her charges that they were going to another duchy, one of them immediately told her that they had already managed to report to the Holy Empire that they were returning, so he could not allow them to visit the Archduke. Ariel immediately made it clear that this was not up for discussion, because this was a request from King Celia, and besides, she was in no position to refuse him. Then the ward wanted to know whether the king had promised her something in return, and according to the girl, he had not promised anything. He had simply made this request as payment for allowing them to stay there. After listening to this, the man realized that the king had the right to ask for this, and they, in turn, simply had no right to refuse, so he said that he would contact the Holy Empire and inform that Ariel and the new saint would be a little late. Ariel was very grateful to him for his understanding, and also decided that it would be better for them to set off on their journey immediately in order to save time. Ray thought all the way that he had already had the opportunity to see the reaction of people in this world to treatment, and his very first patient managed to make such a scene after everything he had done for him, and therefore he was quite interested to know how they would react to this now. Ray's thoughts were suddenly interrupted when he heard people's voices talking loudly about him, saying that he looked much better in real life than he was described. And at one point, these people decided to talk to him, one of whom was a girl who decided to ask the guy if he by any chance needed help. Ray didn't really understand what they meant at all, but he immediately said that he didn't need help, after which they asked him to sit down next to him, because according to them, they were very interested in what Ray was doing. The guy smiled and said that he certainly didn't mind and happily invited them to sit down wherever they felt comfortable. These girls were simply shocked by his beauty, and they wanted to look at him, and not at what Ray himself was doing. After a while, Ray had to run away from them because they asked him too many questions, which were quite difficult for him to answer. Suddenly, he heard other warriors of the Holy Empire talking about him, but this time, they were unhappy with the guy. They thought that he was just a child who did whatever he wanted, even setting some conditions for the Holy Empire, and they also couldn't forget that he was friends with the elves, who didn't treat Saint Iriel with much respect. Ray was a little surprised not by what they were saying, but by the fact that they were so easily able to gossip about other people. But they couldn't stop and just kept doing it until they came to the conclusion that everything would become clear once they arrived at the Holy Empire, because they felt like he was most likely just a fake. Their dialogue didn't last long, because out of nowhere, Iriel appeared, overheard part of the conversation, and asked them both to repeat what they had just said. After all, if she heard correctly, then they were talking about the fact that the saint was just a mistake and a fake, who ended up here completely by accident. After which, she would very much like to hear from them the arguments for which they speak so badly of them, because she is completely unaware of what she did, and therefore asked them to continue their conversations. But in response, she heard only silence, so she confidently told them that if they continued to remain silent, then she would consider that what she heard was the truth, and that this was their opinion, and she was free to do whatever she wanted. One of that group of wards finally decided to speak up, and said that they thought it was important to remind those around them of everything she had done for them. But these words made her even more angry, because she did not understand why they were doing this without her permission, and how this even concerned the Empire. Did she give her consent to such a thing? An older man stood up for them, and immediately began to say that it seemed that these children had made a big mistake. So he believed that they still had a lot to learn, and taking this into account, he began to ask her to forgive them. After which he again turned to these guys and began to shout at them to immediately apologize to the Lady Saint. But she interrupted him when she said that an apology alone would clearly not be enough to make amends. Then she began to say in a rude tone that they had no right to call the saint a youth or something like that, and even more so to call him a fake. After such insults, simple apologies would clearly not be enough. She decided to remind them that the saints are chosen by God himself, and their disrespectful attitude towards the saints is tantamount to disrespect for God. In other words, she could call it desecration. And after all that was said, she once again asked them to think about whether a simple apology would be enough in this situation. These words made one of the wards immediately begin to ask for forgiveness before Saint Iriel and beg her to have mercy, because now she understands 100% that she clearly should not have said such things. Iriel immediately started yelling at her, because she thought that the girl was apologizing to the wrong person, because they decided to show disrespect to a saint chosen by God himself. And after all this, they still don't want to apologize properly. And all this while there are people who cannot apologize, no matter how much they want to. Ray, who was carefully watching everything that was happening there, also noticed that Iriel muttered something under her breath, but he did not fully hear what the girl said. Although he knew how heavy and oppressive the title of saint was for someone so young, and apparently Iriel realized how much weight her words had for other people. And this feeling is actually very familiar to him, because in a past life he was called a genius surgeon, so he had to carefully filter his words. In any case, all these thoughts prompted him to think that perhaps it would be better for him to come out from behind the tree and also express his opinion. So after standing there for a little while longer, he came out from behind the tree, and the first thing he said was that it was actually quite hard for him to listen to all of this. Then he started talking about how he now knows who they really think he is, that in their opinion he is just a child and a fake, not a saint. All those people who expressed themselves this way tried to take their words back and repeated many times that they did not mean it. Suddenly, to their surprise, Ray said that in fact, if you think logically, you can say that they are right in some way, since it seemed that he would become a saint, even if he did nothing for it. He tried to tell them that he didn't have any holy powers or anything he could do if he came to the Holy Empire, even if he was chosen by God himself. He himself felt that he would be perfect for the role of a false saint. They didn't quite understand why he was telling them all this, and Ray continued until one moment he asked them, or was that not what they were really thinking about? Ariel decided to answer for them and immediately told him that no one thought of him that way. Moreover, she was sure that there was a reason why God chose Ray. Ray asked her to stop because he didn't understand who even said that God chose him for some reason. Because he means that there are many people in the Holy Empire who will think that way about him. And even if it is not really true, then he still can't do anything about it. In any case, he didn't come out here for this. He noticed that these people were discussing him behind his back, so he came out here to ask Ariel to give him the opportunity to decide their fates himself, to which she agreed without any problems. But before that, she told him that if Ray decided to punish these people, then heretic inquisitors would immediately take care of them, who in the worst case could destroy these people. These words clearly scared them very much, so they again began to beg them for mercy. Ray thought for a moment and still said that he was sure that there were many more people who ridiculed him than those present here. And when they said that he was a fake and an impudent brat, or that he had no right to be a saint, they were actually not far from the truth. After all, looking into the eyes of everyone present here, he himself can confidently say that they think that he is too young and not quite suitable for the role of a saint. And besides, he has neither trust, nor power, nor abilities. But he also believed that they did not understand that it was precisely in order to get all this that he was going to the Holy Empire. In this way, he wanted to prove his point to everyone, including each of them. They listened to him and wanted to understand what he was trying to prove to them, and so they asked him. Ray responded to this by stating that he would make sure that everyone who spoke behind his back regretted it, and the only thing he hoped for was that the people who insulted him would remember this moment. And as a seal of his promise today, he decided that he would not punish these two. They asked him for forgiveness again, and immediately told him that they really should have thought twice before insulting him. But now they repented of their mistakes, and would definitely not repeat them in the future. Ray told them that he hoped that in the future they would regret the decision they had made more, and that in order to achieve his goal, he would do everything to restore the honor of the Holy Empire. He knew perfectly well that this could actually take years, as he was not sure how long it would actually take him, but he was confident that he would do everything in his power to make them regret what they had done today. Such speech and the aura that was around the guy made them all open their mouths and listen to him attentively. Afterwards, they stood for a while and each went to their own tents, and Ray himself did the same, and was later joined by Ariel. The first thing she did was praise his wonderful speech, which even touched her, but he immediately asked her to stop making fun of him. After which she noticed that the guy was again cooking something tasty and remembered that the priests had managed to eat even her portion of food. Ray understood what she was hinting at, so he immediately invited her to join him and eat with him. Ariel was very glad that he thought of it so quickly and offered it to her, so she agreed without thinking twice, after which she turned her attention to the night sky, which she had not yet managed to see, and just at that moment they were very lucky, because they saw a falling star in the sky. Ray looked at her with a smile, and thought that in his past life, a falling star had the same meaning as in this world, and he decided to tell Ariel that in his homeland, it is believed that if a person saw a falling star, then his wish will definitely come true one day. And it was surprising for him to see that Ariel actually believed in this and began to pray, because it always seemed to him that saints do not believe in superstitions. Ariel made a wish and said that Ray reminded her of something. According to her, there is also a superstition in the Empire that if you see a falling star with someone, you can happily die with them. Ray didn't quite believe this, because in some sense he didn't believe that one could die happily. But from that second on, he suddenly became very interested in finding out what this happy death looked like. The next morning, the saint and the saint were informed that they were already seeing the Duchy of Silos, and given this information, it was safe to say that they would soon enter their lands. After this information, one of the priests decided to ask where they should go first when they arrived at the place, and according to Iriel, they were in a bit of a hurry. So first, they needed to meet with the Duke. Iriel was mentally a little upset, because she was well aware of the fact that they had very little time and they actually needed to get a lot done. So they decided that they needed to try to cure her as soon as possible, and then immediately set off for the Holy Empire. After a fairly short period of time, they were already standing in front of the Duke, who first of all said that they had been waiting for them very much, and therefore he was very glad to see them before his eyes, because as soon as he heard about them, he could not wait for their arrival. He also didn't forget to say that he couldn't express in words how happy he was that they had come such a long way for his daughter. Iriel immediately answered him that in order to give God's blessing to those who are in pain, they, the saints, exist. So she asked him in return not to worry. After these words, the Duke asked for his forgiveness for perhaps rushing them, but he would like them to look at his daughter as soon as possible, because he has no idea what he would do if he suddenly loses her. And besides, it is very painful for him to see his child suffer. Iriel understood him perfectly, so she offered to examine her daughter right now, and he again began to thank them for agreeing so quickly. And he also simply could not help but say that if they were able to cure her, then he would do everything they asked for. Ray was quite surprised that they had so much faith in her despite the fact that she hadn't done anything yet. So he felt that she must have impressive skills both as a saint and as a human. After this dialogue, they were led to the chambers of Lady Layli, who had been waiting for them for quite a long time. Ray and Iriel were quite surprised when they saw Layla. The thing was that half of her body was covered in red spots, and Ray immediately realized that these were erythematous papules, which most often appear with dermatitis. But most of all, he did not understand why they did not take measures at an early stage of the disease. What were they even doing here? The girl was very worried about her appearance. She was so ashamed that she even covered herself with a blanket just so that no one would see her. Iriel immediately approached her, wanting to help the girl, and first of all she asked her to give her her hand. Layla did it without any problems, and Iriel immediately began to tell her that she understood her perfectly well, that the girl had a hard time, but from that moment Iriel wanted to assure her that everything would be fine with them. After these words, a ball of energy was created around Layla, the source of which was holy energy. The Duke was shocked by what he saw, because for the first time in his life he saw holy powers. For him, it was so magical. But what is more surprising is that after a few minutes of this treatment, the girl's skin returned to normal and now everything was fine with her. Layla couldn't hold back her tears and immediately started crying because her skin was healthy again and the treatment was successful. Iriel guessed that most likely the Duke had been incredibly worried all this time. But now, according to her, she could finally breathe a sigh of relief, because everything should be fine. Layla immediately hugged her father because she was incredibly happy to be healthy again. The Duke himself could not hold back his tears and burst into tears, after which he began to thank Iriel, because his daughter's suffering had continued for the past 8 years, and he had already given up, so he would never forget her help. The saint assured them that they should thank not her, but God, because it was still his will. Ray stood there at that moment and thought that at first it looked like a skin disease that would require long-term treatment, but he never thought that she could heal it with a simple touch. But on the other hand, it made him a little sad, because in this way he understood that medicine in this world is simply useless. That same evening, the Duke arranged a feast for his guests and asked them to help themselves to whatever they wanted. He also understood that this might not be enough, so he prepared another surprise for them. Iriel decided to answer him that he really didn't have to do all this, because it was much more than they asked for. But in any case, they were very grateful to him for the treats. During the dinner, Lord Hopel was also present and spoke about how the rumors were true, and he was now convinced that the saint was impressive, but even words understate her kindness, and therefore he would like to thank her with all his heart for curing his sister. Without thinking twice, Iriel told him that it was a great honor for her and that she would be happy to ensure that his gratitude safely reached their master Gaia. During these conversations, the Duke suddenly noticed how Ray was sitting next to Iriel, and his face was completely blank. The man immediately turned to him to find out what had happened to the guy, since he hadn't said a word during the entire dinner, and the first thing he thought was that the guy simply felt uncomfortable being next to them at the same table. Ray's face immediately changed, and he said that it wasn't that, because he was just thinking about his own things, so he asked for forgiveness for daring to disturb him. Ariel also intervened in the dialogue to say that the saint had many thoughts that were troubling him, so she also wanted to ask the Duke not to worry about this, and since even the saint said so, the Duke simply had no choice but to believe her. Although she herself noticed that something had happened to the guy, so she immediately wanted to ask him what was wrong. According to Ray, everything was fine. He was just tired, and as soon as Ariel heard this, she reminded him that they had agreed to spend the night in the castle, and therefore he could go and rest with a clear conscience. But in fact, there was only one thought in Ray's head. He didn't understand why he shed all those tears and spent so much effort to become a doctor in this world. If you can just take and cure a person with one touch? Although he was able to be reborn, retaining his memories in this world, none of this knowledge was applicable, and now the guy remembered his life as Shin Yusun completely differently, although he had a new life as Ray. The guy's thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door of his room. Judging by the voice, it was Ariel, who before entering asked Ray if he was asleep. He didn't answer her, but she decided to tell him anyway that she wasn't sure what had happened to him, of course. But she wanted to tell him that he should never lose faith in himself. She believed that everyone had moments when they doubted themselves, but they just had to get through it. So she hoped that whatever was bothering him wouldn't ruin what he had worked so hard for. Ariel also added that she prefers his usual prickly but funny side over his restless and tired current version. These words hit the nail on the head and touched the guy, causing him to even get out of his bed. And all because he understood the main truth, that even though he is now Ray, this does not mean that he has lost his second personality, whose name was Dr. Shin Yusun. So he decided that he just needed to find something that only he could do and move in that direction. After which he left his room, and the first thing he did was thank Ariel for helping him so much. The next morning, screams could be heard throughout the castle, and it was the Duke who was screaming. His daughter was in trouble again, so he ordered his wards to bring the saint here immediately. And as soon as she was brought in, the Duke decided to remind Ariel that she claimed that the symptoms would not return. But apparently, it was a lie. Ariel stood silently for a while, because she herself did not understand how this could happen, because she was sure that the treatment should have worked, and all she could say was that she would try to cure Layla again. The Duke was not against this development of events, and immediately agreed. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by Ray, who asked Ariel to wait and not rush to treat the girl. The guy decided that this time it was his turn, and he would definitely be able to help Layla. So he came closer to her and asked the girl to give him his hand. The Duke immediately doubted his competence, because he did not understand how a newly minted saint could do what Ariel herself could not. And so he told Ray that he thought it was better for the guy not to do this. In response, Ray said that if he was not mistaken, then at the moment he was the only one in this castle who could cure the girl at this stage of the disease. The Duke did not quite understand what he meant when he said this, so he immediately asked him to explain. According to Ray, any treatment that the saint would use would not work. He of course understood that they could ask the saint again to heal his daughter, and her condition would return to normal. But after some time, everything would repeat itself, and therefore Ray asked him a counter-question, in which he wanted to know from the man what he would do then. The guy didn't wait for his answer and immediately said that his daughter didn't need the power of a saint at the moment, and he meant his personal treatment, which, as it seemed to him, would definitely help Layla. However, the Duke immediately said that he had heard that Ray did not yet possess any holy powers, and therefore he wanted to know what exactly the guy was going to do. According to Ray, his treatment has nothing to do with holy powers. He uses all the information he knows to get rid of this disease. That's exactly how he's going to cure it. Layla herself intervened in this conversation, agreeing with the saint and adding that if they did not trust him, then she did not believe that they would be able to find another way to be cured, if even the saint could not cope with this. So she turned to Ray and said that she was personally ready to try everything he said to do, and if it would help improve her condition, then she was ready to believe in the saint. The daughter's words influenced the Duke, and he finally agreed, since this was his daughter's wish. So he also turned to the saint and asked him for help. Ray was glad that they finally agreed, and added that he was confident that he would be able to cure the young lady. The next day he decided to find out the reason for the condition of her skin. The first point was hygiene. Since this is the most important component of health, he tried to check everything. But if you consider that blankets, tablecloths, and clothes are washed once a day, then poor hygiene was the first thing he excluded from the causes of the disease. Ray also did not forget to take into account that the castle was protected by a magical barrier, so it was unlikely that it was caused by parasites that appeared from outside. However, the search was still successful, because at one point Ray still noticed one problem, which was in her diet. All the dishes that she ate every day had one similar ingredient in the composition, and it was flour. In this world, bread is not only the most consumed product, but even meat dishes here, as a rule, are accompanied by side dishes, which include flour. In addition, Layla's condition worsened precisely when she ate. Because of this, Ray began to have suspicions about the food. The fact is that any type of flour contains the insoluble protein gluten, which was apparently the main trigger in the development of spots on the girl's skin. Her illness was dermatitis with sensitivity to gluten, which is also known as an allergy-induced skin condition, which is not that difficult to treat. But unfortunately, the only problem was that there are no useful medicines in this world, and there are no developments in the field of medicine. Since it was quite problematic to prepare medicine from plants unfamiliar to him, even if it took a long time, the only thing he could do for Layla was to change her diet. He told the servants that from now on they must exclude from the girl's diet everything he had just told them. After several days of staying in the Duke's castle, one fine morning, Ray knocked on the girl's room and asked her permission to enter. Layla immediately put on her entire jacket to at least slightly cover the spots on her skin and allowed the saint to enter. The first thing he did was ask her forgiveness for disturbing her, and immediately after that, he added that he was actually here to check on her condition. But at that moment, the guy was expecting only bad news, because he immediately noticed that it had actually become even worse than it had been before, although he knew that the cause of the illness was her diet. So he decided to talk to the girl a little and tell her that there were a few things they needed to talk about. And he began by saying that from that day on, he wanted her to avoid any products that contained flour. For example, it could be bread. And he immediately noted that even if her body itched, she should try not to do this at all. Layla didn't quite understand what his words about her not being able to eat bread meant, but in response, she only received the words that at the moment this was all that Ray could do for her. The girl was noticeably upset, and there was nothing surprising about this, because bread was her favorite food, and was it really, really impossible for her to eat it now? But what scared her more was that Ray was not going to do anything anymore, and she suggested that he use magic to heal her, or at least something else. Ray tried to explain to her with a smile that what he had just told her was also a kind of treatment, and in order to prevent the spread of the disease she needed to follow his advice. But he will not finish his treatment there, and he also told the girl that they will pierce all the blisters once a day, and he will do it himself, since he will still need to come here to check her condition. That was all. Ray said that from now on she could rest, and also reminded her that the most important thing in treatment is not to be nervous and to rest well. Layla still couldn't get over the thought that if she stopped eating bread, only then would the condition of her skin improve, and she didn't really see any point in that. As soon as Ray left Layla's room, Ariel immediately wanted to know what Layla's condition was, and the guy immediately answered her that in fact, her condition had worsened greatly. Ariel understood what Ray was getting at, but she still asked him if he thought it would be better if she just healed her again. The guy was unpleasantly surprised that she did not understand that if she healed her again, her illness would still return again, and there was simply no point in it. However, Ariel noted that if changing her diet would cure her illness, then she simply did not understand why they did not do it from the very beginning. She also thought it was important to say that she truly believed in Ray. But she also thought that the king didn't trust him too much, and besides, they weren't in a situation to stay in this place for long. Ray was a little upset to realize that Ariel was actually right, and they really couldn't stay in this place for long. Because the guy was silent for a long time and did not answer her, she still decided to tell him that even if he continued to look at her with such pitiful eyes, she still could not do anything about their circumstances. Ray was thinking at that moment that it wasn't a matter of whether he could cure Layla or not. What was important was that it would determine how he would treat his patients in the future. So he decided to ask Ariel to give him 1 week. That's exactly how much time he needed. And then he will be sure that she will be completely cured. And the next day, active treatment began. the essence of which was that the guy literally forced the girl to drink water and told her that she had not even come close to the amount of water that she should drink today. 3 liters a day and a total of 21 liters a week. This is the amount of water that Layla should drink. But she thought that it was too much for her. The girl did not want to drink so much water because she thought that she was not a saint and therefore would not help her in any way. Although Ray tried to explain to her that drinking plenty of fluids helps with an allergic reaction, and if she doesn't understand what he's telling her, then she just needs to trust him and drink. The guy knew very well that when foreign matter enters the human body, the immune system produces histamine, and it is produced in response to the body's defense against foreign substances entering it. In people suffering from allergies, this chemical substance is produced in excess and can have a detrimental effect on the body. When this happens, by drinking enough water, the body's cells will work properly, and the effects of the allergic reaction will be reduced. So the best way to improve her condition is to drink water, and there is still 1 glass left for today. So 4 days passed, and Lady Layla simply hated Ray when he imposed restrictions on the consumption of flour and forced her to drink water. However, in the end, she still decided to trust him since she simply had no other option, and as a result, her skin became clear again. Moreover, the girl's condition significantly improved with incredible speed. Ray was glad that the girl felt better and immediately reminded her that he had promised her that she would feel better, and he had fulfilled his promise. And Layla was no longer offended by him, because she really felt much better when she started drinking more water and stopped eating bread. It was simply incredible. But the guy decided to remind her that they still shouldn't relax, and they should continue to follow the prescribed treatment. Although Ray was worried that the people in this world would react completely differently, it seems that now he has no need to worry. So it seemed to him that Layla's healing was only a matter of time. At least it seemed that way to him, until they encountered a problem on the 6th day. Layla began to experience withdrawal symptoms, which in other words means an addiction to something. In this case to bread, the girl literally went crazy with the desire to eat something floury. In this world, flour is a staple food for humans, although sometimes it can be avoided, but the appearance of withdrawal symptoms was quite expected for Ray. However, he understood perfectly well that if the lady continued to use flour until the completion of her treatment, then all his efforts would be in vain. The only way to help her cope was to switch her attention to something else, but it was extremely difficult to do this. In this case, he decided to come up with an activity for the girl and began the process of cutting out small figures for this very game. He turned to her and showed her this small figure, after which he asked the girl what comes to her mind when she sees this figure. Ariel immediately assumed that it was a small castle that depicted the Holy Empire, although from above it looked like a small crown to her. And as soon as Ray heard this, he immediately ran into Layla's room to play with her and distract her a little from her addiction. Ariel didn't understand anything. What just happened and how dare he abandon her like that? And as soon as Ray entered Layla's room, he immediately saw her brother, whom he actually also wanted to see. At least that's what the Milord himself was told. Ray asked him for help with a smile. The thing was that he was now going to show them both something that would help Layla cope with her bread addiction syndrome. They immediately understood that he was talking about what was in his hands, and therefore they became even more interested in finding out what he was holding there. Ray didn't delay and laid out all the components of the chess game on the table, after which he added that from this moment, each of them is a commander of troops, and the rules of the game are quite simple. All they need to do is capture the enemy king by moving their pieces on the board, and this is a game that can show them who is the best commander. However, Ray immediately told them that there are also rules for how each of these pieces can move around the playing field, and at the moment he is holding a piece called the king. According to the guy, he, like a real king, acts nobly and minimizes all unwanted movements, so he can only move one cell. Next in line was the queen, who is fundamentally different from the king. Until she is captured, she can move as she pleases, and simply put, there are separate rules for each figure, and the children were immediately interested in this. Although the rules are simple, they immediately understood that there are so many variations of moves. And now, when Ray finally finished his explanations, he suggested that they try, and he suggested that the first game be played by the Saint and Layla. They happily agreed, and a few minutes later they were sitting opposite each other at the chessboard. At that moment, Ray looked closely at Layla, and it immediately seemed to him that fortunately, the game had interested the girl, and perhaps, thanks to chess, she would finally forget about her addiction. After some time, Ariel made her first check and thus made it clear that she would definitely not be beaten in this game. And all this is because of the Holy Spirit that flows inside her. She even began to mock her opponent emotionally and suggest that Layla give up quickly so that it wouldn't be so offensive to lose. And yet, under this terrible pressure, Layla managed to give in, and Ariel couldn't help but laugh and notice that this game was simply wonderful. Then the Milord decided to enter the battle and invited the Saint to play a game with him. Thus he wanted to take revenge for his sister's loss. Ariel was happy to accept this challenge, because in fact she was ready for any challenge. She was even ready to give him the right of the first move, because she was still confident that the power of the Holy Empire would bring them all to their knees. Ray didn't even think that everything would be so good, because they liked the game much more than he could have expected. After some time of playing with the Lord, Saint Ariel realized that the Duchy of Silos was not so simple, and she would have to try hard to win the Lord at chess. But apparently the man himself was not going to lose, and constantly pressured Ariel, saying that it was time for her to walk so that he could show her what kind of dough their duchy was made of. Ray decided to intervene at this point in their dialogue and ask them to slow down a bit, because it was just a game and there was no point in getting so carried away. Right up until this moment, it seemed to him that the game would be a good way to distract Lady Layla from the symptoms of withdrawal. However, further events developed in the most unpredictable way, because on the same day, Hopel demonstrated the game to the Duke of Silos. Hopel tried to prove to his father that this game is literally built on a complex system, and therefore it is simply ideal. It is thanks to this game that one can evaluate the strategic abilities of a commander. The Duke's thoughts at that moment were that the Saint had created such a magnificent game, and it immediately became clear to him that Mr. Ray was in fact a child chosen by God himself, because it was simply incredible, if of course they could find the right use for it. After the Duke became interested in chess, everything took a very strange turn. Ray didn't quite understand why everyone in the area suddenly started playing his game. Even the servants who had free time were sitting at the chessboard. Others even cut out these figures themselves to play with. Although chess was supposed to be a game that would help Layla cope with withdrawal symptoms, at some point, everything went wrong, and Ray didn't even notice how it all came to this. The next day, Ariel and Ray were again near the Duke, who called them for a short conversation. At that moment, the man was thinking only about the fact that in just 1 week, the Saint had managed to alleviate his daughter's condition, and had also invented a magnificent game, which they now call chess. He could not even believe that at that age he was capable of such incredible things. So, first of all, he would like to thank Ray for the fact that Layla's condition has improved significantly. He also decided to admit that it was very painful for him as her father to watch her get sick. So he once again wanted to express his gratitude for the fact that they were able to save her from suffering. Ariel said with a smile that in fact none of this was her merit, and that the Duke should first of all thank Ray, who came up with the treatment for young Layla. The Duke did not agree with her and immediately asked the girl not to downplay what she had done for Layla, but it was still difficult for him to disagree with her, because he really should be more grateful to the Saint. And as an apology for his rudeness, and also as a sign of his gratitude, the Duke would like to present them with a gift. The servant brought out a small box, inside of which was a ring that was passed down from generation to generation to the rulers of their territories, and they received it when they saved the dwarf. But Ray immediately tried to refuse, because he understood that this was a family treasure, and he could not accept such a valuable gift. But the Duke assured him that in this way he wanted to apologize to him, so he once again asked him to accept this ring as a gift. Ray still said that he couldn't take such an expensive thing, although in his mind he thought that this was just a great chance to take such an expensive thing for himself. And the Duke continued to tell Ray that the guy shouldn't worry and just accept this gift. The guy still accepted the ring and thanked the Duke for such generosity, and as soon as it was on his finger, the guy immediately thought about the fact that it was still a little big, and therefore, he did not think that he would be able to wear it all the time. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted when the ring itself shrank to fit his finger, and according to the Duke, this is the result of the dwarf's skill. So this ring is capable of amazing things. Ray was very pleased with his new gift, so he immediately thanked the Duke again, although he was still not sure that he could really accept it. And the Duke decided to say that he thought that even the dwarf who created this ring would be happy to hear that its owner was a saint. The Duke also wanted to say that they would like to sponsor their trip to the Holy Empire because as far as he knows, they are leaving there tomorrow, and they, in turn, will try to do everything as efficiently as possible, and so that the guys are comfortable. In the evening, Ray and Iriel sat in the same room and exchanged their thoughts. Ray believed that in the end, everything worked out for them, and the Duke seemed like a pretty good person to him. Although the girl didn't think so, it seemed to her that this was just a way to attract Ray to her side. The guy was a little upset by Iriel's words, and he didn't understand at all why he had such gloomy thoughts. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door, and they both tensed up, because they had not been expecting anyone to visit before. It was Hopel and Layla, who first of all asked for forgiveness for their late visit, but they came here as soon as they found out that they were leaving tomorrow. Hopel also wanted to say that none of them could have imagined that the saint and saintess from the stories would not only meet them, but would also help cure his younger sister of an illness and invent chess, so he would like to thank them for everything they did for them. Ray thought that this was too much, and that they shouldn't be thanked so much, and Iriel, in turn, said that she was also pleased to meet them. It was just a pity that due to their urgent matters, they wouldn't be able to stay here for long. In any case, according to them, they are not here just like that, because in addition to gratitude, they came to them to invite them to a picnic in the night garden. For Iriel, this sounded quite interesting and unusual, and Ray completely agreed with her, so they agreed to such an event without much hesitation. Layla and Hopel were immediately glad that the guys had agreed, and now they were grateful to them for accepting their invitation. So now they would go ahead to prepare everything. After the guys left, Iriel suddenly started laughing strangely, and Ray wanted to clarify what made the girl laugh so much. She said she just finds it funny and cute that it feels like a going-away party for them. Because she was always so busy with the affairs entrusted to her by the Holy Empire, people seemed to be afraid of her, so she never had the opportunity to have this kind of relationship. But now she was filled with such a pleasant feeling inside that she had never felt before, and for her it was so pleasant. Ray also remembered at that moment that when he first met Iriel, she was cold and blinded by her goals, and she was also incredibly cruel. But now he is almost sure that there is nothing left of the old Iriel, although she asked him if the world around them had changed, but what had actually changed was Iriel herself. As soon as they arrived in that very garden, Hopel immediately noted that it might seem to them that they had not prepared so much for them. But he believed that this was not important at all, because the main thing was that they had all gathered here together. Ray suddenly decided to upset Layla a little. He forgot to tell her that she would have to continue to avoid eating flour products after his departure, because if she again ate something that contained flour, her illness would definitely return. The girl was not entirely happy to hear that she was not completely cured, and Ray had to explain to her once again that since her body reacted to the flour particles as if they were poison, it would be almost impossible to completely cure her. So Ray offers her an alternative, the gist of which is that if she continues to follow the diet, for example for 5 years, then by that time he was almost sure that her condition would be much better. But it would be better if he didn't say that. Layla almost lost consciousness when she heard that she wouldn't be able to eat buns for 5 years. While Layla was crying, Hopel said with a smile that they had something else prepared for them, after which he uttered a magic phrase that was supposed to light up the entire sky. And that is what eventually happened, because fireworks began to explode in the sky, and it was incredibly beautiful and exciting. Each of them looked at this sky and thought only that it was actually incredibly beautiful. Ray suggested that they must have spent a lot of mana to create such a show. Hopel told him that since this was possibly their last meeting, he wanted to do everything he could. In this case, Ray asked them for permission to do them a favor in return. Ray also decided to put on a small show with fireworks, but his fireworks were much more colorful and looked even better. Even the Duke, who was standing in his office drinking wine, paid attention to this salute. Layla completely forgot about her illness and just tried to enjoy this amazing fireworks display because she had never actually seen such beautiful lights before. Hopel was surprised that the saint at such a young age was able to achieve such a high level of understanding of magic. In any case, they were incredibly grateful to them because now they will remember this night for the rest of their lives. Ray was so happy that he could give the two of them such wonderful memories, after which each of them sat in their own thoughts, and Ray thought that because of the convenience of using magic, he abandoned his own views and beliefs. But still, he was able to prove to himself that medicine works in this world. After all, with her help, he was able to make new acquaintances and create wonderful memories, and he will definitely continue his work to save as many people as possible. Finally, Ray and the escort party headed to the Holy Empire of Gaia. Despite the long distance, with the support of the Duke, they were able to complete their journey not without much difficulty. The escort team was already aware that this assistance was provided only thanks to Ray, so over time, Ray's status among the people continued to rise. He had already begun to get used to such field conditions, and he was trying to figure out what he could do about it, when suddenly he was interrupted by the voice of some girl, which approached the guy to tell him that they were very inspired by the game of chess that he invented, so they decided to create a group to learn the game and develop a strategy. So they would like to ask him to teach them a couple of tricks, and Ray first of all noticed that behind this girl there was an incredibly large crowd of people. After thinking for a bit, he finally agreed to it, because on the other hand, he didn't have anything special to do anyway. But before that, he immediately told them that he would definitely not give in to them, even if some of them were complete newbies. This look scared them very much, and they were no longer completely sure of their request. And so began the escort squad's chess tournament, in which Ray truly spared absolutely no one. He checkmated them in 4 moves, and each of them just went crazy because they didn't understand how the guy did it. But since no one in the squad had any idea that Ray had participated in world chess tournaments in the past, everyone lost to him in 7 moves, and some even in 4. Thus, Ray became invincible and left behind the impression that he was literally invincible. In addition, because of this, the accompanying team's opinion of him improved significantly. After some time, Ray began to feel like they hadn't made any progress on the path to the Holy Empire, and it seemed to him that this was all because of the difficulty of the path itself. Iriel assured him that there was really nothing to worry about, because once they got past this section, everything would get much better, and from there it wouldn't be far to the Holy Empire, and that was pretty good news for Ray. But suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by a sudden stop, which caused Ray and Iriel to almost flip over in their carriage. The culprits of the abrupt stop were the huge orcs that suddenly appeared on the way to the Holy Empire. Ray, watching as their escorts took a fighting stance, thought that perhaps they should help in this fight. But Iriel was much calmer for him, because she believed that the knights would easily deal with them. But the guy still didn't understand why they couldn't help, because that way they could continue on their way faster. Iriel thought that there was absolutely no point in this, because usually ogres don't stick together in groups of more than 3 individuals. Also, if they start moving, the knights will have to change their positions to protect them, and this will bring confusion into their ranks and create even more problems. So she asked the guy to just trust the knights of the Holy Empire and just wait for them to do their job. Ray didn't exactly disagree with her. He just thought that it might be easier for the knights, since these orcs were huge, and it was unlikely that they would be able to defeat them just like that. But apparently Ray underestimated the strength of the knights of the Holy Empire, who were able to cut through the huge stone that the orcs threw at them with one blow. One of the knights was even ready to admit the fact that these orcs were not easy opponents. But even in this case, he was confident of his victory, after which one of the main knights ordered the central defense squad to immediately reorganize to protect the priests. This knight was called Harriet, and he held the position of commander of the offensive squad. He also asked everyone not to forget that behind their backs there was a saint and a saintess whom they were obliged to protect, and while he was giving orders to everyone, he completely forgot about his opponent, who at that moment decided to attack. A little more, and the knight commander would have had to be collected piece by piece, but Ray managed to come to the rescue in time, and with the help of magic managed to block the blow of this monster. Ray was very glad that his idea to go out and help turned out to be a good one, because he really couldn't let Harriet die here. Harrio, in turn, was of course very grateful to Ray for his help, but he still asked him to hide back in the carriage because it was not safe outside. Ray assured him that everything was actually fine, and that the guy was there for a reason, because the ogre turned out to be much stronger than they thought. But he was not going to stop there and continued to fight the orcs, dealing them one attack after another, after which he decided to finish them off with one blow. and for this he decided to use the firebinding spell. Even the strongest orcs could not withstand such an attack. So after some time, Ray dealt with all the monsters and listened to Ario thank the guy for his help. But he immediately told the knight that there was nothing to worry about, because they were here to help each other. At this point, Harriet thought that if he remembered correctly, the saint should be about 15 years old. And so the man was surprised at how the boy could use magic of such a huge scale. At that moment, Ray smelled the smell of fried meat, and the question came to his mind: how tasty is orc meat? But the only one who wasn't entirely happy here was Iriel, who thought that it was time for them to stop spreading rumors about what a brilliant magician Ray was. According to her, she had a bad feeling, so she suggested not to linger here for too long and to move out immediately before even more monsters came running. But Ray noted with a smile that it seemed to him that it was already quite late to run anywhere. When Iriel turned around, she saw goblins gradually emerging from behind the bushes, who in fact were not that dangerous. Ario himself would never have thought that goblins could interfere with their journey to the Holy Empire. This time, he declared that they could take care of these monsters themselves and did not need help from the saints, after which he ordered his knights to deal with them immediately. One of the knights immediately ran forward to carry out his chief's order, but as soon as he struck this goblin, it immediately became clear to him that everything would not be so simple, because this little creature was able to dodge the knight's blow too easily. Although the most interesting thing was yet to come, this vile green creature also managed to deliver a counterattack to the body of this knight. It was quite a strong blow that was able to break through the knight's defense, which was a big discovery for everyone, because they couldn't even imagine where the goblin could get so much strength from. Ray noted that these goblins looked much stronger than ordinary monsters, and, as much as she didn't want to, Iriel still agreed with him. Moreover, she couldn't help but say that from now on, they would apparently have to deal with everything on their own. After saying these words, she immediately began to attack these small goblins with her holy power, and she was actually quite good at it. Ray, looking at his colleague, noted to himself that if we talk about physical capabilities, then Iriel would clearly be stronger than him. But his thoughts were interrupted at one point by one of the accompanying squad, who shouted to Ray that one of the goblins was behind him. The guy reacted to this goblin quite quickly and used a wind blade spell, which helped him throw this monster back. Iriel explained to Ray that it was actually useless to fight these goblins, because no matter how much they destroyed them, they would still continue to appear, and if this dragged on, they simply would not have enough strength to deal with them. The girl said that the only way they could succeed was if they somehow got rid of these monsters with one blow. And as soon as she said this, a great idea immediately came to Ray's mind. He began to twist the goblins and shout at them that they could not do anything to him because they were weak. In other words, he used provocation in order to lure them closer to him. These not particularly smart creatures immediately went berserk and began to run towards Ray in a crowd, and he, in turn, began to run away and continued to make fun of them. Iriel couldn't even imagine what he was doing, because it seemed to her that it didn't look like some kind of magical technique at all. At one point, the guy stopped, and the goblins immediately decided that they had managed to drive Ray into a dead end, and now they could finally show him who the weakling was. At that moment, the guy looked at all these goblins and thought only about the fact that their number was actually simply enormous. It seemed to him that there would be much fewer of them. In any case, the main thing was that he was far enough away from the escort squad. In any case, he has no other choice and will have to carry out his plan that he conceived right here. And for this, he needed to create a fireball. This small flame immediately made the goblins laugh, who laughed at the size of this fireball. Ray was so glad that they were having so much fun and that it wasn't enough for them, because he was worried that they would end too quickly. In fact, he created 1,000 of these fireballs so that every goblin could enjoy the fire. After such a show, only Ray found it funny, because he was well aware of the situation the goblins were in at the moment. But it was too late to change anything, because Ray struck, and a few seconds later there was an explosion that could only mean one thing. This fiery blow reached the accompanying detachment, who now understood perfectly well where and why Ray was heading. But in any case, they began to worry very much about the guy, and immediately ran to the site of the explosion, where at first they did not find him. Suddenly, they heard Ray's voice telling them that it would be better if they stopped standing like idols and started doing something, because they had a long way to go anyway. He suggested that they hurry up and get out of this forest as soon as possible, because he hoped that they would not encounter any more monsters, and the knights completely agreed with him. Ray wanted to hear from Iriel whether these monsters are always so strong, and according to the girl, usually not. That is why the escort squad was so excited and could hardly cope with them. Besides, the girl wanted to talk to the guy about his mana. Or rather, she wanted to tell him that when he went through the baptism ceremony, all his mana would disappear. And Ray was definitely not ready to hear that. So he asked her to explain it in a little more detail. Iriel repeated to him once again that if he passed the detachment in the Holy Empire, then God himself would bestow upon him holy power. But as he probably knows, the human body can only withstand one type of mana, and since holy power in some ways acts like mana, it will replace his true mana. And if it is poured into his body in which mana circulates, then it explodes because it cannot cope with it. For the same reason, before holy power is poured into his body, mana will gradually be removed from him. According to her, God will create vessels of mana inside his body, with the help of which he will be able to use holy power. And once the vessels are created by God, what they call taboo will control all the mana that circulates in his body. Ray asked Iriel to explain the meaning of the word taboo, and according to the girl, this concept was invented by the saints. She told him that they cannot go against the word of God, so what they are forbidden to say or do that contradicts or violates the rules of their faith, they call taboo. And for the girl, it was sometimes very funny that in such a case, they could not even voice their true desires. Ray interrupted her and decided to find out what would happen if they suddenly did something that contradicted the rules of faith. Iriel reminded him that it is the taboo that controls the mana in his body. So if you break the rules of the taboo, then all the mana from his body will disappear. But the saddest thing is that he will disappear along with her, and this process is irreversible. Ray concluded that in essence, one incorrectly spoken word could wipe him off the face of the earth forever, and this is effectively a threat to anyone who dares to blaspheme or use foul language. Iriel told him that she had heard that there were quite a few people who had disappeared for this reason, which is why she had to make sure she had everything under control. In any case, she immediately assured him that this did not apply to him in any way, but she asked him to remember that all the mana he currently possessed would disappear. Ray understood everything perfectly, so he decided to ask another question, in which he wanted to know if his mana disappeared and holy power was poured into his body, would his mana never be restored? Iriel assured him that not only would he not be able to regenerate her, but all the circles in his body would never be able to perform their function again, which in other words meant that he would lose her forever. The girl could only tell him that when he got used to it, only then would he understand that holy power also had its advantages, although he would no longer have the ability to use magic, but he would be able to impose various enhancements on others. But looking at Ray's face, he was clearly not amused, and that was normal, because he had trained all his life to become a strong magician, and now he would completely lose the ability to use magic. He had thoughts in his head that if it weren't for the fact that his mana would disappear, he would want to be able to use holy power, and he should find out if there was an alternative way. The next day, in the morning, they finally arrived at the Holy Empire, and Ray was so glad that they finally got here, because in fact the journey took them quite a long time. Iriel at this point turned to the priest to tell him that as soon as they entered the territory of the Holy Empire, she would like them to immediately head to the capital of the empire, Salonia. Ray, hearing this, reminded the girl that she had promised him that they would first conduct the ceremony, and therefore he did not understand why they would go to the capital at all. Iriel told him that in fact, they were not going to conduct the baptism ceremony right away. According to her, the rite of baptism is a universal celebration, and since he knows nothing about the Holy Empire, she believed that he needed to first learn as much as possible before the rite began. And it turned out that Iriel herself would teach him, and they would start from the very beginning, with little things, and end with such things as etiquette, norms, and traditions. She was going to teach him everything. As soon as they entered the territory of the Holy Empire, Ray could immediately say that the view was simply impressive, and he had not yet seen the mansion, which was truly magnificent. In his opinion, it was a completely different level than the buildings in the Duchy of Silos. The first thing Ariel decided to show him was the estate where the saints lived. According to her, this was a place that even the Pope had to make a request to visit, and the workers were carefully selected and had status, so he had nothing to worry about in this place. She also couldn't help but add that if he was here, they would go over everything she had mentioned along the way, and of course, she was glad to remind him once again that she was the only one who would teach him. Ray understood perfectly well that the head of the estate, who was supposed to inform him about everything, was not just busy. Suddenly, the guy's thoughts were interrupted by one of his maids, who was very happy to meet Ray, and according to her, she was here to accompany him to the place where he was staying. The guy's mood immediately improved because he liked this maid, because she was quite charming. He remembered what Ariel had said, that everyone in this castle had some kind of status, and so he understood that this girl should have status too, and besides, she clearly didn't look like an ordinary person. Finally, they came to the chambers where Ray would be staying, and they were simply beautiful. The guy had never seen anything better. The maid was quite polite and asked him to make himself comfortable, but she was deviating for now so as not to disturb him with this, for which Ray was grateful to her. Only after experiencing this kind of treatment did Ray finally begin to realize that he was truly becoming a saint. The next day, he was woken up early in the morning by Ariel, who asked him to wake up as quickly as possible, because in her words, they did not have much time and needed to have time to study everything. And to begin with, she invited him to look at the material she had given him, but Ray was most irritated by her enthusiasm. It didn't take Ray long to realize that the rite of baptism is formally divided into 3 parts: worship of God, a pilgrimage to officially declare the new saint, and finally receiving holy power from God, the last stage taking place in a secluded holy place with the new saint. He also learned that during the entire ritual, the saint should not lower his head, and he should greet people exclusively with his left hand in the solar plexus area at an angle of exactly 70 degrees, after which he added 3 basic rules of table etiquette, and Ariel could not believe that he remembered it all so quickly. But Ray still had some questions, namely he would like to know about the 3rd part of the ceremony, because nothing is written about it. The only thing he knows is that he will have to demonstrate his sincerity to God, and the answer from Ariel was quite unexpected. She said that in her case she did nothing at all. The guy immediately told her that at the moment he was not in the mood for jokes, but apparently it was really true, because the girl convincingly told him that she had simply been doing what she ate and slept for a week. Then, according to her, mana vessels appeared in her body, and she felt how a huge power appeared inside her. The guy still felt that the appearance of vessels of mana and power in themselves seemed too impossible. Ariel's expression suddenly changed, and she told the guy that in general, he remembered everything correctly, but according to her, the problem remained in his manners. She believed that even if he had a memory beyond human comprehension, it still wouldn't help him learn manners, because remembering and doing are completely different things. After she scolded Ray, she smiled again and said that it was already lunchtime, and that was great because then they would be able to see his practical skills. A few minutes later, they were already sitting at the dinner table, and Ray was eating like a saint. He did not violate any of the manners that they had learned together today. Ariel was very surprised that Ray was so good at this. It seemed to her that this was clearly the first time he ate like this. But she still asked him not to relax, because he still had a lot to learn ahead. Ray answered her that he thought she was being too strict with him, and as soon as he said this, Ariel immediately noted that when he has a mouthful of food, it's better not to speak. Simply because the pedantic nobles will find fault with everything he does, and in order for them to fail, she must make him into an ideal nobleman. Ray asked her to relax, but apparently this definitely won't happen, because Ariel repeated that they had an important task ahead of them, and she was thinking about staying with him for the night. Suddenly their argument was interrupted by a maid who asked for forgiveness in advance, but she was there to inform them of one rule. After which she said that if she, as a saint, were to stay at the estate of a new saint, it would attract unnecessary attention and could also give rise to unflattering rumors about them. She also immediately added that she knows perfectly well that what she said could be considered excessively rude, but she would like to ask that her words be taken into account, and also that she was simply sharing her concerns in order to avoid unpleasant incidents. After these words, Ariel immediately wanted to know the name of this girl, and she introduced herself as Belaqua Sia Eucliwood. Ariel knew the girl's last name very well, because she came from one of the three most noble families in the entire empire. Among the many noble families of the Holy Empire, there are three that stand out as being in the service of the saints, and there are also 6 families that have the title of Sia, having received it for their achievements. And considering this, Ariel did not quite understand why such an important person like her was selected as a servant. In any case, the saint answered her that she would remember her, after which she thanked Euclid of the Belacqua family for the advice. Ray was simply silent at that moment, and thought that if she had a title, then she could very well be a noblewoman. But then why would she work as a servant? The only answer that came to his mind was that the saint's situation was much more serious than he could have imagined. That same night, someone very quietly tried to enter Ray's room. It was that same maid Euclid, who now looked in such a way that it was immediately clear that she did not bring any kindness. She wanted to squeeze his face so much, but she held back very much, because she understood what consequences she could suffer for this. It was not clear what was going on in her head, but at one point she decided to abandon her original plan, and so she turned around and started to leave. The next morning, as soon as Ray woke up, Euclid brought him a cup of tea, and as soon as Ray tried it, he immediately began to praise the girl for the fact that she actually brews tea perfectly, although according to her there is nothing special in it, because she just put Ceylon flower petals in it. Last night, Euclid entered the room so quietly that even the lightly sleeping Ray did not notice, but she did nothing, and the next day was as peaceful as possible. They all acted as if nothing had happened, although Ariel, looking at this servant, still suspected that there was something clearly suspicious about her. Everything was perfect until Euclid came up to Ray and told him that everything was ready for the ritual, and so she asked him to follow her, although the guy thought that it would start after lunch. So first he decided to clarify why he needed to go right now. Ariel decided to answer this question and said that there are still many things that they need to do in order to fully prepare for the ritual, because today Ray will need to impress a lot of people. After this phrase, about 10 minutes passed, and Ray had already put on his ceremonial clothes, which, according to Ariel, fit him so well that it was even hard to take his eyes off him. Euclid also added that the people from the high nobility were already inside and ready to meet him, and Ray honestly admitted that this all made him incredibly nervous. But in any case, he apparently had to do it, so he nevertheless entered the palace, where they had already announced that the saint and saintess were entering. People who saw the boy for the first time were very surprised, because they certainly did not think that a little boy would turn out to be a saint. But even such thoughts did not stop them from approaching him first and saying that they were very glad to meet him, and it was a great honor to finally meet him. They wanted to introduce themselves and talk a little with Ray, but they were interrupted by Ariel, who immediately said that she understood them perfectly well, that they were all excited about meeting the saint, but she would also like to say that their behavior did not correspond to the etiquette of the event being held, and when they finished, they would definitely have a chance to greet him. These words made them calm down and say that she was absolutely right, and of course they would look forward to the end of the event. Euclid was also on the side of the saint and asked everyone present to show politeness to the saint before the ceremony, and also, if it is not difficult for them, they should avoid unnecessary excitement. They immediately recognized her and understood what family she was from, but the only thing they didn't understand was why she was wearing a maid's uniform, although they didn't dare ask about it. After they had walked a little away from the place where there were many people, Ariel and Euclid said in one voice that he would have to say a few words in honor of becoming a saint, and they understood that he was not ready for this. So they advised him to say something simple and understandable, since people themselves would interpret his words. He clearly didn't like it, but apparently he simply had no other choice. So he agreed to it and immediately began to think what he should say. And before all this begins, Ariel decided to wish him the most important thing, and that is good luck. After a little preparation, he finally walked onto the stage in front of 1,000 people. Ray immediately wanted to know why there were so many people here. Were they all here for today, and his becoming a saint? Instead of answering his question, Euclid decided to give him a magical device that he would need when he spoke, and then his voice would reach much further, because it seemed to her that people would not be able to hear him if he just shouted. But Ray assured her that he did not need such a thing. After which he used his magic to address all the inhabitants of the empire who came to support him today, which was so surprising for Euclid. She clearly did not expect to see that the guy possessed magic. Ray, meanwhile, greeted all the residents and introduced himself, after which he said that he would never have thought that God would choose such a young and inexperienced person like him, and he really doesn't know how it happened. After all, he was once a very ordinary boy who grew up in one of the villages of this country, and now he has been chosen as a new saint. Besides, he had already made a promise to some of them before appearing here. According to him, this promise guarantees that the Holy Empire will become the greatest country on the continent. And now he would like to make this promise to the people of these lands. He then vowed that he would make the Holy Empire of Gaia the strongest country on the entire continent, although he understood that some here would find it funny to hear such a bold statement from a child. However, he would like to immediately add that as long as they believe and support him, he will do everything possible to support them. And as soon as he showed them his power, they immediately began to chant his name and rejoice that they had a new saint. At this point, he finished his speech and began to descend, asking Euclid along the way where they would be heading now. She took him to a special place where she asked him to lie down in the center of the circle and listen to her further instructions. As soon as he lay down, she began to tell him that when he felt that he was spiritually ready, then all he had to do was ask for an audience with God. Ray lay silently for a while in the center of this circle and thought about what he really needed to say. He mentally repeated the word God and added various prefixes of address, hoping that one of them would work, when suddenly he became quiet because he noticed that everything around him had changed. As it turned out, he simply fell asleep and woke up that same evening. Ray immediately realized that the so-called God had not appeared, and his back was stiff from lying on a hard surface, because for the last few days, he had been sleeping on a comfortable bed. But what confused him most was that apparently Euclid had been standing in this pose all this time, and it was so strange. How did she manage not to get tired at all? For her sake, Ray stood up, and as soon as he did, he immediately heard a question from the girl in which she wanted to know if God answered his call. The guy answered her that his conversation with God still haunts him, and this was amazing for Euclid, because as far as she knew, even Saint Iriel needed a whole day to talk to God, although Ray at that moment was thinking only about whether he should even tell the truth. Marquis Harold also heard the news about the new saint, and immediately thought that he needed to urgently lure this guy to his side, otherwise his affairs would be bad. And he decided to give this task to his man, to whom he said that even though they had not succeeded with Iriel, they should still try to win the favor of the newly minted saint. Marquis Harold's eldest son, Barrett, told his father that they could thus strengthen their family's influence in the Holy Empire, so Harold asked his son to make sure that he could establish communication with the new saint. However, the man immediately asked him not to forget that one should treat the saint with the deepest respect, regardless of his age. Barrett understood his father, and immediately thought about the fact that he really didn't need to talk about this. Besides, according to rumors, the new saint was just an ordinary villager, whom he would very easily draw to his side. At a banquet in honor of the new saint, one of the guests began to talk about how lucky the new saint was to have been chosen, as a result of which he was able to rise so well, and Barrett completely agreed with him, so he decided to offer to take the opportunity and teach him a lesson in good manners. Suddenly, their dialogue was interrupted by a man who had just entered the banquet hall, and Barrett immediately began to get angry, because he did not understand why this man had never been to such banquets before, but decided to show up here. The thing was that Zeke from the Duchy of Trey entered the hall, and Barrett himself immediately came up to greet him. He also added that he clearly didn't expect anyone from the Duchy of Trey to attend the event. Zeke responded by immediately telling him that he had not actually come here to look at his face. At this point, they were joined by a member of Marquis Krellin's family, Lady Saret, who also approached Zeke to ask him who she was looking for here. Instead of answering this question, he asked a counter-question in which he wanted to know whether the saint had not yet appeared. Barrett tried to talk to him again, and therefore decided to assume that he would appear soon, and they just needed to wait for him, and they could do it together. Ray, meanwhile, in his room, was amazed at his new outfit, which, according to him, was very comfortable. He had the feeling that this outfit was sewn by a tailor exactly according to his measurements. Euclid assured him that this was indeed the case, as she had taken his measurements the day he arrived and sent them to the tailor, and the garment was made to his measurements. So she assured the boy that it was no wonder that it fit so perfectly. Now, Ray was even more surprised that she was able to estimate his size by sight. But according to Euclid, she acquired this ability with a lot of experience, and Ray noted that even at their first meeting, he thought that she was special. But as it turned out, she even exceeded his expectations. Ray didn't wait for any particular reaction from the girl, so he again noted to himself that she was like a robot. But apparently this was quite normal for her. In any case, she suggested that they finish the fitting, because it was time to take him to the banquet hall. As a result, the saint arrived much later than expected, which upset the guests a little, but still in the end they understood that he needed time to prepare for the meeting. Barrett decided to tell them about what happened during the ritual while they were waiting for the saint, and according to Barrett, their newly minted saint gave a rather entertaining speech. Although in his mind he still continued to think that Ray was an ordinary commoner whom he could easily lure to his side and then completely manipulate him to achieve his goals. But his thoughts were interrupted at one fine moment by the voice of the presenter, who finally announced the appearance of a new saint, and a few seconds later, Ray appeared in the banquet hall. Barrett looked closely at the guy and thought that he had actually imagined the saint completely differently. Although in fact he liked him even more like this, he immediately noticed a certain confidence and self-control in him. So he immediately decided to come closer to Ray and say hello to him, and also introduce Barrett, the eldest son of Marquis Harold, and Ray reciprocated and said that he was actually also very pleased to meet him. But this politeness towards all the guests greatly strained Barrett, because he could not find a single flaw in the new saint, and thus he came to the understanding that all his plans could go down the drain if he did not do something urgently. He decided that in order to win this battle, he had to strike first. So after he asked Ray if he was really a commoner, and the boy told him that it was true, Barrett assumed that then most likely Ray was taking part in such an event for the first time. Ray didn't quite understand what all this was about, but he still admitted that it was indeed the first time he was attending such a celebration, and as Barrett had said, commoners simply could not attend such events. After which Barrett said that the title of saint makes him not an ordinary person, so it obviously does not apply to him now, and there is no place for uneducated fools at such events. There are always such people. They are not able to compete with their initial data and just stand and watch from the side. That is why they behave so casually, every now and then trying to get into politics. Such people, in his opinion, are just scum. Ray responded to this by saying that it seemed like Barrett believed that it was a person's status that determined his value, and so he wanted to know why he thought that way. Barrett answered him that in fact it was just common sense, and all normal people thought exactly like that, after which Ray added that he was not really used to such a life, so it was difficult for him to understand what they were talking about here. His interlocutor once again reminded Ray that the guy had recently been a commoner, so it was not surprising that everything was new to him. But suddenly their dialogue was interrupted when Zeke intervened in a rather peculiar way, as if trying to cut off Beret's head. But Ray helped the guy and stopped this madness at the last moment. Beret just screamed in fear for some time, because the last thing he expected was to see a sword near his neck. Ray also decided to say that it was impossible to do this because it was too dangerous, and what a relief it was for him that he was able to stop it with the help of mana. Zeke immediately knelt down in front of the saint and told him that he was actually very sorry for what he had just done, and also that this was exactly the first impression he had after meeting him. However, he would like to say right away that he could not continue to allow this deceiver to show such rudeness, although he did not deny that he acted too impulsively. But on the other hand, he really just could not stop at this moment. Ray didn't understand at all what was going on here and who these people were, so he just stood there silently for a while and tried to understand what had just happened. Euclid joined this dialogue, wanting to say that what the gentleman from the Harold family said was blasphemy, because he dared to cross the boundaries of what was permitted and make a laughing stock of him, and Zeke completely agreed with her, so he decided to say that Barut should have his throat cut for this. It would also be nice to determine an appropriate punishment for his family, so they could clearly set an example for others, and it was clear from Barrett's face that he was clearly frightened by such a proposal. Ray thought for a bit, but still noticed that there was some truth in their words, so he asked to invite Marquis Harold here, and Euclid immediately went to fulfill his request. Suddenly, Iriel joined them, immediately saying that there was really no need for this, because Marquis Harold was watching everything from the second floor. Within seconds, Marquis Harold was on his knees begging for forgiveness, and he also agreed that it was because he had failed to properly train his son. He also simultaneously shouted at Barrett and told him to immediately ask the saint for forgiveness. Ray didn't understand what was happening at all, because he just came to the banquet, and behind him there were already people who were offering him to destroy other people. But for now he decided to stop this madness and first figure everything out. True, he stood and looked at these two poor fellows and did not understand how best to act in this case. So he decided to ask the Marquis himself what he thought would be an appropriate punishment for his actions in this situation. At that moment, the man thought about the fact that Barrett lost his mother at a fairly young age, so he had to raise the boy alone, and because of this he always felt guilty that he was too bad a father. And one day he vowed to give him what he did not have, namely a good life without need. Therefore, he decided to ask the saint to forgive all the actions of his son, and in exchange for this mercy, he would be ready to renounce his title and donate his fortune to the temple. Ray didn't understand why they couldn't punish only Barrett for this act, and how parents could be guilty of their children's actions. But still, Ray was quite surprised that a man would be willing to give up his title just to protect his son. So he turned to Barrett again and asked the guy if he realized what he did wrong. And according to Barrett, he fully understood what he did wrong, and is now ready to bear his punishment. Ray at that moment was thinking that if Marquis Harold was the same as his son, he would certainly punish them both. But apparently there was no need for this. So Ray told Barrett that his greatest sin was only that his father was currently on his knees. The saint also added that he thought of punishing Barrett, but seeing the sincerity of his father and the love he feels for his child, he decided to simply close his eyes to everything, which means that he essentially forgives them. Even Barrett and his father were surprised that the saint would do just that, although he still wondered if it would be too easy to let them get away with it. But he still decided not to do this, and before he finally let them go, Ray decided to tell them that if they made a generous donation, as mentioned earlier, but this was already a mere trifle in comparison with what they were threatened with. The Marquis immediately agreed and added that he would be happy to donate any amount they wished, they only had to tell him about it. Ariel, looking at all this, smiled and thought about what a light punishment for something as grave a crime as blasphemy. But she smiled precisely because Ray had managed and made the right decision when he decided not to punish them so severely. After this decision, Zeke decided to approach the saint again and clarify whether he had definitely decided to leave everything as is, because if he was afraid of something, then he could only say one word to him, and he would deal with them immediately. Ray asked him to put away the sword again, because in fact there was no need for it. The guy thought mentally that this guy was very strange, and he had been following him all this time, and what was most surprising was that it was so natural that he didn't even consider it something strange. After such thoughts, Ray decided to ask, although belatedly, but he would still like to know what his name was. But he never expected that such a question would cause such a panic in Zeke, because he immediately began to bow at his feet and talk about how sorry he was that he had not introduced himself earlier. But now he decided to correct his mistake and said that his name was Zeke Sia Trey and he was from the Trey Duchy. Ray listened to him attentively and noticed that he mentioned Sia in the middle of his name, and he wanted to know what it meant. And as soon as he asked this, Euclid immediately told the guy that Sia was a title. She also added that the only people who have the title of Saya in their name are the three families that serve the saint and the saint. But Ray himself did not think that he needed as many as 3 families to obey, because in fact, Euclid alone is enough for him. The girl seemed angry when he said that, so she was forced to tell him that this has been the case since ancient times. So they decided to keep this tradition until this time. So all she could tell him was to relax and just take it as God's will. And as soon as she finished speaking, Zeke decided to step in and say that if he really thought 3 was too many, he could always choose him alone. Euclid immediately looked at him with a look that spoke for itself, and a little more and they would have fought. But Ray told them in time that he was not really driving anyone away, so it was better for them not to quarrel. In any case, he was still quite interested in finding out what about the other family, why there were only the 2 of them here, and Euclid was ready for this question, so she immediately told Ray that they would protect him from the shadows. She also told him that their true nature was unknown to the Holy Empire, Moreover, even they did not know who they really were, but it was known that they were always so close that they would instantly react in order to protect the saint. And as soon as Ray heard this information, he immediately turned around and saw a man in a tree, which caught him by surprise, because he did not even have time to run away before Ray noticed him. At that moment, the saint confirmed Euclid's words for himself. They really were next to him, and now that he knew, he began to feel their mana. Looking at these trees, he began to clearly sense 6 people who were hiding in these trees. Euclid and Zeke stood there and felt nothing, so they decided that the young saint was just imagining things. But Ray was actually right, and there really was a 3rd family in the trees that was ready to protect him, and one of the members of this family was glad that even though Ray was young, he was still an archmage. Euclid stood in front of the 2 swords and remembered how she was cruelly trained by her father, who constantly forced her to get up and continue fighting. After all, he believed that she should earn the right to bear the name Belacqua, and besides, someone who serves a saint cannot be weak. He kept telling her that it had never happened before that 2 saints coexisted in the same period of time, considering that they already had a saint. There should not have been any saints in this generation, however, to curry favor with a non-existent saint, and she constantly did not understand. Did she really have to suffer like this? Previously, she asked herself hundreds of times a day about the meaning of her existence, but a few years later, as if in answer to her question, a new saint was chosen. Ray interrupted her thoughts when he said that Ariel would be accompanying him to the next part of the ritual, and he was a little confused as to what that meant, even though Ariel had already told him several times that only a beautiful person should accompany him, so she was the one going with him. Euclid was silent for a bit and decided to explain to the guy what was going on here, except in special cases. Only saints can enter the place where the ritual is being held, and this has nothing to do with appearance. In fact, Ariel knew about all this, and it was funny for her to look at Ray, who did not understand anything at all. In any case, Ariel decided to take him there, and they went to a forest that was nearby. But as it turned out a little later, it was not quite a simple forest, because Ray noticed that this place was guarded by holy knights, and he logically came to the conclusion that since such protection was needed here, it meant that this place was very important. His thoughts and expectations were interrupted by Ariel, who pointed her finger at the steps and said that he had to make his way to the very top. She also added that this part of the ceremony is meant to demonstrate his respect for God, and she also said that he should not use his mana at all. After some time of traveling, Ray began to literally beg Ariel to stop and rest for a bit. Ariel told him with a smile that she would never believe that he got tired so quickly, because they had actually just left, and if he was really tired, then she assumed that he would have to work on his endurance. But Ray thought that the problem was that he had been running around the Holy Empire all day yesterday, and she had seen it all herself, and if only he could have used mana, he would have flown up those steps without blinking an eye. But the girl had already told him that he couldn't do this, and she had already told him this, and she also added that he couldn't use mana not only in this place, but also during the ritual. According to her, it was strictly forbidden. From this point on, Ray would have to get there on his own, although according to the saint there was nothing complicated. He just needed to follow the stairs, and at some point she was sure that he would get where he needed to go, and for prevention, Ariel reminded him that he could not use his mana. After which she said goodbye to him and said that they would see him when he finished, and according to Ray's own feelings, it shouldn't be very long. But after some time of endlessly climbing these steps, he changed his mind, although he was already able to reach the very top. As soon as he stepped over the last step, he immediately fell to the floor and just lay there for a while, after which he moved away a little and raised his head, where he noticed not an empty clearing, but a house. And Ray was glad about this, because it seemed to him that everything would be much worse. He opened the doors with the thought that he really just needed to spend 1 week here, and at first glance it seemed to him that it was not at all difficult. Although Ray's main problem was that Ariel told him that he should pay his respects to God, and he couldn't even imagine what he should do. Ariel actually told him that she hadn't done anything for a whole week, and considering everything he knows, Ray decided that it was time for him to take a vacation, where he would be all by himself. And while he was here, he decided that he would try to rest as much as possible. Besides, he was sure that if he relaxed, the week would fly by. At this time, Ray had no idea what trials awaited him and the harsh reality he would have to face during his stay. He tried to survive in this place calmly and not use his mana, but his patience quickly evaporated. Since he can't use mana, the guy decided to do everything with his own hands, and at times it was too hard. But what bothered him most was the fact that no one had warned him about what he would have to do, and considering what he was doing, it was safe to say that it was too much. And the most unpleasant thing was that they talked about a week, that everything would end in 7 days. But then Ray simply couldn't imagine why he had been sitting in this place for a whole week. Ray thought they thought he had come here to learn how to survive in the jungle, and he was getting pretty fed up with it. Suddenly his screams were interrupted when he saw holy energy around him and realized that God had decided to answer him since he had already lost his temper. Ray was so glad that finally his suffering was over, and he finally received holy power. But after a few seconds, the realization came to him that his holy power had simply disappeared, and now Ray didn't quite understand what to do with it. But then his thoughts were interrupted again, and an energy appeared inside him that was clearly similar to a saint, and therefore there was joy on Ray's face again. Or maybe not, because she started disappearing again, and Ray didn't understand at all what was happening and what kind of jokes these were. The guy sincerely didn't understand what was wrong with him and why God was playing some kind of games with him. But in the end, one could say that the guy spent a whole month there and saw a lot of time, and in the end, did not receive a drop of power. God was still trying to do something and sending the guy power, but at some point Ray just got tired of enduring it and asked him to stop, because it became clear to him that the holy power did not stay in his body, and therefore there was no point in it. Moreover, it only infuriates him more because he feels how the air around him is saturated with holy power, and he has never been so disappointed in his life. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Ariel, who met him on the way back, and from her face one could understand that she clearly did not expect to see something like this. Ray literally cried from the fact that he saw Ariel because he hadn't spoken to anyone for a whole month, and despite the fact that it was Ariel, he was still incredibly touched by this. But the girl at that moment saw a completely different picture. There was colossal holy energy around Ray. Ray told her that he could not use holy power, and she, the girl, suggested that he use mana. Besides, the ritual was already completed, but Ray was more interested in what was wrong with Ariel's clothes. But according to her, there was nothing surprising about it, because as soon as she felt a strong, holy energy, she immediately rushed here. And to test his mana, Ray decided to use a purity spell, which he was able to easily clean Ariel's outfit. The guy was glad that he could still use mana, although on the other hand, this meant that he couldn't use holy energy. He wondered this, because there was no reason why he couldn't use holy energy. Ariel decided to tell him that he really shouldn't worry about his failure with holy energy, because he still remains God's chosen one and an incredible magician. And if someone starts to blab too much, the girl advised him to simply teach him a lesson with his magnificent magic. But what she would also like to add is that the air around him became so pleasant and smelled so great, although Ray pretended that he did not understand what Ariel was telling him. But she couldn't stop, and continued telling the guy that his scent was so warm, and it was as if he was asking her to stay with him longer. At that moment, Ray assumed that he would probably have to keep his distance from everyone until he learned to control this power. Suddenly, he heard the voice of Zeke, who was standing next to Euclid, and according to them, they had come to congratulate them on the successful completion of the ritual. Ray immediately smiled because he was actually glad to see them again, and was also grateful that they came to meet him. But they assured him that there was no need to thank them, because they had come here as soon as they heard that he was coming down, and they had come here to tell him that he had done a great job, regardless of the outcome. Ray didn't feel like they were being too kind to him. They literally begged him to give them some kind of task, and endlessly asked him to let them do something for him. The guy immediately asked them to move away from him, but apparently Zeke was not going to do this. He told the saint that he, as part of the Trey Duchy, was simply obliged to always be ready to serve him at any time, in any place, and all these words were incredibly suspicious for Ray. In any case, when he returned back to his palace, he remembered that when he was chosen as a saint, he promised himself something, and that was to make the Holy Empire the greatest state. And now that he officially is one, it is time for him to fulfill his promise, and to begin with, he decided that he needs to learn a lot about the Holy Empire, from history and climate conditions to agriculture and trade. In other words, about everything that has happened to this country since its foundation. He understood that he had a lot to read, but only in this way could he make the Holy Empire the greatest state. As soon as the sun rose and shone brightly, Ray gathered all the nobles of the Holy Empire, and those gathered sharply criticized the inefficiency that was rife in the structure. In response, Ray proposed to adjust the systems of agriculture, commerce, and trade. And among all the changes he proposed was the introduction of the Milpa system for the agricultural sector. The Milpa system is a traditional agricultural system that Ray knew well because he had read a lot about it in his past life. It was the system used in Mexico, and it was the one that received the greatest support from the nobility and was the first to be adopted. However, there were also those who did not understand many things. One of these people was Count Gray, who noted that Ray's method described the use of priests as mercenaries, and he would like to know what the guy meant by this. Ray answered him that in fact everything is simple. What he reads is what it means. He suggests attracting priests as mercenaries. And if the people from the council understood him correctly, then he proposes sending people to the field of Brawny, and Ray confirmed this information. Count Gray spoke again, and noted that if they did this, the death of the priests would lead to the fall of their nation, and the number of people who aspired to become priests would also rapidly decrease. Ray assured them that, of course, no one would send the priests to the front lines in the thick of things. According to him, they would be in the rear, and as long as they were not at the front lines, and the wounded were delivered to them from the front line, they would be able to minimize losses in their ranks. But even if this is the case, Gray stated that war is war. By this they wanted to say that in such a case they might be attacked from the flanks, and what will they do then? Ray told them that he was in fact well aware that the battlefield was not a sandbox, and in his words, it would be just wonderful if all the clergy returned home safe and sound after the war. The guy didn't really suggest using them as cannon fodder. He intended to send paladins to accompany them on the battlefield, and if they assigned paladins, then they could ensure their safety. But he also did not forget to say that the involvement of priests as mercenaries is simply a strategy that is different from the current one, and even if they do not ultimately need their help, in case of real need, it will be very useful. Observing the wounded and what was happening on the battlefield in close proximity to the thick of things seemed to him like a wonderful practical experience for priests. The counts agreed that priests were essential on the battlefield, but they believed that they had many other opportunities that could enrich and glorify their empire. But according to the saint, he is proposing such an initiative not only for the sake of glory. In reality, it is only a pleasant addition. What he would like to achieve is support from other nations. Ray tried to explain to them that from the point of view of the nations that needed the help of the Holy Empire, they did not pose any threat to them. So if they allowed them to borrow their powers, then in the event of various emergencies, they would be able to demand compensation from them. They hadn't even thought about it, but now that Ray had told them about it, they realized that it was actually a good idea. Besides, Count Gray had noted that by borrowing troops, they would be able to gain more control over the situation on the continent, but he still thought that it might be too dangerous. Suddenly, Ariel joined in, noting that she liked the idea of using the lives of their priests as guarantors, so she raised her hand and said that she personally completely agreed with the saint and would gladly support him. After these meetings, Ariel decided to talk to Ray in order to tell him that the idea of mercenary priests would cause an ambiguous reaction, and upon hearing this, Ray immediately wanted to know how he could gain the favor of the nobility. Ariel immediately said that there was no point in worrying about it, because in fact it was not that difficult, and she would be happy to help him with it. And immediately after that, she told Ray that they did not need to try to win their favor. They could just impose their opinion on them. And all she wants to hear in exchange for her help is the words of the greatest beauty of the entire holy nation, whom Ray asks to have mercy on him and help. And no matter how much the guy did not want to do this, he understood that Ariel has enormous influence, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire backbone of the nobility are her supporters. Therefore, taking all this into account, it was possible to say with absolute certainty that if Ariel supported him now, it would be difficult for her to object in response. And although this would be low for him, on the other hand, this is the path of least resistance. So the guy, in other words, simply has no other choice. At the next meeting, sometime later, Ray announced that they had finally finished the discussion, and now if anyone had other ideas for changing the Holy Empire, he would be glad to hear them. Most of the people who were at these gatherings said among themselves that they completely agreed with the saint's statements. Slowly but surely, everything planned in the Holy Empire was implemented. Considering the difficulties that such changes entail in the entire branch of agriculture, they first tested the proposed changes in a small area. Moreover, the people did not speak out against the use of priests as mercenaries, and after receiving positive feedback from the priests themselves, many countries wished to resort to their services. And so, the Holy Empire was able to collect a large amount of funds, and this led them to invest in agriculture and trade, contributing to the prosperity of the country. At this point, Ray understood that in order to ensure sustainable development, he simply needed competent personnel for each of the areas. But finding the right people was quite difficult, and before acting, Ray decided that he needed to think about it a little. Mrs. Eckley returned home and first went to the library, where a staff member was waiting for her, who jumped up from her seat as soon as she saw the lady. Although in fact she understood the girl's reaction, because it had been about 3 months since they had seen each other. She immediately noticed that there were suspiciously many people in the library, which was unusual, since usually no one comes here for months. The librarian explained to her that a saint had been coming into the library for the last few days, and the lady immediately understood what was going on. Apparently, all the other people immediately came together to look at his cute little face. She herself was not against talking to him a little, so she came closer to clarify whether he was that very saint. Ray did not understand who she was, but still confirmed that he was a saint, although he was mentally thinking about how to quickly end the dialogue with her. And she, in turn, began to sort through the books that he had read, and at one point she noticed that they were all related to medicine. The guy couldn't stand it and asked her directly what she needed from him, and according to the girl, if he had really read all these books, then he should understand most of what was stated in them, and Ray didn't understand why she needed it, but still confirmed it. And as soon as he did this, the lady immediately decided to ask him how to treat a wound inflicted by a rusty blade. The saint, without thinking twice, answered her that first of all, it was necessary to prevent infection by using holy water, and then it was worth carrying out the healing. She was glad that he knew this, but now she wanted to know if he agreed with this, and she seemed to know that Ray did not share such methods, and he would treat the patient differently. Namely, he would make a small cut around the flesh that was directly infected, and he would do so only because, although they think that a cut left by a rusty blade causes poisoning, they still cannot say with certainty that it is truly poisoning. Ray believed that if you inflict a wound with a rusty sword, it does not mean that they will be poisoned. The wound itself and the cells around it will be infected, which is why it is impossible to fully recover using only holy water and a healing spell. It is better to cut off part of the flesh around the affected area and then treat it. The lady understood everything he was talking about, but she didn't quite understand the meaning of the word cage, and she wanted the guy to explain to her what it meant. And Ray at that moment realized that he had completely forgotten that in this world there was no such thing as a cell. But while he was thinking about how to get out of this situation, the girl suddenly decided to ask him another question, in which she wanted to know why the so-called cells could not be healed with holy water, and whether it was too barbaric to cut off part of the flesh. Ray told her that she was partly right, of course, but in any case, he believed that this was the best method of treatment of all possible. But she thought differently, and according to her, it was best to adhere to standards that help the patient. In any case, after talking to him, she decided to invite him to her library, and she sincerely believes that there they will be able to enjoy a deeper conversation. She also realized that she had made a mistake when she did not introduce herself right away, so she decided to correct this nuance and said that her name was Eckley, and according to her, she leads the priest's thinkers, and at that moment, it dawned on Ray that this girl was the head priestess. The next day, Eckley met Ray again, and the first thing she told him was that although this was their first meeting, she had actually heard about him. So she immediately wanted to say that if he had any questions about medicine, he could ask her. Although, to be honest, she doesn't fully understand why a saint like him would study such an ineffective field. In response to this, the guy told her that judging by the fact that she spoke so confidently about this area, it could only mean that she was also interested in it. Eckley smiled and said that he was actually right, because she was really studying this area, because she hoped that someday she would be able to cope with one very old disease with the help of this area. As soon as Ray saw what was on the girl's forehead, he immediately wanted to ask her if she had had this defect since birth. Ekle immediately noticed that Ray wasn't even surprised by what she had just shown him, but she still told him that she had it since birth. After which the guy wanted to find out from her whether she even sees anything with that eye and whether she experiences any pain at all. According to Ekle, she doesn't see anything, but she doesn't feel any particular pain. And that's where his questioning ended, and the guy asked her permission to take a closer look at this defect. After examining the girl's eye, Ray stated with complete confidence that in fact everything was simple. She had cataracts, and in order to confirm this diagnosis, he would like to know how things were going for her at night, whether she had the feeling that her vision was returning. Ackley confirmed that her vision did indeed clear up slightly in the evenings, so Ray became even more convinced that it was a cataract, and to explain to her what was wrong with her eye, he drew a small picture. He circled the pupil and lens, and then began to talk about how when they look at something, the lens focuses on the light and allows them to see objects clearly. But in her case, the lens is cloudy, and the disease that causes the lens to become cloudy is called a cataract. Ekle immediately assumed that all this was very strange then, because if it was a disease, then why couldn't they cure it with magic? Ray suggested that the reason was actually simple, and that it was because the girl was born with cataracts, and as it was known, holy magic heals the flaws of the body, and if her body does not consider the disease a flaw, then this fully explains why her eye cannot be treated. But Ekle still thought that this was a significant flaw, because she essentially cannot see with this eye. But Ray explained to her that, in fact, this is the point of view of people from the outside. Since it is a congenital condition, her body most likely simply does not realize that there is anything wrong with it. In any case, in order to cure the cataract, she needs to clean the lens. But she clearly didn't expect what Ray told her, because the guy informed her that the only treatment option for this disease would be surgery, namely, they needed to cut out the lens. Ackley's face immediately changed, because the last thing she wanted to hear was the option of cutting her eye. But Ray still tried to explain to her that it was just part of the treatment. According to the saint, they will need to get rid of the cloudy lens, after which they will replace it with something else. At that moment, he mentally understood that although it was entirely possible to cut out the lens, it would be clearly difficult to decide on its replacement, since artificial lenses most likely did not exist in this world. Therefore, he understood that even if they got rid of the cataract without replacing the lens, everything would be pointless. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Ekle, who told him that there was really no point in worrying about an incurable disease, and besides, she was almost certain that he himself would soon be able to deal with his problem. These words influenced the guy as motivation, because he felt ashamed that he could not cure cataracts, even if he was in a completely different world. So he interrupted her and said that he would help her cure her cataracts under any conditions. She was very happy to hear such statements, so she listened to him with a smile. After which, to Ray's surprise, she suddenly began to laugh like crazy, saying that Ray was actually as funny as they said. And as soon as she calmed down a little, she immediately asked him to follow her. According to her, there was one place that she would like to show him. A few minutes later, they found themselves in her lab, which actually impressed Ray. Ekle immediately told him that even though this laboratory was allocated by the Holy Empire for her medical research, the guy could still feel free and use whatever he wanted without any problems. Ray was shocked when he saw all this, and he was especially happy when the girl told him that he could do whatever he wanted here. And so Ray began searching for answers at the Ackley estate. A month later, after numerical experiments, he was able to discover an interesting nuance. After contact with air, the troll's blood became elastic. Moreover, after some more time of observation, he noticed that this blood literally hardened and became like jelly, after which he realized that the blood of other monsters had different characteristics, and if they took advantage of this fact, they could actually make serious progress. Ray decided to ask Ekle if they could mix the blood of different animals, but to his great regret, the girl immediately assured him that they could not do this, since they had different body constitutions, and if they did so, it would lead to instant death. But still, she did not forget to tell him that there was one exception, and she was talking about the orcs, who, unlike other species, because of their adaptability, the situation is completely different. Ray immediately noticed that they were adapting quite well, and so he wondered if it was possible to test this somehow. The next day, he went into the forest, where he collected enough materials for research and decided that that was enough and it was time to return. Suddenly, on the way, he noticed a troll and an orc who were unconscious. And the first thing Ray thought about was that they were fighting among themselves. But his thoughts were interrupted at one point by a troll, who turned out to be still alive and showing signs of life. Looking at his wound, Ray immediately realized that he most likely fell into a state of shock after losing a huge amount of blood. It looked like the orc was fighting a troll that was bigger than him, and it was truly a miracle that he remained alive at all. But Ray was more interested in the orc's body because he remembered the words of Ekle, who told him that orc bodies are adapted in a completely different way. The guy didn't even think that today he would have such a wonderful chance to check everything out. So without thinking twice, he decided to take advantage of this chance and save this troll. But as soon as he decided to come closer, he noticed that the orc had also come to his senses and was already looking at the guy with frightened eyes. And apparently because of fear, he wanted to attack Ray, so he quickly reacted and jumped to the side, after which he used magic to leave the orc and capture him for some time. And when he calmed down, Ray tried to explain to him that he was not actually trying to destroy him. On the contrary, he wanted to help him because he was convinced that the orc had lost too much blood, so he was giving him a troll blood transfusion. Since Ray was in a hurry, he did not have time to finish the treatment, so a very strange liquid flows out of the wound. It looked like blood, but Ray didn't understand why it suddenly became so pure that it even lost its color. But after a few seconds, it dawned on him that due to the transfusion of troll blood, the orc's blood had become purified and transparent. When Ray had completely finished the blood transfusion from the troll to the orc, it became transparent and quite pliable. And who would have thought that mixing the blood of two different species could give such a wonderful result? The saint decided that if he continued his research, he might be able to create an artificial lens and use it to cure Ekli's cataracts. But to do this, he obviously needs to collect as much orc and troll blood as possible. And to do this, he needs to find out where he needs to go if he wants to find trolls and orcs. With this question, he came to Ekle, who told him that not far from the outer wall of the castle, there is an abandoned village of Yahello, and in the surrounding forests, as she heard, there is a place where orcs and trolls can be found quite often. After some time, Ray still managed to get to that very city of Yahello, although he immediately noticed that only ruins remained of this city. It seemed to him until the end that Ekle was simply exaggerating with the description of this city. But as it turned out, it was really abandoned. Entering the city, he noticed two children sitting near one of the destroyed houses. Ray tried to approach them and say hello, but immediately noticed that they were very negatively disposed towards him, and this only meant that someone had scared them before. The saint decided to appease them a little and offered to try his treat so that they would understand that he came to them with goodness. After they took the food, he decided that he couldn't stop there, and he needed to somehow help these guys, so he reached into his bag to get something else. The children clearly did not expect Ray to give them a whole bag of gold coins, so they didn't even know how to react to it. After which, Ray asked them to take these coins and go to the village. He believed that this should be enough for them to stay overnight and eat. The boy decided at that moment to ask Ray why he was doing this for people he might never see again. The saint actually had no reasons, and that is why he said that he had no particular reasons. He was doing it just like that. The boy hardly believed it, but he still looked at Ray with grateful eyes, which was quite enough for Ray. At this point, he continued his journey with the thought that these terrible things were happening literally outside the walls of the capital, and their current laws could not fix it. So he decided that upon returning to the capital, he would devote more time to such things. He believed that one day he would be able to restore this place to its former glory and create a better version of this empire. After some time, he finally came to the troll cave that he and Ekle had talked about. He immediately thought that he should be quieter so as not to wake them up. Ray carefully took out one of his syringes and quietly asked them to forgive him for barging in like that, but he just needed to take some blood from them. After this cave, he went to the orc settlement, with whom he tried to negotiate, saying that he would like to ask them for one favor. But given their reaction, he immediately realized that they had no intention of listening to him, and they decided that it would be better to go on the attack. Ray used only one technique, which was called a capture, and thus stopped each of the orcs without any problems. And right after that, he noticed that same orc whom he saved when he was dying. So he decided to turn to him and ask him to calm down because he needed one favor from them. And so that they wouldn't worry, he showed them a small prize that they would receive as soon as they helped him. In the end, he was able to test a lot thanks to the help of the orcs, so Ray was quite satisfied. But his joy was suddenly interrupted by a little girl who ran up to Ray to ask him for help. Her older brother was accosted by a bandit who hit the boy after he refused to give him a bag of coins. But even after such a blow, the guy still did not give up and continued to shout towards the man and ask him to give him the bag. They clearly didn't like this scream, so they were going to punish this little one. And as soon as one of them swung his bat, he was immediately stopped by Ray, who ordered them to stop immediately. This man didn't know who this guy was or what he wanted from him, so he was going to beat Ray up too. The saint realized that they had stolen the money he had given the boy, and the bandits were telling him that just because he was from a wealthy area, it didn't mean he could just walk around here like that. And so that he would remember this for the rest of his life, he decided to teach this boy a lesson, so he ordered his subordinates to immediately seize this rich Pinocchio. But they had no idea who they were dealing with, and Ray was ready to show them. The leader couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that Ray was able to knock the guy out with just one blow. The saint turned to him and asked him to think about whether they should continue this battle at all. Was he sure that everything would go as he planned? Apparently thinking was not his strong point, so he immediately ordered his guys to attack him. A few minutes later, all the bandits were already lying unconscious and recovering from Ray's blows. The guy himself came closer to the children and asked how they were doing. He also wanted to ask them for forgiveness for what happened, and as a token of apology, he would like to offer them a nice place where they could stay for a while. As soon as Ray brought the children to the castle where he lived, they were met by Euclid, who immediately told him that she was against these children being there, because this was a holy place where only saints and their servants were allowed to be. Ray repeated to her once again that he was giving permission for these guys to live here, but Euclid continued to stand her ground and say that this was the way things were and she could not break these rules. The saint didn't even know that there was such a strict rule, but apparently he really can't do anything about it. But he immediately turned to the boys and told them that they had nothing to worry about, because he was sure that he could find another place for them, since they could not stay here. And after some time he found them a wonderful house, which he transferred to the ownership of these guys and said that now they would live here. But then he suddenly realized that he had forgotten to even ask their names. So he asked them this question, and the answer to it was not quite obvious. They said that in fact, they did not have names. Ray thought for a moment and suggested that they call themselves Mary and Chris, citing that in the region where he comes from, these words have a special meaning and bring joy and a smile to everyone. From the looks on their faces, Ray assumed they didn't like the names at all, but in reality, they just couldn't even think of how they could express their gratitude to him. Ackley asked Ray almost every day what he was working on, and the guy got tired of answering these questions, so he asked her to just be patient. Besides, he was trying first and foremost for her sake. And at one point he actually completed his work and the new lens for Ackley was finally ready. Ackley understood that when he said that he was trying for her sake, he was working on the idea of healing her eye, and she sincerely did not understand why he was so fixated on this idea. Ray, instead of answering this question, was happy to tell her that she had actually finally found a solution to her problem, after which he immediately asked her to take a look. He showed her the ingredients that he said would help her heal her eye, which the girl still had little faith in. The first thing she wanted to know from him was what it was and where he got it from, and the answer was not long in coming. Ray immediately told her that it was troll blood. This was surprising for Ackley, because she could not understand how he managed to make it so pure, and according to Ray, he mixed it with orc blood and got a wonderful consistency. Although he learned about this completely by accident, in the process of infusing the troll's blood into the orc's body, his blood becomes transparent. Thus, by transfusing the troll's blood into the orc, he can obtain transparent blood that remains pliable enough for various manipulations. And now, in order for him to heal her eye, all he needs is complete trust from Ackley. He told her that in order to heal her eye, he would have to place this transparent thing in her eye. She wasn't particularly happy that in addition to the fact that he wanted to cut out part of her eye, he was also going to put a clot of orc blood in her eye. Ray immediately tried to explain to her that technically he would cut out the cataract and put a replacement in its place. The guy understood that she might need some time to think, since she had not assumed that such a procedure was possible in principle. And as a sign of the seriousness of his intentions, Ray decided to bow before Eckley. This immediately caused a response from her, because she knew very well what it could mean when a saint bows down before someone. Ray wanted to prove that he understood why she didn't trust him, because all this really sounds just thoughtless and completely hopeless. But still, he asks her to trust him just once. He also said that he will take responsibility for her eye and will try to do everything to cure her. Eckley immediately noticed that all the words of this boy were sincere, and it was simply impossible to take your eyes off his determination and good intentions. And his desire touches the girl to the depths of her soul, but still she believed that this was really madness. But even if it was so, then looking at the guy, she was ready to try to do it. Besides, she doesn't use this eye anyway, and it definitely won't get worse. And if there is even a small hope for healing, then she didn't see a reason to miss this chance. After she agreed, Ray quickly prepared the operating room, and then Eckley, he cleaned and sterilized the instruments with manna, after which he began the operation itself, at the beginning of which he fixed the eyelids in an open position. Next, he carefully made an incision on the lens, after which he removed the affected areas, and then after removing the entire affected area, he planned to place an artificial lens in the same place. Although the procedure itself is not that complicated, but considering that he does not have any modern equipment at hand, it was difficult for him to make precise movements. He had to do everything manually from the very beginning. But every time he had difficulties, he remembered that he didn't care at all because he was Shin Yu-sun, who was always called the Hands of God. After some time, Eckley finally woke up, and the first thing she noticed was a noticeable change in her eye. She hadn't seen it for so long that she had forgotten what it was. So as soon as she was able to feel it again, tears appeared in her eyes. Ray immediately approached her, wanting to know how she was doing and how well she saw. She thought it was just some kind of dream, because now she could see just fine. Meanwhile, Ariel was listening to her assistant, who ran to her to tell her about urgent news. He ran here so quickly because there was an emergency situation, which was that huge forces had gathered at their borders, and right now they were breaking through to the Sacred Empire. She immediately wanted to know where this army came from and how far it was from here. According to the man, he received this news quite recently, so he does not know all the details, but it seems that this army does not belong to any particular race or country. Then he added what Ariel was most afraid to hear. He said that it looked very much like they were led by a necromancer, and they were all an army of the undead. After a few days, the troops were ready for the fact that the Holy War would soon begin, and the paladins would be at the head of the Holy Army. All the guards and knights would protect the rear. They also had to prepare for this battle morally, because many lives were at stake. Some of the paladins in the army still couldn't believe that they were facing the undead face to face. It was both exciting and so unusual. Ariel, sitting in her office, still could not believe that the Pope had ordered the saint to be sent to the border. She could not even imagine that they would encounter such a force that even the Pope would order the saint to take part in the battle. Besides, the neighboring countries still hadn't sent support, and so Ariel didn't understand who would accompany the saint. According to the assistant, the Third Order of Paladins and the Holy Altar with the Royal Guard are heading to the border right now. And at this he fell silent, and Ariel immediately asked him not to say that these were all their troops. But in response, she received only silence, which could only mean one thing. She immediately started screaming that Dad had simply gone crazy, because she just wanted to remind them that their enemy was a necromancer from the age of witchcraft, and she was more than sure that he was well aware that this number of troops would clearly not be enough to defeat them. In the distant past, magic was a subject of research, and the entire continent was blooming and smelling of innovations in the field of magic. However, there were also those who used the dark side of magic, and it was these people who put an end to this era, and the one who was considered the main reason for its fall was given the name of the King of Necromancers. That's the only reason Ariel was so scared when she heard the news about the necromancer, because she never could have imagined that he could rise again. The assistant interrupted her thoughts again to say that they had to deal not only with external conflicts, but also with sparks of rebellion within, so they could not send more troops to the border. But she still thought that using God's viceroy as a bargaining chip was going too far. Apparently, this was not the end of the bad news for the day, because a few seconds later, another servant burst into her office and informed her that they had received reports that enemy forces were approaching from the southern mountains faster than they expected. She couldn't stand it, and at one point she just jumped up and started running away, because she understood perfectly well that she really couldn't waste time like that. The enemy of the Holy Empire, meanwhile, approached the gates of the Holy Empire, and therefore the archers immediately opened fire. Then the paladins entered the battle, and they also attacked all the undead quite effectively. And behind the paladins there were priests who healed them from wounds and gave them much more strength. But their captain still kept telling them that they should not let their guard down, because the enemies they were facing were the weakest of the undead army, and the most interesting things were yet to come. And before he could say this, other monsters joined the fight, and by their very appearance they made it clear that they were much stronger than the skeletons. The detachment commander decided to retreat in order to avoid major losses and wait for reinforcements. But the problem was that he was too distracted by the command, which is why he did not notice how the evil spirit came very close to him. And to our great regret, they did not manage to save him. This was the last thing the commander saw. They immediately began to run away from the battlefield. But everything was not as simple as it seemed to them, because they were quickly met by monsters who were not going to let them go just like that. And then their main enemy, the king of necromancers, appeared on the battlefield, who at that moment was simply enjoying how people were being cut into pieces. For him, it was always a pleasant sight. But still, he didn't have time for all this, so he ordered all his evil spirits to destroy every person they saw on their way. The warriors of the Holy Empire had no intention of retreating and continued to fight, although they understood that the enemy was becoming much stronger, and they clearly could not cope without reinforcements. The squad captain even began to think that perhaps God had abandoned them, and now they were alone with these monsters. He made the same mistake as his friend. He thought too hard, and a huge monster appeared behind him, which had already swung at him, and a little more, and he could not have been saved. But at the last moment, someone destroyed this monster, and did it clearly with the help of magic, and saved Captain Ray, who came to the aid of the army of saints quite in time. The first thing he noticed was that there were too many undead here, and they would clearly have to try hard before they could destroy them all. Sometime before this, Ray was informed that he needed to head to the border because an unforeseen situation had occurred, and Dad had no other choice. From the reports from the borders, this mission looks like suicide, since he will have to deal with a necromancer. And even if he did protect the border, there was little they could do if the troops fell apart from within. So Ray immediately asked the servants to tell his dad that he would go and defend the border. Therefore, Ray, after a short time, was already on the border and fighting shoulder to shoulder with the undead. And as soon as he appeared on the battlefield, he immediately took on the duties of the army commander, and his first order was to ask them to bring out the wounded paladins and ask the priests to heal them, and he ordered the guards to cover the holy troops. They were of course grateful to him for his help, but they couldn't help but notice that if they were to instruct the troops to treat the wounded, they simply wouldn't have enough strength to stop the undead army. So they thought that the best option in this situation would be to wait for reinforcements. But when they noticed that the undead that was nearby simply melted away, they realized that they were not really in such a dead-end situation with the saint. Although Ray himself was a little scared to realize the fact that he was a saint and his main duty was that he had to risk his life to save other people. He understood that even though he had dealt with most of them using his holy power, there were still enough of them, and no matter how much he didn't want to, he would have to deal with absolutely every single one of them. And for this, he tried to use his fireball, with which he wanted to burn them all with one magician. But his plan didn't quite work out, because at one point in the battle, the same necromancer appeared and dispelled Ray's fire magic with his spell. The saint immediately understood who was standing in front of him, and first he would like to talk to him. And the necromancer himself at that moment did not understand what was happening, because if this guy really is a saint, then he should not use his magic. Although on the other hand, he understood that now was not the time to complain at all, because he could not let his guard down, so he decided to use one of his most powerful spells, the essence of which was to summon even more undead into this world, which even a saint would not be able to cope with. A few seconds later, an incredibly large number of dark knights appeared in front of them, bringing only destruction. Ray understood that it would be quite difficult to defeat each of them, so he decided to lure them to his side, using the healing skill. Judging by the expression on the king of necromancer's face, one could conclude that the guy succeeded. This made him very angry, so he immediately started yelling at Ray not to dare to interfere with him in carrying out his plan. Therefore, he decided to continue this fight. And for this, he used a bone spear, which, as it seemed to him, was supposed to bring him the body of the new saint. But Ray didn't waste time and decided to finish off this necromancer king as soon as possible, so he used the capture skill. The necromancer didn't even suspect that Ray had such incredible power. Looking at the energy that Ray was emitting, he began to understand that most likely this boy was a perfect saint, although he did not believe that this saint could have so much power. Perhaps he was an angel, or even God himself. His thoughts were interrupted by Ray, who came closer to him to tell him that the pride of the paladins had fallen and divine punishment would befall him. But the saddest thing that Ray saw in this situation was that the soldiers who died became undead, but all of them used to be someone's relatives, family members, friends, lovers. And unfortunately, the least he can do for them now is to give them the opportunity to rest in peace. It was only for this reason that Ray gave them this send-off, after which he used a skill called extensive healing, which absorbed all the undead in one go. After this ritual, a heavy rain began, which was apparently also in honor of all those who, unfortunately, died today. Today, unfortunately, only sadness and disappointment have come to the Holy Empire. But what was most unpleasant was Ray, who was fixated on the thought that if he had arrived earlier, he most likely would have been able to save these people. Although these thoughts were not the main problem at the moment, because he remembered that he first needed to deal with the King of Necromancers, who was still sitting and looking closely at Ray. To begin with, the saint noted that the necromancer talks too much. Is he really not afraid to join them, having lived his entire life among the dead? These words made the necromancer laugh, and for the same reason he began to shout loudly that this was far from the end. Ray didn't argue with him, and he simply asked his assistant to take this monster and go with him to the Holy Empire, because Ray didn't have time for him. In any case, this was not the end, and in this the necromancer was absolutely right. But the saint was going to do everything to prevent any more unnecessary victims. Ray clearly needed to hurry, because the undead had already entered the city and met with the locals, who didn't even suspect what was going on. But the undead themselves forgot that they were clearly not alone here, and that sword masters came to the aid of the army of the Holy Empire, helping civilians escape from these monsters. In any case, it was not worth relaxing, because the enemy was approaching faster and faster with every second. Iriel also decided that she would not sit still and went on the attack, in which she used her holy power. But no matter how hard she tried, she still noticed one unpleasant moment. No matter how many she destroyed, they still kept coming and coming. She began to understand that there were actually not only undead there, but that an unknown army seemed to be joining their ranks, which was obviously not good for the Holy Empire. But the saddest thing is that they are literally starting to run out of options, and at this rate they will lose this fight, and as a result, they will give the Holy Empire into the hands of evil. At one point, her thoughts were interrupted when she heard an explosion, the culprit of which was one of the swordsmen of the Holy Empire. Iriel didn't expect to see Zeke here, and besides, he wasn't alone. Feya came with him today, and first of all, they greeted the saint, and then asked her forgiveness for the delay. But now they are here, and she shouldn't worry too much. But Iriel became even more angry because she did not understand what Zeke was doing here and why he was not guarding the saint. But as it turned out, he was here precisely on the saint's orders. Zeke told her that when he decided to go with the saint, Ray immediately told him to stay in Salonia, because if he went with him, then most likely he would cause himself a lot of trouble, although Zeke tried to tell him that he would do everything possible not to cause him trouble. But instead of allowing Zeke to come along, Ray offered him, rather unexpectedly, to go out for a one-on-one fight. The saint explained his proposal by saying that since Zeke claims that he is quite strong and will not cause trouble to anyone, then it would be best for him to prove it. Zeke understood him perfectly, so he asked the saint for forgiveness in advance and went on the attack. But he never expected that Ray had the aura of a sword, because it was amazing and so unexpected. After such a reception, Ray could only hope that Zeke understood him. From the swordsman's face, it was clear only that he was literally shocked by what was happening, because he blocked his sword with such a thin blade. After this short fight, Zeke realized that he could not help in any way, even if he was next to the saint, which is why he came to Lady Iriel. Iriel began to understand that Ray simply did not know how dangerous the necromancer was, which is why he was so confident. Although, in fact, he was in an incredibly dangerous situation. The saint, meanwhile, arrived at the place where he left Mary and Chris, because now he is responsible for them. That is why he is so worried about them. He didn't have to search for long because he quickly found Mary, who was holding his little sister in his arms and simply crying. Ray still had hope that everything was okay with them, so he immediately started running towards them. The first thing he did was check her pulse, and then her breathing. But unfortunately, there was neither, so he didn't have to think long about what was wrong with her. Mary immediately began to cry and talk about how his little sister had always been so weak and defenseless, but in the end he was unable to cope and protect her from trouble. It was very painful for Ray to watch this, so he still admitted the fact that it was his fault that he brought them here. It was a big mistake from the beginning. The saint admitted the fact that it was he who had caused him so much pain, but suddenly Mary interrupted him and said that in fact this was far from true. On the contrary, he believed that Ray tried to do everything in his power so that they could live in a better place, and it was definitely not his mistake. Mary was of the opinion that even if she were stronger, she would hardly have been able to protect her little sister. But now that he had lost her, he really only had one choice left, to become an order of magnitude stronger. Ray noticed the body of the knight behind her, and judging by the nature of the wounds, they were clearly not inflicted by a soldier of the Holy Empire. Putting all the facts together, it looked to Ray like Mary had destroyed him, which only meant that she clearly had some talent. In that case, he decided to tell them to come out of hiding immediately. Mary didn't quite understand what was going on, but Ray wasn't going to explain it yet. On the contrary, he raised his voice and said that they essentially had no right to ignore him. But they continued to do this, and Ray began to list the places where they were at the moment. 2 were on the roof, 3 were sitting in a tree, 1 was at the fountain, and the one that was following him on his heels. He ordered them all to get out immediately. A few seconds later, Ray watched the Dane family, who were the messengers, and the first thing they did was greet the saint. One of the envoys from the Dane family introduced himself and said that his name was Hong. And also, from right to left, Ray could see Hyuk Yan, Jong Yan, Sa Yan, Chok Yan, So Yan, Hyul Yan. The first thing Ray thought when he heard each of their names was that it was too difficult for someone to come up with several different names. In any case, he didn't call them for this, but because he wants to ask them to take care of this child. Ray also added that this girl has excellent assassin potential. Hong looked at this child and thought that this child managed to survive despite all the enemy soldiers who passed through here. Han decided to tell Ray that she could do it, and then the girl would grow up to be an assassin, but Ray interrupted her to say that he was not suggesting that she become an assassin. He was only asking to give her a chance so that she could become stronger. One of the Dame family realized that the saint was essentially asking them to teach this girl techniques, and Ray completely agreed with her, because that is exactly what he wants. But Hong immediately told him that they couldn't do that because they were tasked with constantly protecting him, and she said they simply didn't have time for that. All the brothers and sisters agreed with her. In addition, one of them said that the identities of some of them cannot be made public, since any leak of information could become a direct or indirect threat to his safety. Ray guessed that it would be difficult to persuade them, but he didn't think that they were so meticulous. After which, he decided to ask if they would do it if he ordered them to. And as soon as he said the word order, he immediately noticed how they reacted to him very strangely, as if this word was a trigger for them. But at the moment, it made the guy smile, because he understood that it was only to his advantage. He decided to order them to take Mary and train her in the skills of an assassin. They did not argue after this order, and all they told him in response was that they would fulfill his request. But Ray didn't stop there, and he asked for one more favor, namely to bury Chris, this poor child. At this point, the orders ended, and Ray turned to Mary to tell her that now she needed to follow them and do everything possible to teach them a lot. He also added that these people could be trusted, and there was clearly no need to worry about this. But Mary was worried about Ray, because she wanted to know what would happen to him, and the saint told her that for now he needed to help people before it was too late. Meanwhile, the Holy Army continued to fight, and Iriel came to their aid, using the blessing skill to slightly add strength to each of the paladins. Feya was next to the saint all this time, and looking at how hard she was trying, the girl began to think that the saint was using too much energy, and it would be nice for her to rest a little. But Iriel assured her that there was no time for that at the moment, because she still had a lot to do, and she was sure that everything would be fine. But she still hinted to Faye that if she took care of the left flank, it would be much easier for her, and the girl immediately understood her. It seemed as if Iriel was okay, but it was only on the surface, because she didn't yet know how much longer their enemy would last, and she couldn't just bless the paladins without knowing what would happen next. So she decided that the best thing she could do now was to lower the enemy's morale and force him to retreat. But suddenly her thoughts were interrupted when he was attacked by an unknown enemy. But Iriel was able to block the attack at the last moment. The culprit of this attack was Duke Zahard, who intervened in this fight with a smile, because it seemed to him that the Holy Lady did not like his greeting. Zeke immediately stood up for the Holy Lady. He wanted to protect her, so he found out how she felt. But before she could answer, Duke Zahard interrupted him and said that he was so glad to see the little Duke in front of him. The last time they met, he was clearly weaker. Zeke immediately asked him to shut his mouth, because he should be ashamed of himself for letting God down. These words made the Swordmaster laugh, because he was sure that the Holy Empire never really had a future, because it was too small to deal with superhumans. All these words made Iriel angry, but at the same moment she understood that at the moment, her strength most likely would not be enough to defeat this guy. She didn't see any other way out yet, because she wasn't even sure that she could defeat this guy while she was completely healthy, let alone when she ran out of holy energy. Zahard is one of the strongest swordsmen on the continent, and even if they attack together with Mr. Zeke, they still won't be able to defeat him. When suddenly he interrupted her thoughts, asking her why don't they just end this and go their separate ways. She looked at him and tried to understand what plan was in this guy's head, what he was really planning, and was there something she was missing. But contrary to Iriel's fears, the large number of holy energy uses allowed them to seize the initiative, and this managed to break the opponent's fighting spirit. And Zahard understood this perfectly well. And he also understood that even in his current state, it would be quite difficult for him to resist the master of the sword and the saint at the same time. So he decided that the best solution would be to retreat and regroup. In that case, it was actually to the benefit of both parties. So when Iriel heard the proposal to break up and meet after some time, she quickly agreed to this option. She also couldn't add that it was a smart decision, which made Zahard smile. But suddenly his smile was interrupted by another voice, which asked only one question, in which he wanted to know where Mr. Zahard was going. He was a saint. Ray simply did not understand who Zahard thought he was if he decided that he could leave behind destruction and leave. He didn't bother to find out what happened here and simply used 3 of his skills at once, which were called Stone Storm, Telekinesis, and of course Fire. After which he told Zahard that he felt like he couldn't hold back anymore because too much time and fighting had passed. So he decided to warn the Duke that if he lost his concentration, then everything could end up quite sadly for him. Since the human body can only hold one type of magic, the magic of saints is converted into holy energy, so they cannot use normal magic. At least that's how it should have been normally. But then Zahard simply couldn't imagine what was happening to this child and why he was able to use all of this at the same time. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Ray, who said that he would give Zahard the opportunity to think about what last words he would like to say before he destroyed him. Zahard didn't think long and decided to offer Ray a deal, namely a fight of representatives, because he believed that if Ray destroyed absolutely everyone here, then this would most likely become a bigger problem for him. The saint was surprised to hear this, although he understood that perhaps Zahard was simply afraid of the fireball. But still Ray once again clarified with Zahard, or did he understand him correctly, that the Duke wanted to say that he could stand up to him in a one-on-one duel. Although Zeke tried to dissuade the saint from agreeing to Zahard's offer, Ray still wanted to accept it, and so the Duke began to smile and think that the new saint was an absolute idiot if he decided to agree to this offer. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when Ray called out to Zahard and asked the man to carefully approach him. Looking at Ray, the Swordmaster saw a lot of open spaces, and considering this, he understood that he actually had a huge chance of defeating this child. In his head there was a thought that although Ray was an archmage who was capable of creating a meteor, the most important thing was that there was no use in his magic if he could not cast spells. In that case, he decided that it wouldn't take him long to deal with this guy. But apparently he took into account everything except the fact that Ray can use the sword's aura, which can quite easily stop Zahard and his sword. Although the most interesting thing was still ahead for Zahard, because his blade began to crack little by little. He had never seen anything like this in his life. Considering the new facts, Zahard realized that he had greatly underestimated his opponent, because Ray was capable of not only using holy energy and creating meteorites, but also using a sword made of aura. But apparently he wasn't going to change his plan, because even in that case, he continued to attack Ray, hoping that he would be able to deal him a serious attack. All his strikes were so similar to each other, Ray used the sword's aura, with which he blocked Zahard's strikes quite easily. At some point in the fight, the Duke realized what fighting technique Ray was using. And it was also simple because Ray was actually copying the fighting technique of Duke Zahard himself. But it was already too late, because the Duke realized one fact. He had made a mistake when he decided to fight the Saint one-on-one. Ray at this point decided to ask Zahard, or did he finally understand why he agreed to fight him one-on-one? Without waiting for an answer from the man, Ray answered his own question, saying that he hated people like him who liked to play with other people's lives. So the Saint decided that he himself would make sure that he died peacefully. Zahard himself already understood that he would not win this fight, because Ray not only copied his fighting style, but he also remade it for himself, which made him literally invincible. At one point, these thoughts made him bow his head before the Saint and say that he recognized his power, so he was ready to surrender. In response, he heard that Ray believed that the pride of a sword master would not allow him to obey orders, so he wanted to know if it was he who bribed the nobles and became the main instigator of the rebellion. Zahard apparently couldn't stand it and finish this fight. He jumped up and went on the attack again, shouting along the way that all he wanted was to show the hiding nobles that despite such methods, the world can change. Ray got tired of putting up with this, so with one movement he cut off the Duke's head, thus making it clear to everyone else that they had better run, otherwise the same thing would happen to each of them. Meanwhile, the two commanders of the Knightly Squad stood and looked at the living necromancer, who was stopped by the new Saint. They were literally shocked by this, because they had never seen such a huge force. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted by one of the priests, who came running to tell them that they had just received messages from a saint, who conveyed that they had almost defeated the rebel forces. But there was no joy in their eyes, because they did not understand where this demonic energy was coming from, and why it suddenly became so cold. After a few seconds, they realized what the real reason was, because at one moment, a huge bone dragon appeared in the air. The Saint was in his palace at the time and also felt this energy, so he asked Euclid to talk later because apparently he had urgent matters to attend to. And before leaving, he asked Euclid to do everything he asked, and especially he asked to look after this girl Mary, although the messengers would also look after her. After which he left the palace and left Euclid alone with her thoughts. Because she did not fully understand who the messengers were, she could only assume that it could be the Dame family. The Bone Dragon, meanwhile, brought enormous destruction to both the Empire itself and its warriors. Iriel had no choice but to gather as much holy energy as possible within herself and try to heal all the warriors who suffered in this battle. After some time, she was finally able to use this technique, which was called extensive healing. But unfortunately, in this case, even holy energy was simply powerless. Apparently, the only option they had left was to run away immediately, because the dragon was not sitting still. He was preparing new victims, which could turn out to be the Saint and her friends. Iriel just looked into the eyes of this monster and thought only that this dragon was simply terrible. These thoughts pierced her body, because of which she simply could not move. Anxiety paralyzed her entire body, and after some time she literally began to lose consciousness. But at one point, she felt that she was feeling much better, and this fear was weakening. In front of her stood Zeke and Faya, who could never even think that they would have to experience the horror of a dragon. But on the other hand, you never feel something like that anywhere, so it was no less valuable experience for them. Iriel was grateful to them that they shared this horror with her, by the way. Because of fear, she could not even move from the spot, and this was quite understandable, because it was still a dragon, even though it consisted only of bones. Suddenly, her words were interrupted when she saw that Faya was quite unexpectedly attacked by one of the monsters. Zeke managed to react and destroy this monster at the last moment, thereby saving the life of the fairy. She was more surprised that Zeke was able to move at all. Had fear not really affected him that much? At that moment, the guy thought that he could move, but because of fear, he was unable to fight at full strength. But on the other hand, he also understood perfectly well that if he continued in the same spirit, he would be able to gain a little time. He went on the attack and thought only about how to serve her as much as his strength allowed. He would have to step over himself. Zeke destroyed the monsters one by one, and at first glance he managed to do it quite easily. But at one moment everything changed. His strength was not enough to fight off their attacks forever, and at some point he fell, and dozens of monsters attacked him. Faya began to worry incredibly much because she understood that if they did nothing, Zeke would most likely die, and Ariel tried to squeeze out of herself a little more holy energy, which she uses to save Zeke. But it was still too little. No matter how hard she tried, this amount of holy energy was not enough. Her body continued to not move, and at this rate, she definitely would not be able to help Mr. Zeke with her blessing skills. Her thoughts were interrupted by an explosion that came from the very same pile that attacked Mr. Zeke. He was able to get out of this trap on his own, but his condition was not the best. But the first thing he did was ask Faya not to be so dramatic, because in fact everything was fine with him. Although he was thinking in his mind at this moment that he had never been so exhausted after becoming a swordmaster, but even in this state, he could notice one important fact. That was that the bone dragon ultimately did nothing but exude terror. Ray, understanding this, thought about the fact that it was not for nothing that he was called a genius after he became the youngest swordmaster, and he clearly did not train for nothing. So he decided that he had to gather his strength and show this dragon everything that he was really capable of. But unfortunately, these were just illusions that came to the guy's mind at that moment, because his strength was at its limit. So he did not notice how two monsters approached him and dealt him two serious attacks. The only thoughts that were in the guy's head at that moment were that he was incredibly sorry that he would no longer be able to serve his saint. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by Ray's voice, who appeared quite unexpectedly on the battlefield and told Zeke that he had actually done a great job, and now he deserved to rest. Ray first used his extensive healing skill, which helped him deal with most of the monsters that were still alive. And then he moved on to the one who had arranged all this, the very hero of the occasion who was hovering in the sky. When Ray was little, he often came across articles that dealt with dark magic, a great weapon that put an end to the era of old magic, and it could neutralize all magic weaker than the seventh circle, the strongest undead, which even the Blade of Aura could not cope with. But the most important thing that Ray realized was that since there was such a strong demon here, there must be another necromancer nearby. But the saint could not yet determine his location because of the bone dragon. He literally did not feel his presence. In any case, it seemed to Ray that he didn't need to worry about this, because first he had to finish here, and only then he would find him. And in order to do this as quickly as possible, he used healing and released a lot of energy at once. Ariel immediately felt relieved, but she was in a state of shock at that moment, because she simply could not believe the fact that Ray managed to defeat the bone dragon with just one healing spell. But apparently it wasn't over yet, and the dragon wasn't going to give up just like that, because he dispelled Ray's spell and immediately tried to launch his own counterattack. Ray did not lose his head and created a small mana shield, which in his opinion was an excellent weapon, but he still asked the dragon to calm down and stop destroying this city, after which he used the healing spell again, which was even stronger than the previous one. This time it worked. At least that's what it seemed to Ray himself, who stopped feeling the necromancer's energy, and he thought that they had all escaped. Meanwhile, Ariel tried to make every effort to save Zeke, but he did not come to his senses. And according to Ariel, the problem is that the demonic energy inside the Swordmaster is blocking the Holy One, so she cannot heal him. She, of course, assumed that they would be able to heal him if they continued to pour in holy energy. She did not know how long Zeke could keep him in this state. Suddenly, she was interrupted by a saint who came up and asked her to stop, after which he added that the thing was that they needed to choose a different treatment tactic, because Zeke's condition was now extremely dangerous. It was obvious that his lower abdomen and insides were torn to pieces, and it was probably a miracle that he was still alive. At least his lungs were fine. He said that now he will try to do everything to save Zeke, although Ray himself understood that the conditions for this were now the worst possible. So he decided to start by cleansing the body of demonic energy. The saint most of all did not want to miss the golden hour during which he needed to perform the surgery, so he asked Ariel for help, telling her to make sure that no one approached him while he was busy helping Zeke. The bad news was that he had no equipment, no readily available donor organs, no suitable conditions, and apparently he had only one option left, and that was to connect the severed organs as quickly as possible. although this is almost impossible to do. Now, the main problem was that demonic energy filled Zeke's body, and apparently he had no other option. Ray reminded himself that even demonic energy was a form of mana, so he needed to use one that affected low-density areas. And in this way, he would be able to completely clear the path of mana in his left hand. And in this way, he would be able to absorb the demonic energy from Zeke's body. After some time, he still managed to extract all the demonic energy, but it was far from time to relax, because he immediately needed to move on to the next stage of the operation. He was going to reconnect the aorta to make sure the heart was working. The same goes for the arteries. He wanted to connect them and thus ensure normal blood flow. But while Ray was trying to do this, at one point he felt an incredibly strong pain, which made him stop at one point. But he still had to continue his operation, because he noticed that Zeke was looking much better. Just by looking at the color and surface tension of his lungs, and considering all this, Ray assumed that a sword master like him would be able to withstand it. After all these steps, Ray decided to proceed with abdominal surgery. He immediately noticed that his ileum was in a terrible state. At least there were no infections, and the internal organs looked normal, and so the saint decided that this way he would still be able to save Zeke. Ariel, who was watching the saint closely at that moment, thought that at first she didn't trust him at all, because she couldn't accept the methods he used to save her. But she felt that Mr. Zeke's life force was returning, and it literally made her change her mind. On the other hand, she was very worried about the saint's left hand, because it had completely darkened, and therefore she was not sure that everything would be okay with him. Meanwhile, the operation had successfully come to an end, and Ray was finally able to finish it. But he himself was not okay, because as soon as he said that he was finished with the operation, he immediately fainted, and Ariel went to him. The first thing she did was to cleanse his body of demonic energy, because she guessed that the problem was probably in it. But upon closer inspection, she noticed that demonic energy had already penetrated his bones, and she would at least need precise control over her holy energy to purify it. She immediately realized that she couldn't do it alone, and she needed someone who specialized in such procedures. And as soon as she thought about it, a detachment of Daim immediately appeared behind her, the leader of which immediately ordered one of them to take care of the saint. He took the saint in his arms and began to carry him somewhere, so just in case, Ariel asked them if they were really the saint's protectors. Hong confirmed this information, after which she added that they were going to deliver the saint to Salonia, and they hoped that she would follow them to continue his treatment there, and she did not argue with them and quickly agreed. At this moment, Ariel thought that the presence of these people was barely perceptible. Despite the fact that they were right in front of her, it was like looking at a ghost. Shin stood in front of the operating room and was deep in thought about something, but he didn't even notice his assistant calling him. But at some point he finally came to his senses and said that he confirmed that the patient's heart surgery had been successful. True, when he entered the operating room again, he had a strange feeling, as if something was wrong with him and the patient. The patient the doctor was looking at was too familiar to him, as if he had already seen him somewhere or even knew him well. But Shin immediately decided to throw these words out of his head and immediately began to convince himself that he needed to concentrate and carry out the operation. So he asked his assistants for a scalpel, which surprised them greatly, since they had been using only magic for a long time. After which Ray woke up screaming it was such a terrible dream for him. But then he noticed that he was in some kind of castle, and next to him were Euclid and Mary, who were very glad that the saint had finally come to his senses. Mary couldn't put into words how happy she was to see that he had finally come to his senses, but most of all, she wanted to know why he had done such a reckless thing. After which he looked at Euclid, who was standing nearby, and Ray assumed that she was also very worried about him. But the woman immediately began to deny it and say that in fact, she was most afraid of losing her job. In any case, Ray remembered Zeke, and therefore wanted to know how he is now. And according to Euclid, Zeke not only failed to save the saint, but also put him in danger. However, he is currently immersed in a deep sleep. Ray immediately understood her mood towards Zeke, so he asked Euclid in advance not to quarrel with him. After which Ray noticed that it was quite painful for him to move his hand, and looking at it, he understood what was going on. It looked quite strange to him. But according to Euclid, this was the result of the treatment of the saint and the high priestess. By the title of the chief priestess, Euclividu meant Ekle, who has a simply enormous indicator of healing magic. After which she said that although she was very sorry, she still had to share this news with him. Namely, she would like to show Ray something, and according to the girl, this thing is in the basement, and as soon as the guy saw this thing, Euclid added that it looked like his messengers brought this thing with them. There lay the heart of a bone dragon, from which an incredibly strong demonic energy emanated. Euclid said that although they managed to surround it with a blessed veil, it was still not able to block all of its energy. After it finally ended, Ray turned around and asked her why the girl had told and shown him all this, and she, without hesitation, said that he had been instructed to take it and follow it to the lecture hall. He immediately assumed that most likely they needed to explain how he would destroy the bone dragon, and he was absolutely right, because it seemed that some representatives of the nobility could not take his word for it, and therefore the Pope ordered him to come and personally give a full explanation of the events that had taken place. It was so strange to hear for Ray, because he essentially captured the necromancer, protected them from the uprising, and even defeated the bone dragon. And now they want him to act as their diplomatic representative and explain how everything really happened. Ray, after such antics, realized that he was actually just tired of being a saint. So he decided to go there after all and ordered Euclid to take this heart with him. Meanwhile, in the lecture hall, there was a bunch of nobles who were discussing Ray. They were saying that the guy simply couldn't defeat the necromancer alone because it was impossible. So they were more inclined to the option that most likely it was a setup. Ekle came onto the stage, who, as they all knew, held the position of the high priestess, and she first asked each of them to calm down. She understood that they had accumulated quite a lot of questions, the answers to which they would like to receive. Count Slane was the first to decide to ask her a question, as the head priestess, and he wanted to hear her opinion. Is it really possible that Ray was able to not only defeat the undead, but also, according to rumors, use magic at the same time? She immediately answered him that they actually didn't know all the details yet, because only God knew the truth at the moment. This answer made him angry, because he believed that it was the duty of the Holy Empire to understand everything and explain this information to the other kingdoms. But suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by Ray himself, who entered the room with the words that he perfectly understood their curiosity. But now he was here and ready to answer all their questions. And as soon as he finished speaking, a girl immediately approached him, who decided to ask her question first. But first, she introduced herself as Marquise Philia from the Kingdom of Glamon, and her question was that she heard that he used magic to personally defeat the necromancer, and she wanted to know if it was true. Ray was absolutely calm and without any excitement answered her that it was true. They were surprised that he gave such a short answer, and essentially did not explain anything to them, but Ray did not care, and he wanted to hear the next question from them, but they wanted to hear at least some evidence from him. Gregory from the Resian Empire entered the dialogue, as well as Selena from the Resian Empire. According to them, it was an honor for them to be in his presence, but they still would like to hear some evidence from him. After all, according to them, they came here as reinforcements to prevent any possible danger that could threaten the Sacred Empire and this continent. Gregory also added that the events that had just happened posed a threat not only to the Holy Empire, but to the entire continent. So they wanted to ask him if he thought they deserved proper evidence to guarantee a peaceful exit from this territory. However, Ray responded to this by immediately saying that it seemed to him that the necromancer he had captured was already sufficiently convincing evidence. But Selena immediately noted that this fact did not prove that it was he who had personally captured the necromancer. Ekle thought that Ray was currently talking to a terrifying sword, and the youngest princess mage of the 6th circle of the Resian Empire, and it was very similar that some very resonant names were already starting to take the first steps. In other words, they realized that the saint was a threat. They are afraid of the man who single-handedly defeated the necromancer. That is why they use this time as an opportunity to decide whether to eliminate him or not. And that is why she became even more interested in finding out what Ray himself will do now. The saint thought a little about his answer, but still said that he defeated the undead alone or together with other people. In any case, this does not concern them in any way and does not relate to their country in any way. Gregory stated that obtaining accurate and reliable information was an important task not only for them, but also for other kingdoms. And if they simply took the word of the Holy Empire, Then he suspected that it would be quite difficult for them to decide on a plan for their further actions. Ray was tired of putting up with all this, so he decided to give him the proof that they wanted to see so much, and he did it in a rather brutal way by putting the aura of the sword to Mr. Gregory's neck. Selina, looking at all this, immediately wanted to know if this was an official statement from the Holy Empire regarding the Regent Empire. Instead of answering her question, Ray asked Euclivida to bring him what they had taken with them to this gathering. He took off the tablecloth and showed them all the proof they wanted to see. It was the bone dragon's heart. He was sure that they could tell it was real by feeling the demonic energy coming from it. They couldn't believe that they were actually seeing the heart of a bone dragon in front of them, and Ray offered to take it into their hands if they didn't believe him. And as soon as Selina took this heart in her hands, she immediately began to feel that she was suffocating from the energy emanating from it. Ray at that moment said that the Holy Empire gives them the full right to conduct an investigation regarding the captured necromancer. No matter who defeated him, Ray believed that the Holy Empire had enough power to defeat the Bone Dragon. But most of all, he didn't understand how they treated the Holy Empire. And if she didn't object, then he also had one question for her, asking which he would like to know if her actions were an official statement on behalf of the Regent Empire. Gregory and Selina from that moment on could not say a word, moreover. It was difficult for them to move for some time from fear of the energy that they felt. After they had moved away a little, they acknowledged the fact that they had been a bit hasty in their conclusions, and regarding the disrespect shown to the holy people, Gregory from the Regent Empire apologized, and Selina did the same. Ray added to them that he didn't really care about the titles they held in their respected kingdoms, but he still wanted to remind them that when they came here, they were the face of their entire state. He would like to finish on this, because he was busy with something when he was told that he needed to come here. So he hoped that they would normally take the fact that it was time for him to return. Ekle thanked him for coming to them. It was a great honor for them. Ray couldn't get the thought out of his head that maybe he should go and visit Zeke, because he didn't feel like he should just disappear from his life. Euclivida, as someone who serves him, could not speak out when he tries to be kind to them, but she would like to say that in such an organization, it is necessary to maintain distance between people of different classes in order to ensure fair treatment for everyone. But he just wanted to check how his patient was doing. But as it turned out, she had more in mind than that. According to her, she had a whole list of people who were waiting to meet him. After he left the meeting, negotiations took place. People said that Ray had captured the necromancer and defeated the bone dragon, and the saint had done all this with the help of magic, and so they didn't know. Could they say what circle of magic the saint currently possessed? Ekle tried to convey to them that even the Holy Empire does not suspect what kind of magic the saint currently possesses. However, she couldn't help but say that they were a sacred empire, and they currently rated him at least the 8th circle level. The statement made by Ekle during the meeting was based on an analysis of the magic that Ray demonstrated during the baptism, and it was just a guess. The head of the Magic Society possessed the magic of the 5th circle. Even the main imperial magicians of each country did not possess magic higher than the 6th. This statement made an incredible impression on those present. Selina couldn't believe her ears. She always thought that 6th-level mages were the limit that not everyone could reach, and she couldn't even imagine the 8th circle. Therefore, she decided to make a statement that they, as representatives of the Regent Empire, would like to spend a little more time in the Sacred Empire, and they would also like to confirm the statement made by the head priestess. Ekle said without any problem that those who wanted to stay in the Holy Empire were free to do so if they had such a desire. All this was told to him by Euclivida, who also added that the representatives of the Regent Empire asked to talk to him, and although Ray had assumed something like this, he still could not think that they would show up so suddenly. So he didn't think long, and ordered Euclivida to cancel everything because they were going to the Duke's estate immediately. The girl tried to tell him that he shouldn't worry so much about Zeke, but Ray didn't even want to listen to her. After some time, they set out on the road, and Ray noticed that the estate was quite far away, although they had only recently set out, and he already had the feeling that they were entering an elven village. Euclivida decided to find out if Ray had ever been to the elven village, and Ray immediately told her that he had once lived there before he came to the Holy Empire. Now that he remembered this, the guy became very interested in finding out how they were doing, because in fact, he missed them. During these conversations, they arrived at the Duke of Trey's estate rather quickly, as the carrier informed them. The Duke of Trey's estate was simply incredibly huge, and this castle immediately reminded Ray of Zeke. And as it turned out, Zeke was the one who designed the exterior of the estate, while the inside represents a number of design decisions by the previous owner. And as soon as they got closer to the palace, they were met by a servant who told them that Zeke was already waiting for them. While they were walking towards him, Ray decided to ask Euclid why Zeke had come here, because it seemed to him that it would be great if he were recovering in the castle of Salonia. The girl in response told him that when Ray lost consciousness, Zeke was the only one who continued to take care of him with his last strength. According to Euclid, he literally did not leave Ray's body the entire time. He even managed at some points not to let anyone near the saint, saying that each of them had vicious hands. He did not even allow Euclid to come close. And after that, he said that he couldn't continue to serve him while in a dying state. So he came back here. Although it was very nice of him, Euclid still thinks that there was absolutely no need for it. And listening to all this, Ray became convinced that she hates Zeke. Ray, looking at her, assumed that 3 families were literally hovering around him, and therefore it seemed to him that there was some kind of rivalry between them, although Euclid continued to prove that no one hated her. In any case, they decided that it would be better to postpone this conversation until later, because now they went into Zeke's room. The guy clearly did not expect such sudden guests and wanted to get up to greet the saint, but Ray immediately told him that he did not have to get up. But Zeke didn't listen to him and literally flew out of bed to salute the saint, and Ray meanwhile told him that he had come to visit him, so Zeke could lie down so that it would be easier for him to examine him. Zeke was incredibly happy that the saint had actually come to examine him, so he didn't wait, and immediately did everything to make it convenient for Ray to examine him. Ray was surprised that Zeke had such an incredible recovery speed. Zeke was sure that it was all thanks to Ray, who healed his wounds. The only thing that Mr. Zeke didn't like very much was that Mistress Euclid came here. She had to explain that she was here only because she was following the saint, and not because she wanted to see Zeke. Ray got tired of hearing this, and ordered them to stop arguing immediately, because if this happened at important moments, then he would punish them. And so they had to ask the saint for forgiveness for their behavior, after which Ray said that he came here to examine Zeke's wounds, but in fact there was something much more important, and as soon as he finished speaking, he asked the messengers to leave. Hong came out first and immediately told the saint that if he continued to call them like this, it would become a big problem for them. Zeke at this moment was trying to understand how it was so close to him, and he didn't even have time to feel them. And this made him find out why such destroyers like them are here. And before he could reach for his sword, another member of the deism family stopped him and said that they were not his enemies. So he had better put his sword down. Even though Euclid didn't like Zeke, even he didn't have time to react to these guys. And he is one of the most powerful sword masters in the Empire. Her attempt to do something was also blocked. And they explained that if they were her enemies, she would most likely not be breathing. Ray forgot that Euclid and Zeke were seeing them for the first time, so he decided to introduce them by telling them that they were messengers of the Dame family. While Zeke and Euclid were recovering from the shock, Han decided to ask the saint why he had called them at all. After this question, Ray decided to get straight to the point, and given his tone, the reason was indeed important. And the most important thing was that he wanted them all to have dinner together, so he gathered them all here. On another part of the continent, 2 people were discussing the fact that their plan had failed and the necromancer had been captured so easily, and that when their identities were revealed, there would be trouble. So one of them suggested destroying the Holy Empire before it was too late. But they immediately abandoned this idea because they remembered that there was a monster living in the Holy Empire that would not let them do it. By monster, they meant the saint who destroyed the bone dragon, and now they didn't even know what kind of plan they should come up with to destroy this swordsman mage. But one of them assured them that in fact the plan was already prepared, and it was that they would make sure that Ray was sent to another kingdom. They all wanted to know from the saint why he decided to hold such an event in the first place, and according to the guy, he hoped that they would be able to get to know each other better, and thus begin to cooperate. After all, it seemed to him that the main point of the organization was to help each other and level out each other's shortcomings, and working alone as they were doing now seemed extremely ineffective to him. Hong answered him that if that was his wish, then they would obey him without any problems. After which Ray immediately stated that he did not want to force them, and if all this was a burden to them, then he would not force them, and they could continue to work separately. But before he could finish speaking, Zeke was the first to respond, and said that the Trey family would cooperate with everyone. Euclid immediately decided to tell him that when he said something like that, he was breaking family traditions, and she hoped that he understood what it meant, and without thinking twice, he told her that the Trey family's duty was to protect the saint, and he was making this decision only because he wanted to fulfill his duty. The entire Dame family was also ready to cooperate, because it was their duty to carry out the saint's orders. At this rate, everything would go much better than Ray could have expected, and before he could think about it, Euclid said that the Belacqua family would also cooperate. After all, it was the duty of the Belacqua family to inform the saint, so she assured him that their family would be faithful to their duties and stay with the saint. In other words, Euclid wanted to say that she was ready to marry a saint. Ray didn't mean it that way, and he wasn't the only one who was surprised when he heard it. They couldn't believe that this was the Belacqua family's mission, but apparently that was the reason she didn't want to tell them about it. However, she immediately told Ray that he could not worry about it so much, because marriage in this case is just a means to fulfill her mission, and there is no such need for it. Besides, the saint is still 15, and she has no intention of doing anything with him yet. Now Ray, sitting at the table with Ariel, thought only about the look that Euclid had when she came to him at night, and did not hear at all what Ariel was telling him. And she told him that a saint was coming to them, who would like to see a saint. And as soon as such an opportunity presented itself, he approached, and first of all asked for forgiveness for his rudeness. And in order to make it easier for him to make amends, he brought a necklace, which, according to him, was created from the stone of one of the wyverns. Ariel almost jumped out of her chair when she saw Cecilia's tear, although Ray clearly didn't understand what they were talking about. According to Ariel, Cecilia is a famous English craftsman who lived several hundred years ago, and one of the jewelry she created was earrings. They say that only one remains, and the second can only be found by using a high level of magic. It was literally a legendary treasure, but the Duke assured that he would spare nothing for the saint, and that it was simply a gift. But Ray acted like it didn't bother him at all, so he immediately tried on the jewelry and asked how it looked in his ear, after which he thanked Gregory for the gift and said that the man could go, but the Duke asked Ray not to hurry so much, because he needed to tell him something else. He started talking about how they were representatives of the Rhesian Empire, decided to visit him to improve their relationship, and therefore he would like to ask Ray to express understanding and visit their empire as well. As it was known, the Rhesian Empire was considered the greatest nation on the continent in terms of economy, military, and political power. So Ray understood very well that establishing a political union with such an empire would clearly benefit the Holy Empire. In addition, in such an empire, medicine was clearly much better developed. Gregory went on to say that Ray had not only managed to organize production on his farm, using new methods for development, they had also optimized the composition of the clergy by using some of the clergy as mercenaries, and Ray realized that this was the result of hard teamwork. Gregory stated that they were truly inspired by the impact they were having on the Holy Nation, and so he believed that if Ray went with them to the Rhesian Empire and combined his techniques with their technology, he was almost certain that they would be able to improve the economics of their countries. In his mind, the man understood that it was actually impossible to refuse such conditions, because in essence they provided him with everything he wanted absolutely free of charge, and he also understood that if they could capture his attention, then the technology of the Rhesian Empire was actually not that expensive. For Gregory and the Rhesian Empire, this boy was much more important, because he is the one who can make any nation the greatest. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by Ray himself, who stated that no matter how much he wanted to, he would still have to refuse this offer, because he had too many things to do in the Holy Empire. And he also decided to shout that this applies to the representatives of the countries that are on the other side of the door. At the moment, Ray is not going to leave the Holy Empire. Gregory realized that there was no point in begging Ray, so he simply said that he would wait for the saint at any other moment when the guy had such an opportunity. Ray, in response to this, promised him that he would definitely do it. Euclid decided to ask Ray again if the main reason really was the Holy Nation, and the saint confidently confirmed this information, adding that they had not yet completely cleared the borders of opposition forces, so it seemed to him that it would be very difficult for them without him. After which he asked Euclivida to gather the nearest nobles and ask them to tell them that he needed to discuss something with them. He then turned to Ariel, asking her to express his intentions once again, but this time she wanted to first listen to what he had to say before agreeing to it. According to Ray, he would like to create conditions for teaching his medicine. Namely, he would like to create an academy to teach doctors to treat and save lives. He was sure that she had already seen it herself on the battlefield, but according to him, there were many people who could not be saved by holy energy, and it did not seem like everyone could use holy powers or magic. Ariel understood his idea perfectly, so she very quickly agreed to such an idea, with which she would of course help him. However, before he had time to thank her, she told him that in fact she thought that he would not need her help, and she thought so because for the entire holy nation, the guy was a hero. After this, a meeting was held with the assembled nobles, and Ray proposed to found a new medical academy. Upon hearing the news that the academy originally planned to serve the needs of the nobility would be repurposed, many members of the noble families began to hesitate. But in this case, Ariel intervened in time, setting as a condition that Ray teach magic lessons in already existing academies. Thus, Ariel managed to reach a compromise and establish a multidisciplinary academy for both magic and medicine. Thus, Ray finally began teaching at the academy as a professor. At his first lesson, he introduced himself and said that he had been recently appointed as a professor at the academy, although he specializes in medicine. But once a week, he would lecture them on magic as a guest lecturer. He was very grateful to everyone who listened to him carefully, and he also added that he hoped that everything would work out for them. But still, Ray felt a little awkward saying all this, because there was an incredibly huge number of people gathered in this class. And at one point, it even began to seem to him that there were other professors standing behind the students, who apparently also came to listen to him. And he was actually right, because the news of Ray's appointment as a professor quickly spread throughout the academy. Everyone knew him as a teacher who had a large number of magic circles. Among the stories that attracted even more attention were the talks about his appearance as well. Most of the stories were about him having shiny gray hair, blue eyes, smooth skin, a sharp jawline, and a teardrop earring with strange magic that complemented his appearance. This place was an ordinary academy where nobles of different statuses studied, but even for such students, Ray's appearance was enough to attract their attention. The guy tried his best to calm them down and make them concentrate, after which he announced that the first lecture would be devoted to the manifestation of magic, which, according to Ray, was an integral part of the life of every magician, and of course the goal and the first question. Ray would like to know from them who knows what the components of magic are. One of the students who sat in the first row tried to say that the main components are the mana spell, the correct pronunciation, and the technique of the correct direction of the spell, and this was an absolutely correct answer. However, he would like to immediately add that there are other ways, and to show them this, he suggested that they use a fire spell as an example. For this, they need to heat up the mana, then collect everything needed for the spell and apply friction. But before that, he would like to ask them what would happen if they reduced the number of words in the mana spell from 3 to 1, and the same student replied that the spell would simply not work in that case, and the mana would be wasted. This time the answer was wrong, and Ray had to explain that the magic words would become easier to pronounce, and the total amount of mana would decrease, and until the expression was fully pronounced, it would be quite difficult to determine what spell was being used. Looking at their faces, he immediately realized that it was actually very difficult for them to understand this. One of the students simply couldn't understand how Ray had even come up with such an image. He felt that this scheme allowed them to get to the fundamental truth of the spell. But as soon as they tried to do what Ray advised them, they immediately realized that he was right, because they managed to use magic without using a single word. Ray thought at that moment that he would never have actually thought that he would ever teach other people, but he was really proud of what they were able to do after he tried to explain it all to them. He also hoped that he could achieve the same results during his medical lectures, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a scream. It was other professors who ran up to Ray to tell him that they had never attended such a great lecture, and so they would like to express their gratitude to him. It was just an amazing job for them, and they would also really like to introduce it to associations. But for this, they wanted to find out from him what this theory was called, and this question initially stumped Ray because he did not have a name in his head, but then he decided to call it the atomic theory. That evening, after the lecture ended, there was a big commotion at the Magic Academy. The thing is that after Ray's clear explanations at the lecture, Professor Clarice managed to become a fifth circle mage. He managed to overcome the difficulties of a fourth circle mage, and thereby raise his level. With this news, the students ran to Ray early in the morning, and the saint simply could not understand what was going on and why they decided to wake him up so early. He opened the doors half asleep to see what the students who had gathered behind his door wanted from him. And the first thing he heard was that the students were asking him very much to repeat the lecture he had given them yesterday, and they would also be very grateful to him if he made his lectures on magic regular. But instead of fulfilling their requests, Ray decided to simply close the doors in their faces and use a silence-strengthening spell to continue his sleep. However, Ray had no choice but to answer their pleas. In exchange for them never coming to his private quarters again, he increased the number of lectures on magic to 2 a week, which was not at all what he had planned from the beginning. Meanwhile, in the Elven settlement, the elder wanted to know from Lady Era what she wanted to do with the Elven village that asked to move. Ira asked the elder to tell them to finish everything within a week because she needed to go somewhere, and the elder first wanted to ask where she suddenly needed to go. But then she herself came to the correct answer, so she decided to ask Mrs. Ira to say hello to Ray and say that everything was fine with them, although Ira didn't even hint that she was going to the Sacred Empire. Then the elder asked her to say that she was wrong, and instead Ira simply agreed to say hello from her. In her head, Ira thought that half a year had already passed, and although this period of time meant nothing to the elves, she still really wanted to see Ray, because just thinking about him gave her the feeling that an eternity had passed. Ray didn't come to the next lecture alone. He took an assistant with him, who this time would be the ice element Professor Clarice, who apparently wasn't too happy about being invited to this event. Some students didn't understand how a professor like Clarice could get close to someone like Ray, but apparently they had better stop these conversations, because Clarice already suspected something was wrong, and therefore looked at them with a rather frightening look. Ray interrupted them when he suggested that they focus and begin the second lecture. Ray first started talking about how all mages are forced to use mana of the same quality, and according to him, it doesn't matter who casts the spell or what kind of mana is used, and to show them what that means, he asked his assistant to demonstrate the Wind Cutter spell on him. His assistant began to noticeably get nervous, because he didn't think he would be helping in this way, and the students also became tense when they heard this. Ray assured him that everything would actually be fine, and if he was that worried, he could aim for the board next to him. After the professor cast the spell, he was finally able to release the wind from his hands, which he directed at the board next to Ray. But the professor's spell did not reach the saint, because at that very moment he used cancellation magic, which completely destroyed his assistant's spell. After which Ray added that this is how it is. If they can determine where the source of magic is, and if they cause a collision in the same place, then even if the spell is performed by another person, it can still be cancelled. And having said this, he immediately informed everyone that he was ending the lecture, because he wanted them to spend the remaining time in pairs and try to cancel spells, as he had just shown them. But the students kept telling him that this was simply impossible to do. This provoked Ray to scream, because it seemed to him that they had all forgotten who magicians were. According to him, magic defies logic, and if they stop accepting new ideas, then everything will come to an end. And even if the method turns out to be unsuccessful, they should never forget about the final goal. They didn't even think about it. So as soon as he told them about it, they decided to immediately start training. So Ray's plan worked, and kept all these guys busy for some time. The next day, Ray got up already tired because he had not studied for so long, but he was able to prepare everything for his lectures on medicine, and at least this made him happy. All that was left was to hope that people would come to him. Although in reality it was a problem, because this type of activity was not as popular as magic or fencing, so he would have to think about how to attract people. Suddenly he heard a scream, and when he looked around, he saw a big guy pestering a girl. He said something like that he had been waiting for her answer for about 200 days and still hadn't gotten it. So he, Minos, decided to hear the answer right now. From the outside, it seemed like they were hitting on this girl, but from the other side, if you listened to them, Ray wasn't so sure anymore. In any case, He decided to come closer and find out why they surrounded this girl. Can't they see that she is very scared? This big guy immediately started to get nervous, because he in no way wanted to scare the girl. He came here just to talk to her. Graya, that was the name of this girl, decided to finally confess to him that the type of person he was didn't quite suit her, so she simply couldn't be with him. Minos couldn't believe it, and immediately assumed that Ray, who had just come up, was to blame for everything. For some reason, it seemed to him that he was the one to blame. But without waiting for her answer, he began to call Ray names, calling him a smooth-faced and skinny idiot. And was she really ready to trade such a weakling for him? Without thinking twice, Graya said that he was certainly not ideal, but still better for the big guy, and Ray immediately realized that this was clearly not what she should have said, because in this way she only added fuel to the fire. And he was absolutely right, because as soon as the big guy heard these words, he immediately wanted Ray to fight him. The saint did not know what was best to do in this case, because he had already caught the big guy's glove, which meant that he was obliged to go out to a duel with him one-on-one. Meanwhile, Minos continued to shout and talk about how he is a third-level fencing master and that he can take out weaklings like Ray with one hand. The saint got tired of hearing this, so he hit the impudent man on the head and forced him to shut his mouth, after which Ray wanted to know who he thought he was to allow himself to talk like that. And as soon as the guy defeated Minos with just one branch, everyone around started chanting that Ray was a great guy, because in fact Minos was the most annoying of all, and they were just waiting for the moment for someone to teach him a lesson. Thus Ray once again became a hero by accident, although he didn't even plan to do so, and the girl he saved was very grateful to him for it. While he was answering her that he was always happy to help, at one point he stopped because he smelled a very strange smell of perfume. It smelled very strongly of alcohol. Ray decided to ask her what kind of smell was coming from her. It was some kind of alcohol perfume, but as it turned out, the girl had been preparing potions before, and most likely the smell was from them. The guy immediately understood that since she was preparing potions, it only meant that she was interested in medicine, and the girl confirmed this theory, saying that she really couldn't wait for the time when lectures on medicine would begin. Ray was obviously happy when he heard such words. Because this was his first student, he decided to introduce himself. And as soon as he did this, the girl noticed an interesting fact that his name is exactly the same as the professor's, and in any case, he can call her Gria. After such a short conversation with Gria, Ray immediately got the impression that everything would turn out much easier than it seemed to him. As soon as he walked away, her friend immediately ran up to the girl and told her that she had just spoken with Professor Ray, which the girl simply could not believe. Her friend saw concern on Gria's face, and the first thing she assumed was that the girl had fallen in love with the new professor, who actually looked quite attractive to both of them. The girl did not deny it and simply continued to follow Ray with a loving gaze. When the saint came to his room, the first thing he wanted to understand was why he couldn't spend at least one day peacefully, and what he should tell him about at his first lecture on medicine. He was faced with one problem after another, and therefore had so many reasons to worry. How suddenly he was very much frightened by Ariel, who crawled out from under his bed, and the first thing she wanted to know was what he was doing outside. Why was it so hard for her to hide? Ray was very scared, and immediately wanted to know from her what she was doing here at all, and why she was not in the Holy Empire. According to her, she was only here to find out how he was doing, and it seemed to him that she was doing too much for him, and Ariel actually couldn't help but agree with him. But she also wanted to add that she also came here not just to see him, but also to spend a little more time with him. At that same wonderful moment, they were interrupted by a beam of light from which Ira miraculously appeared, who, as was known, was also here only to simply see the guy. Ray didn't have time to recover from the shock that Ira gave her, when suddenly Ira scared him so much, and he had no idea what was going on here. He didn't even guess what she was doing here, because it seemed to him that today was an ordinary day, no different from others, but still, for some reason, she was here. After some time, they were already sitting at the same dinner table, and Ray felt not very comfortable, because Ariel and Era were clearly not friends. Some time before this, Ray stood with his mouth open and simply couldn't believe that Era used a teleportation spell. But she was worried about what he could say to her during such a long separation, because it was obvious to her that she came because she really wanted to see him. Before Ray could tell her that he was very glad to see her, she immediately turned her attention to Ariel in order to find out what he was doing here with this woman. Ariel didn't quite understand what she was talking about. Was there really some law that prevented her from being here? But their quarrel was immediately interrupted by Ray, who handed them cloaks and said that they were leaving the academy immediately. After all, looking at the girls, he actually understood perfectly well that if he was seen with a saint and a high elf, then most likely he would attract too much attention. But what worried him most was that he could not spend a single day peacefully. At the dinner table, Ira decided to note that not much time had passed since she was last in the human village. But when she looked around, she noticed that quite a lot had changed in that time. Suddenly, her story was interrupted by one of the restaurant workers, who asked Ray and company for permission to let some more people sit down with them. Ray and the girls didn't really care, so they quickly agreed and allowed them to sit down. One of them immediately thanked Ray for allowing him to sit down while they were waiting for empty seats, and the saint, in response to this, decided to ask them a question in which he was interested to know whether they were adventurers. Although mentally, he already understood that by the flow of mana, one of them was a magician and the other three guys were swordsmen. As it turned out, they were mercenaries, and they found it a little funny that Ray called them adventurers. They didn't have such a name yet. But seriously, they turned out to be members of Billicle's mercenary corps. Ray had already heard about him. He knew that most of the corps members had a lot of experience, and that recently this organization had grown significantly in size. And while he was thinking about this, Ariel decided to talk to them, who, as it turned out, had heard a lot about them, and therefore wanted to know what they were doing here. According to one of them, they received a request from the Holy Empire, and now they need to suppress the resistance forces and nearby monsters. Ariel immediately responded that it was actually quite impressive to receive an order from the Holy Empire, but Ray saw something else in it, because he realized that in fact, Ariel was simply pushing her work onto the mercenaries. Ira joined this dialogue because she thought this story was quite interesting, although she assumed that perhaps it was because she lived in the forest. So she asked the mercenaries to tell her more stories. The mercenaries began to tell her about their troubles, and she managed to find out a lot of information, as well as Ray, because if you believe the words of the mercenaries, then after his arrival at the academy, the number of monsters sharply decreased. But this only affected low-ranking monsters. The number of mid-ranking monsters did not decrease. As if they were under someone's control, the monsters began to adhere to tactics. Now Ray understood why Ariel hired mercenaries, because it would clearly be difficult for people in the Holy Empire to fight against such opponents. Ariel took this into account, and Ray understood it. But suddenly, their dialogue and the guy's thoughts were interrupted by screams about the monsters around the restaurant. Ariel immediately suggested that he go out and figure out everything that was going on there. And as soon as they went outside, they immediately noticed a bunch of wyverns flying in the air. The mercenaries, as soon as they looked at one of them, immediately became so scared that she couldn't even move, although they understood that this state was controlled by fear, but they couldn't do anything about it. Ira also went outside, believing that fear could only affect weak people, after which she began an attack on her new opponent, simultaneously asking her how she dared to use force against someone who was much stronger than her. Ray also joined the battle, using a capture skill to cancel the spell that the wyvern was about to use. Era told Ray that this wyvern was able to cast a spell even after it felt fear from Era, and for Ray this was very strange, because they both had the impression that this wyvern simply lacked consciousness. While they were trying to figure this out, Ariel turned to Ray to tell him that she would go deal with the other monsters. At that moment, the saint had only one thought in his head, and that was that there was definitely someone else behind all of this, and he was simply taking it all too lightly. But in order to find out, he decided that first he needed to talk to the necromancer. After some time, there were already several magicians standing near the necromancer who were trying to find out something from him. But the necromancer was not going to tell them anything, so they decided that it would be best to use a mental spell. This spell was also known as mind reading, but after several attempts they realized that their magic was actually unlikely to work on him, after which the necromancer himself said that he did not even suspect where they got this sixth circle newcomer from, and he also did not believe that she was using such a low-grade spell, so it seemed to him that they should bring a saint to him. He tried to convey to them that he knew about all the events that had happened in the outside world. He also knew that the saint had returned to the academy, and if he came here to extract any information from him, he would target those areas that the saint could not reach. Of course, He didn't say the last part of his thoughts out loud, but he continued to think that the monster tamer was clearly capable of this, and they would most likely use the trade union to put pressure on the economy of the Holy Empire. And then the necromancer was sure that this state would finally fall. Ekle suddenly interrupted his thoughts when she began to say that since he wanted to see the saint so much, she would have no problem arranging this meeting for him, because her information about the saint was already here. After which she added to him that he apparently does not fully understand that in reality, it is absolutely unimportant what he plans to do, because he will not succeed anyway. And all these plans were called, according to her, unrealizable dreams that the necromancer would never experience in real life. Then the necromancer suggested that they do whatever they wanted with him, and then they would see who would laugh last. It was already evening, and only by this time Ray and company were able to cope with the monsters, but he was still worried about their behavior, in any case. Now he decided that they need to strengthen the defense of the academy. Ira suddenly came closer to him and asked him for one favor, namely, she would really like to talk to him alone, and according to her, this is very important. They walked a short distance, and the girl began by saying that perhaps she did not understand anything because she had lived in the forest for a long time, but she would still like to share with him what she felt. And when Ray was ready to listen to her, she began to talk about the fact that right now, including the territory that he calls the Academy, there are large magic circles located in several places. This surprised Ray very much, but Ira did not finish there, because she wanted to add the fact that these circles were simply huge, although it was also worth noting the fact that the flow of mana was weak. But then, when the monsters joined them, the flow of mana became much stronger. After these words, Ray immediately wanted to know what type of circles these were, and although Ira was surprised that the guy even knew about the types of circles, she still told him that for now she only felt a weak, magical power. She also told him right away that it would be quite difficult to destroy a circle of such a scale, so she thought that they needed to prepare for the destruction. But Ray still wanted to know if they could erase at least part of the circle at this point. Ira immediately assured him that in order to destroy the magic circle, they would need to destroy at least 30% of its area. And in this situation, Ira believed that it was simply impossible to do this, since they simply did not know what it was drawn with. Ray himself understood this. He hoped to hear other information from Ira in any case. Now they need to come up with something, because the magic circle works, and this means that it is whole, and its size creates huge problems, and the worst thing is that Ray did not even know if he could stop it. Therefore, the saint decided that first of all they should evacuate the people. So he began to prepare an order for a mass evacuation. After this, everyone began to panic, but not Fia, who began to calmly look for options with which they could get many people out of the city at once. After some time, they came to the conclusion that since the village is divided into a northern and southern part, it would be best to evacuate people from the northern part to Garel, and from the southern part to Sulain. Since there are mountains between the northern region and Garel, this is not the fastest way to evacuate. Ray himself was thinking about climbing to some high place in order to notify all the civilians about this. But suddenly, he was interrupted by Ira, who screamed and asked him to stop immediately. She lifted Ray into the air along with a piece of land, so he simply wouldn't have to waste time looking for some high place. Next, Ray used voice amplification with magic, and in this way he was going to address all the residents of the town. He did not explain what was happening, but immediately said that they needed to immediately collect their things and evacuate to Garel, which caused misunderstanding and confusion among people. Ray realized that they wouldn't just run away, so he took off his cloak and ordered them to run away from the name of the saint. But even so, they didn't seem to be running away because they kept looking at him. So Ray decided to try an extreme method and blew up something that was near him, and this clearly sped up the people's thinking, and they started running away. Even though it was an imaginary explosion that Ray created with magic, it was still the best option because they simply didn't have time to explain. After which he decided to go to the outskirts and warn the people there. And in his head at that moment, the only thing he had in mind was that it was better for people to think that they would not be able to get out of this situation safely. Iriel also began to carry out her part of the plan, and she simply could not get the thought out of her head that such a sudden evacuation of people would require at least 3 days, so she needed to request supplies from the city. She also understood perfectly well that the road to the north was more difficult, so there was a greater likelihood of being exposed to danger there than in the south. She meant monsters, like the ones that were following her now, and that's why she was clearly wary. Iriel immediately realized that they had quite a lot of mana, and there were about 5 of them. There was also a feeling that they could release quite a lot of aura, which made them even stronger. In any case, she won't find out until she asks them herself, and the first thing she wanted to know was what business they had with her. These guys started talking among themselves about how she was a saint, even though their leader had forbidden them to do so. But they believed that she would die anyway, and there was no point in hiding. Iriel saw 3 youths and 2 adult men in front of her, and the men had as much energy as Zeke had, which meant that they could cause her quite a lot of trouble. And at that time, he was talking about how they wanted to fight the saint more than her. Iriel believed that they looked down on her, and for this, they would suffer the punishment they deserved. And as soon as she said this, one of them immediately went into battle with the words that they had already punished many who did not respect them, and she would be next. Iriel didn't think long and immediately used holy energy, which helped her block this guy's blow, as well as strike back at the rest of her enemies, after which she stopped for a moment to convey to them that it would be better for them to continue lying where they were now. Otherwise, she would use even greater force, and then they would regret that they were born into this world at all. She was interrupted by one of the sword masters, who had an incredibly high level and quite good technique, which was basically expected from a sword master. The only thing she didn't understand was what were 2 sword masters doing here? She, of course, assumed that it could be the Lessian Empire, but they had no reason to attack her. And it was also obvious that the Empire would not be able to deal with a saint, so they would not do such a stupid thing. But the most important thing was that now was not the time to think about it. Right now, she has to focus only on the fight, because if they find even one flaw in her defense, she'll be in big trouble. In order to protect herself a little, she decided that she would use her holy power, which could slightly reduce the distance between them. But the only thing she didn't take into account was the fact that they would attack her together at the same time. And while she was watching one side, they planned and struck from a blind spot. Although Iriel quickly got her bearings and realized what she had to do, and as soon as the opportunity presented itself, she used Holy Flash. Iriel was a warrior who knew full well that there was one simple tactic that could be used to defeat a swordmaster, and that was what she would use to defeat them. One of the swordsmen suddenly believed in his own strength too much, and without thinking crossed the barrier that Iriel had created. So he simply lost his arm, and all Iriel could say about it was that he was too careless with his life, as if it were some piece of paper. She stated that in that case, in his place, she would try to make peace or compromise. These words made him laugh, because he believed that with such power, there definitely could not be peace. Then Iriel decided that she would destroy them, but the swordsman doubted it, because he believed that they were much stronger than her. She turned to him with a smile to tell him that she might not be able to do it, but luckily she knew someone who could. At this point, their dialogue came to an end, and the swordsman had nothing to say in response to these words. Iriel sent him to another world, and when she turned around, she noticed that all his friends had scattered in different directions, but she was not going to let them escape. These guys moved away some distance and discussed the fact that they could not even imagine that the saint would be so strong, and now they apparently had a big problem with catching her. But before they could finish talking about this, a saint suddenly appeared right in front of them, who wanted to immediately assure them that they would not succeed in reality, and she could tell them this for sure. They clearly didn't think that she would be able to catch up with them so quickly, and their thoughts were interrupted by Iriel, who suggested that they just go with her while she was kind, because if they decided to refuse, she would still take them with her, although it would be much more painful for them. After these words, one of them threw something into his mouth and bit into it. After him, several more guys did the same, after which blood began to flow from their mouths, and it became clear that these were small capsules with poison, and looking at this, Iriel thought that it was quite decisive to end her life for the sake of preserving the secret, but it's still useless, because they've encountered someone who can cure and save them even from such a condition, after which she told them that they simply could not die while she was with them, and now she hoped that they had learned their lesson, and once again offered them to go with her, or they had another option, in which she would simply cut off their legs and drag them along. The choice was theirs alone. They tried to find out what would happen to them if they went with her, but she thought it was a pretty stupid question, because for trying to destroy a saint, they would obviously be executed. One of them realized that even if they told the Holy Empire everything, it still wouldn't be able to do anything, and most likely it would be the end for them. But Ariel immediately interrupted him and said that it wasn't up to them to decide. Their job was to simply tell them everything. After which he asked Ariel to promise him something in exchange for him telling only the truth, and the girl agreed to fulfill his request if he really would tell only the truth. His friends immediately started yelling at him and saying that he simply had no right to say anything, because this didn't only concern him, they would all die. But he didn't listen to them and still took an oath that he would only tell the truth. It was not a simple oath, but with the help of mana, the essence of which was that if the person who gave the oath broke it, then the mana inside his body would flow in the opposite direction. And now Ariel was truly confident that he would most likely tell the truth. He began his story by saying that the Holy Empire does not know, but their group is called Phroxia, and it was they who infiltrated the Empire more than 20 years ago. Ariel realized that he was talking about the Great Massacre in Geralt, and this guy was surprised that she knew about it, because when it all started, she was very young. The man continued his story and said that everyone then said that it was a monster who did it, but in fact, everything was not so. According to this guy, it happened because of Phroxia's actions. Then, they survived the Great Massacre, but they were kidnapped. Only a few people with great physical strength were chosen, and all the rest became victims of the monsters, unfortunately. Sword masters were kidnapped from other kingdoms, and their captors killed their family members if they refused to obey. They even held this guy's younger brother hostage, who tells about it with tears in his eyes, and now the only request he has is for Phroxia to be destroyed. Ariel listened to him attentively, and after he finished speaking, she confidently told him that she understood him, and now she advised them to leave here as soon as possible. They were surprised by the girl's decision. Was she really letting them go? But Ariel asked them not to be so surprised by this, and to return to their families as soon as possible, or if they wanted, they could simply die alone. It was purely their choice. And to make them feel calmer, she assured them that now they could not be afraid of Phroxia, although she could not promise them that they would destroy them, but she personally would do everything possible for this. After that, all the other guys suddenly started talking about how they wanted to tell her something about Phroxia, but Ariel didn't have time to listen to each of them, so she asked them to follow her so that she could listen to them along the way. Ray, meanwhile, was examining the territory, and to his surprise, he did not see a single magic circle, although he was sure that it was definitely here, which meant that he needed to find it quickly, because if the magic suddenly activated, then they would have big problems. While he was walking through this city, he noticed traces of explosions, mana and bloodshed on the street, which is most likely why the villagers were petrified. It was also quite strange for him that there was no damage to any of the buildings, as if someone had specially tried to preserve them. Suddenly, these thoughts prompted the guy to remember everything that Ira told him, and he realized that the best thing to do in this case was to use an explosion spell. And now, as he expected, the magic circle begins to actively disappear, and he feels it. The thing was that this entire village forms a huge magic circle. But what was most unpleasant about this situation was that there were still people left in this village, whom Ray immediately ordered to run away immediately. People didn't want to break the order. They were just trying to tell the Holy Lord that they were in a state of shock from the fact that people were just petrified like that. According to them, they thought that they would also turn into stone over time during the evacuation, so they couldn't escape earlier. Then Ray decided to find out from them who turned all these people into stone. They immediately told him that these were monsters, which are called ghosts, who use black magic, and when they came to their senses, they noticed that several monsters were running around the village. Also, these local residents did not believe that some guy started to destroy houses, and no one even suspected that this guy would be a saint. But suddenly their thoughts were interrupted by Ray, who wanted to ask them why they didn't think of catching the monsters, since they were clearly using aura. They couldn't even imagine how Ray knew that they were using aura, but he didn't stop there, and added that the blood on them clearly indicated that they hadn't been hiding here all this time. Ray led to the fact that he guessed that they destroyed the soldiers who were fighting the monsters, and then hid in the building so that no one would think about them. They realized that they had been exposed, and that there was essentially no other way out. They decided to crack the exact same capsule as the people who met Ariel did. But this time, it worked much faster, and they literally dissolved, which is why the saint simply did not have time to react. He had never heard of a substance that could dissolve the entire body so quickly. He was upset that he couldn't do anything about it. But he also understood that now there was simply no time to worry about it, because he needed to deal with the magic circle. He understood that one explosion would definitely not be enough for this, so he decided to use a spell called mana detection. So he scanned the area that was around and realized that there were no people left here. So he decided to finish with all this as quickly as possible. He set about performing his ritual. No matter how hard it was, Ray tried to do everything to close this issue as quickly as possible. On the way, Ariel's new acquaintances told her about how they were kidnapped by Phroxia, and also after that they went through hard training, which was necessary so that later they could do all sorts of stupid things. But all this information was not so interesting for Ariel because she expected to hear something a little different. She hoped that they would tell her the size of Phroxia, a rough idea of their strength, skills, methods of transmitting information, at least something of this. But she understood that before this she knew nothing at all. So for a start, it was not bad. One of them decided to find out something from the saint. He was quite interested in finding out how her childhood went, because as far as they knew, she grew up in a rich family. In a small church on a small island of the Holy Empire, there lived a beautiful girl named Ariel. She had pink eyes and soft golden hair. Ariel was the most beautiful girl in the orphanage church. She had a kind heart and a wonderful character. One day, Priest George suggested that the girl go to the outside world, because it seemed to him that the girl was always interested in learning new things about the village. Ariel agreed with him that she was really interested in learning something new about the village, but she didn't know what she would do there, and she was also quite sad to part with her friends. But he insisted because he thought that she was a pretty smart girl and would definitely cope with everything. Besides, he will try to help her, because he thought that here she would clearly waste her talent. But he sees great potential in her, and a better future clearly awaits her in the outside world. He also didn't forget to say that he would make sure that she could return at any moment. And then little Ariel immediately agreed to this proposal. And Gyogre was glad that she agreed, because in fact she could go today, but she was not ready to do it so quickly, because she had not yet said goodbye to all her friends. But he once again convinced her that she needed to go right now. Ariel was actually upset for a long time that she was never able to say goodbye to her friends. But the priest assured her that there was nothing to worry about because she could just send them a letter. And in fact, Ariel understood that the man was right. On the way, she noticed that they had actually already passed the village, and so Ariel decided to find out where they were actually going. In response to this question, the priest smiled and told her that there was no need to worry because they were heading to the port, after which he added that in fact, they would board a ship to sail to Yahello. According to him, it was a fairly large city, and she would be much better off there than in their village on the island. He understood that she might be worried, so he asked her to simply imagine that this was some kind of research. Ariel was becoming more and more interested with each passing second, so she happily followed the priest. After several hours of traveling on a ship, they finally arrived in the very city that the priest had told her about, the very same Yahello. Ariel immediately noticed that this city was simply amazing, but now she wanted to know where they would go next. Gyogre couldn't tell her about it yet because, according to him, they needed to talk about it first. He held out a mug into which he poured tea with holy water. Nothing special, he just prepared it to celebrate their arrival. And as soon as Ariel took a sip, she immediately felt an incredible clouding of her mind. And after a few seconds, her eyes began to close on their own, and she could not stop it. Ariel slept for a while, and when she woke up, she heard Gyogre's voice, who was talking to a local seller, with whom he was negotiating a price, and what the buyer was offering him clearly did not suit him. And when she fully woke up, all that Gyogre could tell her was that he would hope that she would live her happy life in this place. At first, Ariel thought that this was the place he had told her about, but his answer made her understand that this was not the case at all, because he told her that this was a settlement of slave traders. Gyogre was not shy, and told the girl with a smile that he simply sold her. And from that day on, she is a legal slave. Ariel clearly did not expect to see such a life, so she started yelling at him and saying that they clearly weren't talking about this. She thought he was taking her to an amazing place, and he told her he would help her find what she wanted to do. but all she heard in response was that she was just naive because it was all a lie. He also decided to add that she was a smart enough child, so he was sure that she would be able to work, and he didn't lie when he said that she could write to her friends at any time she wanted to do so. Although then he suddenly said that perhaps she wouldn't have to write to them because he would do everything to bring her friends here. At this phrase, their dialogue ended, and all that Ariel heard next was that her new owner was yelling at her, forcing her to follow him. That's exactly how these people deceived her. She stared at the wall for 4 days like she was crazy. But in reality, it was part of her escape plan, and after a while this behavior began to bear fruit, because the guards became less vigilant towards her. During her entire stay there, she analyzed the surrounding area, remembered the actions and habits of all the people who entered and exited this building, and finally, the day of its sale arrived. Before which, she remembered how her mother, before leaving, told the little girl that she had to protect her to the last, but still she had to hand over her daughter into the hands of Lord Gaia, who had to protect Ariel. The woman gave her a cross and said that she was sure that her daughter would grow up very strong and become a great person. All these memories and thoughts that she should become stronger sat in her head all this time, and now she decided that the time had finally come when she should act. She thought about this plan for 4 days. She thought that she simply had no other choice, especially since the person who bought this girl constantly told her that the priest who sold her to him was a complete fool, because someone like Ariel was clearly worth more than 2 coins. The girl knew that she was much weaker than him, and if she managed to escape, it would be a great success. But she was still going to try, and to do this she pretended that she was very ill. She knew that a young girl would not be able to escape from an adult man so easily. So she decided that she would make this man lose his vigilance as soon as he approached her to check if she was dead. Ariel suddenly opened her eyes and stuck the very cross that her mother had given her into the neck of this big guy. And when she did this, she was right, because he really did lose all concentration. With such a past, she was not against being called a destroyer, and the guy clearly did not expect to hear such a story. So he was a little confused and did not know what to say to her in response to this. During these conversations, they quickly reached the main gates of the city of Yahello, where the saint was already greeted with all respect. But what was more important was that this priest who met her was Georg, whom she was not very happy to see, and his nervous answers to the girl spoke for themselves. In the distant past, a priest tricked her and sold her into slavery, so she had to commit her first crime and escape. But unfortunately for her, these slave traders turned out to be very tenacious. They pursued her relentlessly for months, but when they found her, she had to run away from them just like she had done the very first time. Thanks to one of her most serious sins, she became more and more covered in blood. It literally stopped washing out of her hair, leaving an imprint of each of her crimes. The traces of sin only became deeper, and the feeling of guilt weakened. So she hated the world that brought her to such a state. And when she finally came to her senses, her spirit had already become abnormal. But one day in her life suddenly changed everything. It happened when the goddess for some reason decided to choose Ariel as her student. Under the gentle light, she realized how precious life is and how futile revenge is. So now she can look this shameless man straight in the eye. Ariel doesn't really think anything about him, although she thought it was a little strange, because something inside literally doesn't allow her to just destroy this man. Ray, meanwhile, continued to analyze the magic circles, their locations throughout the city, determining their type and purpose. As he thought, the radius, structure, and shape of the buildings, they all had magic circle runes. It could be said that each of the floors formed a magic circle, and most likely, there were about 6 magic circles, and with this knowledge, he just had to narrow down the search area. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he suddenly noticed another huge magic circle that appeared right above his head. And this was actually a huge problem, because the mana of the activated magic circle immediately began to bind him. At that moment, Ray realized that he was still unable to interrupt the flow of mana. Looking at this magic circle, he began to guess that it might be a cursed type magic circle, which could mean that a huge amount of mana was enhancing the properties of the seal. He also remembered that a powerful spell had been used recently, which meant only one thing. His mana was already at its limit, and he couldn't even force it out of his body. Suddenly, he smelled a scent that was quite familiar to him. He smelled exactly the same scent when he was looking after Ira. In any case, now he had another problem, which was that monsters began to come out of different portals to him. Although they were not so dangerous for the guy, he was more interested in the question, who called them here? But apparently for now, he will clearly have to put this question off until later, because he cannot fight them in this state, and therefore he should urgently figure out what to do next. After all, if he doesn't stop them, they will go after the people who are currently evacuating. So he tried to create a sword from mana, and at the moment it is incredibly difficult for him to do this. But even in such a critical state, he was able to attack first and defeat several monsters at once. Although his strength did not last long, after some time he felt that his blood vessels would soon burst because the mana began to flow in the opposite direction. And his problems didn't end there, because as soon as he was distracted for a few seconds, his enemies fired several arrows straight into his back. Because of which, Ray fell to the ground and barely understood what was happening around him. He began to think that they had predicted this, that they had done it on purpose to expose him to such an attack while he was careless and arrogant. A bunch of wolves and strange monsters immediately appeared around him, quickly surrounding Ray and ready to destroy him at any moment. At that moment, Ira was standing on the roof of one of the buildings and thinking about the fact that the supply wagons were arriving one after another, which meant that Ariel was doing her job, and that was good. So she decided that she needed to go to Ray for help. And as soon as she thought about him, it was as if an arrow flew into her consciousness with a message in which she heard the quiet voice of Ray, who could barely speak. She immediately realized that Ray's life force was weakening, and this could only mean one thing. Someone was clearly hurting this child. So she immediately created a new teleportation gate, which she immediately entered. And a few seconds later, she was already destroying the monsters that dared to attack Ray. True, at one point she was overcome by great fear when she saw Ray. She began to worry very much about him. Because his appearance was simply terrible, he was in very bad condition. She tried to reach him and at the same time heal his body with the help of magic, but so far she has not had any positive results. Suddenly she felt again that very smell that she would probably never be able to forget. The sickening fruity aroma that had enveloped her for 20 years. This is a ghost curse that plunges you into a long sleep, and right now this smell is coming from Ray. Realizing this fact made her cry because she didn't know what to do with it next. Exactly a month has passed since that moment and Ray still hasn't woken up. The news that the hero of the Holy Empire was unwell shocked many of his followers, and the Empire eventually held a ceremony in honor of the saint. Having highly appreciated all the merits of Ray, Pope Giulio awarded him the title of Hero of the Diamond, which no one in the Holy Empire had ever received, and he also gave Ray the surname Abel. Now the Empire became extremely vulnerable to enemy invasion. Taking advantage of this, Phroxia started a war with the Holy Empire. Ariel and Zeke were on guard for the Empire and did their best to protect their home and prevent enemies from taking it over. But the enemies' attacks simply did not end. They continued for 3 days in a row, and one day Ariel thought that even if physical fatigue could be compensated for by divine magic, they would not be able to do anything about moral exhaustion. But at one moment, his thoughts were interrupted by a male voice. It was Marquis Harold, who shouted that they had come to them in order to help the Holy Empire contain the enemy. Their help was actually quite timely, because most of the warriors of the Holy Empire were already tired from constant battles and wanted to rest. Ariel watched Barrett, Sarret, and Gray closely, and she could tell with absolute certainty that they had all become worthy warriors. It seemed to her that the saint would be very happy to see them like that. But no matter how good everything was, they still had to tense up at one point, because people appeared in front of them who, according to their information, were in another place several days ago. These were special warriors of Phroxia, each of whom was a master of the sword, and there were quite a lot of them. But on the side of the Holy Empire, the only forces at the level of a sword master were only Ariel and Zeke. There were far fewer of them, which meant that they would almost certainly lose this fight. Ariel didn't have time to say a word to Zeke or think about their plan when one of Phroxia's warriors attacked them. It was not an easy blow, and Ariel had a hard time trying to block it. But this old man was not going to stop there, so he gathered all his strength and wanted to launch another attack. Zeke couldn't just leave the saint in trouble, so he immediately stood in front of her to try to block this blow. But he certainly didn't expect that this blow would be so powerful and that it would be so difficult to parry it. After such an attack, Zeke clearly did not feel his best. He could barely stand on his feet, and this was only one attack. The gap in forces was colossal. They clearly wouldn't be able to win just like that. So Iriel made a rather logical decision when she ordered everyone to retreat immediately. The enemy sword master was not going to let them go so easily. So as soon as they started running, he immediately gave chase. But he did not take into account that Iriel would decide to use his most powerful blow in this case, which was called the Light of Gaia. This radiation of power really stopped Phroxia's attacks, although everyone around understood that it would not last long and sooner or later her powers would run out. For a second, this old man even thought that all his opponents had evaporated because she had borrowed divine power. The Holy Empire's plan was not too intricate, because while the Order of the Seven Holy Knights would advance, the Knights of Marquis Harold would strike from the rear. This is exactly the plan announced by Gaia, who also added that the Pontiff and the priests will have complete control over the paladins, and their clash will take place in the forest in the north. Iriel at that moment thought that this young girl stood out quite a lot among the academy students who went to war, because her tactics compensated for their lack of strength. So Iriel told her that this was a good strategy and they would follow it, because if everything worked out, they would be able to change the situation. After these words, she decided to end this meeting. Besides, it looked like they were not going to attack, so she suggested at least resting a little. As soon as they left the tent where they were discussing strategy, the first thing Zeke told Iriel was that things were pretty hard for them without Ray, and Iriel couldn't argue with that. And she only just now realized how important he had been to them all this time. But she also wanted to say that they can't always rely on him, because she is also a saint of the Holy Empire. Several more people entered into their dialogue, and the first thing they did was tell the saint that she was completely right. And they also wanted to say that they needed to repay the favor that the saint had shown them. Zeke was glad to see them, but still decided to ask why they left their comfortable places to come here. One of them answered that during war there are no comfortable places, and this made Iriel smile, although at that moment she was thinking about whether this was one of the consequences of the changes that had occurred in the Empire. In her head, at that moment, there was a thought that these nobles had previously been driven only by the interests of their families, but now they had united for a common goal, and she would never have thought that she would ever feel some kind of connection with them. Euclid once again decided to come to the saint's chambers and find out how he was doing. Ira, who did not leave the guy's side for a moment, answered her that, unfortunately, nothing had changed. According to her, his body was not moving, but his mind was quite alert, after which she asked Euclivida to keep the saint company, because now she was leaving. Euclid wished her a good journey, and immediately thought about the fact that only a saint could be a person who enjoys the love and care of a high elf. Moreover, she was surprised at how many people were worried about him at all. That's why she wanted more than anything for Ray to finally wake up and delight everyone with his presence again. Ray's mana reserve is unique. He does not form a magic circle inside his body, but draws mana from the environment. But currently, there are two sources of mana in Ray's body, the magic of the Bone Dragon and the spell that Era was under. This is the same mana of the magic circle. The method he used to treat Ira was unique, because it wasn't really a treatment. He simply pushed the spell mana outside of her body using magic. He needs to push the cursed mana out of his body, but unfortunately he has less control over it now, so he won't be able to do it on his own. He had the idea to move the Bone Dragon's mana because he knew that they simply could not coexist in one place, and then, according to his plan, the Bone Dragon's energy would displace the cursed mana. Ray did this, and now all he could do was watch the two energies fight each other, and it seemed to him that it would be really great if the dragon's energy won. But he understood perfectly well that the curse had been growing stronger over the decades, and if the magic circle completely destroyed the dragon's energy, then for Ray it would be the end, and most likely he would simply die. So Ray decided to prepare himself properly for this moment, and for this, he collected as much mana as possible, because he understood that in any case, all this madness would happen inside his body, and then it would most likely seriously affect him. The guy didn't even guess who created this magic circle, but if he ever managed to catch it, Ray promised himself that this person or creature would definitely answer for everything. Meanwhile, the fighting on the battlefield continued, and Mrs. Euclid also went out to fight again. She used quite strong magic, because of which her enemies had to retreat, and this could not but please her, although she did not show it. Euclid ordered all her troops to return to the Empire and rest, after which the knights ran up to her and began to tell her that she was simply magnificent today, and no Phroxia could compare to her. And in fact, she agreed with them, because it seemed to her too that if they continued to fight in this spirit, they would easily be able to protect not only Sulain, but also Garel and Salonia. But she also didn't forget that they had to take into account all the variables, and most of the enemy troops were located near Garel, and knowing this, she understood that they would certainly need reinforcements. She ordered her assistants to transfer all their forces to Garel, and they were ready to fulfill her request without any problems. Suddenly she felt an incredibly strong flow of mana and immediately raised her eyes up to determine what was happening, but she saw nothing. And the whole thing was that Ray finally came to his senses and opened his eyes. He himself did not expect that he would be able to return, but he still managed to do it, and he returned to his previous life. Moreover, due to this experience, the bone dragon energy in his hand disappeared and it became normal again, so now he can confidently say that it was a good idea to make the two types of mana collide. The dragon's energy was completely gone when the curse overcame it, but the curse itself was too weak to continue to keep Ray in chains, so he was able to wake up. He can't move his entire body yet, but he can control the mana in the environment. Now he has decided to concentrate more on his healing, because now a lot depends on him. After he woke up, he began to feel like his left arm was much lighter, and this was quite strange for Ray. And not only this made him wary, he also noticed that it was as if his mana was filling his blood vessels, muscles, and every cell of his body. Ray concluded that the mana inside his body had become active, because his hand had become accustomed to the large amount of mana flowing through it. The mana essentially circulates in his left hand where the two energies collide, and this essentially optimizes the mana consumption in his body, and thus increases efficiency. He liked the feeling most of all when mana was activated. It was just an amazing sensation, so he decided to adapt his whole body to it. The healing was quite successful, and after some time Ray was finally able to get up, and the first thing he felt was that his body became incredibly light, and his physical fitness improved significantly. All this made him think that it was time for him to return and help his people. After all, at this moment all the chains that bound the beast have fallen, and now Ray is absolutely free. The appearance of the Swordmasters was a turning point. At night they retreated to the capital of the Holy Empire, and therefore Iriel understood perfectly well that if they lost more warriors here, it would be very difficult to protect Salonia, so she decided to get out of here as soon as possible. Iriel ordered all her people to leave immediately, after which she sat down and thought that she had to stop them at any cost, because if she didn't do it, then she would start having big problems. Although Zeke and company asked her to leave, saying that they would try to delay them somehow, she had to leave with everyone, because without her, the people would definitely not be able to cope. But these words made her even more angry. She didn't understand how they could offer her such a thing, just because she was a saint. Zeke did not back down from his opinion and repeated to her once again that the Empire would fall if she suddenly died. These words finally made Iriel think. But apparently, she was not thinking in her favor, because she decided to use the maximum of her remaining powers on the soldiers and gave them almost twice as much holy power as usual. After which she ordered each of them to fight to the last, and under no circumstances did she allow them to die, after which she still decided to listen to Zeke and leave. Zeke decided that he was not going anywhere, and so he ordered his squad to take up positions and under no circumstances allow them to break through. After his words, he heard the words of their enemies, who came to the meeting place with the words that they somehow did not see the saint, and this meant that their only chance to have fun had run away. Only the weaklings remained. Zeke didn't really expect anything else, but he wasn't afraid of them, because all he wanted was to do everything possible to stop them. He immediately went into battle and immediately encountered one of the enemies, who was glad that the youngest swordmaster was so strong. It would be interesting to see what he could do. Zeke simply didn't believe that this guy had such a high speed, because he didn't even notice him. After some time of fighting, Zeke realized that everything would not be as simple as he thought. But he was not alone, and this was what Graya was going to prove. She shouted that they would help Mr. Zeke. One of them couldn't even believe that there were so many talented people in the Holy Empire. He only felt sorry that they couldn't leave them like this. They would have to destroy them all. And before he could finish speaking, Zeke noticed that someone had appeared behind Graya. Thanks to Zeke's reaction, she was still able to repel this vile attack at the last moment. But even in this case, Zeke understood perfectly well that they were much stronger than them, and they would hardly be able to defeat them at all. Zeke didn't have time to come up with a plan that would help them deal with these guys, because they didn't give him a second to breathe, constantly attacking him. It was very difficult for him to fight them, and he felt even worse because he couldn't do anything about it. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when he saw snowflakes falling from the sky, and this could really mean only one thing: that someone is using 6th-level magic, namely the frozen field technique, and that someone was Euclid, who came to the aid of Zeke and his warriors in time, and the first thing she did was politely ask Phroxia to surrender and not continue to do stupid things for which they would later answer with their lives. Meanwhile, Ariel had already gone quite a long distance, and while she was running, she was thinking about leaving no traces in order to buy herself a little more time. But on the other hand, she understood that even if she got to Salonia, she still didn't have a single good idea. But suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by the same old man who stood right in front of the girl and told her that if she had chosen the straight path, she would have been able to escape from them. But unfortunately for her, they guessed how she would act. Ariel actually expected something like this to happen, but who knew they would be so fast? In any case, she was no longer afraid, and all she could answer them was that she would definitely take one of them with her to the grave, and it was so funny to hear, actually. After all, they were sure that she wouldn't have enough strength to even repel their first attack. But this opinion quickly changed when the old man who was the first to go into battle was seriously wounded. But Ariel stood still and did nothing. Moreover, she was afraid to move, because she was in a state of shock. And all because in front of her stood Ray, who had finally come to his senses and was ready to help his people on the battlefield. Ray, looking at this old man, immediately realized that he was the one who decided to have a good time and create so many problems with his magic circles, and the old man was surprised that his curse was able to delay Ray for only 1 month. These words made Ray even more angry, because it had been a very difficult month for him, which he had endured with great difficulty, and now he has little time to figure something out, so he was going to quickly destroy them, and they seemed to believe him, because Ray's mana flow was simply enormous. They of course heard about it, but they still did not think that he was so strong. These guys made their decision pretty quickly, and to do that, they needed to grab Ray. Ariel guessed what they wanted to do. Most likely they grabbed Ray in order to use mana suppression on him. One of them immediately started screaming that he had too much mana, and he was just a teenager. Even 2 swordmasters had much less mana, so they would do everything to ensure that he died. Ray understood perfectly well that they were currently trying to pit their mana against each other, and the result would be that the loser's mana reserve would be torn apart. But unfortunately for them, Ray was about to let them know that they had made the wrong decision and had clearly picked the wrong guy. And after a few seconds, one could calmly say that their main problem was that they underestimated their opponents, and today this played a cruel joke on them. After Ray dealt with these enemies, he turned to Ariel and told her that he wanted to go to Yahello first, so he wouldn't mind if she followed him. Zeke, meanwhile, gave all his strength in these battles, and even so, he was too weak, and he was unable to deal a serious blow to his opponent. Euclid was also on edge. It was quite difficult for her to fight against several swordmasters at the same time. Out of concern for Zeke, she began to take more hits, unable to calm down knowing that Zeke had been injured in the midst of the chaos. Therefore, she decided that it was in their interests to end this battle as quickly as possible, because if they dragged it out, they would definitely lose. The enemies, looking at this magician, thought that as soon as Euclid dodges one spell, she immediately creates another one. The speed and angle at which she uses them is simply amazing. But there was still one flaw in it, and that was Zeke, who still missed a critical hit on his body. The swordmaster that Zeke fought gave him credit, because the guy held out for quite a long time, considering how big the difference in strength was between them. And now he's ready to get down to business with the lady who interrupted them and caused a little trouble. Now Euclid simply had no choice and was ready to give it her all to destroy them once and for all. But their dialogue was interrupted at one point by a soldier of Phroxia, who ran with all his might and shouted that they needed to run away immediately because he was here. Those were his last words, because then a huge amount of firepower came down on him, and from the fog gradually began to emerge the silhouette of a man who was quite familiar to them. Ray first walked over to Zeke's body and touched it, which made him realize that the Holy Empire's swordmaster had died about 20 minutes ago. After Ray turned to Euclid to find out who did this to him, In response to this question, the girl began to say that this happened because of her incompetence, and therefore she was very sorry to admit it. But Ray decided that it was his own fault when he decided to ask such a question, because he could actually just kill them all, and then he wouldn't have to look for the culprit. Meanwhile, the members of Phroxia were talking to each other, and the girl was trying to tell the man that they needed to leave. But he didn't think so, and ordered her to guard the front lines while he sorted everything out. But before he could finish speaking, Ray struck the girl and literally cut her in half, after which he added that judging by the angle of Zeke's wound, it was definitely not her who did it. And this gave him the understanding that most likely it was he who did it. Even though this man smiled as he looked at his end, he still understood that Ray was an opponent he would not be able to defeat. A few minutes later, Ray was standing with Zeke's body in his arms, asking Euclid to take care of everything here. She would fulfill his request without any questions, but she was also quite interested to know what the saint was going to do with Zeke's body. Ray retreated to a relatively quiet area where he attempted to remove the damaged spinal cord and stitch up his kidney. But to Ray's great regret, he realized that without some form of blood transfusion, it was simply impossible to bring him back to life. Ariel approached him to find out if Zeke had really already raised him to the gods. It seemed to her that he should be in a better world, and she would also like to say goodbye, that all his exploits will remain in their memory. But her speech was interrupted by Ray, who assured Ariel that they could still save him, and that there was no need to say goodbye to him yet. Ariel felt very sorry, but she still tried to explain to Ray that divine magic was not omnipotent, and that he would not be able to bring a dead person back to life. But the saint himself understood this, so he himself was going to save him, and not divine magic. The saint tried to shout to him, saying that she herself perfectly understood what he was feeling now and that it must be difficult to accept it, since he valued Zeke so much, but he really could not be saved. But Ray disagreed with her, because he believed that if giving up a life that could be saved was God's will, then all he had to do was crush the will. Ariel, hearing these words, immediately began to shout that this was blasphemy and that it would most likely lead to tragic consequences. But when she saw that nothing serious was happening to him, she decided to listen to him. Ray tried to convey to her that he could not explain to her what exactly he was going to do, but she just needed to trust him. The girl could only watch as Ray used his strange method of treatment, which he believed would save Zeke. At that moment, she felt the holy power emanating from him. Despite the fact that Ray used mana and said words that undermined his faith in God, it was really absurd. But still, she was willing to help him. He just needed to ask her for it. Ray was glad that she finally agreed with him, and so he assured her that she was actually already doing quite a lot. Although the saint himself understood perfectly well that Zeke's brain had already died, this was the very state in which it was impossible to save him. But just now, with the help of divine magic, his physical condition became the same as that of a living person. He did not forget that he could save him within 4 minutes from the moment the heart stopped, and now every second counted. So Ray decided that he would first cut the ribs that covered the heart. At that moment, he really needed an automatic external defibrillator. Instead of this device, he decided to use lightning, which caused the heart to start up again and begin moving blood throughout the body. The defibrillator is actually a solution to the current problem. If the movement becomes unstable or stops, then it is an indicator of the body's weak state. So Ray decided to use magic to control this movement. And for this, he wanted to strike lightning in a precise rhythm in order to massage the heart and stimulate blood flow. He did this for quite a long time, and all the while he begged Zeke to fight and start pumping blood through his body. And at one point, his heart started up and began pumping blood on its own. So Ray immediately turned to Ariel and asked her to heal Zeke. She began to fulfill Ray's request, although she thought in her mind that it was simply impossible. Ariel looked closely at the color of Zeke's face and saw how he was breathing again. For her, this was beyond the realm of possibility. After which she decided to find out from Ray who he really is and how he managed to cure Zeke. In response, the saint told her that he could never have done it on his own, so they had just saved his life together. But she didn't listen to him, because she believed that she would never practice black magic, although Ray didn't understand what she was talking about, because he uses medicine. After they managed to save Zeke, Ray asked to go to Phroxia to help Euclid, and Ariel was surprised that the saint did not go with her. But as it turned out, he needed to meet with the Pope, Ariel didn't have time to say a word to him before he immediately disappeared right in front of her. She wanted to tell him that dating her dad now wasn't really the best idea. The priest, standing over the burning city of the Holy Empire, said that soon all this would end and these people would take him to a safe place. But for now, he decided that he just needed to hide to ensure his safety. But his thoughts were suddenly interrupted when he felt the presence of a man behind him who asked him to close his mouth and not twitch. The priest decided that he would not follow these orders, for which he paid because his hand was cut off. He sincerely did not understand what was going on here at all, because he was sure that he had placed mana barrier stones everywhere, and he was bothered by the fact that he still could not feel its presence. But his thoughts were interrupted by Hom, who once again repeated to him not to twitch, otherwise he would lose his second hand, after which she asked him who he was working for anyway. The priest, with tears in his eyes, immediately told her everything, and according to him, their high priest is Mr. Xavier, but Hom wanted to know who from Phroxia gives him orders. He suddenly didn't want to answer this question, and this caused such disappointment to the Dame family, because they always didn't understand why people constantly complicate everything, and why they couldn't just tell them the whole truth right away. And all because what she disliked most of all was that very feeling when she had to dig around in someone's head. The priest couldn't quite believe that they were using divine magic of unorthodox interrogation on him, and how did they even manage to do it? Anyway, after a while it was all over, and basically after such an interrogation session, they learned useless information, and on such a not very good note, they decided that they needed to leave immediately. Before leaving, one member of the Dame family stayed behind to clear all traces, after which he would return to the main group, which had gone to see the saint. Hom understood that Ray had most likely already headed to the Vatican by this time, and they should speed up. And she was right, because Ray had indeed already been to the Vatican, and was thinking about the fact that if we analyze the current situation, then the neighboring countries united and formed Phroxia. This is not a newly emerged force. If they infiltrated the top leadership of the Holy Empire, then it will be difficult to figure it out with the help of his influence. But Ray still decided to try to do it, and the first thing he did was go to the Pope's chambers. On the way, he was met by one of the guards, who was slightly shocked when he saw the saint in front of him. Ray didn't say anything extra. He just asked the guy to tell his dad that he wanted to meet him. As soon as Ray met his dad, the first thing he told him about a group called Phroxia and the things they did, which made his dad incredibly angry because he didn't understand how they dared to do something like that. He immediately decided to order his men to find them immediately, but Ray immediately asked him not to do this because Ray believed that they needed to wait to get rid of them completely, since any action they took would make them more careful. But these words made the Pope even more angry, because he did not understand how he could think that he would be able to turn a blind eye to the heretics, because he would destroy them as soon as he found out that they had actually done something like that. He didn't stop there and continued shouting that he would pass judgment on these heretics, even if the entire empire had to be turned upside down. Ray didn't even expect him to react like that. Even for a believer, it seemed too much. Anyway, Ray decided to repeat those words again and again, told his dad not to do it. Ray only asked him not to let his emotions get the better of him. At the moment, Ray believed that he needed to lead the sacred empire in the right direction with his wisdom. After these words, Ray said that it was really time for him to leave because he had business to attend to. The Pope clearly did not appreciate the saint's words. Moreover, it was clear from his facial expression how much he did not like Ray's persona. On the way back, Ray thought that he just didn't understand what his dad was thinking, because it was obvious that it would be better not to tell him that he was acting recklessly, because the survival of the entire empire was at stake. Considering his actions, Ray was surprised that he was the leader of the entire nation. Phroxia knew that they had 6 sword masters, and given this information, Ray began to suspect that there were more forces of that level, and most likely, this power would be enough to crush a medium-sized kingdom in an instant, even if they gave up attacking the Holy Empire and turned their attention to another kingdom. Then in the worst-case scenario, Phroxia could become so powerful that even he couldn't stop her. So Ray thought it would be great if he could predict their actions, but for that, he would need some information. Zik returned to his chambers and thought only about the conversation he had with the saint. After Ray saved him once again, the saint decided that from that moment on he should not appear on the battlefield, but he was clearly against it, because he believed that he was a master of the sword, and it would be a great loss for the armed forces. But she believed that everything was quite the opposite. In her opinion, the army uses swordmasters as expendable material, and the next enemy that appears before them may be even stronger. And then this battle gave them an idea of their strength, and if he leads the army, then she would like to know from him himself where all the forces will be concentrated. But before he could give her an answer, she told him that she was more than sure that he did not want to need the saint's help again. Looking at his expression, Ariel could see that he understood why she wanted him to leave the battlefield and simply join the saint. Zeke remembered the time when he was a child. He was called a genius of the sword. Everyone had high hopes for him because he became the youngest swordmaster in the history of the Holy Empire. His destiny was to help the Vicar of God, the saint. He had no doubts about this, and he lived every day with pride. God chose a new saint, and then Zeke met him when the saint blocked his blow with his bare hands. Zeke's heart was pounding that day from the feeling he was experiencing for the first time. It was then that he realized that he had to give the saint everything he had. Namely, he wanted to serve him all his life and thereby become his sword. But now he understands that Zeke is actually too far from this, because he is more of a hindrance to him, all because the saint has already saved him twice, one of which even risked his life. So he was very upset that he was not the best guard that everyone was counting on. But Zeke was not one of those who would just give up. The saint looked out the window and thought that she had fulfilled his request and removed Zeke from the battlefield, but she was more interested in the question of what he was planning to do next. Ray, meanwhile, went to one of the prison cells, where he decided to visit one of his old friends, who could not wait for Ray to finally come to him. The necromancer immediately assumed that if Ray was here, then most likely the Holy Empire was not in the best position, and the saint did not hide it, and with full responsibility told him that all this chaos was because of Phroxia. And Ray came here to ask the necromancer a few questions. But the necromancer immediately made it clear to him that he had absolutely no desire to tell Ray anything, in response to which the saint smiled and told him that he would not ask him for something just like that. After which Ray began to list everything that bothered the necromancer, namely joint pain, poor eyesight, flabby skin, and a lot of wrinkles. He also did not forget to mention the loss of muscle mass, weakness of the cardiovascular system, kidneys, and much more. In other words, we can say that the necromancer's body is far from what it was before. And Ray led to the fact that he could try to fix all this, and his body would be in perfect condition again. And in exchange for this, Ray offered him to tell everything he knew. Without waiting for the necromancer's answer, Ray also added that he had always been curious to know whose body was more similar to a human's, trolls, or ogres. The saint is well versed in modern medicine. He knows many ways to cause pain, and after some time of experiments, the necromancer was ready to tell Ray everything he wanted, if only the guy would stop and stop torturing him. But Ray was even a little upset, because the necromancer gave up too quickly, and the guy still wanted to try to do so much. Nevertheless, he calmed down and began to listen to what the necromancer was telling him. According to the old man, with the end of the era of magic, the black, red, blue, gold, and yellow towers, which maintained the magical balance between the peoples, disappeared. Fearing the gradually growing power of the magic towers, the alliance of the continent's forces attacked them in the ensuing war. The Black Tower summoned the Bone Dragon and its undead, destroying countless kingdoms and ending the age of magic. The remaining magic united, waiting for the day when revenge will be accomplished. Phroxia still has 15 swordmasters and 7 sixth circle mages. The first 7th circle mage in human history is also sharpening his blades. And as a result, the necromancer decided to declare that Ray actually had no chance of winning. But the guy clearly didn't want to listen to this nonsense, so he decided to find out where they were at the moment. If you believe the words of the necromancer, then at the moment they are in the mountains of Grenesia. The Grenetian Mountains are the only mountain range on the continent where dwarves and elves live, a neutral zone that does not belong to any country. There is fertile soil and many resources. It is for these reasons that dwarves and elves are always at odds with each other, but it is also worth noting that the environment there is unsuitable for human life. That's why it's the perfect place for a military headquarters for an organization like Phroxia. Ray, listening to all this, could not get the thought out of his head that he would actually be happy to throw a meteorite there to quickly sort this out. But unfortunately, he cannot do this, because in this way, he will drag the elves and dwarves into this story. Ray also suddenly understood why that necromancer was so inspired, because with such forces, conquering an entire continent no longer seemed like an impossible dream, and this fight would be harder than he thought. Just in time, Hong appeared, who was fully prepared to carry out the saint's orders. The first thing Ray told her was that each of them would go to the neighboring countries because he wanted them to monitor the movements of people from Phroxia, and as soon as they noticed anything suspicious, they would have to inform him. She understood him, but she didn't want to leave yet, and Ray realized that she wanted to tell him something. The girl made up her mind and said that she would carry out his orders at any cost, but they also thought that perhaps they should provide support on the battlefield. Ray smiled and said that in some ways she was right. But he still believed that at the moment, they should first of all react faster than the enemy and not try to build up their forces, and the task that he had just given them was much more important than an ordinary battle. As for the advanced ones, Ray actually wasn't against creating them. Zik came to the saint, but he doesn't even know what he will tell him, and how does he even have the right to appear before him? And as soon as he entered the saint, the first thing he did was greet him, and from the expression on the saint's face, it was clear how surprised he was that Zeke was in front of him. Looking at the swordmaster, Ray noticed how depressed he was, and in fact he understood what was going on. So he decided to give him a little encouragement and invite him to come to the training palace tomorrow morning. Zeke was surprised because he thought that Ray was going to get rid of him, and now only Ray was surprised because he didn't understand at all why he would kick out his swordmaster. Not only was he not going to kick him out, the saint was also going to make Zeke an invincible warrior, and all he needed now was to focus on the next 10 days and forget about the rest, because right now his only goal should be to become stronger. Ray understood that he suffered greatly on the battlefield so that his absence would not be so noticeable. But the saint himself believes that if anyone deserves to cover him, it is Zeke, and he asked the swordmaster not to forget about it. Zeke almost burst into tears from such words, and at the very least he decided to kneel before Ray and tell him that he would do everything as the saint told him. The next morning, Zeke arrived on Ray's orders and did so. It seemed too early, because the sun had not yet risen, but Zeke believed that he was the sword of a saint who had no right to make his master wait. Ray did not dissuade him, and they decided to start training, but before that, the saint asked Zeke to cover his blade with mana, and as soon as Zeke did this, Ray immediately decided to tell him that now he should get rid of his old habits, and it's not just about how he covers his sword with mana. According to the saint, the blades of the aura are connected with balance, and apparently he will have to explain in more detail what this means. And to do this, he asked Zeke to imagine a sword with 3 equal parts, to each of which he needs to distribute mana equally, and in order to help Zeke do this for the first time, Ray decided to act on his mana to create that very connection. After a few seconds, the saint managed to do it, and Zeke's blade became many times stronger than it had been a few minutes ago. It was a completely different level of power. The air seemed to be attracted to the mana, and Zeke couldn't believe until the very end that his aura could become like that. Now Ray advised him to try again in order to consolidate his result. With the same feeling that Ray had demonstrated, Zeke tried to repeat his success. But as it turned out, it was not easy at all to do this. Although Ray tried to tell him that it was all because he was trying to give something shapeless, precise proportions and keep it in the state. So Ray decided to give him 3 days for Zeke to try to master all this, and Zeke immediately promised that he would do everything that depended on him. After some time, Ray sat and thought about the fact that he gave Zeke 3 days, but he himself could not even think that Zeke would be able to cope so quickly, because it is very difficult to improve the aura in this way. In any case, the saint decided to wait until Zeke was strong enough because he wanted to entrust him with the sacred empire in order to go to the mountains. He was glad that now it was only a matter of time, and soon he would be able to do this, when suddenly his thoughts were interrupted, when he felt a strange flow of mana. And the culprit of this strange flow of mana was Ira, who suddenly opened her portal in Ray's chambers. He was very glad to see her here, and it was evident from his expression. Ira couldn't help but hug Ray when she saw him, because she clearly didn't think that when she came to him again, he would already be in his right mind. When they finally enjoyed meeting each other, Ray decided to ask Ira what she knew about the Granisha Mountains, and according to the elf, she was not the main one in these forests, but another high elf. This is what Ray was afraid of, because it complicates things even more for him. It didn't really matter if the plan to destroy Phroxia was large-scale, because even a small disturbance would be noticeable. Elves are known for their distrust of outsiders, and they would be even more unpleasant if a powerful stranger appeared on their territory. Thus, Ray understood perfectly well that he could lose the favor of the High Elf, and then not only the villagers, but also the elves who live nearby would not just let it go. He wanted to know if that High Elf was also as strong as Ira. But according to the elf, all High Elves are strong, but if this is important, then that elf is weaker than Era, because she is the guardian of all High Elves. And this only meant that if he suddenly became an enemy of the High Elves, then Ira would be forced to destroy him. So Ray decided that he would try to avoid conflicts with the elves. On this wonderful note, they decided to end their dialogue, because it was time for Ira to go. And finally she told Ray that she was very glad that he had finally come to his senses, and he was grateful to her that she visited him so often, despite the fact that she had so little time. In response to these words, Ira reminded him that he also took care of her when she was sick, so she would like to be the one who should thank him. And when she had already entered the portal, she decided to tell Ray not to worry so much, because that elf was a supporter of permissiveness, so she was sure that everything would be fine with him as long as he didn't cross the line. Ray didn't really understand her, that he still thought that he shouldn't worry if he showed up there. Then it was unlikely that anything would happen to him. 3 days later, as Ray promised, he came to see the results that Zeke had achieved during this time. And he did it quite well, and Zeke himself said that when Ray controlled his aura, it seemed to him that something inside him awakened, and so he thought about this feeling and felt that he could get closer to the state in which he was during the fight with Zahard. Ray didn't even think that Zeke constantly maintains the state of aura. Moreover, he apparently even maintains the form of the sword only with the help of aura. And it seemed to the saint that this should be enough, and now he can finally entrust him with the sacred empire and leave peacefully. So he asked Zeke again if he really wanted to become stronger, to which he heard a confident answer. Ray then decided to teach Zeke one last lesson, in which the swordmaster would have to try to block Ray's sword. At this moment, Zeke only thought that the blue aura was like the essence of mana itself, incredibly pure, but he also felt the density of the aura, and it was not very different from his aura. That's why he was confident that he could block Ray's punch. The saint delivered his blow, and along the way told Zeke that this was his last lesson that he had to learn, and therefore he was interested to know from Zeke what it was like to experience something like this. The only thing Zeke was thinking about at that moment was that the saint's sword was literally unstoppable. After a few attempts, Zeke began to doubt that there was any way to block Ray's blow. The saint could not answer him this question, but asked Zeke to try to figure it out until he returned. Zeke didn't understand what he was talking about, so Ray finally told him that he was going to Phroxia's headquarters. And before Zeke could shout that he also wanted to go to this headquarters with the saint, Ray gave him a flick on the forehead and said that he wasn't going anywhere. After which Ray repeated to him once again that Zeke was the only one who could replace him. Zeke understood where he was wrong, and after that, immediately promised that he would protect the Empire at any cost. Ray also decided to tell Zeke that from his progress, he could immediately see that the swordmaster had trained quite a lot. He was very pleased to hear this, because in fact, when Ray showed Zeke how to do it correctly, he began to repeat this exercise. Ray, hearing this and knowing Zeke's nature, immediately thought that Zeke repeated this without interruption, and he asked Zeke in a trembling voice how many times he ate during this time. Zeke immediately replied that the saint had shown such generosity when he showed him how to properly use his power, so he could not waste time on food. For him, it was simply unimaginable. Meanwhile, Ekle, sitting in her office, listened to how, since the saint would be going on a pilgrimage, there would be no one to accompany him, and this suited her perfectly. Although the news was not over yet, and they wanted to tell her that it seemed the Heresy Investigation Council had become active. But these words did not cause her any positive emotions at all, because she simply did not understand how they could start without the permission of the High Priestess. But if we believe the words of her assistant, then they began this process on the direct order of the Pope, and then Ekle calmed down, and her condition turned into complete surprise. But in fact, this made her even more angry, because she couldn't even imagine why this crazy old man was even bothering to come here. In this way, he only complicates everything and does not allow them to work normally. So she decided to influence this, and immediately got ready and left her office. Ray set out on his journey, and at first his main problem was the incredibly terrible weather. He was wrapped from head to toe in clothes with warming magic, but even so, he was still very cold. He had never been in such a cold place before. In such weather conditions, every step he takes feels completely different, and the snowstorm gets worse every day, to the point that at one point he can't see anything at all. So he decides it would be better to set up camp and rest a bit. After some time spent in front of the fire, Ray was able to warm up a little, and his skin color became pink again, not blue. The fire gradually began to die down, and Ray began to think about whether there was anything here that he could use instead of firewood. After looking around a bit, he noticed some incredibly strange tree, and so he thought that perhaps this was the one that would suit him. But what was the guy's surprise when he pulled this tree? It suddenly spoke and asked this man to immediately let it go. After which it turned around, and Ray clearly did not expect to see in front of him, instead of a tree, some strange creature with the face of a beast. At first, the saint thought that perhaps it was some kind of spirit or monster, because it looked quite strange, and while Ray was thinking about it, this strange creature remarked that it would never have thought that it would meet a person here. Ray himself did not think that he would ever come across a tree monster, and as soon as this creature heard this, it immediately told Ray that he was not a tree monster, but a dryad. But the saint knows what a dryad is, and he is clearly not one. This creature did not know what the guy was thinking, so he decided to demonstrate who he really was, and began to gradually crawl out of the ground. And as soon as he did this, he told Ray that, as he could just see, he would not perish, even if his roots were torn off, although the saint did not understand what this proved. Dryad continued talking about his own, when suddenly he decided to ask Ray a question, in which he was interested to know whether the guy possessed wonderful divine abilities. And as soon as Ray said that he was a saint, the dryad immediately began to ask him to share a little power with him, and if the saint did this, the creature promised to give him what the guy was looking for. Ray himself did not understand what he was looking for, but he suddenly remembered that for the elves, the very existence of dryads, who fertilize the forest, is very useful, and if this baby really is a dryad, then we can say with confidence that the elves from this mountain should also like him, and then they could help him in the hunt for Phroxia. But first, Ray decided to find out what kind of power he would like to receive, and in response to this question, Dryad said that he would like to receive the power that Ray spoke about. Ray didn't really know how to make Dryad stronger, and these words really upset this creature because he needed strength to return to the forest. And these words surprised the guy because he thought this was his home. According to Dryad, one day a man appeared and made their forests weaker. He used dark magic, which either destroyed them or deprived them of their strength and threw them out of their home. Ray guessed that perhaps Dryad was talking about the dark magic that was in the forests of Granisha, after which he told the Dryad that if he understood him correctly, it was a wonderful coincidence, because it so happened that he was going to punish the people who had settled in his forest. So Ray could promise him that although he couldn't make him stronger, he could bring him back to the forest. But before that, he would like to ask Dryad where he could find firewood, because he was already quite tired of using magic to maintain the fire. The answer was quite unexpected, because Dryad simply broke off his arm and threw it into the fire, saying that his limbs actually burn very well, and most importantly, for a long time. And after just a few seconds, it became much warmer, for which Ray was very grateful to him, so he decided to promise himself that he would return this dryad to his forest. The next day, Ray climbed higher in the mountains, where the hiking was much better, and this could not but please him. He also immediately noticed that, judging by the map and the tree bark, he was in the territory of the elves, and, to begin with, he would like to talk to the high elves, and from their answer, he would base what he should do next. Suddenly, elves appeared in front of him, who did not understand what a person was doing here, and the first thing Ray thought was that these were the very guardians of the village. Therefore, the first thing he decided to do was to say hello to them, and then say that he would like to meet with the head of the elves. But before he could finish speaking, he was immediately asked to shut his mouth, because no one was going to let him in to see the head of the elves. Churchy. Ray did not respond to them with aggression, and simply replied that he knew about their rules, so he asked them for permission. But even in this case, they answered him no, and asked him to leave immediately. Such answers clearly did not suit him, although he had not expected a warm reception from the very beginning, but this seemed too much to him. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted when that same Churchy appeared in front of them, which was unexpected even for the local soldiers. As soon as Ray saw this elf, he immediately thought about the fact that she reminded him very much of Era, and from her appearance it immediately seemed to him that she could maintain a dialogue. Besides, she was the first to talk to him and wanted to know what brought him to their village. But suddenly her face changed because she saw Cecilia's tear in the guy's ear. Not only did she become angry, but she also began to approach him in order to find out where he got this earring. Ray didn't understand what was going on because it was just a gift. But Churchy apparently didn't believe him because these earrings were the property of their village, and they were also a keepsake from her mother. So she decided to ask him again who gave him this earring. Ray replied to her that he was actually a saint of the country of Gaia, and the swordmaster of the Resian Empire presented her to him as a diplomatic gift. After these words, Churchy screamed that she had heard more than enough, because for them, all the friends of the Empire are its enemies. Ray didn't even understand how everything had suddenly turned out like this, because a few seconds ago it seemed to him that she had been quite kind to him. But after just a few minutes, Ray had to immediately run away from Churchy's fury. She continued to run after him and tell him that he runs very fast, but it still won't help him, because she will do everything to get her earrings back. But it would still be better for him to stop if he wants to live on. Ray didn't believe a single word she said, because he was almost certain that she would destroy him if he gave them to her, because she was a bloodthirsty elf. Although Saint could have stopped her with his power, he understood that it was better not to do this, because in this way he would simply attract unnecessary attention, and then Phroxia could notice him, so he decided to simply run away. Churchy immediately realized that the person in front of her just now was not an ordinary person, because an ordinary person is clearly not capable of moving so quickly. Ray just wanted to get the help of the elves and get rid of Phroxia, but he didn't expect that the plan would fail from the very beginning. But what surprised him most was the fact that these earrings would lead to such problems. Although, on the other hand, he deviated from the plan, but in fact, everything is not so bad, because running gave him a rough idea of this place. The area with significant differences in altitude. There are sources of water nearby and places suitable for human habitation. But first he decided to check this direction, although it was already quite late. Therefore, he decided to set up camp here, and as soon as the sun rose, he would immediately set out to search for them. The next day, Ray came to the conclusion that the location of the magic tower, the posts, the borders of the elven village, and even the dwellings of the gnomes were located as he thought. The rough magic he sensed in the magic tower seemed to be for defense, and he also noticed that they were using overlapping magic circles, meaning that a hasty attack could lead to trouble, so he needed to see it through to the end. Suddenly, on the way to his small camp, Ray noticed a large number of wounded elves, who apparently received these wounds from a large number of dwarves. Ray, looking at this picture, understood perfectly well that they were in obvious danger, but on the other hand, he also understood that they themselves had driven him away and did not even let him into the village. But even in this case, he simply could not let them die. So he immediately came to their aid. He also didn't want to fight because again it could attract a huge amount of unnecessary attention, so he decided to use a flash, which blinded all the dwarves. And when they finally came to their senses, Ray and the other elves were no longer there. After Ray saved them, he offered one of them to examine his wounds, but the elf continued to yell at the saint and tell him to leave immediately, although Ray wanted to help him. He also understood that the elf was clearly in a lot of pain, so without asking the elf's permission, he applied a special substance to his skin that was supposed to reduce the pain. And after a few seconds, that's what happened, after which Ray added that there were actually a lot of herbs here, and using them he prepared this medicine. This act from Ray made the elves thank him for saving them, and also ask him for forgiveness for their rudeness. It wasn't difficult for Ray, and besides, he wanted to ask them why they suddenly started fighting with those gnomes. According to the elves, this actually happens often here. It's a kind of dispute over territory, and recently they discovered a mine near their village, and the dwarves also set their sights on it. Elves want nothing to do with dwarves, because their essence is the reckless destruction of nature, which makes them barbarians. And at this point in the story, the elf noticed that he really liked the guy's attention to detail, by which he could definitely say that he was protecting nature. He introduced himself as Sephia, and Ray in response said his name. And in his mind at that moment, the saint was thinking about how everything had turned out just fine for him. The elf decided to ask Ray again what brought him here, and in response to this question, Ray asked his own, in which he wanted to find out from them, or were they aware that an army of people was located here? He thought that he would surprise them with this information, but as it turned out, the local elves knew about this. Moreover, they knew that there were about 150 of them there. If this is true, then this is a big problem for Ray, although he remembered that in order to get here, he had to go through these snowy mountains and cross a couple of kingdoms, and considering all this, he just did not understand how they were able to get so many people through. He had only one answer to this question, which was that most likely Phroxia had already established her power over the kingdoms here, so he told the elves that at the moment this army was here to destroy the continent, and Ray himself came here to stop them. After which Ray asked them to believe him, because otherwise they would all have big problems. The elves did not argue with him, and first of all wanted to ask the guy how they could help him. The saint did not remain silent, and first of all asked them to take him to the elven village. He understood that it was quite difficult for them, because they couldn't let strangers in, but he really needed to talk to the locals. But Cephal immediately told him that unfortunately it wasn't up to them to decide. According to him, only elders can let representatives of other races into the village, although Ray suspected that they would answer him exactly like that. But he was still a little upset, but he didn't ask them about it again. Instead, he asked them to go home because it was already late, and also asked them to give this earring to Churchy. When they left, Ray realized that he probably wouldn't be able to get to the elves' village. In that case, he decided that it would be best to move to another place, but not too close to Phroxia's camp. Over the next 3 days, he noted all the features and tried to write them down in his notebook. He observed every detail. It was everyday life, culture, and environment. After so much time, he still managed to come up with a rather cunning plan. Han decided to first systematize the information they received. Wayborn, Glamon, and Heron revealed some involvement of Phroxia with these kingdoms, but the impact on the current situation turned out to be insignificant. They suspected that the enemy was most likely in the Holy Empire, but recently their country was too unsettled. They meant that various trading companies had concentrated huge capital in one place, and this was not only due to a group of noble families. Suddenly, one of them spotted an unknown mana in the Vatican, which had just moved outside the city and did so quickly. Moreover, there was more than one person there. 2 were inside and 8 people outside. Hong immediately asked for the attention of all her colleagues and ordered them to immediately catch up with all these people, and she also decided to add that she was allowing partial liquidation. Ekle stood in her office and thought about what kind of father the child was. But suddenly her thoughts were interrupted when unknown people appeared in her office, who looked quite creepy. The high priestess was not used to such impudence, but she was not afraid and quite calmly asked them who they were and who sent them, although mentally she still did not understand how they slipped past the guards. In response, she received that she did not need to know this, because she would die soon anyway. So it was better for her to say goodbye to her life as soon as possible. These were the last words this guy said, because after that, he immediately received a direct kick from one of the members of the Dame family. It was Hong who stood up to protect Miss Ekle, who could have suffered at the hands of those pathetic bandits. Now, Ekle was no longer smiling because she literally did not understand what was happening. The essence of Ray's plan was that he was going to return the plague to the human world, as it had been several hundred years ago. He knew that the plague was an acute infectious disease with the highest mortality rate in the world, and that the disease was spread by the rat flea. It was once a terrible disease that killed half of the population of Asia and Europe. But what is most important, why Ray decided to use this idea, was the fact that the sanitary conditions of Phroxia are similar to those of the times when the plague flourished. Despite the existence of magic, the level of development is not very high. The situation is almost no different from medieval Europe. So this idea came to Ray's mind. He knew that in this world, where they don't know about the existence of penicillin, the only way to fight the plague is divine magic. And from what he had seen so far, priests using holy power were extremely rare in Phroxia. So the decision to release rats into the city was a good one. Ray immediately realized that if he placed the pathogen with the rats and waited for the rat fleas to spread, then he could easily wipe out all of Phroxia. Literally the next day, Ray was very lucky that so much mold had grown, with which in the future he would make a cure for the plague. After which he threw out all the brown mold and kept the white and blue mold separately. And he clearly did this for a reason, because the mold they needed to create penicillin was green. Ray also didn't forget about the mold liquid, which he had selected in advance, but it needs to sit for a bit. This will allow them to turn the mold into a medicinal substance. Meanwhile, in the settlement of Phroxia, cries were heard that someone had used black magic, and they thought so because one of them suddenly became covered in black spots, and they also thought that this effect was transmitted to the others because they also had a high temperature. They began to quarrel among themselves, saying that none of them were guilty, each was defending their own people. Ray watched carefully as they began to quarrel, and it was impossible to say that he did not like this process. But what pleased him most was that magic would also be useless, because treating each person separately would not change the level of environmental pollution. This way, Phroxia will destroy itself without any intervention, which is what Ray wanted to achieve from the very beginning. The only thing that confused him in this situation was that very 7th-level mage that the necromancer told him about, and he was sure that problems would definitely arise with him. So Ray decided that he needed to come up with a solution to the problem right now. Ray's next step was to get inside one of their towers, and it was quite easy to do so, since all the guards were sick with the plague. Each of them was a master of the sword, and this led Ray to the idea that there must be something important up there, since they guarded this place so tightly, perhaps some treasure, magical tools, or something like that. Ray easily passed each guard, thinking that he was almost there and had very little left. He was happy to take absolutely everything they had as compensation, and as soon as he got to the top floor, he discovered an incredibly large number of magical instruments that literally filled the room. There were so many of them that Ray didn't even know where to start. Suddenly, his joy and delight were interrupted when he felt his foot touching something, and barely lowering his eyes, he saw a man there who was lying unconscious. But it didn't last long, because as soon as he felt Ray's presence, he immediately stood up and asked the stranger who he was and what he was doing here. In response, he received silence, and this guy quite unexpectedly began to talk about the fact that apparently it was Ray who released those rats that spread the plague. And the saint at that moment concentrated his attention on the mana of this magician, and she was the same in the magic circle that sealed Ray then, which means that this is the same high-level magician, and the saint honestly admitted that he imagined him to be completely different. The thing is that in front of Ray stood a 7th-level archmage, who was the head of Phroxia. This guy was aware that Ray had managed to defeat the bone dragon with just one blow, and then get rid of the replacement magic with which he had distorted his mind. And all of this was amazing. Ray answered him that in fact he is an ordinary person, and not some kind of super god. In any case, he would like to ask a question to this archmage, in which he wanted to know, or is revenge the only reason why Phroxia does all these things? After all, Ray really couldn't think of another reason why Phroxia was doing all this. The archmage stopped him and said that in fact there were people who wanted revenge, but globally, no one here cares about this. The thing was that the head of Phroxia wanted to gain knowledge and conduct research, and so he did all this in order to conduct experiments without problems in the future. Ray couldn't believe that the wars and destruction of people they carried out were only to satisfy his brain and answer the questions he asked himself. After thinking for a bit, the head of Phroxia assumed that this was indeed the case. He constantly asked them to do something for him, and his soldiers did it. According to him, all the experiments he conducted were not of great importance, but the fact that such a creature is now standing in front of him is an excellent result, and indicates that everything he did was clearly not in vain. Listening to all this, Ray saw a psychopath in front of him, but he would have to think about this later, because now he would probably have to enter into battle with this archmage. Ray didn't even give his opponent a chance to attack him, and for this he used a capture spell, which at first seemed like a joke to the archmage, because it was an incredibly simple spell for him, because he was a 7th-level mage. But because of this, he was only more surprised that this spell still worked and bound him so strongly that he was not even able to move, after which he saw Ray attacking him, who was telling him that he could not leave him alive. Here, Ray single-handedly, using his intelligence and knowledge, destroyed Phroxia, which had been terrorizing most of the settlements in the Empire for many years. Most of all, the saint was glad that he could finally leave this terrible place, and now all the battles were finally over, and this meant only one thing, that when he returned, he would only practice medicine. In addition, he took something with him as compensation. In his opinion, this particular grimoire was different from all the others, and it should contain some advanced magic. He couldn't help himself, so he opened it before he got home. At least that's what he tried to do. But after several attempts to open this book with the help of magic, Ray received only disappointment and failure. Meanwhile, in Eklei's office, the Dave family was telling Eklei that these people called themselves the Night Moon. They considered themselves the best exterminator guild on the eastern continent. It was known that they secretly received orders only from the most powerful. But what's most interesting is that they had been tracking them since the Vatican itself, and upon hearing this, Eklei immediately realized that the Pope was involved in all of this. That's why he tried to destroy Eklei, because he believed that the High Priestess knew too much. Meanwhile, Dad was screaming in his office because he simply did not understand how so much corruption had appeared in the Holy Empire, because instead of being a country of the gods, in his opinion, it was becoming like a nest for vile members of Phryxia. Eklei listened to all this and was not very happy, especially when she tried to tell Dad what Ray asked him to do. But in response to these words, he began to shout even more, because he believed that only Dad could determine the future of the Holy Land. He also added that he was going to persecute the heretics even more decisively than he had done before, and that was the will of the goddess, the execution of which was entrusted to him. But now he wanted to know which opinion the priestess held more, his or the saints. Eklei didn't think long about her answer, and immediately told him that she first wanted to ask what he meant when he asked this question. Did he really mean to say that she should ignore the saint's statement that he was a representative of God? Phryxia's base is indeed isolated from the outside world, as there is a risk of infecting other races, so Ray decided that he should take preventative measures. After some time, within a radius of 3 kilometers, he was able to clear almost all places where the pathogen could spread. And in this case, it was the divine power that helped him the most, with the help of which he was able to finish all this so quickly. Suddenly, he was interrupted by Churchy, who looked very excited, and according to her, she had been looking for Ray for a very long time and had finally found him. But as soon as the guy saw her, he immediately decided to leave, because he was not going to get into any conflicts with the elves, but she suddenly asked him to stop, because she wanted to ask him for forgiveness for the last time, and also thank him for returning her earrings. In addition, she heard that Ray saved the children from their village, so now she thinks that it was just a misunderstanding between them, and she explained her reaction by the fact that because of the Empire, her mother died, and therefore even the thought of the Empire returning her mother's stolen things to her simply infuriated her. Listening to all this, Ray realized that apparently these scoundrels from the Empire gave him someone else's earrings, so in response to her words, he immediately told her that he was very sorry. And now that they had figured everything out, Ray would like to know why the girl was looking for him at all. And as it turned out, the thing was that she was looking for him because he told her that he was a saint, so she would like to turn to him for help, because some children had caught a strange disease due to which black spots appeared on their bodies, and Ray clearly knew what was wrong with them. Although Churchy said that he did not know what was going on, and he could only assume that it was a powerful curse, even healing magic did not work on him, although mentally he could not believe that elves had appeared in this territory at such a time. Churchy was very angry because she was almost certain that those people were to blame for this. Considering the elf's condition, he decided not to say that it was he who created the source of the disease. In any case, she is here to ask the guy if he could cure her inhabitants of this disease. Ray simply had no moral right to refuse help, so without any questions, he immediately said that he would cure them. After a fairly short time, Ray was already in one of the wards, where he examined patients, and fortunately most of them were in normal condition. Besides, he knew that although the plague is a very terrible disease, it can be treated with antibiotics. Churchy was incredibly grateful to him that he would use holy magic for them and cure its inhabitants. But Ray immediately interrupted her and said that in fact he was not going to use magic. His idea was to prepare a ready-made medicine. After all, he believed that they could be cured without divine magic, and he knew how to create medicines. Churchy could not believe that he was talking about potions that people use. Ray confirmed that it would be something like that, but first he needed some ingredients. And before he could finish speaking, the elves, who were already familiar to him, immediately ran up to him and said that he only needed to tell them, and they would bring him whatever he wanted. After some time, when they brought him the ingredients, they were a little surprised that he wanted to make medicine using such things. Among these ingredients was spoiled food, which is why they were so surprised. But Ray assured them that he would not give it to them in this form. First, he would soften it in water and filter it. Then, he said, he would pour rapeseed oil into it and mix it well, which would cause the impurities to dissolve in the oil and the medicinal ingredients to remain in the water. And finally, after purification, it would look more like medicine. After mixing, the high-temperature treated charcoal will absorb the impurities and then need to be transferred to a funnel to wash away the impurities with clean water. Ray then added acidic vinegar-based water to remove the alkaline impurities. And if all these processes are carried out correctly, then they will be able to obtain pure ingredients, which are called medicine. When he finally did, he immediately put a small dose into a syringe and was going to try it on patients. He carefully injected penicillin into the patients, and after some time he was able to cure the entire village. 3 days later, many felt much better. The temperature dropped, the general health improved, and Churchy, watching all this, simply could not believe that it really worked, because she would never have thought that it was possible to heal without using divine power. Churchy didn't know how to thank Ray. She thought it was so sweet of him because he was clearly trying for them, and it meant a lot to her. Ray thought they shouldn't say things like that to him, because he was actually just cleaning up the mess. But they didn't listen to him, and Churchy suggested that they all throw a banquet in Ray's honor, and this idea was supported by the majority of people. Ray tried to tell them that it was not worth doing, but after hearing this, they immediately wanted to know what was going on and why he was so against it. The next day, Ray set out on the road again, where he again encountered incredibly bad weather. He could not quite believe that he had to walk this road again. On the way, he thought about those scoundrels from Phroxia. It was all because of them. Besides, they were of absolutely no use, because in their towers there was not even a single spell that was related to movement. On the way, he met his old friend Droid, who, as soon as he saw Ray, immediately began to thank him for the fact that he could finally return to his native forest. The tree also added that he felt like his powers had returned to him, and therefore he would like to give him a gift, and this gift was one of his branches, which, according to him, was the strongest. At first, Ray thought it was just an ordinary branch that he was going to give to Zeke first. A poor woman in the south of the country begged to spare them, or at least their children. But in response, she heard only cries that it was because of people like her that Phroxia was able to enter the city gates. She tried to shout at them and tell them that they didn't really do it, but no one wanted to listen to her. One of them decided to kill her and her daughter because the woman decided to lie to him, so she will answer for her sins. But today the woman was lucky, and at the last moment an unknown voice stopped this guy and did not let him do what he had planned. It was Ray, who from the very beginning thought that they were all bandits here, but now looking at the face of this man, he realized that he was wrong and therefore wanted to know who they were. Most of all, this man looked like an ordinary tramp to him, and while Ray was thinking about this man decided to come closer to him and explain who he really was, and he clearly did not want to do this with the best intentions. Suddenly a phrase came out of the man's mouth, in which he wanted to know how the guy even dared to behave so badly in the presence of the investigating council judge, and this hurt Ray quite a lot. So he decided to show the man that if anyone had forgotten how to behave, it was him. The man immediately fell to his knees as soon as he saw the holy energy, although he could not fully believe that he was seeing a saint in front of him, and Ray only now wanted to know what group the man was in. He immediately said that he was on the council's investigation team. Hearing this, Ray came to the conclusion that the person who ordered this to happen was the Pope himself. The woman intervened in this dialogue to tell the saint that they had done nothing wrong, and that these people had clearly started threatening them for no reason. This was confirmed by other citizens of this settlement. According to them, the main reason for their destruction was that they were allegedly heretics. Ray closed his eyes and asked them to calm down, after which he promised that as a faithful servant he would do everything to solve this problem. The saint once again turned to one of the Pope's army and ordered him to retreat. But apparently it would not be so easy, because this man stated that they had received a direct order from the Pope, so they could not simply retreat. And Ray actually understood him perfectly, so he said that he actually had a choice: either stop following the order or continue and die at the hands of the saint. After these words, there were no more doubts, and this man immediately decided to follow Ray's order. And for this, He needed to tell the investigation council to immediately stop his activities. Ray asked me to tell them that if they don't stop, he will gladly destroy each of them. At that moment, the saint thought about the fact that every time he returned from some difficult mission, some difficulties were sure to arise in the Holy Empire. The saint's assistant came to her to tell her that the actions were becoming more cruel every day, although they were trying to put pressure on them, because the Council for the Investigation of Heresy is an organization of the Vatican, so it is not so easy. And all this was just news, because she understood that at any moment the arrows of the executive committee could fly in her direction. But suddenly she felt the presence of a holy force, and her first thought was that it was Ray. Ray, meanwhile, was scolding one soldier who refused to follow his orders because the saint looked far from saintly. Their very intellectual dialogue was interrupted by Iriel, who was incredibly happy that Ray had returned. When they were sitting in a more private setting, Ray told them that Phroxia would not be able to return, and even if there was something left of them, he was still sure that there was clearly no need to worry. But he was more interested in the question that concerned Dad's decision to send an investigation team. Iriel sighed heavily when she heard this, because she understood that most likely they would simply cease all relations with them after the extermination of their own people, and then the role of the Holy Empire would clearly diminish. That's why Ray wanted to ask her for one favor, namely, he would like her to withdraw her entire council. After hearing this, Iriel wanted to make sure once again, or did he even realize what he was talking about? The saint confirmed his words, and also asked her not to argue with him. He simply asked her to convey this to them as his order. She reminded him that they would all get angry under Dad's command, and that's why she wanted to know what Ray was going to do, and Ray, without thinking twice, said that the first thing he could do was hold them accountable. The next day, Ray went to the main building of the heresy investigation in the Vatican, and as soon as he entered there, the first thing he wanted to know was who was the highest-ranking member of the Heresy Investigation Council. The answer was not long in coming, and one of them immediately responded. He introduced himself as Dios. He held the position of chief judge of the council for the investigation of the heresy. The first thing Dios wanted to know was what brought Ray here, and before he could finish speaking, Ray told him that he was here only to carry out an order, and for this he asked the high-ranking Dios to gather all the members of the council. The man did not hide the fact that he was not going to do this, because this was first and foremost his father's order. Ray didn't need to hear another word to use holy energy to try to convince them otherwise. Most of the guys who were in this building at that moment began to feel that their bodies would literally explode. Ray continued to emit holy energy until one moment he decided to ask them, or had they accidentally changed their minds. Deus couldn't contain his emotions and started yelling at Ray, telling him that these threats wouldn't change the order anyway, and they would continue to do everything as Dad told them. Moreover, he would decide to recommend him to stop fighting with His Holiness. Ray responded by immediately telling him that they could call it whatever they wanted, but he believed that he was only doing what he had to do for the good of the people, and that they themselves had placed this responsibility on him. After which he told them that he was giving them exactly 1 week to solve this problem. Otherwise, he showed them what would happen to them. These threats worked, and Doak promised that he would fulfill all of Ray's requests. After he dealt with this, Ray realized that now he only had one problem left, and that was Dad. That's why, without thinking twice, he went to his dad personally to find out if he was the one who created the problems. The man did not quite understand why the guy was so angry, because he was simply punishing the heretics. Ray was once again convinced that he was doing this deliberately, after which he told his dad that the unjustified destruction of people is not a punishment for heretics. These words made him laugh even more because he believed that he owned this empire, so he did not need permission to destroy several people. He decided to remind Ray once again that he is the Pope and his words are the law for the Holy Empire and God's will. Ray was surprised only by the fact that the man was talking this nonsense with incredible confidence. But this did not stop him from asking his dad to admit that in fact the reason was completely different, and Ray was so sure because he had visited the village that he destroyed. Now, Dad's face was no longer so pleased, and it was not difficult to understand that a little more, and he would literally tear Ray into pieces. But he still wanted to know what Ray wanted to say with this. The saint responded by telling him that no matter how much he thought about it, he simply could not comprehend his faith because he used it as an excuse to destroy innocents. which meant that the Pope was definitely hiding something. These words were the last straw, and as soon as the man heard them, he started yelling at Ray and asking him how the guy even dared to say that. But he did not stop there, and ordered the guard to immediately force the saint to kneel before him and ask for forgiveness. Ray wasn't surprised that his dad decided to act that way, although he believed to the end that the man would come to his senses. But before the saint had time to collide with Ray and the guard, they were suddenly interrupted by Ekle, who broke off their argument in time. As it turned out, she was here to announce that from this moment on, Pope Gliciore was subject to arrest, and therefore he must be brought to trial. Obviously, the old man began to dispute these words, because he believed that arresting him was impudence, so he once again ordered the guards to seize these impudent people and punish them. But Ekle immediately told him that it was actually useless, because according to her, she had a contract for the construction of the academy, which stated that all construction work was entrusted to Phrygia, and the Holy Empire received almost 2,000 coins as a bribe. He blushed and tried to find out from her how she knew about this at all, and Ekle seemed to be waiting for this question, because she said with a satisfied face that her old friends helped her with this question. Moreover, she said that this was an official document with the seal of the Pope, and there was no point in making excuses. And finally, the most pleasant moment came. Ekle asked the guards to arrest Dad and throw him in jail. But apparently it won't be that easy because the man got really angry and decided to remind them that he is the king of the nation. And those who oppose him are, in essence, challenging God's will, and it was with this power that he was going to judge them all. But apparently he overestimated himself a little, because Ray didn't even let him finish speaking before he punched him in the face. After some time, Pope Gliciore was sent to prison. It seemed that all this chaos was coming to an end, but everyone forgot that in this way, the place of the leader of the state was vacated. So the priests and nobles began to fight for the position of pope. And one of the candidates was Ekle, although she herself clearly did not want it. But still her friends continued to persuade her, saying that she herself does not belong to any faction, and besides, she is the most powerful priestess. Thus she will be a breath of fresh air for the entire Holy Empire. She didn't know what to say when the saint and saintess joined in these persuasions, but even after such persuasion, her confidence did not disappear. Iriel decided to use another argument and showed Ekle a list of people who offered their candidacy for the post of pope, and as soon as she saw it, she realized that apparently she would have to take the post of pope. With great support from the saints, Ekle nevertheless became the pope of the Holy Empire. After the celebration, Iriel immediately returned to work, which was hard to believe even for Ray. So he decided to court the girl a little and brought her some tea. And when he did this, he suddenly thought about the fact that Iriel had always only helped him, and this happened many times. So he decided to use some magic on her and thus restore her energy. After such a spell, Iriel felt like new again, and she simply could not help but notice that magic was simply magnificent, because even divine powers could not relieve her from fatigue. Ray was glad that he could help her, and also did not forget to add that if she still needed help, then she could safely contact him. But such unexpected help only made Iriel wonder what was wrong with the guy. Did he really start to like her? Ray just helped her, and definitely didn't expect to hear anything like that. But the girl immediately assured him that she just decided to joke like that, because she actually understood perfectly well that he was doing this only because she herself helped him. The guy didn't answer, but made her understand that she was right, and the girl decided to add that she wouldn't really be surprised if he fell in love with her, because she considered herself a beautiful woman who had more than just beauty. Ray was glad that she came to her senses, so he decided to praise her and tell her that she was really great, and also thank her again for helping him so many times. Iriel did not understand why Ray did such things, because she had not considered herself a child for a long time. Besides, the girl considered herself older, but if you take into account his past life, Ray is now over 50 years old. Suddenly she switched quite abruptly and started talking about something that she had completely forgotten about because of work, and if they didn't start now, they would clearly have big problems. Ray didn't understand what was going on at all, so he tried to ask Iriel what she meant, but in response she only repeated that she really didn't have time to explain. But then he remembered, and they both shouted out loud that they had forgotten about the banquet that would be held in honor of the Pope's inauguration. Ray immediately went to get ready, and he did it quite quickly, which gave him reason to think that if they left right now, then they were definitely not late. A knock at the door made him interrupt his thoughts, and if his assistant was to be believed, Zeke was waiting for him outside the door. And as soon as Ray allowed him to enter, the first thing Zeke noticed was that Ray looked just fine, for which the saint was grateful. But still he wanted to know more where Euclid was now and why he was not with her. Zeke heard that there were a lot of things to do after the war ended, so Zeke came here today to accompany him, and it was actually quite timely, because Ray had just the right gift for the guy. It was clear from the expression on Zeke's face that he was clearly not prepared for Ray to give him some kind of gift. The saint gave him the very same branch that his tree friend had given him as a gift in the forest. Ray didn't have time to tell him that this was far from a simple wand, but Zeke was already incredibly happy, even at the thought that the saint had given him an ordinary wand, and he immediately assured the saint that he would take care of this thing. But Zeke surprised the saint even more when he told him that he had found a way to stop Ray's sword. Therefore, the saint asked Zeke again if he understood exactly how to block his blow, and according to the swordmaster, he knows how to block the sword that Ray showed him last time. And to make sure Ray believed him, Zeke promised to show him how he would do it. As soon as Ariel arrived at the banquet on the occasion of the Pope's inauguration, she immediately noticed that all family members were present at the celebration. But still, some people were unfamiliar to her, and according to her assistant, they were diplomats from the kingdom of Harran. Ariel didn't really want to see them, because she didn't forget how they asked them for help during the war, but instead they refused and didn't send anyone, and most likely their main goal is to restore trade relations. At this moment, Ray entered the banquet, first approaching Graya and Ariel, with whom he greeted. The girl greeted him, and in response to this, Ray noted that they had done very well during the war. Ariel joined in these words, and also added that Gaia decided to help her with the work in the Holy Empire, and hearing this, Ray and Zeke agreed that this was a good deed. But the girl immediately said that if Ray opened a medical academy, she would definitely find time to study, and these words could not help but please Ray. Their conversation was interrupted by the same diplomats who came to greet the saints on behalf of Elohim from the kingdom of Harran. Ray also knew that these people did not respond to them when the Holy Empire needed help, and yet they dared to appear so shamelessly in front of them at the banquet. But Ray still said that he was pleased to meet them. One of the diplomats immediately began to say that it was a great honor for them to meet all the heroes who protected them from Phryxia. But Ariel immediately stopped them and asked them to quickly get down to the business for which they were here. She also didn't wait, and immediately said that the people who simply looked at them when they defended them from Phryxia were clearly not welcome. But even in this case, they were ready to listen to them, since they had come such a long way. The diplomat immediately began to talk about the fact that trade between their kingdoms was currently at a standstill due to the war. But he still reminded them that according to the trade agreement, they are friendly countries, and Harran, according to him, is the exclusive importer of grain in the empire. And considering all the pros and cons, he said they came here to ask for the resumption of trade between their countries. At this point, he stopped speaking, because he was interrupted by some voice that ordered the diplomat to shut his mouth and get out immediately. After which Ariel turned again and said that this was the final decision of the Holy Empire, and apparently they had come such a long way in vain, but they would still have to go back. The diplomat didn't want to think about them breaking their treaty, because in that case it could be said that they didn't care at all what would happen to the reputation of the sacred empire. Ray told him that Harran was heavily dependent on trade and was clearly in financial difficulties, so the saint was sure that the goddess would want them to help them. The diplomat was very pleased to hear such words from the saint, because from the very beginning, he thought that he would find a common language with them. But apparently he started to rejoice too early, because Ray suddenly told him that the price at which they would buy grain should be twice as profitable for them. These words immediately made the diplomat angry and shout, because for him all this seemed simply outrageous. How could he even say such a thing? But Ray did not argue with him, and simply reminded him once again that they could still terminate the agreement. But on the other hand, the saint clearly did not recommend him to do this, because they hardly want to make the Holy Empire their enemy. Ekle was so happy to see how this situation had just been resolved, and she felt like this day couldn't get any better. A few hours later, Ray and Ariel went out onto the balcony to get some fresh air. And the first thing Ariel said to the saint was that it seemed to her that it would never end, and yet she was very glad that the war had finally come to an end. Ray was also happy about this, but he was still more worried at the moment about whether Ariel would be against him returning to the academy. But she had already told him that there was no problem with this, and that she could easily handle all the work herself. She also believed that he had gone through all sorts of troubles when he suddenly had to come to the Holy Empire, and now he could do whatever he wanted. But she still didn't forget to ask him to see her at least sometimes and get a little help with paperwork, which Ray was not against doing. Meanwhile, in the ruined tower of Phroxia, the mage who confronted Ray suddenly opened his eyes. At first he thought that he was dead, but then he realized that he was lucky to survive, although the thought that someone might have a higher circle than him did not leave his head. He remembered Ray's appearance and thought about how his mana literally pierced his heart in an instant. It was simply huge and so pure. It seemed to him that this was the very source of mana that he had been looking for so long, so he decided that he would look for his opponent to find out for sure. After the end of the war, the academy allowed students to return, perhaps due to the consequences of the war, but some students did not return. And when the rumor spread that the saint was giving open lectures on medicine, new students began to actively come to the academy. Ray arrived at his first lecture after the war in a fairly good mood and was eager to get started. He began by saying that the topic of today's lecture would be related to the fact that during the war, they had the opportunity to see priests in action, but they are not the only ones who can save people. He suspected that some of them must have already experienced it or witnessed it on the battlefield. Priests and even saints cannot cure certain diseases, and this is absolutely normal. The students were a little scared to hear this, because then all these people would be doomed to die. But suddenly Ray interrupted their thoughts when he slammed his hand on the board and started shouting that with the medical academy they could cure them. Starting today, he said, the medical academy will accept students and focus on diseases and wounds that even priests cannot cure. With these words, Ray tried to interest everyone who came to the lecture today, after which he moved on to the essence of the lecture, in which he wanted to talk about what they would call superficial wounds in the future. Before they could go any further, Ray decided to ask them a question, in which he was quite interested to know why soldiers who could have been saved during the war still died even from minor superficial wounds, and one of the students said that the temple did not have enough priests. This was the correct answer, but not completely. And in order to clarify it, Ray added another question, in which he wanted to know how they thought, why they died despite the fact that the injury was not serious. He understood that they simply could not know the answer to this question, so he decided to tell them, as it turned out. The cause of such deaths was sepsis of a superficial wound. According to Ray, there are a huge number of microorganisms around them that are not visible to their eyes, and as an example, he cited the palms of the student who sat in front. The students did not quite understand what was being discussed, but roughly speaking, they understood that the professor wanted to tell them that so-called microorganisms live on all objects. Ray confirmed these words, to which the students told him that right now they did not feel any of them near them. So the saint had to explain that the microbes were so small that they would not be able to see or feel them. At that time, they simply did not understand how Ray found out about them, what kind of creatures they were, and they also wanted him to immediately show them evidence. The saint thought for a moment and told her that bread that has been lying at room temperature for a long time becomes covered in mold, and this mold that they see as microbes, they are called algae, bacteria, protozoa, fungi, and when microbes get into a wound, a strong inflammatory reaction can begin, which is called sepsis. It is for this reason that death during war, even from minor wounds, may be possible. But he immediately told them that they cannot simply spit on people's lives or cut out a piece of flesh because of a small wound. And it was as if he knew what they were thinking, because as soon as he told them about it, they jumped up from their seats and wanted to know what they should do in such a case. The professor immediately told them that there was really nothing to worry about, because when a superficial wound is properly disinfected, then they have nothing to worry about. And disinfection is a way to destroy microorganisms to prevent the development of infection. According to him, each of those present here has been sick at least once, so they should know that a severe case of the disease can even lead to death. Using a logical method, they came to the conclusion that Ray essentially wants to say that microbes are also the cause of diseases. But this was not entirely true, because the professor noted that in addition to microbes, there are also viruses in this world that are also capable of causing diseases. But this is already the topic of the next lesson. Today, he also wanted to show them that the disease can be prevented by disinfection and that this method is quite simple. To do this, they just need to wash their hands and do it regularly, and if they can keep it in order, then in this simple way, they can prevent the disease. According to him, this also applies to minor wounds. Simply washing the wound with a large amount of clean water gives a positive effect, and this was actually such a shock for the guys. And as an example, he cited village women who do the laundry, because everyone can notice that they get sick quite rarely, because their hands are always in contact with water. Although it was simple, some of the guys still had some questions. One of them wanted to know how the saint could explain to them the influence of dark magic on the body of the organism. Are microbes really involved there too? Ray noted that this was a pretty good question, so he would be happy to answer it. According to the saint, the disease sent by dark magicians does not just appear, and in fact they simply use magic, which creates a favorable environment for the life of microbes. They got a little off topic. So Ray wanted to continue the lecture, but when he looked at his watch, he realized that time had already come to an end, and he had only just begun his lecture. So he began to worry that in such a short time, he had not been able to interest the students. But when he turned to them, he saw a smile on each of them that could only mean one thing. Each of them liked this lecture, and they would definitely come to him again. Also, after Ray's first lecture on medicine, along with frequent hand-washing in the dorm, the popularity of medical lectures increased, and at some point, it attracted an incredible number of students who regularly attended Ray's lectures. The magician from Phrygia had meanwhile already arrived in the Holy Empire, where he felt with literally every cell of his body that Ray was somewhere nearby, and besides, he was following the trail of his mana, which led him straight here. He understood that at this level, he thought that he was somehow connected with the Legion Empire, but the sacred empire within which he was giving lectures to students. This was quite unexpected. This magician wanted to see the saint as soon as possible, but he understood that if he just appeared in front of the saint who destroyed him, it would look very rude. It could even be offensive. So these thoughts made him start thinking about how he could meet him in the most natural way without offending him. The first thing he noticed was that most of the people here dressed the same, and given this, he realized that it was most likely a uniform. After some time, he got hold of exactly the same uniform and immediately put it on, thinking that this should be more than enough to not attract special attention to himself. There are 3 types of students in the academy: students with swords, students in robes, and the last ones who wear white coats. For some reason, Lich liked the white coat. He thought that the clothes were actually quite cute and also very comfortable. But he had no idea that he would have to talk to other students, most of whom were girls, who didn't understand how they could have missed such an attractive guy. After some time, the girls told Lich that today they would have a practical lesson where they would be divided into groups of 3 people and would dissect a pig. Upon hearing this, he immediately thought that this was some kind of dark magic. But when he told the girls about this, they immediately started laughing at him because this is not dark magic, but medicine, in which it is very important for them as doctors to understand the structure of organs. It turned out that this was not the first time Lich had heard this word. It was quite popular in the era of sorcery, but he also did not forget that the effectiveness of such methods was much less compared to magic. So they began to disappear. So he was slightly disappointed that such useless things were taught in the Academy of the Holy Empire. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by some big guy who didn't understand where these girls were looking when they walked. But they were sure that it was he who crashed into them, and not the other way around. According to one of the girls, the medical faculty appeared recently, and most of the students there are commoners, while the fencing and magic faculties are usually attended by nobles. So they simply cannot come to terms with this. The Lich decided to intervene and suggested that the girl immediately go to class, because at this rate, they would definitely be late for practice, which angered the big guy, and he wanted to know where they were going if they hadn't asked him for forgiveness yet. But apparently this was not enough for him, and so he said that she should kneel before him and ask for forgiveness in this way. Such words were clearly too much, for which the Lich immediately decided to punish this guy by bringing him to his knees with the help of magic. After which he came closer to him to find out how he dared to be so arrogant just because of his status, which he received completely by accident, and his vulgarity simply amazed the Lich. And the Lich simply hated people like this guy. So he decided to use magic to convince him that he was an orc who would now go into the forest, where he would actively build his hut. This therapy session was quite successful, and the big guy immediately began to run away from them. Apparently, he realized that things were bad for him, after which Lich asked the girls to take him to the lab if it wasn't too much trouble, but given what they had just seen, it clearly wasn't too hard for them to do so. Lich decided that as soon as he finished this task, he would immediately go look for Ray, for whom he came here. But what was his surprise when Ray suddenly entered the laboratory? Lich clearly didn't expect to meet him here because he was completely unprepared for this. Ray immediately noticed the new student, who reminded him of someone, so the saint immediately approached him to examine him closer. The saint immediately realized that the Lich knew him, so he decided to use a little magic to make sure of it. But Lich held on and didn't admit until the very end that he actually knew Ray. The saint was not going to believe him, so he immediately used his power to make him split. Ray also immediately added that he didn't even know how Lich had survived, but he assured him that he would tear him into small pieces, and then the magician would definitely disappear from this world forever. The Lich, hearing this, immediately changed his mind and began to beg the owner to forgive him and give him the opportunity to listen to him. He wanted to tell him that he didn't want to fight Ray. According to him, he only wanted to help. But the saint wasn't satisfied and wanted to know why he should trust Lich. So this guy had to say that as a lower-level mage, he was obliged to pay respect to the higher circle mages. But all these words were complete nonsense for Ray, and he didn't really want to believe him. But apparently the Lich wanted to be believed so much that he wasn't even against falling on his knees before the saint. And it actually worked, because Ray thought about the fact that Phroxia no longer existed, which meant that the Lich would never do such a stupid thing by showing up here alone. And so it began to seem like he really didn't want to fight him. But he clearly couldn't believe him right away, so he chained him up and told him to wait until they did the lab work, which made Lich happy. A little later, when Lich saw the students' work, he was finally convinced of how insignificant they were. He tried to help them with his hints, telling them where it was better to use a knife and where a hammer. But even in this case, they had little success. These clues were heard by Ray, who decided to find out if Lich could cut up bodies, and in response, he immediately heard that this was in fact his main specialty. Hearing this, Ray decided to give him a chance and asked him to show what he was capable of. But before that, he did not forget to warn him about what would happen to him if he did something. After standing over the body for a while, Lich got to work, and it looked like he really knew what he was doing. As much as he didn't want to, Ray still admitted that the guy was experienced enough to teach someone. It was an excellent dissection, and these words were the best motivation for Lich, because he so wants to help the saint. Hearing this, Ray smiled because he actually has an idea about this, and it just so happens that he has a task for him. That same evening, Ray received a letter from his home country, which clearly surprised him. Ariel simply could not continue working with these papers. She wanted to run away and never see them again. Gaia suggested that she leave everything to her and go and rest for a few hours, but she didn't forget that she had promised to sort everything out before Ray returned, and she had kicked him out so confidently. And in her mind, she understood that she had already finished the work, the volume of which an ordinary person would not have been able to handle. But still, it seemed like she still really needed a saint. The Legion Empire is the most powerful country on the continent. The monarch who rules this state, George de Legion, is seriously ill, so he asks Ray in his letter to visit him so that he can help him recover. This ruler also knew about the power that could heal all existing ailments, so he would be so grateful to Ray if he helped him out in this case. But the first thing Ray thought was that if he suddenly failed to heal the Emperor, then the Legion Empire might assume that the Holy Empire did not want to heal him, and this would most likely cause a split between the two states. Although on the other hand, if he successfully cures him, then their relations between the countries will strengthen. But the only thing that stopped him was that it was a little different from treating ordinary patients, because he would hardly be able to do anything about it. In this case, Ray decided to appoint Lich as an emeritus professor, who was not as kind as Ray. The Lich didn't really want to fulfill this role, but on the other hand, he understood that this was a direct order from his master, so he couldn't do otherwise. With these thoughts, he came to Ray's office, where he was worried and therefore spoke with caution. As it turns out, Ray called Lich here to introduce him to Zeke, who will look after Lich while Ray is away. The magician did not understand at all what the owner was telling him and where he was going, since he needed a person who would look after him. Instead of explaining, Ray told him that he would not be at the academy for some time, and he also handed him a papyrus. On this paper, he wrote down most of the lessons that Lich himself would first need to learn so that he could then teach them to students. Hearing this, Lich immediately reminded Ray that he came here to help him. Zeke decided to explain to Lich that it was precisely helping that he would be doing, because he only had to remember how much Ray valued this academy. And therefore the Swordmaster believed that the magician should be grateful for the fact that he was entrusted with such an important matter. The Lich did not start a nice conversation with him and decided to clarify who he was, if he dared to interfere in their conversation with the owner, after which they began to argue with each other, and this was clearly not a good sign, and Ray understood this perfectly well, who immediately had a bad feeling. In any case, Lich decided to tell Ray that he was going to perfectly complete the task that he had entrusted him with, and in this way he was going to earn his trust. But he would like to do it without this creature that Ray had assigned to watch over him. Zeke, in turn, could not help but tell Ray that he could not worry, because he would do everything to fulfill his request, so he wished him a safe journey. And as soon as they told him their phrases, they immediately started a war with each other, and Ray could only pray that they would not destroy each other until he returned. After talking with the guys, Ray decided to go to Ariel and warn her that he was going to leave, but when he entered, he found her at the moment when she was sleeping. Ray understood that she was probably having a very hard time, so she literally passed out from helplessness. He understood that he had a lot of things to do after returning to the Holy Empire, but Ariel had even more things to do. Suddenly she opened her eyes and saw Ray in front of her, which made her literally jump up from her seat and scream, and the saint decided that this was a great moment to tell her that she had worked so well, so he was very grateful to her for this. In fact, quite a bit of time had passed since Ray entered the office, so he had time to sort out all the scrolls that Ariel had been fiddling with. But this caused her even more shock, because she simply could not understand how he was able to sort out all these scrolls in such a short time. She decided to check it out because she suspected that he was actually cheating on her. But after looking, she realized that he was not actually cheating on her, and everything was really just perfect there. Ray, at that moment, decided to say that he would still like to help her, but he simply did not have time for it. But considering that he had sorted out all the paperwork, there was nothing left to help with. Their dialogue was interrupted by a maid who came into Ariel's office to inform her that Mr. Ray's carriage had already arrived. The third prince of the Legion Empire, Gale, sitting next to his father, thought that apparently no one wanted his father to recover, and he understood the reason. Everyone apparently wanted to get the place that he so diligently defended. Gale told his father that he had asked the Holy Empire to send them a saint so that he could wake up as soon as possible and take control of the empire, when suddenly he was interrupted by the second prince of the Legion Empire, Luke, who believed that it was time for his brother to leave. Gale himself had already thought about this, because in his opinion, only Luke cares about his father, and he feels that he acted too shamelessly. So he came here to make amends a little. Luke asked him not to worry so much because he believed that everything would be fine, and now he asked Gale to give him the opportunity to take care of his father. After the third prince left his father's chambers, Luke immediately thought that his brother clearly should not interfere in this war, but unfortunately, he could not stop him either. A few days later, Ray was already in the Legion Empire as an invited guest. After looking around a bit, Ray saw quite a lot of sights, as expected from the very beginning from the most powerful country on the continent. It was literally huge. Towards evening, when his walk had already ended, Count Opal approached him, who, according to him, was supposed to accompany Ray. Opal immediately assumed that Ray was very tired from the long journey, but he still wanted to ask him to go with him, and the saint had already guessed where they would go. That's why he walked along with him quite quickly, because in fact, Ray himself understood that they simply couldn't waste time. As soon as Ray entered the room where Emperor Lishan was lying, the guy felt a specific smell, which at first was similar to the one that appears when a person is not washed for a long time. In any case, he came closer in order to assess the patient's condition. The first thing he noticed was that all his muscles were tense due to muscular ankylosis. It must be because he had not moved for a long time. Looking at the man, Ray couldn't help but think that it was so serious that he couldn't stretch any part of his body. But just the immobility of the muscles wasn't enough to make an accurate diagnosis. He knew that there were actually quite a few reasons why muscles were stiff, so he started eliminating all the options that came to mind until he realized that the main problem was in his mind. He remembered that when an acute illness leads to a disturbance of consciousness, various disorders can arise. The treatment is carried out in reverse order, since Rei does not know what disorder the emperor suffers from, and in this case, he was especially careful. After examining the emperor, he noticed that the lumbosacral sprain or lumbago was not accompanied by a disturbance of consciousness. Otherwise, there would have been complications. But then why did he lose consciousness at all? He decided to continue the examination and at one point came across a bruise that was on his arm. So he took off all his clothes from his entire body and saw a bunch of bruises there, which gave Rei very bad thoughts. The whole point was that the man had bruises even on his stomach, and this is already a very bad sign. The next day, Rei came to the palace to see the emperor again, and along the way he thought that perhaps the man was in prolonged shock from internal bleeding, given the immobility of his muscles. Although on the other hand, he understood that these bruises, muscle stiffness, all this could not be connected, so there was only one option left, namely that they were caused by an external irritant. And understanding this, Rei most of all did not want to get into trouble and end up in a family quarrel. His thoughts were interrupted by a man when Rei wanted to enter the emperor's room again. It was the second prince of the Lysian Empire, Luke, who came here specifically to greet the saint and thank him for everything he does for them. Rei understood that this was clearly not the main reason why Luke came here, so the saint decided to ask him a question in which he wanted to know the exact reason for his arrival. As it turned out, Luke knew that Rei had done some research yesterday that made him understand that something was wrong with the emperor, but Luke was still here to find out if the emperor had been poisoned. Rei, without thinking twice, immediately said that this was not true and that the emperor had not fallen ill for this reason. Luke said it was an incredible relief for him, after which Luke added that he completely trusted Rei in treating his father. At this point, their conversation came to an end, and Luke left, and Rei began to think about how he should make a treatment plan and think less about the relationship between the emperor and his children. But apparently this is impossible for now because right after Luke, a third princess, whose name was Luciella, approached Rei, and she would also like to talk a little with the saint. Rei was quite happy to talk to them all, because he was quite busy, but still he smiled sweetly and assumed that the girl also wanted to know how the emperor was doing. She answered him that this was so, but still she was here not only for this reason. According to her, she was also interested in seeing the saint, who for her was very beautiful and attractive. This was clearly too much for Rei, but he clearly couldn't say anything to this girl. So he decided that the best thing to do would be to simply tactfully leave and say that he had too many things that required his attention. Luciella told Rei that it was just a joke, although maybe she annoys him. That's why he reacts like that. And what was her surprise when Rei actually turned around and said that she was annoying him, and that's why he wanted to end the conversation with her as quickly as possible. After which he added that if she had no business, then it would be better for her not to come to him, because now he was very busy treating his majesty. And with this, he closed the door right in front of her nose. She stood in front of the door for a while and thought about how he dared to ignore her because she was the princess of this empire. But this only made her even more angry, and now she decided that she wanted to check how long he would last and how long he could behave like this. Meanwhile, the Dame family was closely watching all of the saint's conversations, and one of them felt that this girl was causing the saint too many problems, so she suggested that Hong deal with her right away. But another member of the family immediately decided to say that they should wait until the princess tried to do something, because the saint had clearly told them not to stick their necks out. And Hong completely agreed with her, so she decided to wait a little and take an observation position for now. But she also immediately said that if anyone from the Lysian imperial family was plotting something or trying to harm the saint, then they would have to deal with them immediately. Rei, at the moment when he entered the emperor's chamber once again, thought about the fact that the Lysian Empire had asked him to come, making an official request to the Sacred Empire. And this could only mean one thing, that they themselves simply could not cure him. And this means that the emperor's illness is not a simple injury. Muscle tension or lumbago would have been cured by divine magic, but since it didn't, Rei began to suspect that it must be an autoimmune disorder called stiff man syndrome. Ray decided this because it is a condition in which the immune system is damaged by severe muscle tension. Even the princess's illness could not be completely cured by divine power, so it is logical that the emperor could not be helped in the empire. But what scared Ray the most was that the bruises were getting brighter and brighter during this time, and his condition was getting worse. Stiffness of the body must be handled with particular care, and Ray understood this very well, because due to the nature of the spasm that accompanies a cramp, the muscles are easily torn, which is why bruises remain. But considering all the facts, even such bruises are simply too much, and the first reason that came to Ray's mind was that someone tried to move the emperor. This means that most likely, during the movement, the pressure on the muscles was too great that they could simply rupture, and as a result of this, bleeding clearly occurred. So Ray immediately closed the doors to the room and decided that he should perform an operation in which he would stop this bleeding. First, he decided that he needed to unlock the controls of the divine power so that no infections would occur, and to do this, he would use purification. After that, he finally went inside the emperor's body and first of all looked around there. Fortunately, he did not see peritonitis there, and there was no severe bleeding either, and this was already good news. Therefore, he decided not to go any further and simply stitch up the patient's wound, but it is worth noting that due to muscle stiffness, the patient developed intestinal obstruction, and this needs to be clearly paid attention to. In any case, Ray successfully dealt with everything that required urgent intervention. And now his thoughts that this is the syndrome of a shackled person have been confirmed. But that is where the good news ends, because it will be quite difficult to cure the emperor of such a disease. The Dame family wasted no time at this time, and one of them went on reconnaissance, as a result of which he brought back quite a lot of useful information. For example, that there were a lot of disputes at the imperial court regarding sovereignty. And currently, the first in line to the throne is Prince Jared, followed by the second Prince Luke. He also learned that the third princess, Luciella, supported the first prince, and the first princess, Elizabeth, supported the second. As for the rest, they didn't stand out as much as the first and second princes, although the second princess is a sixth circle mage, but she doesn't seem to be interested in the throne at all. And he also learned that apparently the fourth prince had died. Hong assumed that it was most likely destroyed due to sovereignty disputes, and in this she was absolutely right. Given all this information, they could assume that the culprit was a member of the imperial family, and, given their chances of gaining the throne, it was most likely the work of the first or second prince. In any case, while things were progressing at this speed, Hong decided that two of them would stay here and the rest would go to the Holy Empire. She believed that this was more than enough for them to provide information about possible sources of danger. Thereby, she wanted to say that the safety of the saint was now in their hands, and in exceptional circumstances, they could act at their own discretion. The next day, Ray was informed that the imperial family was waiting for him for a short conversation, and although the saint knew that this would happen sooner or later, it was still quite unexpected for him. Although on the other hand, he decided not to miss this chance, which would give him the opportunity to get to know them all, so he asked the servant to take him. When he entered the hall, he saw in front of him absolutely all members of the emperor's family, who were gathered at one table. And the first thing Ray thought about was that the emperor simply had excellent endurance, because looking at these guys, he couldn't think of anything else. In any case, he is not here for this, but in order to get to know them. Besides, he already sees several familiar faces, and he also noticed a princess there who once came to the Sacred Empire. But at the moment, all he wanted to know was what all these people wanted to achieve when they forced him to come here right now. Basic etiquette among the nobility is that a person of lower status greets a person of higher status first. And as it was known, a prince or princess was one step lower in status as a saint, so Ray had to wait first to bow his head before him. But despite this, the saint understood perfectly well that they had called him here in order to test him or to openly humiliate him. So he decided that he would go on the attack first and told them that even dogs greet each other, but princes and princesses cannot do this. It is obvious that this caused incredible anger and aggression in them because they did not understand how he dared to be so rude to them. Ray didn't talk to them for long. He could only add that if they were going to behave like this, they better stop. After which he turned around and started to leave. After some time, he was in his room and thought that all this made him doubt the methods of raising the imperial family. But on the other hand, Saving lives had nothing to do with it, and first he needed to find medicine for treatment. But suddenly his peace was interrupted by a knock on the door, behind which was Selena, the second princess of the empire, and the first thing she did was greet Ray when she saw him. Also, right after that, she decided to tell him that she wanted to apologize for what happened earlier. She was sincerely sorry, and if he doesn't mind, then she would really like to talk to him, and for that she would like to come in, if he doesn't mind, of course. After some time, Ray came to the conclusion that the second princess wanted to tell him that all this happened because of the stress that appeared during the struggle for the throne, and this statement was confirmed by the girl herself. She believed that this was a very important question, because depending on which faction bowed its head to him first, that would be his future. And for Ray, this information was not new, because the envoys had already told him about this. Selena at some point decided to say that she would like to take responsibility for this and apologize, and she is also ready to support him on her own behalf and on behalf of the royal family. Apparently, the guy simply had no other choice, so he agreed. And for this, Selena was incredibly grateful to him, and she would really like Ray not to stop and continue to treat the emperor. But Ray immediately assured her that there was really no need to worry about it, because he himself was going to do it, and as soon as he told the girl about it, she immediately assured him that she had to get back to work, and if the saint needed anything, she would be ready to help him. After which she left, and the thought arose in Ray's head that at least this princess gave hope for adequacy. Ray had no idea what to do with the rest, but on the other hand, he thought that it wasn't that important now, because now he had to prepare the emperor for treatment. A few days later, Ray didn't even imagine that it would be so difficult to find the necessary herbs, but he was still lucky because he came across chamomile on his way back, and it was a real miracle for him. In any case, he did not have time for long periods of wonder, so he decided to start creating a medical miracle as quickly as possible, and after he had crushed the herbs, he began the process by which he was going to obtain a concentrate. Then water is added to turn it all into a pill. The antioxidants in the blueberries will become more effective. Now the internal bleeding has stopped, and the symptoms should go away. The medicine will relax his muscles and allow him to move, and they can begin physical therapy. Sometime after such treatment of Ray, the emperor finally regained consciousness. But his health left much to be desired, because he felt pressure with his whole body, which brought him quite a lot of pain. Moreover, he lay there for so long that he couldn't even speak. Ray was the first person the emperor saw after he woke up, and it scared him a little, because he didn't know who Ray was. But the guy first decided to fix this and introduced himself, saying that his name was Ray, and he was a saint from a holy empire. He was invited here to heal the emperor, after which, without thinking twice, he decided to give the emperor some medicine to make him feel better. According to the guy, he needs to drink it 4 times a day, so he will come to the man during breakfast, lunch, dinner, and before bed. But most of all, the emperor was surprised that the guy does not use holy power. The saint was only thinking that he was giving the emperor a natural drug that might be less effective, but there shouldn't be any side effects. However, he still decided to do the cleansing in order to be sure of his treatment. It was a little strange for Ray that the emperor was in such a state, because there were so many maids here who were supposed to look after him, but apparently someone restricted their access. And to determine this, Ray began to think logically that the first prince would not gain anything from this, since he was already first in line to the throne. But if the second prince was to blame for this, then it was too risky for him. It was quite obvious that if the second prince had any connection with the emperor's illness, he would not be able to escape execution for it. At one point, Ray realized that he had gone too far and that he urgently needed to stop thinking about such things, because at this rate he could go crazy. Besides, he needs to take care of the emperor's treatment because he shouldn't care who seizes power in the empire. The emperor at this time looked at Ray, and it seemed to him that the guy was behaving rather strangely, so he was not sure that he could be trusted. A week later, Ray began to see positive trends, which meant that the emperor was getting much better. He can't speak yet, but it's only a matter of time, but he recently learned to eat slowly. So Ray began to think that if he increased the dose of the drug, his muscles would begin to relax faster. He thought he could do it, but suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he felt a clear sign of the thirst for destruction in the air. At first, it seemed to him that it was connected with the emperor, and someone wanted to finish him off. But then a smile appeared on his face, because the guy realized that in fact they came for him today. For this reason, Soyeon immediately appeared behind his back, ready to carry out any order from the owner. And Ray, without thinking twice, ordered her to leave one guy alive and she had to get rid of all the rest. Not even a minute had passed before she had dealt with everyone who had dared to attack the saint, and for this she received praise. But Ray wasn't done yet. He decided to interrogate one of the attackers, whom he told to blink once if Ray was telling the truth, and twice if the guy was lying, after which he asked him a question, in which he wanted to know if he was sent here by the emperor's family. This guy didn't blink for a long time, so Ray assumed that he was an assassin. After some time, the sound of the explosion was heard throughout the empire, and a few minutes later, Ray appeared, who was very angry and shouted at everyone who heard him to bring him the princess. Otherwise, he would do everything to make this castle fly into the air. They tried to understand why he suddenly became so angry, and also immediately began to tell him that the princess was currently eating, but it seemed that these words made him even more angry. So he told them that since food came first for the princess, then she would hardly need the castle, and struck, which made the servants of the empire even more beg him to stop doing this. The first and second princes came out to see what was going on there, and the first thing they wanted to know was what the saint was doing. The guy stopped for a second and said that the thing is that last night the destroyers came to him and tried to destroy him, so he decided that the empire wanted to destroy its own guest. Luke was a little disbelieving of Ray, but the saint responded with a question, wanting to know if the second prince really thought that the saint was doing this for no reason. But the first prince was apparently much smarter than his younger brother, because he bowed his head before the saint, and first of all asked him for forgiveness. He also added that these apologies are not empty words, and the imperial family will look for the criminal. He believed that since this incident happened in the imperial family, he simply had to take responsibility. Luke also joined his older brother, asking the saint for forgiveness for causing such a scene, and according to him, he was ready to accept any punishment for the fact that they put him in danger. Ray had noticed at their first meeting that Luke looked down on him, and now the saint had noticed that he was trying to act like a proper prince, which was even more annoying. In any case, he was not interested in all these apologies, because he wanted them to bring him the third princess, because she was the criminal who sent the destroyers to him, and as proof, he showed the scroll, in which Luciella's handwriting was clearly visible, but what's most dangerous is that it was a direct order for Ray, so Luke immediately shouted to the servants to bring Luciella immediately. The guards forcibly brought the third princess to her brothers and Ray, which made the girl very angry. The first prince immediately wanted to know from her whether it was true that she tried to hurt the saint, and the second prince also joined his words, saying that if she decided to repay Ray's kindness like this, then it was very low. The girl continued to act innocent, and pretended that she didn't understand what they were both talking about, because according to her, they weren't trying to harm anyone. Moreover, Luciella could swear that she had nothing to do with it, but as soon as she finished speaking, Ray approached her, gave her a scroll, and said that it was most likely her thing, which she could take back. The princess couldn't believe her eyes that Ray was somehow able to get this scroll. But even with such thoughts, she decided to go all the way, and therefore convinced everyone around her that she did not write it. And moreover, she was sure that someone simply copied her handwriting. Ray found it hard to believe, after which he decided to clarify with her, or was it he who let everything slide and she decided to take him for a weakling? And without waiting for her answer, Ray released a little of his energy, which made it clear to everyone here that his strength was enough to destroy an entire army. The princes had not seen such a huge amount of mana for a long time, and now they began to believe that Ray had once fought the necromancer. But their thoughts were interrupted again by Ray, who wanted to convey to them that if the Lessian Empire did not want to help him, then apparently it would want a war with the Holy Empire. The first prince, without thinking for long, began to say that the saint was most likely too excited at the moment, because according to him, the Lessian Empire never wanted a war with the Holy Empire. Ray, in response to these words, reminded the first prince that one of the princesses of the Lessian Empire tried to destroy an important person of the Sacred Empire, and now he wanted to understand how he could so confidently claim that the empire did not thirst for war. The first prince, without thinking twice, ordered his younger sister to apologize, but from her reaction it was clear that she was not going to do so. She did not understand how the princess could bow her head, for which she immediately received a slap in the face. The first prince made it clear to her that she had to do this, otherwise the consequences of her actions would be much more dire for her. She could not believe it, and while she was bursting with anger, the first prince once again asked the saint for forgiveness. According to him, they would very much like to settle this issue verbally, so he suggested that they all get together and discuss this situation a little. Ray was not against settling the conflict in this way, but first he asked them to call all the princes and princesses to him. And to make them come here a little faster, he blew up part of the castle, after which he added that if they continue to treat him so badly, then everything will not end so easily for them. Because of this incident, the entire imperial family gathered to listen to the whole story and apologized to Ray again. The saint accepted their apology and began to talk about compensation. He began to demand two things from them. The first thing was closer diplomatic relations between the Lessian Empire and the Holy Empire, and the second point was active trade between them. It was an offer that could double the income the Holy Empire received from trade. But in fact, it was a profitable offer for the Lessian Empire as well. 65% of the losses were paid to the Holy Empire, but the Lessian Empire agreed to call it compensation. After they finally came to an agreement, Ray thought that by now the Emperor really should have started moving, and so he wanted to go and check on the man. The Emperor, lying in his bed, felt incredibly severe pain whenever he tried to move. But on the other hand, he noticed that thanks to the medicine that Ray prescribed him, he began to move a little. At that moment, Ray came into his room and immediately noticed that the man was feeling much better than he expected. And the guy was completely right, because the Emperor now began to speak, although it was difficult for him, but he was still able to thank Ray for his help. Ray assured him that there was no need to thank him. He suggested that he should rather see how the man was doing today, and to do this, he needed to try to move a little. Although the bruises had not yet gone away, the saint still had a smile on his face, and this could only mean that there was nothing really scary about it. When Emperor Gyeoger came to his senses, his child came to visit him, who in fact clearly did not want good for his father, so without thinking twice he struck him. It was one of his sons who was crying and continued to beat his father, saying that a man should never forgive him. After which, at the request of the Lessian Empire, Ray goes to treat the Emperor, who is in critical condition. In the end, he discovers that the Emperor has Stiffman syndrome. But one question of Ray remained unanswered for a long time. Looking at his bruises, the young saint immediately realized that someone knowledgeable was to blame, but the guy still decided to focus on treating the Emperor for now. Meanwhile, the selection committee, conducting an internal investigation into Ray's safety, discovered that there was an active struggle for sovereignty within the Empire, and that a battle was in full swing, with Princes Gale and Luke gaining the upper hand, and they confirmed that they would not hesitate to destroy their own brother. After a series of events, the Emperor regains consciousness, and a guest enters his bedchamber. Ray didn't like at all that he came to this castle just when all this was happening. So Jan reported to the saint that the first person to fall into his hands was Prince Luke. According to an agent from the Dame family, this prince began by damaging the image of the crown prince by making caustic comments about his policies and behavior. And as a result, the cornered fifth prince sent mercenaries to destroy Prince Luke and Prince Gale, and they, in turn, strengthened their security and then began to order their brothers and sisters. This went on for almost a week, and today at dawn the bodyguards found the body of the fifth prince at the door of his mansion. The prince himself was found dead in the bedroom. His throat was cut very neatly, which could indicate that a professional was clearly working with him. But what's most interesting is that all members of the imperial family had an alibi, but when checked, neither Prince Luke nor Prince Gale were found in the designated places, and this could only mean one thing. These guys had false alibis. Ray noted that in the Lessian Empire, there is no exterminator organization that could quietly subjugate such a number of royal guards and penetrate the emperor's bedroom, which means that there is a person who can freely and without protection move around the territory of the imperial house. In Ray's opinion, the mana itself was very excellent from the first time he saw it, and it is far from ideal, but also quite good, so it can be assumed that this Prince Luke is quite likely to have made this move himself. So he asked his friends to work a little harder and get him more information. Ray wanted them to know more about the power struggle in the Empire. He was interested in any violations or things that could bring bad fame to the imperial family. The next day, the emperor's condition improved and he was even able to get up, although it was through incredible efforts. Ray was so happy to see this. Finally, his treatment was giving such good results. But he still asked the emperor not to rush, and for today this is more than enough. The guy believed that it was one of the antioxidants that worked in the drug that he gave the man, so the muscle stiffness was significantly weakened. Now the saint cannot worry that the drug will not work. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted when he felt someone else's energy behind the door, which could only mean one thing, that someone had come to them. It was one of the princes who was apparently here to visit his father. The first thing he wanted to ask was how they were doing, and after Ray told him that everything was fine, he decided to check how the prince himself was doing, because as far as he knew, the prince had recently had an upset stomach. The prince responded by talking about a flock of wyverns that, according to him, attacked him. Ray didn't quite understand why the prince was telling him all this, but he mentally noted to himself that the prince was delighted and went to the imperial castle. But at the right moment, he was ambushed by wyverns, and for him, it sounded like a ridiculous excuse. In any case, the prince came here to find out in more detail how His Majesty is doing. The man at that moment fell asleep or pretended to sleep, so Ray was able to say that the emperor would soon be able to open his eyes. The prince was glad to hear this, after which he added that if Ray needed anything, he could calmly contact him, and then the prince would try to do everything to help the saint. Ray jokingly asked the prince to bring him a little peace to this empire. The emperor's son smiled and said that it would be a little difficult, but he was still convinced that peace would come very soon. He decided not to linger long at this point and began to leave, adding to the saint at the end that it would be better for him not to try to find out too much about the imperial family. After he left, the first thing Ray thought was that the prince was clearly planning to do something, but the smile on the saint's face could only mean one thing, that he would never give the prince the opportunity to do this, because he was going to make peace by force. A few days later, Ray received good news, which made him understand that everything was going as he expected. According to his agents, they compiled a list of violations in the imperial court, for which the saint immediately praised them. And as soon as he began to read the contents of each of the scrolls, he began to think that this family was simply crazy. It was said that Prince Gale was the man who did everything to seize power, and therefore got involved with not entirely honest people. And Prince Luke had an inappropriate relationship with the third princess, and given this fact, Ray finally understood why Luke allowed the girl to get away with it so many times. After reading several scrolls, Ray suddenly ordered his agents to return the scrolls to their masters, which confused So Yun, because in that case they would try to get rid of them. But Ray was convinced that they wouldn't dare do that, because that would mean the stranger knew his main weakness. The next thing Ray thought about was that he needed to restore the Emperor's health as soon as possible, preferably before these guys decided to make their move. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by the Emperor himself, who by this time could already dress himself, and this was not a big problem for him. According to him, at the moment he is going to meet with his children because he has heard rumors about what they have done. But before that, the Emperor wanted to thank Ray for healing him, and he also wanted to ask the guy for one more request. He looked at how Ray behaved and understood that apparently he had raised his children incorrectly, which Ray could not disagree with, but he also believed that it was never too late to fix it, so there was no need to be so upset. The Emperor believed that this was all because he raised them alone, without a mother, and he was quite interested to know if they would recognize him. Even if he told them this, Ray at that moment assured him that everything would be fine, and besides, he would help the man. The Emperor called all his children to talk to them, and as soon as they came to him, they immediately began to say that they were incredibly happy that he had finally recovered and was feeling much better. However, they did not understand one thing. Why was a saint sitting at such a family gathering? According to the Emperor, it was he who called him here because, in his opinion, the saint had done more for his recovery than anyone else. On the other hand, he did not forget that his children had done something they should not have done, and he saw from their faces that they understood what was being discussed, although they continued to pretend that they did not understand. The man spoke of the death of the fifth prince, although it was disguised as an accident, but the Emperor was sure that it was simply the result of a quarrel between them. He simply did not understand how the brothers wanted to destroy each other. It always seemed to him that he was calling them to reconciliation. Ray, looking at them, decided to say that they really thirst for power so much that they are left without humanity. The first prince was already tired of tolerating the antics of the saint, so he told him directly that Ray was talking too much, and the princess decided to ask him how he dared to talk to the royal family in such a tone. But Ray was not going to stop. Moreover, he wanted to tell them that they were as uneducated as a plant in a greenhouse. And as proof that they were all just a bunch of sheep, Ray decided to present His Majesty with evidence. It was a parchment that had been stolen and returned. So the children of the emperor did not understand where they came from again in Ray's hands, although at that moment it was no longer important, because the saint was going to show the emperor who his children really were. These scrolls laid out the very essence of what they did to each other. They maimed and eventually even began to destroy each other. That's how rotten the imperial family was. But then Ray added that there were exceptions, which was Princess Celine, because she had not committed any crimes and was not caught in the crossfire. Having heard all this, the emperor did not think long and sentenced each of them to 3 years probation, except, of course, Princess Selina. And he also immediately assured them that if they suddenly did not obey this order, they would immediately leave this palace. And now that he told them about this, he would like them all to immediately leave his room. Ray understood that if they lived like this for 3 years, then they would never be able to inherit the imperial throne. When all the emperor's children had left, he decided to turn to Luke, whom the emperor had asked to stay for a while. The man just wanted to hear why Luke did this, but the answer couldn't help but shock the emperor, because according to Luke, the main reason he did this was because of Prince Sam. This surprised even Ray, because if the words of the second prince are to be believed, he wanted Prince Sam to take the place of the emperor, because he believed that neither he nor his brother would be able to think about anything other than the good of the empire. But Sam is completely different. He has a weak character, but he cares about people, and therefore will be able to take care of his subjects. But he also told that his brother and 5 princes were going crazy with the power that comes with the imperial title. Under such circumstances, he understood that Prince Sam simply could not become emperor. In other words, Luke believed that his father would leave the throne to those who were busy biting each other, and the new emperor would become a disgrace to the empire, which would then become a disgrace to the entire nation. The emperor listened to him attentively, but still decided to clarify. Was Luke sure that even for such a reason he had to do such a thing? In other words, he attacked his father to prevent the coronation of his older brother, and Luke did not justify himself. Moreover, he himself asked to punish him to the fullest extent. Whatever the punishment, he assured his father that he would pay for his actions. The man, hearing this, said that in fact he himself was also to blame for not having controlled Luke properly. However, he simply cannot forgive him, and soon, according to him, they will return to this conversation, but now Luke can leave. For the man, this was an incredible headache. How badly he raised his children. Ray, in response to these words, said that it seemed to him that if the man in the future would devote more time to his children, then everything would be fine. The emperor did not argue with him, but still he was incredibly ashamed to show such behavior to the saint. The emperor at this moment looked at Ray and thought that this guy may be young, but he has a completely different depth of thought. Although at first he thought it was a little rude, but now he finds it refreshing thinking and he likes it. It seemed to the emperor that this was his strength, which he would not want to send back to the Holy Empire. So he told Ray that if it happened again, he would have to ask the saint for help again, which Ray didn't like very much. After which they started talking about the princess, and according to Ray, she was better than all her brothers, and above all, if his heart felt correctly, then in her case, she could be trusted. But as it turned out, the emperor wanted to know from Ray, first of all, what he thought it would be like for a princess to be the wife of a saint. Ray smiled at this proposal, because according to him, he was not planning to get married yet. Moreover, he was sure that she would not want it either, and he understood her in this regard. The Carriage Festival is an empire-wide festival that is held every 3 years, and within its framework there are numerous competitions. The competitions are divided into 2 main categories. These are fencing and magic. There is also erudition, debate, and archery. And the emperor told Ray about this, hinting that the guy could participate. But he also told the guy that the rules did not allow him to participate in more than 3 competitions, and that in the sword tournament only fencing could be used, and in the magic tournament only magic. According to the emperor, usually there are qualifying competitions in each region. But since Rei is a saint, the emperor will arrange it so that he will immediately get into the main round. Rei liked this offer, and he actually didn't mind participating in this show. So he accepted the offer and will participate in fencing and magic competitions. And as soon as Rei told the emperor about this, the man immediately stood up from his chair and said that he would immediately go and take care of the organization and asked the saint to rest for now. Rei felt like he was being teased a little bit in this case, but he understood that they could pay for it, and he thought that it would be quite interesting for him to participate in such a show. The crystal ball is a magical tool that can be imbued with mana to communicate with a pair of crystal balls over a distance. Rei gave one of these balls to Zeke when he left, so the saint could essentially contact his sword at any time. But as soon as Rei tried to contact Zeke, he saw that the crystal ball was held by Iriel. Therefore, the saint immediately had a question for her about what she was doing with it, because he was sure that he had given it to Zeke, but Iriel did not quite understand why such questions were being asked, because it seemed obvious to her that she had simply taken it from Zeke. In any case, Rei called to tell her that the emperor was safe. Iriel didn't doubt for a second that he would cope, after which she said that in the Holy Empire everything was the same as before. But in the academy, everything was a little different. Rei wanted to immediately find out what it meant that she was a little different, but Iriel immediately tried to calm him down and said that in fact, nothing special had happened. As for teaching, the students respect everyone and say that everything is fine. Then Rei wanted to know what the problem was, and according to Iriel, some were starting fights with other academies. The saint did not know what to answer her, but in any case he told her that he would return later than planned, although the emperor's treatment had already ended, after which he told her everything about the race for the throne. Iriel had of course heard that the struggle for the imperial throne had intensified, but she had no idea that the situation there was so bad. At least it seemed to her that Rei had intervened in time enough, so now everything should be fine. So she immediately told Rei that she would not mind if he was a little late in returning, but she wanted to tell him something else, namely that Rei had already arrived in the Holy Land exactly a year ago. Rei never thought about it, which can't be said about Iriel. She also wanted to say that a little time will pass, and he will travel back and forth between the kingdoms. It seemed to her that the period of adaptation to adult life was over, and a new life was beginning. She told him this in order to tell him that he needed to rest in the Lysian Empire as long as possible, because when he returned back, a new life would begin for him. She also wanted to tell him something else, but Rei decided that he didn't want to listen to her anymore and immediately hung up. 2 weeks later, he came to the very event that the emperor had been telling him about for so long. And the first thing that surprised Rei was that with the help of magical instruments, you can create light in the sky. And Selena, who was constantly next to him, was surprised that he himself was a magician, and was so surprised by such simple things. But she honestly admitted that when she saw him for the first time, he seemed a little scary to her. Rei laughed at this, but now he thought that they had become friends, especially since he wanted her to give him a personal tour today. And they started with a large coliseum, where, according to the girl, the fencing tournament would take place. Next to it, there is a more spacious hall for holding a magic tournament, and it is quite impressive. On the way, they also passed a shooting range for an archery, which was simply in terrible condition, and Rei noticed this. The girl explained to him that, in fact, archery has not been popular in the Empire for a long time. So few people watch, and even fewer participate. It's a miracle that it hasn't been closed yet. After this training hall, they moved on to the qualifying competition, which struck Rei from the first seconds. He didn't even think that such strong warriors were performing here. They watched almost all the fights from start to finish, after which Rei concluded that it was quite professional. So it seemed to him that the main part of the competition would be quite interesting. Suddenly Rei heard a familiar melody, and he literally could not believe his ears that he was hearing music in this world. According to Selena, it was a bard, and since Rei paid so much attention to her, the girl immediately suggested that he stay and listen for a bit, especially since they still had time before dinner. Rei immediately agreed, because in addition to everything else, he saw a violin in the hands of the so-called bard, which she handled perfectly. The saint was very pleased to listen to this melody. It reminded him of his past life, where he listened to music almost every day. She really played just beautifully, All the people started to come together at the sound of this melody, and they just listened and enjoyed it. After she finished playing, she thanked her listeners and also suddenly decided to come closer to Ray and Selena. The whole point was that she heard Ray name her instrument, so she wanted to know if he had seen her violin before. Ray understood her surprise, but he answered without any problems that this was true. He had already encountered such a tool. Now she was interested to know where he could have seen this tool. The saint began to understand that the girl knew the name of this earthly instrument, and thoughts began to visit him that she was the same as him. But he still decided to answer her that he saw this instrument in a book. And the girl immediately determined that it was a lie, and she did it with the help of her eye, which was able to see the truth. Ray immediately noticed this and realized that the girl was most likely a half-elf. These are creatures born from the union of a human and an elf. The saint told her that he would answer her honestly, but first he would like to know where she got this instrument and how she learned how to play it. According to the girl, this instrument is a relic of her grandmother's family. She created it and passed it on to her descendants, and she also taught her to play. Ray understood that this was most likely a lie or partially true because it was simply impossible to create something like a violin in this world, but he could not say this, and the girl was now waiting for a confession from him. She even decided to repeat that she would like to know where he knew about this instrument and its name. Ray decided that he would not tell the truth again, and made up a story in which he saw a man who played a similar instrument, and when he asked what the instrument was called, the man answered him a violin, and Ray simply managed to remember the name, that's all. But the saint did not tell this story by accident, because in fact, technically, he did not lie, because his music teacher told him about the violin, and even the girl's eye of truth showed her that it was true. After which she asked Ray for forgiveness for asking him such rude questions. She just thought that he might know something. Ray also said that he was wrong, and he should also ask her for forgiveness. And since they understood each other, Ray asked the girl to tell him a little more about her grandmother, and apparently the girl didn't mind. She started by saying that she could be described as extraordinary, but at the same time she was incredibly talented and admirable. She was the kind of person whose ideas were beyond this world. One day, she created something and called it a bicycle, and the girl at that time was very surprised, especially when she rode it, as if it was something completely ordinary. Ray, hearing this story, realized that this girl's grandmother was exactly the same as him, but that was nothing. Because after this story, the girl told Ray that her grandmother always said that she was not from this world, and that's how her curiosity about her world was born, and she began to look for someone who could know more about it. And after she had told more about her grandmother, she would like to hear a little more about the man who played the same instrument that Ray had seen. The saint responded by telling her that he did not remember very clearly where they lived and who they were. This made the girl smile, because she noticed that they actually had a rather similar situation. In any case, she was very pleased to meet someone like a guy, and also with the miss who was next to him, and now it was time for her to leave. And before she left, she told Ray that she had a feeling that they would meet again. After the girl left, Selena noticed that the guy looked quite happy. Did he really enjoy the conversation that much? And she was actually right. Just the realization that Ray was not alone in this world made him smile and gave him a very strange relief. That's why he answered Selena that he literally felt his loneliness disappearing, although mentally the guy understood that in reality, the only life that was important was the one he was living at the moment. The day of the final arrived, and the emperor came to support the saint, and he also wanted to warn him that since it was the final, there would most likely be many more spectators in the stands than he could imagine. The emperor also couldn't help but say that he was looking forward to the start of the fight. But first, the man would like to clarify whether the guy remembers all the rules of this tournament. The first 3 battles will be one-on-one. Then 4 team battles of 5 people, chosen at random, are held. These are the rules of the final sword fight. Ray remembered these rules, as well as the fact that communication and teamwork are key at this stage. After discussing the rules, Ray decided that he should start this final first, and the emperor could only say that he would keep his fingers crossed for him and wish him luck. But when he came closer to the arena, one of the workers wanted to know where the master's sword was, and Ray, as usual, forgot it somewhere. But looking around, he saw a small tree branch, which, as it seemed to him, would also be perfect for the role of a sword, which could not help but embarrass the guard. But apparently he wasn't the only one who was confused by this. because as soon as Ray entered the arena and his first opponent saw what kind of weapon the guy was going to fight with, he immediately started yelling at him, because it seemed to him that we were clearly underestimating his strength. Ray did not understand why he was so angry, because in fact this was his sword, which, according to the saint, was passed down from generation to generation in his family. And as one might guess, this sword came to him from his parents. Such a story made the man take his words back and ask for forgiveness for being so harsh with him. Before the fight began, the referee reminded them both that if too much force was dealt, or there was an intent to destroy, that knight would be instantly destroyed. And since Ray's lie had worked, he decided that he should hold on to his strength until his next opponent. And as soon as the start of the fight was announced, Ray immediately used his speed to catch his opponent off guard. Thus, it took only one blow for him to defeat this knight. The surprise of each spectator was understandable, because they had never seen anything like this before. Usually, such fights are very interesting and long, but this time, everything was completely different. Ray won the fight, and it was too easy for the guy. Since then, Ray has had 3 more fights, winning with a similar method, and thus earning a little fame. And the Emperor was especially impressed by the fight where the guy won with just 1 branch. But according to Ray, there is nothing surprising about this, because anyone can do it with just 1 desire. But they didn't stop praising him, because the way he conducted the wizard tournament left them in shock, because he defeated his opponents before they had time to use their magic. Finally, the day of the team competition arrived, and Ray was assigned to the red team. The rules of these competitions were not complicated. The tournament begins with the participants of the fencing and magic teams uniting into teams, after which each faction is given a flag, and the one who first intercepts it and installs it on the territory of their faction will receive points. The team with the most flags in their faction wins, and the person who has made the greatest contribution to the development of the team becomes the winner. All these rules sounded too simple for Ray, because all he had to do was get the flag. The other team members were not entirely happy with him being on their team, because Ray was aloof and unwilling to discuss strategy with them. But one of the red team told that he was a magic swordsman who had recently knocked out his opponent with his fists at a magic tournament, and for the rest of the tournament, his opponent was scared, and in the end, he simply gave up. One of them still believed that a normal swordsman could defeat some wizard, but apparently he simply didn't know who Ray was and what he was capable of. After all, even the fact that he canceled out all of his opponent's magic with cancellation, and then simply walked up and hit him. Moreover, it was known that he was participating in both competitions, so their group consists of 4 people, so it is not much. Although, on the other hand, they understood that the best thing they could do was to stick to the strategy. But their strategy wasn't very smart, because they decided to send one guy ahead while they ran after him, looking for an opportunity to steal the flag. Ray was surprised by the actions of his teammates, because at first they were embarrassed, and then they left altogether, and now the saint can only sit in place and defend his flag. At that moment, he suddenly thought about the fact that he had come all this way in order to cure the Emperor. So it seemed to him that it would be a good idea to solve the problem with the wyverns, and thereby increase his debt to him. He started to think that maybe he should even drop the meteorite, when suddenly he heard a strange sound behind him. It was members of the other team, who were glad that the guy was alone here, because it seemed to them that there they could easily take the flag from him. Ray looked at them and smiled, and they took this as disrespect towards them, so they began to tell him that he would not be able to stop the 3 of them, and it would be better for him if he simply gave them the flag. But first, the saint would like to know where they hid their flag, because he understood that they would never leave the flag on which the movement of all 5 depended, which surprised the main one in this team. And Ray continued to talk, and it was quite surprising to him that they thought he didn't know that there was a wizard sitting in ambush behind him, and that it wasn't actually against the rules. The flag was small enough to hide in his hands. Apparently, all these words made one of the blue team more and more angry, so at one point he couldn't stand it and went on the attack. Ray was so happy that he basically just stood there and the other team's flag appeared on its own. He was basically so lucky with that. And now, when they brought the flag, Ray wanted to get it immediately, and so that they had no doubt that it should be given to him, the saint used a little frightening magic. Meanwhile, Ray's teammates tried to find at least one clue to the flag, but they were unsuccessful. When they suddenly noticed a cloud of smoke coming straight from their camp, they immediately realized that even such a strong fighter as Rei would not be able to protect the flag alone, so they decided to immediately head back. But as soon as they returned, they saw Rei holding a blue flag in his hands, and around him were members of the blue team, who clearly underestimated Rei's strength. After that, the red team won easily thanks to a series of raids. Rei, as expected, received recognition for his performance and became the winner of the final. But most importantly, he was glad that the prize fund of this tournament was not so small, which could not but please him. Although he decided to tell the emperor that he thought the prize fund would be several times larger, since this money would probably only be enough for him to eat once. The emperor was glad that Rei was able to win this tournament, and since they were already in the empire, the man decided to offer the guy to explore it a little better. Besides, there are a huge number of beautiful places in it. The saint himself thought about it, but he will have to refuse because he has another job. The man became interested in finding out what Rei had planned to do, but the guy made it clear to him that it would be better if it remained a surprise. The next day, Rei climbed a rather steep hill where he felt a high density of mana. His goal was to reach the wyvern's nest, where he could finish them off once and for all. The first thing he noticed was that they created so many magic circles without any protection, and this could only mean that they were quite smart. In any case, now he was only interested in one thing. If he suddenly broke everything here, would he be given a warm welcome or not? Wyverns are a highly intelligent race and are believed to be skilled in magic and worship strength. They love heat and humidity, so their nests are usually located in such places. And Rei had already regretted several times that he had gone so far in this place, because he literally wanted to peel off his skin from the incredible heat. He had been doing this for 30 minutes now, with so many layers of magic circles, and at this point it seemed to him that at least something should happen. Suddenly he heard a voice that was filled with anger and fear, which made Rei immediately stop and look up. A few seconds later, a huge wyvern landed in front of him, wanting to know why he had removed one of the magic circles. Rei was surprised by one of the wyvern's abilities, namely that they have telepathy, and he hears echoes in his head. But in any case, he was glad that he met a wyvern, because he was here to talk to her. She wanted to know what topic the person would like to talk about, and Rei, without thinking twice, said that he was here to discuss their nest. But the wyvern immediately said that this was not within her competence and not under her control. She also added that she could not return to the village the intruder who had damaged the magic circle, and Rei assumed that she would tell him about it. Then Rei decided to demonstrate another magic. He used his powers to restore the magic circle, which clearly amazed the wyvern, because she had never seen anyone restore a magic circle, and at such a speed. But this meant only one thing to her, that the guy had clearly come here prepared. Rei confirmed this assumption, saying that he had been preparing for a long time and thought that he would have to surprise. Sometime later, Rei managed to restore everything that he destroyed, and therefore a smile was clearly visible on his face. The wyvern was still impressed that the guy was able to create such a magic circle so quickly. Thus, he was able to clear his name as an uninvited guest, but the wyvern immediately told him that she could take him with her. But unfortunately, she could not guarantee his life, because they only respect the strong. But Rei saw her in the fact that he himself could take care of himself perfectly well. All he needed was to be shown the way. Hearing this, the wyvern spread its wings, and thus made it clear that she was ready to show the guy the way. Although, as it turned out later, she simply flew away alone, and Rei had to pursue her on his own in order to get there in time. After Rei finally arrived at one of the wyvern nests, the wyvern told him that she would never have thought that people could be such good runners, and Rei himself at that moment was thinking only about how he could roast this bird. When suddenly their dialogue was interrupted by another wyvern, which was clearly much larger, and the first thing he wanted to know was why they brought a man here. The wyvern that brought Rei tried to explain that the man wanted to talk, so she thought it was appropriate, and that's why he brought him here. After this, the main wyvern gave permission for him to show this man how everything was arranged here, and at that very moment, the wyvern magically turned into a man. What made Rei freeze in place? But this man, who was just a wyvern, asked the guy not to stand still, because he had just received permission to enter. The saint did not fully understand how they did it, but it still seemed to him that it was far from magic, and he wanted to study how similar these creatures were to people. But his thoughts were interrupted at one point by another wyvern, who wanted to tell him that Rei was too weak for a person who had come all this way and used so much mana to do so. Although then he suddenly added that if one of his fellow tribesmen tried to take his life, then Ray could boldly run to him, and then he would definitely receive help. The first time Ray was in this place made him think that they were certainly different from people, and they all reminded him more of elves. He was quite interested to observe that they all lived in human form, and they even built houses and led a lifestyle similar to that of humans. And when he looked at them, they literally forced him to obey and did everything to instill fear in Ray. After some time, he found himself in the house of that very wyvern, in which Ray could finally do what he came here for, and he decided to start with the question in which he wanted to know if they could move their camp to another place. He immediately received a response from the wyvern, in which he clearly made it clear that it was far from his decision. So Ray asked to take him to the wyvern, who could make such a decision, and according to his new friend, it was not difficult to do. But first, he needed to fulfill one condition. As it turns out, the wyverns have a law called the honor of the strongest. In other words, he wanted Ray to face him and show his true strength. The saint expected such a turn of events, so he did not think long before agreeing to this proposal. And immediately after that, he used his magic, namely the ability to capture, with which he held his opponent. These chains were so strong that even a wyvern could not break them, which was a revelation for him because he had never seen human magic higher than his essence. He realized that this was actually enough for the guy to prove his strength. So Ray released his grip, and the wyvern said that now they could go to the main wyvern. But before that, he decided to finally get to know this strange man, and the saint introduced himself as Ray, and the wyvern's real name was Karnata. Now that they knew each other, Karnata finally took Ray to their leader, who lived nearby. On the way, Ray wanted to clarify whether all he needed to do was make the wyvern agree, and then their entire village would move, and in response to these words, Karnata said that there was no one from her family who would not obey her. According to him, the Lord is the strongest wyvern in the clan, and when they arrived at the place, it was clear from Ray's face that he was surprised at where they had come. The thing was, he saw the most backward house he had ever seen. The Lord's taste was clearly strange, but he wasn't here to tell the wyvern lord what kind of house he should have. But the house was not the only surprise that awaited Ray, because when the wyvern lord came out to greet the man, then Ray was shocked enough, because the lord turned out to be a woman,